everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for the Friday night sociable conducted by Lum and Abner, whose everyday experiences are sent to you each evening, except Saturday and Sunday, by your own local Ford dealer. In my opinion, the new Ford V8 is the most economical car on the market, says Rankin Singley, grocer of Mangum, Oklahoma. We've been telling you what we believe about the new Ford V8. Now let us select this letter from the thousands received and tell you what this owner says. Mr. Singley writes, I own a Ford V8, and in my opinion it is the most economical car on the market. On one trip I drove 640 miles in 12 hours and 25 minutes. This included 4 stops and speed up to 87 miles an hour. And without apparently using any oil at all, the car averaged 21 miles per gallon of gasoline. Lum and Abner would be glad to have your opinion of the new Ford V8. As we look in on Pine Ridge tonight, we find the schoolhouse completely filled and the neighbors still coming for the big sociable. The ice cream served last Friday probably accounts for the unusually large attendance tonight. Lum is in charge of the entertainment as usual and is ringing the telephone so that we listeners out on the party line hookup may be sure of hearing the festivities. Take down your receiver and listen.
Quiet down, everybody. Be quiet. Wait just a minute. Quiet. I'm making an announcement. Quiet the band down just a little. I want to make an announcement over the party line. Howdy, everybody, out on the party line. Mighty proud you're listening in. Wish you could be down here at the schoolhouse with us. We're having a big time, big crowd here. Recollect, me and Abner's are putting on these little get-ups every Friday night to sort of advertise our Ford business. All we ask is that you drive the new Ford V8 before you buy. I want to thank you all for the nice letters you've been sending in. Appreciate that. Now we get along with the sociable. That's the Pine Ridge String Band over there playing. And all right, Cap, turn the boys loose. Let them go. Everybody, quiet. Taking up a lot of time with that hand slapping.
Hey, say, Lum, look down there on the second row. There sits them Swiss shoulders.
Well, I sworn to goodness, I didn't know he was here. Let's make them get up here on the platform.
Sure, they tried to slip in, not let us see them. Make them come
all
up
right,
here.
boys, get on up here. We want a tune out of you. All right, go ahead,
Hey, doggies, you know, I used to sing just like them Swiss shoulders does when I was just a kid or a boy growing up.
You never sung that way. Never heard you yodel in my life.
Well, I did when I was about 14-year-old. My voice was changing. I sang.
That's the way they sing over in Switzerland. You take them foreign countries, they all sing different. You take down in Africa, they got queer customs. Now, down there, when them folks gets mad, they take a stick and start beating on the ground with it.
Start beating on the ground?
Yeah, when they're right mad.
Why, they don't want to do that in Africa. As I was going in the county seat the other day, I seen some fellas on the golf course up there doing the same thing, just a whamming the ground.
Well,
these here folks here, these big stars down here, they just walk on their hind legs like us folks does.
why, sure they do.
Just human beings.
Why, sure. Now, let's see, folks, we got a sort of surprise for you tonight. Stopping over here at the Summer Resort Hotel is Larry Adler. He's the one that played in Flying Colors, and he's going to play on the mouth organ that same number he played in.
He's going to play in Pine Ridge tonight, though.
Yeah, but he's going to play on the mouth organ. He's what is known as the jazz of the mouth organ. Go ahead.
Hi, Larry.
Quiet, folks, quiet now. We got to
Be quiet. Hey, Lum, I don't know what you're aiming on having next, but I seen George Hartsick out there a while ago, and he said if you want him to sing, you do it right away. He had to go back down. You know, he's night watching down here at the lumber company now. He's got to get back to work.
Well, we just have George sing his song now. George, if you're ready, go ahead. Pine Ridge String Band. All right, folks, George Hartsick.
Forgive me all and the weather bright diamond sun flows leisurely down the stream. With a graceful white swan goes gliding along like a maid in a heavenly dream. Then I would not exchange my home on the range with a deer and the antelope gray. When Helen is heard of discouraging wood, and the skies are not a cloudy or where the deer and the antelope gray, where Helen is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not a cloudy or gray.
I told you, Lum, that was fine, wasn't it? You know, sir, I've been feeling all day like this was Friday, Lum.
Like it's Friday.
Yeah.
Or it is Friday.
It is. Well, maybe that's the reason I've been feeling that way.
Well, folks, 2 men and a maid is here now from the county seat. I know we all enjoy hearing them. Sort of favorites around here now. All right, the 2 men and a maid's going to sing first.
Only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. Her beauty was told for an old man's home. She's a bird in a gilded cage. Some folks like music like that, it is true, but music like that's not for us. We like music modern, some fast and some slow, and this is the way that we think it should go. She's just a bird in a gilded cage, a great mistake in her life she's made. For happiness she told when she married him for gold. Woe-de-woe-de-woe. Though she lives in a mansion grand, though there's wealth at her command, she isn't very happy with the rumble sugar pappy. Woe-de-woe-de-woe. She would like to make some hot chance, she'd like to go and watch good hidey-hidey-hidey-ho. She would love to have the chance to make some whoopee at a dance where the music of the band makes her feel low-de-go. She's in the money, she's in the money. She's got a lot of what it takes to get along. She's in the money, she's in the money. But with all her gold, she's not happy with gold. She's a bird in a gilded cage.
Hey, Lum. Hey, Lum, come up here. Well, come here. What's next on the program? Hey, Lum, who's that you talking to back there?
She's right small of a looker,
Don't
ain't
think
she?
she's got anything skin out?
Well, just a minute, I got a
You
big
better
surprise
watch
for her.
now. Evelina will get you.
Wait just a minute, I got her now. Folks, that's a good-looking girl I was just talking to. They're stopping over here at the Summer Resort Hotel, and I was surprised to know that's Miss Frances Langford. Granny, mighty proud to have a 60 person is out in the community here in Pine Ridge. She's on her way out to California to make a new moving picture.
Is she a picture actor?
Oh, yeah, that's a moving picture.
Don't think I want to touch it.
Now, Miss Langford has kindly consented to help us out on our little get-up tonight, and we're going to have the hotel orchestra play her accompaniment for her. All right, Miss Langford.
I know a bundle of humanity, charming as can be. Why, I'm really driven to insanity when he speaks to me. He doesn't speak out of courtesy and always so blasé. But I try to overcome his vanity and keep him in good way. I'm young and healthy, and you've got charm. His ability to now together in your arms. I'm young and healthy, and so are you. When the moon is in the sky, just what am I? If I could hate you, I'd keep away. But that ain't my nature, I'm full of wonderful name. I'm young and healthy, so let's go. In my you have to have to be
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for this evening's visit with Lum and Abner, whose everyday experiences are sent to you each evening, except Saturday and Sunday, by your local Ford dealer. You have asked, is the new Ford V8 economical to drive? Tonight, your Ford dealer answers that question. Answers you with the strongest official proof possible to obtain. A certificate of performance given the Ford V8 by the Contest Board of the American Automobile Association. This certificate says, the undersigned certify in the name of the Contest Board, American Automobile Association, that at Washington, D.C., and over the Mount Vernon Memorial Highway, a Ford V8 1933 two-door sedan, motor number 18332-364, of strictly stock class, manufactured by the Ford Motor Company and driven by Contest Board personnel, was timed at 182 hours and 50 minutes over the distance of 5,022 and 1/10 miles, an average of 27.468 miles per hour from a standing start on June 20th to the 28th, 1933, establishing an average of 22.532 miles per gallon of gasoline. Total oil used, 1.578 gallons, an average of 3,182.5 miles per gallon. Total gasoline used, 222.89 gallons, an average of 22.532 miles per gallon. Water added, none. Signed, Chester S. Ricker, official representative, E.V. Rickenbacker, chairman of the board, P.W. Lewis, technical representative, and V.E. Allen, the secretary. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. Well, when we left our old friends down at Pine Ridge last Thursday, the elephant had pulled the door off the jailhouse and released the old lion on the terrified community. Lum and Abner have been trying their best to capture the lion ever since, but so far have not succeeded. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner back at the garage, preparing for another trip into the mountains in search of the nuisance that is causing such a disturbance. Lum has just arrived on the scene. Listen.
Abner, what in the name of common sense are you up to now?
Well, I'm getting things all ready to go on that lion hunt tonight, Lum.
Well, you're not aiming on taking this elephant, are you?
Why, sure.
Who ever heard of hunting lions with an elephant?
Well, now, that's what that book says.
What book?
Why, that one right there. Dick Huddleston gave it to me to read. Tells all about lion hunting.
I see it. Now, what we better do is get some dogs to hunt that lion with.
No, according to that book there, Lum, they don't use dogs.
Big game hunting in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care what they say in here. I know in reason they don't use elephants to hunt lions with. They can't even bark. How would you know when they struck the trail?
Well, how do you know if they don't bark on trail?
Well, did you ever see an elephant a-barking?
Why, no, I never, but I never seen one on trail, neither.
Well, you can't make no hunting dog out of an elephant, I can tell you that right now. Now, wouldn't that elephant there look fine running a rabbit across the field or sitting under a tree barking at a little squirrel?
Well, now, I don't think they hunt like dogs does, Lum. Look there now where I got the page turned down. Show the picture of them hunting lions in Africa right in that book.
Where?
Why, right there, right in there, Ted.
Well, they're just riding elephants there.
Huh?
The elephants ain't a-hunting the lions. You see, they have beaters that go on ahead and run the lions by, and these fellers here just captures them.
Yeah, well, now, I figured on me and you riding baby here like they're doing in that picture there, Lum.
Well, now, you can ride up there if you want to, but I ain't going to try to ride no elephant's back. You see, these hunters in this picture has got a seat up there, see there?
Yeah, well, now, you just wait now. Me and Cedric's got a scheme worked out where there'll be room for all of us up there on his back.
Whereabouts is Cedric at?
Oh, I sent him over the house for some stuff a while ago. I'm trying to get baby all rigged up so that we can strike out right after supper tonight.
Abner, I wish you'd quit calling that elephant baby.
Well, I got to call him something. That's the only name we got for him.
Well, just call him Elephant till after the contest is over, then we'll have a regular name for him.
Yeah, I thought some of them names that's already been sent in would be all right, huh?
Oh, yeah, there's some good names suggested, all right, but we don't want to do no deciding until we close the contest. Then we'll let the committee pick one out.
Yeah. Well, have you made the announcement about the contest over the party line yet?
No, I'll attend to that again. I'll go back to the office.
As you know, I was just looking at baby, elephant a while ago, Lum. I believe he's deformed.
Deformed?
Yes, sir, now just look at him there. He looks like he ain't big enough for himself, don't he?
Ain't big enough for himself?
No.
What you talking about?
Well, his skin don't fit him very good. It's way yonder too big for him.
Oh, well, he just ain't growed to it yet. He ain't more than half growed, you know.
You know, well, what do they do? Just give him a skin that's big enough for a growed elephant and let him grow to it?
I don't know, Abner. This is the first experience I've ever had with an elephant. They just ain't built for style. They run more for comfort.
Yeah. Well, there ain't much shape to 'em, I'll say that. Now, just look at them legs. They just might lie straight up and down.
Yeah.
Looks like his legs just run down the ground and stops all of a sudden like he's bogged up in the mud or something, don't he?
Yeah, they're funny built critters. I'd hate to... Wait a minute. Yonder comes Dick Huddleston driving up in front.
Yeah,
I'll have to get back in the office. Dan went out to deliver a new car a while ago.
Well, you just go ahead and talk to Dick, Lum. I'll finish up getting ready for this line, huh?
Well, we'll try your way one more time, Abner, but if we don't catch this line tonight, we'll get some dogs and trail him down.
I know we will catch him tonight, all right. Just wait till you see what old me and Cedric's got rigged up. This book here has learned me all about line hunting.
Well, you needn't count on me riding that elephant. I'll tell you that right now. Well, howdy, Dick. How are you today?
Well, howdy, Lum. Wife said you telephoned you want to see me about something.
Yeah, I'm glad you come over, Dick. Come on in the office. I'll explain it to you.
What's Abner doing back there?
Oh, he's rigging up the elephant, getting ready to go hunt that lion again tonight.
Haven't located him yet, huh?
No, we can find plenty of places where he's been, but we can't seem to find where he's at. Go ahead in.
Well, thanks, Lum. I've been hearing a lot of complaints about that lion, too.
Yeah, and so have we. Granny, we're trying our best to locate him.
Well, he's got the whole community scared to death. They're just afraid to go out after dark, afraid he'll jump out of the bushes after him or something.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't bother nobody. Couldn't hurt him if he wanted to. He ain't got a tooth in his head. Sit down, sit down.
Yeah, thanks, Lum. Well, I know, of course, he ain't got no teeth, but it's just the idea of a lion being turned loose in the community is what's scaring him. When he starts that roaring, why, you can hear him for miles. Believe me now, the folks around here ain't venturing out after night.
Oh, folks has been calling up here making complaints about it, and I told them we was doing all we could to catch him.
Yeah.
There ain't a thing for him to be scared of.
As the sea trunk was telling me that him and his whole family slept in the storm cellar last night.
Well, I do know. Feared of old toothless lion. I slept right in my house. Don't catch me staying all night in no storm cellar. Just locked all the doors and windows and went right on off to sleep. It's a little warm, a little close to all the windows down, but that's a heap better than a storm cellar.
Yeah, you're scared just like all the rest of us.
No, I ain't.
You might as well admit it.
No, sir. I thought sure we'd caught him Saturday night over there on Old Piney Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abner had one of them coal mining lights that they fasten on their caps when they're down in the mines.
Oh, yeah, I was on carbide light.
He had one of them fastened on his hat, trying to shine the lion's eyes like Uncle Henry Lunsford used to hunt deer of a night.
Yeah.
Well, we walked up on this critter the other night, and there's two big eyes a staring.
Was it the lion?
No, but we thought it was.
What was it?
Well, I don't like to say, Dick. We couldn't tell, of course. All we could see was the eyes till we got right up on
Well,
it.
what was it, Lum?
You won't josh us about it, will you?
No, of course not. What was it?
Well, sir, it was that wild steer, Luther Phillips. When Abner shined that light in his eyes, he taken in after us and put us up a tree, and I granted we had to stay there till daylight Sunday morning.
Well, that ain't no way to hunt lions anyway, Lum.
I found that.
Shine them with the light that way. I gave Abner a book on how to hunt big game in Africa.
Yeah, I know.
Get some pointers out of that'll help you catch it.
Yeah, I think you just done that to have some fun out of Abner.
Why, no, it's a good book.
I granted he's got it in his head now. He's a big game hunter. Getting that poor elephant all rigged up for a big lion hunt tonight.
I do know. Say, what was it you wanted to see me about, Lum? I've got to get on back to work.
Oh, me and Abner is putting on a sort of a contest to get a name for the elephant, and
Well, where'd you get the idea to put on a contest?
Well, you know when I telephoned Sister Simpson the other day down there at your store to see if she could think up a good name for the elephant?
Yeah, I remember now, yeah.
Well, there must have been a lot of folks listening in on the party line, for we've got a whole batch of letters here, names, different ones they sent in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what give us the idea to turn it into a regular contest and give a prize for the best name sent in.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a prize you ain't gonna give him?
Why, me and Abner decided to give the person that sends in the best name for the elephant a new Ford radio for their car.
Well, say, that's a nice prize, all right.
Yeah.
But suppose that somebody wins it, Lum, doesn't have a Ford.
Well, these Ford radios will fit any car in.
Oh, they will?
Sure.
Well, that's all right, then. Find out where do I come in on?
Well, we wanted you and Grandpappy Spears and Doc Cook to be the judges to pick out the best name for the elephant.
Oh, no, now, Lum, I'd rather not get
No,
in
now, there ain't no way out of this, Dick. I ain't asking you. I'm just telling you. You're one of the committee.
Well,
Me and Abner or Dan Davis can't do it on account of being connected with the garage here, you know.
no. Well, if you've done decided it, Lum, well, I guess I'll have to serve.
Well, I've done decided it all right. I'll call up the folks on the party line and tell them about the contest.
Yeah, I'm just afraid you're getting me in for a lot of work, Lum. That's what you're doing. Now, don't tell the folks on the party line that I'm one of the judges.
No, I ain't. Wait a minute. Everybody's listening in now. Howdy, everybody. This is the Pine Ridge Motor Company broadcasting over the Party Line Networks. Lum Edwards, president, and left vice president doing the talking. I got an extra special announcement to make today. You folks all know the elephant that Abner traded for a few days ago. Well, we're trying to find a good name for him, so we're going to give a new Ford radio to the person who sends in the name the judges select as the best. Just mail them to Lum and Abner, and we'll get them. Now, this contest will run till Thursday of this week, so better get busy and send us in a name. I reckon that's all
Hey,
for
Lum,
today.
what in the world's that out in front there? Looks like Abner coming up out there.
Well, wait just a minute. Goodbye, everybody. Well, for the great I am.
Oh, what's that on that elephant there?
I don't know. That's some of Abner's doing.
Hey, Lum,
Come on
come
out,
out
let's
there, you dick. Come out there a minute.
Abner, what in the name? What's that business you got up on that elephant's back?
I know that this is what they call a hoodoo in that book, Lum. That's what we're going to ride in.
Why, it looks like a body off an old used car.
That's what it is. I know that this will make a fine passenger out of it. Where most of them just got a box up there, we've got a regular Sudan.
If that elephant don't look fine, that body off that used car up on him there, Abner.
Where in the world did you get that outfit you got on there? Undoubtedly, you don't aim
Hey,
to
this
wear
is
a
a big
get-up.
game hunter's outfit, Lum.
Why, you've got enough junk there to start a second-hand
What's
store.
that, a dishpan upside down there that you're wearing for a hat, Abner?
Look at them short pants and them boots. Now, if you don't look a sight...
Look at the guns we've got here, Lum. Me and you's going to ride up here in the front seat, and Cedric's going to beat the line out of the brush. I know that we'll show them how big game hunting ought to be did.
Granny's Dick, I knowed it was a mistake to ever give that book on how to hunt big game to Abner. He ain't got a lick of it.
Well, anyway, don't forget if you have a name to suggest for the elephant, send it to Lum and Abner in care of your station. You may be the winner of that Ford radio. Know the facts before you buy a car, and you'll buy a Ford V8. For instance, the all-steel, electrically welded body versus the body of wood and steel. Fact number 1, steel doesn't need wood for strength or protection. 2, the steel and wood body is not much stronger structurally than its wooden frame. 3, under extreme stress or shock, the steel body remains intact. Dented perhaps, but not crushed. 4, it is more expensive to make an all-steel body than to make a wooden frame and then nail steel panels on it. Until experience proved it unwise, Ford mixed wood and steel in bodies and wheels. It was the best way then, but the state of the art has advanced. No one argues now that the electrically welded one-piece wheel, such as the Ford wheel, needs to be strengthened by adding wood to it. Know the facts before you buy a car. All the facts. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. In closing, we want to remind you to listen for the special announcement to be given during the old-time sociable Friday night. Lum and Abner will tell you about a very interesting contest in which they will give away a new Ford V8 every Friday night, and everyone is invited to take part. Gene Hamilton, speaking for your local Ford dealer, who invites you to follow the experiences of Lum and Abner tomorrow evening at this same time.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, when you go downtown shopping, or when motoring or hunting, take a flask of Horlicks malted milk tablets along with you. There's nothing like them for helping ward off fatigue or hunger. When you begin to feel tired or feel hungry, just dissolve a few of these delicious tablets in your mouth. They'll nourish you while you work, keep you going at top speed when you aren't able to eat on time. Children love Horlicks malted milk tablets. They can easily carry a supply to school with them. You can get Horlicks malted milk tablets, in either natural or chocolate flavor. Either in the small, conveniently carried 10-cent size class, or in larger sizes. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, yesterday, a Mr. Carter, representing the Southwest Oil Company, arrived in Pine Ridge to negotiate for the oil well that Lum and Abner recently drilled. He seemed very much interested in buying their holdings. And as we left them last night, Mr. Carter and Lum were in conference over the matter. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Lum and Abner down at their newly completed office. Evidently, an agreement has been reached, but the deal hasn't been closed. Listen.
And now, what is it that he's going to give us besides that $3,000, Lum?
Royalty.
You mean he's going to make a king out of you?
No, royalty in the oil business, Abner, means that we'll get so much on every barrel of oil they get off of that land over there.
Uh-huh.
We get $3,000 cash money and 10 cents on every barrel that's sold.
Yeah, well, I'd have heaped rather, Lum. We just sold a whole shebang for cash to start with and get out of the oil business.
Well, we'll be out of it. We won't have a thing to do with it. Won't have no say-so or nothing. All we got to do is sit back and get a check from them every month or whatever is coming to us without even turning a hand.
Well, now, how much we going to get every month, though?
Well, that depends on how much oil they get.
Yeah.
They're going to clean the well we dug out good and put casings and stuff.
Put what in it?
Casings.
You mean automobile casing? Cars?
No. I don't know what it is, but that's what he said. I know it ain't automobile casing, though.
Yeah.
Says he believes it'll run 2,000 or 3,000 barrels a day then.
Well, how much will that come to for us?
Well, if it runs 2,000 barrels a day, and he says it'll do that easy, that'll be $200 a day we'll make out of it.
$200 a day?
That's what he says. And on top of that, they're going to drill some more wells over there. They're just going to drill all over that 5 acres. We'll get 10 cents on every barrel that's pumped out of there regardless.
Doggy, that does sound pretty good, don't it?
It sounded awful good to me. If they drill 5 more wells over there, say, and they're as big as that we got over there now,
Yeah.
that'll be $1,200 a day we'll get out of it.
$1,200.
$400 apiece for me and you and Grandpapa. Done figured that up.
For the land's sake.
And we don't even have to be here. We can go off and vacate ourselves, go anywhere.
Yeah.
Just let them know where to send a check to, and it'll come every month. That's what I call making your brain work for you.
Yeah, well, now, that's sounding better, all right.
Yeah.
When you said that all the cash we got out of it was $3,000, well, I thought you'd let him give you a skinning.
Me?
Yeah.
Don't you ever worry about nobody giving me a skinning.
I bet old Grandpapa be tickled. He didn't much want to sign that agreement yesterday giving you full authority to sell the company.
No, I can tell that.
No, he didn't.
But that feller Carter said that's the only way he'd do business.
Yeah.
He told me he's just working for the Southwest Oil Company. He don't own none of it.
You don't, huh?
No. He's just representing the president. That's what I ought to get, somebody to represent. Oh, that's right, I ain't president or nothing now.
No.
I'm a retard capital.
Well, I don't know what I am, but I'm through working, I know that. I've hit my last tap.
Oh, yeah. I don't aim to ever turn another hand long as I live.
No.
No. You see that piece of paper there on the floor, Abner?
Yeah?
I wouldn't even put myself to the bother of bending over and picking that thing up for $10. That's just how dependent I am.
I wouldn't pick it up for $100.
That's right. No, I wouldn't.
What is it?
Oh, just a scrap of paper somewhere. No, that's that paper I was figuring how much money we're going to make on. Yeah, I'll show that to you. Look here. Just want to show you. If they drill 100 wells over there, I've got it up to 1,000, but if they drill 100 wells over there and get 2,000 barrels out of every one of them, that's 200,000 barrels, and we get 10 cents a barrel.
For the land thing.
And that cup... No, I never finished that. Oh, that's too much bother anyhow. Have a cigar, Abner. We can smoke these things all we want to.
Yeah, Lord, we can take life easy now, huh? Just sit around and eat and sleep.
Yeah.
Look, that reminds me, too. I'm going to hire somebody to do the cooking over at the place while Elizabeth is gone. I'm just about half-starved myself to death here lately, trying to cook my own grub and eat it.
I ain't going to hire no cook. I'm going to start eating down at the hotel.
At the hotel?
Yeah.
Don't that I'm just a good mind to do that with you, Lum. Now we might start eating over at Sister Simpson's. I believe she sets a better board.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I never thought about that. Evelina eats there, too.
Yeah, well, now, that will be nice for you. You just sit there and eat and spark Evelina.
Yeah, why didn't I think about that before?
Yeah.
And I believe I'll just call Sister Simpson up and tell her we'll be over there for supper.
Yeah, that's the time. Just telephone her up. Tell her to have some fried chicken, and hot biscuits, and black-eyed peas, gravy, and mashed potatoes.
I'll fix this up.
Look, I'm hungry.
Hello?
I could eat my own. I don't know
Sister
how much
Simpson?
I could eat.
This is Lum Edwards. Yes, Mom. What are you going to have for supper tonight?
As to what kind of pie she's going to have, Mom, I do love
Well,
pie.
it is some of my business. I ain't getting inquisitive. Me and Abner sort of thinking about coming over and eating with you tonight.
Yeah, think about it. I'm coming. I'll be there.
Yes, Mom.
Eat around
So we
the
aim to
house.
pay for it. Spare ribs and backbone and fish, huh?
Hey, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, me and Abner is coming over there to eat tonight, then.
Yeah.
Yes, Mom.
Tell her to have lots of it.
And Sister Simpson, I just wonder if you couldn't sort of put me and Abner and Evelina over to the table by ourselves.
Listen, I say I want to get close to Evelina.
Yes, Mom. One of them big tables if you still got some of them.
Stack it high. Put sideboards on it.
All right. Yes, Mom, I know. 6 o'clock. Yes, Mom. All right. Goodbye.
And you never asked her what she charges, Lum.
I don't care what she charges. I'll get my money's worth. Hungry as I am now.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about expenses now, no way.
Oh, no, Lord. I don't care if she charges 50 cents. I feel like celebrating.
Yeah. I might take Evelina into the county seat to a picture show tonight, too.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Wait till she hears about this deal.
Somebody at the door there, Lum.
Yeah. More likely Mr. Carter's back with them papers.
Yeah.
Come in, come in.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Well, come in, Dick.
Yeah. I just run over to see if you'd made a deal with that fellow on the oil well here.
Well, we made a deal, Dick, but we ain't closed it yet.
Oh, Lum made a deal with him to where none of us will ever have to do another day's work.
Yeah, sure did. I got us $3,000 in cash and a royalty of 10 cents a barrel on all the oil they get out of the ground over there.
And they're going to drill 100 more wells.
Well, we don't know just how many they're going to drill at. How does that sound, Dick?
Well, all right, Lum. I don't know but you made a good deal. Of course, it'll depend on how much oil you get out of that well.
Yeah. Well, he says he believes when they get the well cleaned out good, it'll run at least 2,000 barrels a day.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There must be a lot of it there. You wouldn't have struck it that close to the top of the ground.
Well, that's what I figured.
Yes, sir. Don't know what you made a good deal, Lum. What's holding it up? You said you hadn't closed it yet.
Oh, I've got the deed all made out to them, laying right here, but I want them to sign a paper relieving us of any responsibilities in the company.
Yeah.
Sort of like that when Squire Skimp made us sign when we bought that land off of him a while back.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Fact is, I copied it right off of that and Squire got us to sign. You seen it. We agreed to assume all the debts and obligations heretofore and hereinafter made by the Pine Ridge Oil Company and stuff like that.
You mean that they're going to pay for all those barrels and the drilling of the well and all that?
No, we'll have to pay for that, but if anything comes up later that we don't know about now, they can't hold us responsibility to.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea, Lum. That's good business. When's he going to know about it?
Well, he said he'd have to get authority before he could make a deal like that. I reckon he had to telephone the Southwest Oil Company about it.
Yeah, I see. Well, you fellas are mighty lucky, and I'm glad for you, too.
Well, thank you, Dick. I just wished you'd have been in with us on it. Love to see you get rich, too.
Well, I'm sorry now I didn't go in with you when you fellas gave me a chance, Lum, but I can't blame anybody but myself. But now, if this boom keeps on, well, I'm making pretty good money down there at my store now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, we'll do our trading down there from here out, Dick. Won't argue about the price, neither.
Wait a minute. Somebody at the door. Come in. Well, back already.
Yeah, come in, Mr. Carter.
Yes, I think we're all ready to close the deal now, gentlemen.
Mr. Carter, shake hands with Dick Huddleston.
How do you do, Mr. Huddleston? Glad to know you.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Carter. Well, you gentlemen won't talk business. I'll get on out of here.
No, that's all right, Dick. Deal's all made.
Well,
now.
I've got to get back to the store anyway, Lum. I'll see you after a while.
All right, Dick.
Yeah, here, sit down, Mr. Carter. Take my chair.
Thank you. You say that was all right with them to sign the agreement?
Yeah.
Yes, no trouble at all. And if you have the deed ready, I'm ready to turn the draft over to you now.
Well, give it time, Tom.
Yeah, here's the deed all made out. That's yours.
Yeah.
Now, here's the royalty contract where we agree to pay you gentlemen 10 cents on every barrel of oil produced on that particular 5 acres.
Yeah.
And here's the draft for $3,000.
That's what I want to see.
Now, that agreement relieving us of any responsibility. Yes, here it is, all signed by the president of our company.
Fine.
Now, Granny's, how'd you get it signed so quick?
Yeah.
Well, the president of our company lives right here in Pine Ridge.
Why, I thought the Southwest Oil Company was in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
No, I'm from Tulsa, but the company's here in Pine Ridge. Mr. M.K. Skimp is our president. Maybe you gentlemen know him.
M.K. Skimp.
Well, I'll be dead blamed. That's Squire Skimp.
Well, what do you know about that? If Squire Skimp can't get a thing one way, he will another.
And now, folks, let's pay a short visit to the Barker home. As we look in on the scene, we find Mrs. Barker at the telephone talking to her husband.
Jim, I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but I've got some great news for you. Your dad and mother are in town. Yes, they are. Came in unexpectedly this morning. Your dad's on his way up to the house now. He'll be here any minute. Isn't it grand? They may go back tonight, but they'll be here for dinner. There's the front doorbell. That's probably Dad now. Hurry home tonight, won't you, dear? Goodbye. Hello, Dad. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Not half as glad as I am to see you. How are you?
Just fine. Here, let me take your things.
Oh, just lay them on the chair. Did I surprise you?
You certainly did. What are you two doing up in this part of the country?
Oh, well, I had to come up on business. Thought I'd drop in and pay you and Jim a visit. Am I welcome?
You bet you are. This is a real treat.
How's that fine baby granddaughter of mine?
Oh, just splendid. I was quite worried for a time, you know. Her food didn't seem to agree with her at all. But when I called in our family doctor, and he recommended Horlicks malted milk, and from the very first feeding, the baby started to gain, and our problem was solved.
You did just the right thing, my dear. Do you know we've always felt that it's Horlicks that saved your husband's life when he was a baby? He'd been losing weight steadily, and finally was so thin, we feared we were going to lose him. Then our doctor recommended that we try a weak solution of Horlicks malted milk. Say, we were happy beyond words when we found that little boy began to perk up at once. It wasn't long then until we had a normal, healthy baby again. No wonder that I feel you're giving your little girl a good start in following her daddy's example.
And, folks, there are thousands of families who have had similar experiences with Horlicks malted milk. Horlicks is a wonderfully nourishing infant food, and the easy digestibility of Horlicks makes it a food that delicate and tiny stomachs can easily handle. For youngsters, too, Horlicks is a great food drink. It will help your children to develop sturdy, healthy bodies, sound bones, and good teeth. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. We'll be with you all again Monday night at this same time. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Because it is so nourishing and energy-giving, and because it is so easy to digest, a glass of Horlicks malted milk is a fine noonday luncheon. Delicious and refreshing, Horlicks at noon will keep you alert later. It won't leave you feeling drowsy as a heavy meal so often does. And here's another thing about the Horlicks luncheon. It doesn't have the excess of calories that a heavy meal has. That's why it's such a fine weight control lunch for overweight people. You can make a glass full of Horlicks quickly and easily, either at home or at your work. Mixed with water alone, Horlicks is an easily digested, energy-giving drink. Use sufficient of the powder and mix well to bring out the delicious flavor and aroma. You needn't add any flavoring or any raw milk unless you desire it. Try the Horlick luncheon tomorrow noon. You can get Horlicks, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, the Pine Ridge Oil Company is no more. Lum and Abner and Grandpappy Spears sold their holdings to the Southwest Oil Company for $3,000 cash and a royalty of 10 cents per barrel on all the oil produced on the property. Well, after the deal was completed, they found that they had been the victims of another of Squire Skimp's schemes, as the Squire himself is the president of the Southwest Oil Company. And the Mr. Carter, with whom they were dealing, was only one of his henchmen. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, Squire Skimp has already taken full charge of the oil business. And so we find Lum and Abner over at Lum's house explaining the transaction to their old friend, Dick Huddleston. Listen.
No, I don't believe there's any way for you to make him trade back. You've already delivered the deed to him.
Yeah, but we give him the deed before we found out Squire was the president of the company.
Yeah, we thought the Southwest Oil Company was an outfit in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know, that telegram we got saying for us not to sell our property till a representative got you, that was from Tulsa.
Oh, yeah, this feller Carter's had come down here and made the deal with us. He's from Tulsa, all
Yeah,
right.
that's it.
Squire just hired him to come out here and make the deal because he knowed we wouldn't sell it to him.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't worry about it, fellas. Doesn't make any difference who owns it. You got the $3,000 that he paid you in cash, and if you get your 10 cents a barrel royalty, why, you'll make just as much out of it this way as you would if you'd sold it to anybody else.
Yeah, if we get the royalty.
Yeah.
That's what I'm feared of, was Squire Skimp handling it. I wouldn't trust that fella no further than I can tote a fine.
Man, we'll just have to sit over there by the oil well, and every time they haul a barrel of oil off the place, just put it down on a little book.
Yeah, we can keep up with it that way, all right.
Well, the thing to do is just have an auditor go in there once a month.
Yeah, I could do that. Have a who go in there once a month?
An auditor?
What's that?
What's that? Ain't you never rode on a train, Abner?
You don't mean to say you're going to run a train in there once a month?
Oh, Abner, an auditor, only we ain't going to run him in there.
Yeah, a fella goes in there and audits the books once a month, Abner.
Yeah, a fella goes in there and audits the books once a month, Abner. Yeah.
Sees that they're keeping things right.
Yeah, sees that they're keeping things right. Tells them they ought to do this and they ought to do that. An auditor. That's a good idea. I'm glad I thought of that. That's a heap better than having to sit over and count every barrel that they haul. I've been wondering how I could vacate myself and sit over there and count them barrels at the same time.
Well, now, if you just want to lay around and rest, why, you could get yourself a hammock and just sort of lay over and rest and count barrels too, huh?
Yeah, and I'd about get to counting them barrels and count myself right off to sleep. Like counting sheep. Yeah, Squire'd have 400 or 500 barrels slip by me before I knowed it.
Yeah. Well, of course, you could hire somebody to keep you awake.
Well, me, if I was going to hire somebody to keep me awake, might as well have them count the barrels.
Yeah. Well, sure, that's the thing to do. Yeah, just let them count the barrels, and then you can lay there in a hammock and sleep all day. Vacate yourself.
Yeah, that'd be a fine vacation. It'd be a lot of fun. Lay out in a hammock all day by a oil well right here in the dead of winter and try to sleep.
Well, of course, everybody to their own notion. I know I wouldn't enjoy it, but if you want to do it, well, it ain't no business of mine. But I'll tell you now, Lum, I'd be awful careful about who you get to count them barrels. First thing you know, he'll about count himself off to sleep, too.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Of course, you could hire somebody to keep him awake, but if you start that, there just ain't no stopping place. He'd have to get somebody to keep him awake, and then he'd have to get somebody to keep
Abner,
him
don't
awake.
worry about it. Dick just said we wouldn't have to count them ourselves. We'll get a, what'd you call them things, Dick?
Train.
Auditors, Abner.
Oh, well, I know there's train in there someplace.
Abner, auditors works on trains. You saw them going up and down the aisles, got their names wrote right on them, up there on their caps.
Oh, you mean the fella that runs the store there on the train?
Does what, Abner?
Runs the store, sells soda pop and peanuts and apples and postcards and all that stuff.
News butchers is what he means, Dick. Come on, Ab. Auditors tells the engineer what he ought to do and what he ought not to do. Tells him when to stop and stuff like that.
Well, kind of an auditor I'm talking about, though, is an accountant, Lum. Expert accountant, bookkeeper.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Well, which?
Which what?
which one of them are we going to get?
I believe we better have the bookkeeper, Dick. That way I can help him. Well, it'll cost you a little something, but it'll be money well spent, especially with Squire Skimp in there. If they drill some more wells over there, like you say, well, you fellas have a nice income off that property.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Abner and Grandpap is dependent for the rest of our lives, you might say.
Yeah.
I'd have just druthered it'd have been somebody else besides Squire Skimp we were going to have to deal with. That is, if I was having my druthers.
Oh, well, if you keep a close watch on him, Lum, it'll turn out all right. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, what makes me so dad blame mad letting him put it over on us that way? Looks like every way we turn, we get mixed up with Squire Skimp in spite of all we can do.
Yeah, I'm sure glad we made them sign that agreement saying they'd resume all their responsibilities of the company. If he bankrupts the thing or something like that, I don't want him coming back to us for part of the money.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you had him sign that all right.
And yonder comes Grandpap up out there now, Lum, just coming through the gate.
Yeah, well, we can go ahead with the meeting now.
Well, you fellas be wanting to talk business. I better get on back over
Don't rush off, Dick. We ain't going to talk no secrets.
No.
I just thought we better have a meeting of the stockholders and figure out how much we owe and then divide the rest of the $3,000 up quick, dude.
Yeah, I'm anxious to get my part of that, too. Send for Elizabeth and Pearl. They've been so hard pushed for cash, I just had to leave them down there in Texas visiting their relays till we could get some money out of this oil well.
I bet you're getting pretty lonesome for him, too, aren't you, Abner?
Oh, my, yes. I just been going around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Well, you fellas now going to have a lot of time to loaf now. You sold your oil well and everything. Why, come down there in the store and see me.
Come in, Grandpap. Yeah, howdy, man. Howdy.
Well, hello, Grandpap.
Yeah, how you, Richard?
Well, all right, fine. Lum and Abner just tell me about the deal he made.
Yeah, pretty good trade Lum made, I think.
Yeah, sure was. Well, I'll see you fellas later then.
Yeah. So long.
Sit down, Grandpap.
Yeah. Scat, get out of there.
Yeah, let Grandpap have the chair there, Geraldine. You better get on back there and see them kittens of yours. They'll be getting lonesome for you. Now, come down. There's a saucer of milk sitting under the safe back there in the kitchen for you.
Swan Lum, you talk to that cat just like she was a human.
Oh, she's smart as most humans. Understands anything I tell her. Well, we better get the meeting started, I reckon.
Yeah, let's get it over with. I never seen no use to have a meeting no way. Why, of course not.
Well, meeting is called to order then. Secretary will read the minutes of the
Now,
last...
Lum, let's don't get into all that stuff. Let's get the meeting over with.
All right. Well, we got to have a treasury report.
Who is the treasurer?
That's right. Well, we got all the bills here. I can read them.
Yeah, go ahead. How much do they come to, Lum? What do they all amount to then?
Well, I ain't figured them up yet. Grandpap, take that pencil and paper there and set these figures down when I call them out. We got to add them up.
All right, let's have them now.
Well, first I think we ought to stand and give a rising vote of thanks to the chairman of the board for making such an uncommonly good deal for us.
Oh, Lum, we'll be here all night to start that kind of stuff. Let's get that money divided up.
Well, Abner, we can't just jump right out in the middle of it. Swan, I never seen a feller as missionary over money as you are in my life. Money ain't everything, you know.
Yeah, maybe not, but it comes mighty close to being, I'll say that.
All right, I'll stand up and give a rising vote of thanks myself. The harpstrings of memory strikes a tender chord as I stand
now, Lum,
here
if you don't
before
shut that up, now me and Grandpap both is going to get right up and walk right out of here right now.
All right. You don't want things run the way they ought to be. We'll just illuminate that part of it.
Well, let's get started.
Here's the figures, Grandpap. You put them down.
We stole day here over nothing.
Lumber for building the office and derrick on the oil well, $373. And while I'm on my feet, I might mention that I happen to know that the chairman of the board talked Walter Bates down $5 on that bill.
And doggy the body'd never know it. It don't sound like it'd been cut down none.
Quit interrupting, Abner.
Yeah, let Lum get done. Go ahead.
Caleb Wee Hunt for drilling the well, $50.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's worked every day since then. Fact is, he's worked night and day. His time runs to $96.
Uh-huh.
And Cedric's time amounts to $34.
Too much for Cedric.
Here's a bill for all the barrels that we bought in there at the county seat.
Yeah, let's put the oil in over
At
there.
the hardware company. 456 barrels at $3.70 apiece. Comes to $1,687.20.
For the land's sake.
Well, Abner, we had to have them.
I don't care. It's too much money.
Furniture for their new office, $265.
That's all for you, too.
I aim to take that back after we sold out, but Squire claims it went with the deal.
Why, of course he would. Yeah, depend on him.
Now, here's a bill from Dick Huddleston for $40. That's for
$40?
Well, that's for that wire to fence off the ground over there, keep folks away from the well.
Oh, yeah, that's money well spent.
And here's Caleb turned in a statement of the labor charges over there for the crew. And he says they're getting impatient wanting their money, too.
That's all right.
The whole thing amounts to $492.80.
Yeah.
That's all of it. Add that up, Grandpap. I think that covers everything. We can all three go into the bank tomorrow and cash this check and pay off these bills and then divide what's left up 3 ways quick.
Yeah, that's the thing to do. And then I can go right straight to the post office and send Elizabeth a money order and get her and Pearl back home.
Well, man, that totals $3,030.
3,000? Huh?
Wait a minute. Let me look at that. According to that, we owe $10 apiece. Undoubtedly must be some mistake about that.
Well, so far, it looks like everybody in Pine Ridge has benefited by the discovery of that oil well except the members of the Pine Ridge Oil Company. Mr. and Mrs. Baldwin have spent the evening visiting friends. They're on their way home now. Let's listen to them as they walk along talking.
Did you have a nice time, Tom?
Oh, fine.
The Fishers are lots of fun, aren't they?
You bet, Mrs. Fisher especially. Oh, Bert's kind of a bore, always talking about himself.
Uh-huh. Seems to me you were doing a bit of that yourself tonight.
Who, me? Say, I didn't have a chance. Every time I started, Bert interrupted me.
I think Bert's very interesting, much more so than Martha Fisher.
Bert, interesting? That's funny.
Well, I had a nice time anyway.
Well, I didn't say I didn't have a nice time. I just said that I get kind of tired listening to Bert. You know, Mrs. Fisher's certainly a real hostess. Wasn't that Horlicks delicious? The best malted milk I've ever tasted.
You're not going to give Martha credit for that, are you?
Well, why not? She mixed up that glass of Horlicks, didn't she?
Horlicks is always delicious, no matter who mixes it. I could do every bit as well as Martha Fisher.
Oh, so that's it, huh? You women certainly are a jealous lot.
Nonsense, but I don't want to see Martha Fisher get credit for something that the makers of Horlicks are responsible for.
Well, I'm willing to be convinced, but you'll have to prove it to me, though. I'll tell you what you do. Have a big glass of Horlicks waiting for me when I get home from the office tomorrow, and then I'll let you know if it's as good as that we had at Fisher's tonight. And listen, get a big package of Horlicks. And we'll always have it on hand to serve to folks that we're entertaining. You know, everybody likes Horlicks, and that's a mighty fine late evening drink, because it won't keep you awake later, as so many beverages do.
And there's a mighty good point, folks. One reason why Horlicks is such a wonderful drink to serve in the evening. Far from keeping you awake later, Horlicks before going to bed relaxes and soothes, helps you to fall asleep easily and quickly. And Horlicks is such a delicious, refreshing drink. As Tom Baldwin said, everybody loves Horlicks malted milk. You can get Horlicks, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. The rich, full flavor of Horlicks malted milk is one that you will never grow tired of. Horlicks is always a delicious drink, always refreshing and invigorating. It's a nourishing and energy-giving drink, too. A fine food drink for both children and adults. Horlicks malted milk, you know, is rich in vitamins and minerals that help children develop healthy, sturdy bodies, sound bones and teeth. Those vitamins and minerals are carefully preserved by Horlick's method of vacuum processing the rich, full cream milk and fine wheat and malted barley used in making Horlick's malted milk. But beware of cheap imitations of Horlick, the original and genuine. Always ask for it by name and refuse to accept a substitute. Horlick's malted milk can be purchased in both natural and chocolate flavors. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, you know Lum and Abner and Grandpappy Spears have sold the Pine Ridge Oil Company's holdings to the Southwest Oil Company for $3,000 in cash and a royalty of 10 cents per barrel on all of the oil produced on the property hereafter. Well, after the deal was completed, they found that Squire Skimp is the president of the new company and that they had been tricked into selling him their interest. They also learned that the $3,000 lacked $30 of paying off all of their indebtedness. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum just entering Abner's house upon his return from the county seat to settle off all their bills. Listen.
Well, come in, Lum. Come in. Did you just get back?
Yeah, let me get here to the fire. I'm about half fresh.
Yeah, it's cold, yeah.
It's cold out today, especially riding in that open car with the mail carrier. I don't see why he don't get himself a suit on.
Did you get the check cashed all right?
Yeah. Deposited in there at the bank. Opened up an account and sat right down there and mailed everybody we owed a check. That's what's taking me so long.
Yeah, well, fine.
Well, we don't owe a soul now.
No.
Ever since we get out of the royalties on the oil now, it'll be velvet.
Yeah. See what?
Velvet, clear profit.
Oh, yeah.
That's a relief to get everybody all paid.
Yeah, there was a fellow over here looking for you about an hour ago, but he weren't looking for you.
He was looking for me, but he weren't looking for me.
Yeah, he thought he was, but he wasn't. He was looking for the head of the oil company. He never knowed we'd sold out.
More likely some big oil man wanting to buy some oil. Well, he's just wasting his time. I'll tell him that. Squire Skimp's done sold all that oil we had in them barrels over there.
Well, he weren't in the oil business. He said he was with the Southern Pipeline Company, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's the oil business, too. I reckon he's wanting to see us about putting a pipeline into this well out here.
Now, what would he want to put a pipeline in there for?
Abner pipelines is what they use to get the oil from the well to the refineries with.
What's a refinery?
Why, they've got to run it through the refinery before they can sell it.
Oh.
See, there ain't a railroad out here they can haul it over, so they run a pipe under the ground from the well to the refinery and just pump it through there.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. I reckon who studied that out?
No, they've been doing that for years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they got pipelines running all over the country.
Well,
I reckon that's what that fellow wanted to see me about. Get me to let them run a pipeline from here to the refinery and sell them our oil.
yeah, well, he never said, and I never asked him. I was busy popping some popcorn here in the fireplace at the time and had to get back to it before it burnt. I just told him that we weren't in the oil business no more. Squire Skimp was the man he wanted to see and just shut the door in his face.
Well, I'm sorry I missed him. I'd love to talk with him, give him my views on the oil business. You say you was popping some popcorn?
Yeah, here, help yourself.
No, I wouldn't care for none of it.
Oh, go ahead, help yourself. I've had all I can hold.
Yeah. Ain't much of a hand for popcorn. Might try a sprinkling of it. That is, if you had all you want.
Yeah, sure, help yourself. I just got so hungry sitting around here today, I had to fix up something to eat.
Well, sir, it's right funny about folks' taste. Some folks likes one thing and some like something else.
Yeah.
Me, I never cared for popcorn. Just weren't turned that way.
Lum, I was just wondering, I reckon, could you sort of, spare me a quarter?
Quarter?
Yeah, 2 bits, yeah. I just about run out of something to cook up over here, and I thought if you could sort of lend me a quarter, why, I just go over to Sister Simpson's and eat supper over there tonight.
Well, I do know.
What's the matter?
Well, it's just sort of funny, that's all.
Funny?
Yeah, that's what I come by here for, to see if you had any change on you.
Well, no, I ain't got a nickel. I'll give you the last cent I had when I paid you that $10 yesterday to take care of what we owed on the oil well.
Well, I never had the $10 myself. I had to take some chickens and eggs into the county seat this morning and sell them to raise my part of it.
Well, now, that's a fine how-to-do, ain't it? 2 richest men in Pine Ridge ain't got enough money to eat on.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry. When them royalties starts coming in off of that oil, well, we'll have more money than we know what to do with.
Yeah, but what we going to do till we get that? I'm hungry.
Well, what about me? I ain't even had no dinner. I was in there at the county seat and never even had enough to go buy a bowl of soup with.
Well,
Hand me that bowl of popcorn there again. Ordinary, I don't care for this stuff, but I see right now a fella can get hungry enough to eat anything.
Doggone, when we do get that money, I'm just going to go someplace and buy me a restaurant and sit down right there at the counter and eat the thing up.
Yeah, I seen a fella in there at the county seat standing right smack in the window cooking pancakes this morning.
Yeah, I saw him.
Flipping them way up in the air and all that stuff. Just showing off. My grannies, I could have div right through that plate glass window and fit him for a stack of them. They oughtn't to let them cook stuff in the windows that way. Folks is hungry and watch them. It's cruel.
Well, you didn't have to stand there. You could have walked off.
If ever I own a restaurant, I'm going to paint the windows black. Ain't no use to make nobody suffer that way.
And I wish we'd quit talking about eating. I'd love to get my mind off of it if I can.
I was just thinking, Abner, Squire Skimp sold that oil over there yesterday. We might could go over there and get him to pay us a royalties on it this afternoon.
Yeah, Squire will do it. He about like him to refuse to let us have it.
There ain't no reason why he oughtn't to. He'll have to pay us anyway the first of the month. But if he knowed we wanted it, he more than likely wouldn't let us have it.
No, that blamed old skinflint be just do him good to see me and you go hungry. Still, if he never knowed we was needing it so bad, why, he might let us have it.
I don't know. I don't believe we can count on getting it there. I don't want to ask no favors off of Squire Skimp. I don't want to get mixed up with him no more than I have to. Money he's owing us, too.
Why, sure, it's our money.
And here he is refusing to let us have it. Why,
I hate him to pieces.
That's friendship for you. As long as we've knowed him, supposed to be friends, and then refusing to pay us when we got what we got coming to us. I'm just a good man.
Wait a minute, Long. Yonder he comes right now. Look out the window there.
Yeah. Swan, he's got a lot of nerve coming over here after pulling a stunt like that. Grannies, I'm going to tell him about it, too. I'm going to jump him the minute he comes in that door, and if I don't tell him...
Wait, hold on now. We ain't even asked him for it yet.
No, that's what I say. The very idea of him refusing to let us have it when we ain't even... Huh?
I say we ain't even asked him to let us have it yet.
Oh, that's right, we ain't. Well, he...
Huh?
Nothing. Just let it go. We just act like nothing ain't happened. Treat him just like we're as good of friends as ever. Don't let him know we're mad.
No. Tell you the truth, I don't know yet what we're so mad about.
Well, you don't aim to sit back and let him treat... That's right. Well, just let it go. Best thing to do is forget it. Forgive and forget. Or forget anyway.
Yeah. There he is. Come in, Squire. Come in.
Well, howdy, Squire.
Well, how are you gentlemen today?
Well, all right now.
It's a good thing you never got your head yourself, Squire. Long was just about
Shut
in.
up, Ab.
Gentlemen, I might as well get right down to business. I'm kind of a hurry. I've been hearing a little talk around that you gentlemen ain't altogether satisfied with the deal we made the other day.
Well, we ain't tickled to death over it.
No.
In the first place, we never knowed you was the one that was a-buying it, or we wouldn't have sold it to you. In the second place, we never got enough cash out of it to pay off all we owed for drilling the well and building that altar.
And in the third place, we're both broke and ain't got nothing to eat on.
Well, now, I heard that you was dissatisfied with the deal, and that's what I come over to see you about. You know, we've all been friends for so long that I don't want it said that Squire Skimp would take advantage of nobody.
Well, I reckon it's too late now, Squire. The deal's done closed. The fact is, we've done cashed the check you give us and spent the money.
Well, now, that's all right about that now. If you fellers had the all well, why, it wouldn't take you very long to pay me that money back. Tell you what I'm willing to do, men. Just to show you that I want to do the right thing. If you'll give me back that agreement that I signed where I agreed to assume any obligations of the company, I'll give you the well and the property back, and give you a little time on paying me back the $3,000.
You mean just swap back with it?
Well, yes, I'm losing heavy by doing it, but I'd rather have it that way than to have you gentlemen think for 1 minute that Squire Skimp ain't a true and loyal friend.
Well, I'll sworn to goodness.
Yeah, I will, too.
I'll have to admit I had you figured out all wrong, Squire. Why, that's the nicest thing I ever had anybody offer to do for me. That's true friendship if ever I seen it.
Yeah, if you hear anything I said about you, Squire, well, I never said it. Or I never meant it.
Yeah, that's the generousest thing I ever heard of.
Yes, it is.
But we couldn't do it, Squire. I just couldn't bear to let you make that sacrifice. We made the deal, and if we got skinned, it was our own fault. No, we just couldn't let you do that.
Well, now, man, I insist on it. I want to do that for you. I just wouldn't feel right if I never. Just give me back that agreement that I signed, and, well, you won't even have to pay me the $3,000 back.
No, Squire, that's nice of you, though, but we just wouldn't feel right about it.
Somebody at the door there. Come in.
Well, hello, Dick.
Hey, did you fellas hear about Squire?
Oh, hello, Squire. I didn't see you. Mighty sorry to hear about the hard luck you had.
Hard luck? What happened, Dick?
Hasn't Squire told you about it yet? Why, no, haven't got around to it yet, Dick, no.
Hey, what's the matter? What you talking about?
Why, there was a fellow come in here today from the Southern Pipeline Company. They found out that isn't an oil well over there. You fellas drilled into one of their pipelines.
Huh?
Why, that's oil that's been coming out of there. You drilled a hole right into their pipeline that runs through here. That oil's running out of the pipeline. You didn't any more have an oil well over there than nothing.
Well, I'll be dead and brain.
Well, no wonder Squire Skimp was so anxious to get back that agreement he signed, assuming all responsibilities of the previous owners of the oil well. Mothers everywhere are enthusiastically praising Horlick's malted milk tablets. These nourishing, energy-giving tablets are an excellent means of helping children ward off fatigue and hunger when playing or at school. The delicious candy-like flavor is one that children love, and they will gladly take a supply of tablets to school with them. Horlick's malted milk tablets can be easily carried in a coat pocket or purse. And that's why they are such handy things to take along on shopping expeditions, on motor and hunting trips. A few tablets dissolved in the mouth when you begin to feel tired or hungry will pep you up, satisfy your hunger. When you're at your work, Horlick's tablets will keep you going at top speed on days when you can't get out to eat on time. Horlick's malted milk tablets can be purchased in both natural or chocolate flavors. They come in handy pocket-sized flasks for 10 cents, which can be readily refilled from the larger sizes. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who bid you all good night and good health.
Ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Your doctor will tell you that one of the most important factors in good health is plenty of rest, plenty of refreshing sleep. Without a sufficient amount of sleep regularly, our bodies are apt to run down, our resistance to sickness and disease be lowered. No, there isn't any substitute for the tonic of a full night's rest. Now, some people have difficulty getting to sleep easily at night. They lie awake for hours, just can't get to sleep. Well, those people don't know the secret of a cup of Horlicks malted milk, hot, at bedtime. A drink of Horlicks to relax your body, soothe your nerves, help you to fall asleep quickly, help you to sleep soundly, too. Tonight, just before you go to bed, drink a cup of Horlicks, hot. You'll sleep better, more restfully. You can get Horlicks, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, yesterday, Pine Ridge received a very great shock. It was discovered that the oil well that Lum and Abner and Grandpappy Spears brought in and sold to Squire Skimp wasn't an oil well, after all. The old fellows had drilled into one of the pipelines of the Southern Pipeline Company, which runs close to Pine Ridge, transporting oil from distant oil fields to their refineries. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner over at Lum's house. The old fellows are just beginning to realize what has happened. Listen.
Well, we're right back to where we started, Abner.
Yeah, no, we ain't neither, Lum. When we started, we had a good grocery store down there, and now we ain't got nothing.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have to start all over again. Well, we were sitting right smack on top of the world there for a while, though.
Yeah, but you got to recollect the world turns around. You never know when you're on the top or where you're on the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, that news yesterday just knocked the foundation right out from under all them air castles I had built.
Well, right, smart of fun while it lasted. We got to find out how it feels to be rich.
Yeah. Our trouble was we was rich without no money.
Yeah.
I ended up feel like I owe somebody something for all the good times I've had. These trips I've been making.
What trips? I never knowed you left town.
Oh, me, in the last 2 weeks I've been all over the United States. Seen America first.
Why, you ain't done no such a thing, Lum. You've been right here all the time.
Well, I just, same as made the trip. I've been studying about them so much. Laid over there in bed of a night and imagined myself down at Daytona Beach, Florida. Hot Springs and California. Feel like I owe somebody something for all them trips.
Yeah, just like that car I was going to buy, that big gray one. I put about 10,000 miles on that driving, drive it all over the country in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
I never will forget how everybody's eyes bugged out when I drove up in front of the blacksmith shop over there. They just took on over.
You mean you just imagined how they looked?
Yeah. Oh, I never was inside the car, but I used to sit over at the place at night and imagine myself driving it.
Well, I ain't got no regrets over it, Abner. I've always wondered how a feller felt to have all the money he wanted, and I found out.
Yeah, but now that it's all over, what are we going to do for a living? I've got to raise some money somewhere or other.
Oh, well, we can get in some kind of business.
Well, you can't go into business without money of some kind, Lum.
Yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Poor Elizabeth and Pearl, off down there in Texas. I know they're relations. They'll be tired of feeding them. I just wish there's some way for me to get them home.
Well, you better leave them down there till you find something to do. Bad enough for us to go hungry without you letting your women folks suffer. You better leave them down there where they'll be took care of.
Yeah, well, now, that might be a good idea for if she comes back now and finds out we've lost the store and the oil well and everything else. Well, ain't going to be room for both of us here in Pine Ridge, nohow.
No, I just leave them there till you get on your feet again.
Doggy, if a sold on these shoes gets any thinner, I ain't going to be on my feet any day now.
Yeah. Well, I'll study something up for us to do.
It looks like a shame, Lum. Fella gets up to our age and has to get out and start all over again.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ever have to hit another lick of work.
Well, don't get to feeling sorry for yourself, Abner. That's the worst thing a fella can do when he gets up again.
Well, there ain't nobody else going to feel sorry for me. I may as well do it myself.
No, that's the wrong altitude to take. When I see somebody feeling sorry for himself, I know right then that he's give up.
he's a goner.
Well, I ain't give up, but I'm just sort of uneasy. Body's got to eat, you know.
Well, I recollect that old letter saying, every cloud's got a silver lining.
Yeah, them clouds are just about as far out of reach as money is. Wouldn't help me none if they had a gold line.
Well, I hate to think about doing it, but if the worst comes to the worst, we
Well,
might...
it has. It's done come.
Yeah, I started to say I hate to go in debt, but if there ain't no other way out of it, we could mortgage our store building or borrow a little money on our farms.
Yeah, if we can find anybody that'll loan us anything on them. I don't believe there's a feller's got $10 and let us have it on the best house in town since the oil boom busted.
Yeah. I was just looking down there at the folks leaving town this morning. Trucks and automobiles and wagons and everything else.
Yeah.
Getting out of town as fast as they can.
Well, natural when they found out that there weren't no real oil well, all these strangers that come in here and pull out.
I had to turn around and walk back over the place. Just couldn't bear to watch it. And a touch of sadness sort of come over me.
Yeah.
The Pine Ridge was growing so.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody excited over the oil boom. See it now, it looks like a picnic ground the day after the picnic. So.
Oh, Lord, me, it's so dead down there. Everybody could fire a cannon right down the main street and not hit a soul. Won't be 2 weeks before you can graze cattle right there in the street.
Yeah, I was talking to Dick Huddleston this morning. Said his business had fell off something wonderful since yesterday.
Well,
he had 8 extra clerks working for him. He had to let them all go this morning.
Yeah, I bet he was mad about it. He was making money hand over fist.
No, he never let on if he was.
Never, huh?
No, sitting back there by the stove when I come in and bannered me for a checker game the minute I walked in.
Well.
I know he must feel bad about it, though. But you know, Dick, he wouldn't let on if we killed him.
No.
That's what makes me feel sort of bad about it. We was the ones that thought we had an oil well and got everybody's hopes built up, and then to flop she went.
Oh, well, that's bad all right, Mom, but it done some good. We woke some of these folks up around here. They ain't had an idea in 15 years. That old Uncle Fred Cecil. He put in that hamburger stand down there. It's the first time that he's ever got up out of that rocking chair off in his front gallery there as far back as I can recall.
Yes, he's done that all right. Throwing some of these old nesters back to life.
Sure.
But the town's going to look like a graveyard for a while.
Oh, yeah.
If we'd have had any sense at all, we'd have known from the first that there weren't no oil wells.
Well, I don't see why. It looked like oil well to me. It looked like a thought one would look. I never did see one.
Well, if I'd have stopped to think, though, I recollect them laying that pipeline through here about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
I never knowed exactly where it was at, but I knowed it just run east of town here somewhere.
Well, I can see now why Caleb had so much trouble drilling the well. Don't you know, just before he struck oil, he had to take the bit out and shorten it about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, he thought he was hitting a big rock or some kind down there. Just that iron pipe he was drilling through.
Why, sure it was a pipeline.
Natural, when he drilled a hole in it, the oil spurted up out of the ground.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thankful for one thing that we sold it before they found out what they did.
Yeah. Dick Huddleston was to tell me they're going to make old Squire pay for every bit of oil that run out of there.
Oh, me, now that's going to amount to something.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dick said he did it run to $4,200.
$4,200?
That's what he said. I hate to laugh about anybody having hard luck, but somewhere or other I can't bring myself to feel sorry for old Squire.
No, I can't neither. He had it coming to him if ever a man did.
Here he went to all the trouble of tricking us into selling the well to him, buying it under a consumed name that way. Now it's going to cost him over $7,000 to get out of it, counting the $3,000 that he give us.
That sort of evens things up for some of the skinnings they give us, Lon.
Yeah, and he was trying to give us a skinning on this deal, but the thing backfired on him.
Yeah.
I'll bet you he'll leave us alone from here out.
Yeah, Lord, he won't bother us no more.
Me and him coming over here yesterday trying to trade back with us.
Yeah.
Making us think he was doing us a big favor for letting us have it back.
He knowed right then that we drilled into a pipeline when he came over here.
Of course he did. Yes. He was trying to get that agreement back we made him sign.
Well, sure, that's just what he's doing when he come over.
Yeah, see, he's responsible for everything according to that agreement.
Yeah, and he'd have did anything to get that back, too, Lon.
Well, he made us sign the same kind of agreement himself when he sold us that land over there to start with.
Yeah.
We had to pay off $355 to satisfy them stockholders.
That's what we
So
do.
I don't feel bad about this.
Yeah, well, now, Lum, there ain't no way for him to get out of it, is there?
Oh, no, it's legal. I looked after that part of it myself. Got his name right on it. Witnessed and everything.
Well, good.
There's something about I do hereby and herewith agree. Wait, how does that go? Let me see that thing again.
Yeah, I want to be sure that agreement's worth a lot to us, Lum.
Abner.
What's the matter, Lum? You look like you saw gold.
It's gone.
What's gone?
That agreement we had, Squire, granted, I had it right here in this pocket. It ain't there. It's gone.
You don't suppose our old friend Squire Skimp could have had anything to do with the disappearance of that agreement? Ladies and gentlemen, here's a little scene that took place in the Conklin home. In the living room were Mrs. Conklin and her sister, Mrs. Meade, from out of town. The sisters hadn't seen one another in some time. They had a lot to talk about. One topic was Mrs. Meade's little daughter, and that's an interesting story, too. So let's listen.
How's little Irene? You know, I haven't seen her in, well, it must be about 2 years.
Oh, she's fine, Vera. The healthiest little youngster you've ever seen. Oh, she's full of life and pep every minute of the day.
Irene is? Well, the last time I saw her, she was a thin little tyke with no color at all, and she seemed so, well, listless.
I suppose she did, but that was my fault, I'm afraid.
Your fault?
Yes, I hadn't taken the trouble to find out about Horlick's malted milk. It was Irene's school teacher who told me about that. And what a scene we had the day she told me.
A scene? Why? What was wrong?
Well, I resented her telling me how to raise my child. I thought she had a lot of nerve, and I told her so, too. And not in very gentle language, either.
Well, it's a wonder she didn't walk out on you.
She didn't, though, thank goodness. She just sat there calmly all the while that I was raving. Then she told me that she didn't mean to be impertinent, but she did want me to know how Horlicks had helped her little brother. He was sickly, undernourished, like Irene, you know.
Oh.
Well, Horlicks did wonders for him. She told me all about Horlicks, also, about its valuable nourishment and its vitamins and mineral elements, you know, that help children develop husky bodies and sound bones and teeth.
You took her advice then?
Yes, fortunately. I went right down to the drugstore and bought a package of Horlicks for Irene.
And has Horlicks helped her?
Oh, marvelously, Vera. I've never seen such a change in a child. Ever since that day her teacher called on me, Irene has had a glass of Horlicks with every meal.
Good.
And she drinks it between meals, too. And how she loves it. But all children love Horlicks, I guess. It's such a delicious drink.
And that's the story of how Mrs. Meade found out the value of Horlicks malted milk as a children's food drink. And Horlicks malted milk is something that every parent should know about. You won't find anything that will mean more to your children's good health. You can get Horlicks malted milk, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. When in the midst of a busy day at your work or in your home, a heavy luncheon may cause you distress or leave you feeling drowsy because it's so hard to digest. That's why more and more people are turning to the Horlicks luncheon. A glass full of Horlicks is a refreshing and nourishing luncheon, energy-giving, sustaining, too. And you couldn't find a food more easily digestible. That's why Horlicks at noon keeps you alert, mentally and physically. Why busy people prefer Horlicks to the heavier, hard-to-digest luncheon. Overweight people will find the Horlicks luncheon a fine reducing plan, for it's without the heavier meal's excess of calories. Try the Horlicks luncheon tomorrow. You can get Horlicks, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor at your drugstore. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau is proving even more successful than Lum and Abner had hoped for. The old fellows are receiving hundreds of applications, and their only worry now seems to be the suit that Squire Skimp has brought against them for $4,200, which is scheduled to come up next week. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner over at Lum's house, which they are using as headquarters for their new enterprise. Lum seems to be very busy. Listen.
Abner Peabody, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? Provide for her through sickness and health, and forsaking all others to love, honor, and obey her as long as you both shall live?
I do.
You will now join right hand, or left hand, just join hands. By the power invested in me as Justice of the Peace of Cloverleaf Township, I now pronounce you man and wife. And now, my young friends, as you go out into life to grasp the skirts of happy chance, may your stream of life unruffled run, and the roses bloom without a thorn. $5, please. Yes.
I know that you're sure aiming on putting on all the trimmings on this wedding, ain't you now?
Well, I feel sort of responsible for this wedding. I was the one that egged them into getting hitched.
Yeah, I recollect when you called them up on the phone the other day and was telling them what a good match they'd made.
Well, Ruth just never had nerve enough to ask her. They'd have been married long ago.
Yeah, well, now, do you want to go through it again now, Lum?
No, I believe I know it by heart now. I've got to start getting dressed up. They're supposed to be over here at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. You want to change clothes, huh?
Well, I just slip on a neck collar and tie and put on my frock-tail coat.
Yeah.
I don't mind to put myself a little bother when I'm getting $5 this away.
Well, I thought you told Ruth on the phone the other day she'd make him a special price of $2.50.
Well, I did, but, like I told him this morning, that's just for the regular cut-and-dried ceremony. For $5, I could give him a first-class wedding with all the trimmings.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be the first cash money that we've took in a long time, won't it?
We?
Well, we're sort of partners in this matrimonial deal.
Yeah, but this ain't got nothing to do with our matrimonial business. This is sort of a sideline with me. This is Justice of the Peace.
Yeah. Well, I wish we'd start getting some money then pretty soon so that I can send for Elizabeth and Pearl. I got a hearing from Elizabeth this morning just raising the roof because I hadn't sent her money for her and Pearl to come home on.
Another letter?
Yeah, she said her relations is getting tired of feeding them. That's what she said.
Well, she ought to understand, Abner, that you just ain't got the money to send her.
Well, trouble of it is, Lon, I ain't told her that the Orwell weren't Orwell. She thinks we're still rich.
You mean you ain't told her that we sold out to Squire Skimp?
No, I ain't told her nothing about it. I just never wanted to ruin a trip for her.
Well, Lord, me, Abner, when she gets home and finds out that we've lost the store and never made no money out of the oil business, and on top of everything else, that Squire Skimp's is suing us for $4,200 and it's got everything we own tied up with taxman papers, she's going to hire a kite.
Yeah, I know it. I know she is. I just don't know what to do about it, hardly.
And you're a great one to be the head of the domestic problem department of our matrimonial bureau when you can't even run your own home.
Well, what would you do about it, Mom? Of course, I'd rather tell her while she's down there so far away that she can't throw nothing at me, but I'm afraid if I do tell her, she'll just stay down there in Texas and not come home.
Well, I wouldn't want to advise you on that problem just offhand, Mr. Peabody. If you write your troubles to the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau, I'll be glad to study the situation over and that... Oh, my goodness, there's somebody at the door.
Well, it ain't time for the wedding yet, is it?
Granny, I ain't got a collar on yet. Come in. You folks will just have to wait. Well, come in, Squire.
Yes, how are you gentlemen today?
Oh, all right, I reckon.
We thought you were a couple wanting to get married, Squire.
Yeah.
No, just dropped over to talk to you gentlemen a little.
Well, I ain't got time to talk with you, Squire. What is it you want?
I've been hearing that you fellers have opened up a matrimonial bureau here in Pine Ridge.
Yeah, the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. I'm the president.
Well, sir, man, that was a mighty good idea. A mighty good idea. Can't understand why I never thought of it myself.
Yeah.
So you fellers stand to make a lot of money out of that if it's handled right.
Well, now, they ain't no use to beat around the bush, Squire. What are you leading up to?
Well, just to come right out with it, Mum, I've been thinking right smart about this thing ever since I heard about you going into it. Now, just to be honest, you fellas have got something there. But you don't know nothing about a business of this kind. Why, myself, I'm a natural-born promoter. That's been my life work.
Yeah, I know that all right.
I was just thinking, sort of on account of us being such old friends, that I might come in as a third partner in this thing and sort of help you fellas out.
Well, now, that'd be a fine howdy-do, wouldn't it? Us take you in as a third partner when you've got everything we own tied up with attachment papers and lawsuing us here for $4,200.
Well, now, Lum, as far as the lawsuit goes, well, now, that can be handled.
Yeah, what do you mean it can be handled?
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking now, that suit is set to come up next week. But if you gentlemen want to give me a third interest in this matrimonial agency here, why, I'll just call the suit off. Just withdraw it.
Well, now, here, let me tell you something, Squire. Me and Abner's put confidence in you before. Time and again, you've come to us and told us on account of us being such old friends, you do this or that for us. Now, we've had all the dealings with you we ever want to have. Now, I wouldn't even swap nickels with you. Now, if you want to call the suit off, all right. But as far as being a third partner in this matrimonial bureau, I wouldn't be associated with you in no kind of business. Now, I don't like to be unhospitable to nobody, but the quicker you can get out of my house, the better it'll suit me.
Well, all right, Lum, if that's the way you feel about it. But I'm warning you right now. Don't come around wanting any sympathy when I get that judgment for $4,200 to go to foreclosing on your property. Good day, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I believe you made a mistake there, Lum, talking to him that way.
You mean you want him for a third partner?
Well, no, Lum, but it looks like a pretty good way to get out of having that lawsuit. And if he does win it, why, it's going to be awful hard for us to leave our homes.
Yeah.
Special, me with Elizabeth and Pearl.
Yeah, never thought about that. I might have sort of flew off in the handle of him. I just wished I knowed one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Where that agreement is that he signed assuming all the obligations of the oil business. If we had that to produce in court, he wouldn't stand a chance in the world winning that case.
Yeah, but if we ain't got it, Lum, there ain't a chance for him to lose, neither.
Yeah, I've got to get dressed now before these folks get here. After the wedding, me and you can sit down and talk this thing all over here. And if we decide it's best to let him in with us on this matrimonial bureau, we can go over there and take him up on his proposition.
Yeah, well, I believe it's the thing to do, Lum. As bad as I hate to have any more dealings with him, I believe it's best.
I reckon I ought to take a wet rag and sort of sponge this collar off. Really need a new one. This saddle is turning sort of yellow. Get my frock tail coat off in the wall there, Abner. That's it covered up with them newspapers.
Yeah, I'll see it.
And had that thing on since the day we sold oil well.
No. Well, you were sure dressed up that day, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Get these papers off of here.
That was a good deal I made that day, too. I do say so myself. Smartest thing I done was making Squire sign that agreement to where if anything happened to the oil well, he wouldn't have no comeback on us.
Yeah, and if you hadn't lost it.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Abner. I pinned it right in my coat
I
pocket.
know, Lum, I know. I ain't blaming you. No, not at all. Here, slip this on, I'll help you. Try it on for size, sort of.
Much obliged. How do I look?
All right. Why,
Well, I just wondered. I always feel sort of important when I get this out there.
Yeah.
Where's that wedding ceremony I wrote out there?
Oh, yeah. Here it is, that's it.
I think I better slip that in my inside coat pocket so if I do forget, I can sort of take it out and glance at it.
It'd be a shame if you was to get them about half married and forget what else you was going to say.
Yeah, I never will forget when I first started just as a piece. And there was a young couple come to me to get married, and
Some tell you get married in heart.
Abner, Granny, looky there.
What is it?
Sure, I recollect now. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, I had this coat on the day I made the deal. The day I sold the oil business. Well, no wonder I couldn't find it. I was looking in the wrong cool.
What are you talking about,
The
Mom?
agreement that Squire Skim signed. Here it is right here. It's been in this pocket all the time, and I never once thought about having it.
Well, with this important paper back in their possession, the old fellow should have no worries as to the outcome of the lawsuit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's pay a little visit to the Stevens home. Mrs. Stevens is just returning from her shopping, and we find her talking to her little daughter.
I bought you a present, Dorothy.
What, Mom? What?
You just wait and see. It's in one of those big packages. We'll open it up in a minute. Here, you hold this while I take off this coat.
Oh, let's open my present first. Come on, Mom. You can take your coat off in just a minute.
Oh, all right. Here, you better let me open that. You'll have everything all over the floor.
Oh, let me open it, Mom.
Oh, all right, careful.
Oh, I will be.
There now.
See, I didn't spill anything.
There's your present. That large glass bottle there. Those are Horlicks malted milk tablets.
Oh, thanks, Mom. Are these just like Horlicks malted milk? Why did you buy me tablets this time? Didn't they have any regular Horlicks?
Oh, yes. But you can carry Horlicks tablets to school with you.
To school? Really?
Yes, that's why I bought them for you. Horlicks tablets are just like Horlicks malted milk, dear. The same thing, but in tablet form. You'll love them, I know. Here, just dissolve one or two in your mouth.
These taste awful good, Mom.
I know they do. They're awfully good for you, too, dear. When you're at school or out playing, they'll give you nourishment and energy. Keep you from getting too hungry or too tired.
Well, I'm going to tell all the other kids at school about Horlicks tablets tomorrow. I'll bet they'll want their mothers to buy them some, too.
You can't blame them, can you? And I think their mothers will be glad to buy them, too. There isn't anything that helps children develop healthy bodies like Horlicks malted milk, either in tablet or powder form.
And there's a fine suggestion for all you mothers. Let your children carry a supply of those nourishing, energy-giving Horlicks malted milk tablets to school. You can get them, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. The small 10-cent size flask can be conveniently carried in a coat pocket, and the tablets come in larger bottles, too. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. The ease with which it can be digested by the impaired or delicate system makes Horlicks malted milk a wonderful food drink for invalids and convalescents. This easy digestibility is the result of Horlicks' special process of modifying full cream milk with the nutritive extracts of wheat and malted barley. Horlicks is nourishing, energy-giving, just the kind of food the sick person needs to give him strength and aid recovery. Horlicks is a delicious drink, too. Its fine, rich flavor does not grow tiresome, even when Horlicks is regularly included in the diet. A glass full of Horlicks malted milk can be easily and quickly prepared by simply mixing with water. It isn't necessary to add any flavoring or ordinary milk. Just use sufficient of the powder to bring out the wonderful flavor and aroma. Horlicks malted milk can be obtained, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. When Lum and Abner announced over the party line a few days ago that they were opening up a matrimonial bureau in Pine Ridge and offering free advice on domestic problems, little did the old fellows realize the enormous response that they would receive. For the last few days, they'd been swamped with letters from everywhere, subscribing to their service and seeking their advice on domestic problems. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner over at Lum's house, where they've been busy all day answering letters. Listen.
Here's one from Crawfordville, Indiana.
Crawfordville.
Gentlemen, I heard you talk over the party line the other day, and you said you would help those interested in matrimony. Please help me find a nice young man who would make me a good husband.
Well,
I prefer a man who lives in the city and would like a tall brunette, but would consider a short blonde.
she ain't very short, she ain't.
No. I am enclosing a picture of myself. I am 5 foot 1 inch tall.
Let me see your picture.
Yeah, that's it, right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, pretty, ain't she?
Yeah, no, she oughtn't have no trouble finding her man. And she goes on here, said, I am 18-year-old and graduated from high school.
Well.
I can cook and take care of a house.
Huh?
Well, that's what it says here in the letter.
Oh.
Please find me a young man as soon as possible. Miss L.R.L.B. it is.
Yeah, put that over there in that stack.
Yeah.
Dang, it's mostly women folks wanting to get married.
Yeah.
What we need here is some letters from men folks.
Well, there's some letters there from men.
Yeah, but none of them never sent no pictures of themselves.
No.
These women folks want to see what a fella looks like before they get married.
Yeah.
Love's blind, all that stuff, but not plumb blind.
Well, here's another one from a woman here. It says, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, she ain't looking for no husband. She's just wanting some advice on how to handle the one she's got.
Good. What do she wants to know?
Says, my problem is every morning my husband gets up and sits behind the stove. So when I want to sleep, I have to sweep. When I want to sweep, I have to sweep around him. Could you tell me how to make him move? Yours very truly, L.R.A., East Peoria, Illinois.
Well, that ought to be easy.
Yeah, sure. She just ought to get up early to do her sweeping. She ought to have the house cleaned up for her when he gets out of bed.
And she ought to take that broom and use it on him instead of the floor. Whop him once.
Well, maybe that's the reason he gets back there, so he can keep the stove between him and her. I know just how he feels. I've got behind him myself. I've had Elizabeth chase me around the stove trying to swing a broom at me.
Well, the way this letter sounds, she ain't mad at him, though. He's just in the way back there.
Yeah, well, of course, maybe the backside of the stove is the warmest, too, you know.
She could take and turn the stove around then, so the back of it be in front.
Yeah. Or she could put 2 front doors on it, and then there wouldn't be no back to it. But that'd be a lot of bother to put herself to, though.
Yeah, let's see. She could make him do the sweeping.
Reckon he'll come out to eat.
Huh?
I say, you reckon he'll come out from behind there to eat?
I don't know. She never said there in the letter.
Well, I just thinking now, she might sort of coax him out with his breakfast, sort of told him out from behind there like you would a cat with a saucer of milk,
I don't know as I ever heard of a problem like this before. A feller just gets in back of a stove right away and won't come out tall.
Yeah, bet you I'd get him out from behind there. I'd build such a fire in that stove to where he'd have to move.
Yeah, it'd be too hot for her to sweep back there then.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me see that letter.
Yeah, that's got me stumped. I don't know what to do.
Well, we've got to figure it out some way.
Yeah, or two.
She says, every morning my husband gets up and sits behind the stove. So when I want to sweep, I have to sweep around him.
Yeah.
Of course, you could put a swing in back of the stove there to where his feet be clean up off the floor, and then she could sweep under him.
Well, why don't you just move the stove so far back in the corner that he can't get behind it? She could do that.
And she's liable to set the house on fire, too.
Well, that ought to get him out from behind there anyway.
Well, Abner, she can't burn the house down every morning just to get him out.
No. How would it do for her to just take the stove out, just take it down, not have no stove back?
Could you tell me how to make him move?
Huh?
That's the rest of this letter.
Oh. Well, now, let's see now. How to make him move, huh?
Yeah.
Well, now, that ain't a bad idea, no. If they could move into a house with round rooms in it, why, then there wouldn't be no corners for him to get back in. They could do that.
Who ever heard of a house with round rooms in it?
Well, I did. The roundhouse down in the railroad yard at the county seat.
Well, people don't live in them, Abner. Read some more letters there. I see right now I'm going to have to study over that in a while. There's ways to make that feller move, all right.
Oh, yeah, lots of ways, yeah. She could set off a charge of dynamite under him. That'd move him.
Yeah, but she don't want to hurt him, Abner. According to the letter, that's the only bad fault he's got. It's just crawling up behind the stove and refusing to move.
Yeah. Well, here's one from Amory, Mississippi.
Amory.
Yeah, it's from a man. Says he's got 9 children, and all of them like something different to eat.
Oh, yeah.
Can you suggest how my wife can solve this problem, as she can't cook 9 different things at every meal?
Oh, well, she could just take what they all like and cook it up together and call it hash. That's easy.
Yeah, she could do that. Well, let's see. Here's a feller from San Antonio, Texas. Well, well, you read this, Lum. I can't make out that right now.
He must have wrote this with his left hand. Gentlemen, I love my wife very much, but every time we get in an argument, she packs up her clothes and runs home to her mother. Can you help me? Yours truly, John J.W.
Yeah, well, Elizabeth used to do the same thing when we was first married.
You ought to be able to help him then. What did you do?
Why, well, I just had her mother come live with her. That stopped it for a while.
For a while?
Yeah, and then finally, well, her and her mother both packed up and left.
Well, quit you, huh?
Well, they thought they had, but I just packed up and went with them. Yeah, we lived with her folks for about 2 years there.
Well, I ain't going to tell this fella down there in San Antonio to do that.
Well, no, I wouldn't lead them. No. Elizabeth's folks wouldn't want perfect strangers to move in on them that way. No. Besides, they've been dead for years, yeah.
Well, I'd love to help this fella. I feel kind of sorrowful for him.
Well, I tried everything to break Elizabeth. But the best way is to just let them go. They'll come back. They'll break themselves of that habit if you just not pay no attention to them. They just keep it up just so long, just as long as you run and begging to come back. Well, they'll go to their mammy every time.
That's pretty good advice right there. We'll just write him that.
Are you ready for another?
Yeah. Let me have some of them letters over here, too.
Yeah, we never will get through this way. Lord, there's a lot of them.
All these in this stack is want us to find my husband, huh?
Yeah, there's some good lookers in there, too. Oughtn't to have no trouble finding a man tall.
Yeah, but we got to have some men's pictures to send them. They'd be getting encouraged here.
Yeah, well, here's another wanting to find her husband.
Let's see her.
You always want to look at him, huh?
Pretty. Where's she from?
Yeah, Bardwell, Kentucky.
That's too far. Here's one from Hazen, Arkansas.
Hazen, huh?
2 girls writing in. It's in case we do find a husband for them, they want us to, let's see. Yeah, they want to get their 6 months free advice.
Well, I do know. Here's one from a woman 82-year-old, huh?
Well, look at this. Well, here's a fella that sent a whole batch of pictures of himself.
Well.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That looks right smart like you, Abner. Where'd these come from?
Let's see it. Why, that is me. Yeah, that's some picture that I sent in for, Lum.
Sent in for?
Yeah, I was in the county seat about a month ago, and a feller had a Kodak right there on the street and just take my picture while I was walking along.
Well, I do know. That's a right good picture of you. Don't look much like you at all.
Yeah, they don't. They turned out uncommonly well. He give me a special price if I'd take a dozen, so I just ordered a dozen of them.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I think that gives me an idea. Abner, them pictures is just what we was needing. We can send them to these women folks that's riding in looking for husbands.
Well, wait a minute here, Lum. I ain't wanting to get married. I've got a wife and daughter down in Texas now if I can get them back up
Oh,
there.
well, you don't have to get married. We've got to send them something so they know we're on the lookout for them a husband.
Yeah, well, Lum, I'd heap rather not do that.
Well, Abner, you want to make a success with this matrimonial bureau, don't
Well,
you?
yeah, but Lum,
Well, we've got to send out some pictures to these women that's looking for husbands or they'll think we can't find them none.
Here we are.
This will let them know we're working on it, and these will keep them satisfied so we can get them some more pictures to send them.
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't nobody going to fall in love with a face like that, nohow. Give me them pictures. I'll just set right down now and mail out the whole dozen.
Well, we don't know, but we're afraid that Lum has talked Abner into something here that he's going to regret. Ladies and gentlemen, Ford Mallory has just come home from the office. He's hanging up his coat and hat now, and Mrs. Mallory has just come in from the kitchen to greet him. Here they are.
Hello, dear.
Oh, hello, honey.
Did you see Johnny outside?
No, I didn't. Why?
Why, I thought he'd be camped right on the front doorstep. He's got some great news for you.
Johnny has? What sort of news?
Well, his coach told him today that he's to be a regular member of the basketball team from now on.
No fooling. Well, say, that's great, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'll bet Johnny's tickled pink. Yeah, some youngster, huh? Yeah, just like the old man.
Well, I don't seem to remember you as much of an athlete, dear, and I've known you ever since we were in high school together.
Well, there are a lot of things you don't remember.
Don't look so hurt. I didn't mean that.
Well, who is looking hurt?
It is great news, isn't it? I mean about Johnny and the team.
Yeah.
He's so excited. Oh, I'm awfully happy about it. It means everything in the world to him.
Sure, of course it does.
Do you remember how we used to worry about Johnny?
Yeah.
How afraid we were that he'd never be a healthy, normal boy? Well, I can never thank the doctor enough for having told us to give him Horlicks malted milk.
Well, Horlicks has certainly done wonders for him. There's no question about that.
You know, every time I see that husky, muscular little body, that I remember how thin and how frail he used to be.
Yeah, and every time I see him turn around with his pals, I remember how he used to stay in the house all the time. Never seemed to want to play with the other children.
No.
And I guess Johnny himself just as tickled about Horlicks as you and I are.
Yeah.
He certainly loves it, doesn't he?
You know, the minute I see him coming into the kitchen, I know what he's going to ask for. A glass of Horlicks malted milk.
Well, we certainly can't blame Johnny for being so fond of Horlicks. It's a drink that all children love. Made from only full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley. Horlicks is rich in the precious vitamins and mineral elements that help children develop sturdy bodies and sound bones and good teeth. You can get Horlicks, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge, for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. It is especially important that growing children get plenty of sound, refreshing sleep. Their young bodies need the relaxation, the tonic of a full night's rest. Now, after a day of unusual excitement or a day of unusual physical exertion, children sometimes are unable to get to sleep easily. They are, as we grown-ups sometimes are, too tired to sleep. Well, that's why a cup of Horlicks, hot, is a fine children's bedtime drink. It relaxes their bodies, soothes them, helps them to fall asleep quickly and sleep soundly. Horlicks is just the sort of nourishing, easy-to-digest food which, if taken before retiring, helps both children and grown-ups to sleep more restfully than if they had gone to bed on an empty stomach. Tonight, before your children go to bed, let them drink a cupful of Horlicks hot. You can get Horlicks, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. And now, let's see what's happening in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner are having the time of their lives these days. The many interesting letters from friends all over the United States are subscribing to their matrimonial bureau. And the domestic problems the old fellows are called upon to solve are keeping them busy day and night. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner over at Lum's house, where they are going through their mail. Listen.
And here's a card from LLH, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Well,
Says there is a girl passes my house every day.
what a man say.
Sometimes she speaks and sometimes she don't. And I would like to know what to do to get better acquainted with her and get her to like me.
Well, I reckon why she speaks sometimes and sometimes she don't.
I think the whole trouble here is they ain't been introduced to one another. Some girls are sort of fussy about such as that,
Well, no wonder she don't speak if she don't know him. It's a wonder if she ever speaks at all.
Yeah, we got to figure out some way for him to introduce himself to her.
Well, why don't he just step out there and introduce himself?
He can't introduce himself and her walking by. He's got to stop her some way or other.
Yeah. Well, now, he might drop his handkerchief, and then when she goes to pick it up, well... Oh, that's right. No, that won't work.
No.
I tell you what he could do, Lum. He can take and tie a rope across the sidewalk, and then when she sails by his house with her head up there, why, she'll step on the rope, and then he can go over and help her to her feet.
No, you better not try nothing like that. I believe the best thing for him to do is just sort of catch up with her and walk along with her ways. Take his hat off his head and say, I don't believe I've made your acquaintance. My name is Lum Eddard. What might yours be?
Oh, no. No, I don't believe that'd do no good, Lum. No. He better use his right name. If he starts out telling her he's somebody else that way, well, they never will get along.
Well, sure, I aim for him to use his right name. I always...
Oh, his name is Lum Eddard, too, huh?
No, I just used that as an example. That's what I'd say if I was introducing myself.
Yeah, but you ain't the one that's going to meet her. He wants to know what to do for him to do, not what for you to do.
It don't make no difference what his name is. He knows what his name is.
Why, sure, he knows what his name is, but he's trying to find out a way for her to find out what it is. I still think the rope idea is the best.
Abner, we're going to have a domestic problem here ourselves if we don't quit arguing so much about how to answer these folks' questions. Here, let me have another one of them.
Yeah.
You get me so aggravated, I don't care whether he meets the girl or not.
Yeah, here's one here from clean over in South Carolina. Belton, South Carolina.
What's the problem? What do they want to know?
Well, this woman ain't got no complaint. I don't see nothing wrong here.
Well, read it.
I did. I just got done.
Well, read it out loud. I'll decide whether a complaint's justified or not.
Says, I want a little advice from you about my husband. He wants me to do the housework and look after the farm, too, while he rides around all day. Please tell me what to do. Yours truly, Wah.
Huh?
Wah, W-A-W.
Nature.
Oh. And he ain't asking her to do no more than her share of that, just do the farm work and housework.
That ain't very thoughty of him, though, getting out and riding around while she's there working.
Well, maybe he's just tender-hearted, old home.
Tender-hearted?
Yeah, maybe he just has to get away from the place that way. I know I never could stand to watch my woman work, neither. Special chopping wood. I just have to take Plum out and go down to the barber shop or something till she gets done every time.
Well, if this woman's husband just insists on riding around that way, she ought to get him a job carrying a mail route or driving a delivery wagon.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm going to write and tell her, too. Read another in there.
Well, here, you read them for a while. I can think better when you're reading.
Well, here's a letter from Brohard, West Virginia.
Blowhard.
Brohard. B-R-O.
Don't spell Brohard. That just spells Bro, B-R-O.
There it is. Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Says, gentlemen,
Well,
my husband and I get along fine.
well, that's the first one like that we've got yet.
But he has a bad habit of talking with his hands.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it?
Why, sure, if they're working for him, he's got to tell them what to do. You take a lot of hard hands that way, they won't do nothing unless you tell them.
His two hands, Abner.
But it don't make no difference how many he's got, Lum. I don't see nothing wrong with talking to him.
He ain't talking about hired hands, Abner. He has two hands, these.
Them's yours.
I know it. He's talking with his hands, these kind of hands.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
He says he has a bad habit of talking with his hands.
Well, I do know. I don't see what enjoyment he gets out of that. His hands can't understand what he's saying or answer him back or nothing else.
I know they can't.
Looks like anybody'd have sense enough to know that. Howdy, Lefty. How are you today? Come on, wake up there. Here, how are you?
What in the world are you doing?
I'm just trying that out, Lum. I was talking to my hand here, but it never paid no attention to him. That won't work.
For goodness sake.
I just write and tell that woman that if her husband sits and talks to his hands all the time, he's losing his reason.
She never said he talked to his hands. She said he talked with them.
Well, that's worse than ever. She's just same as saying that his hands answer him back. He talks with them.
Well, Abner, she said that, but that ain't what she means at all.
Well, they ought to write what they mean. These problems is hard enough to figure out without us having to read folks' minds.
Well, what she means is he used his hands to talk with instead of his mouth.
What? You mean to say that he...
Wait just a minute. I see right now I said the wrong thing there. He talked with his mouth, but used his hands to make motions with.
Make motions?
Yeah, you saw fellers use their hands that way. Somebody get mad and shake their fist in your face while he's talking to you.
Oh, that's what it is. He wants to fight, huh? Well, I don't blame him.
No, Abner. He don't want to fight.
Well, what's he doing shaking his fist in her face, then? He's in the habit of doing that. Well, she has got a problem, and I don't blame her a bit. I don't see how they get along at all.
You shut up for just a minute. I'll read the rest of the letter here.
Shaking his fist in a
Get
woman's
some
face.
idea in your head, and it takes a stick of dynamite to move it out.
Well, I don't care. It just makes me mad to see a man bully a woman around that way. I wouldn't no more think of shaking my fist in Elizabeth's face, and... No, I reckon I wouldn't. She'd about bite it off her. That's all.
He goes on to say here, I don't mind him talking with his hands around the house.
Oh.
Hands around the house. Oh.
Yeah, that's an awful big armful, you know it?
With his hands around the house, but when we go out in the car, he takes his hands off the wheel to point out all the spots of interest, and I am afraid he'll wreck the car.
Yeah.
Can you advise me how to break him of this habit? Yours truly, M.M.
Well, I do know. Well.
See, she just wants him to keep both hands on the steering wheel while he's driving the car.
Oh, yeah. If they get to fighting in the car, there's no telling what happened.
Abner, I wish you'd get the idea of fighting out of your head.
Well, I ain't wanting to fight nobody. He's the one that started shaking his fist.
Well, I'm
going to
start one here in a minute if you don't shut up. This lady wants to know how to break her husband of talking with his hands while he's driving the car, and we've got to figure out something here to tell her.
Well, tell her to tie his hands to the steering wheel. That'll stop him.
Stop him from talking at all. I'd go to point out something and he'd wild right quick and swing the car right into something. No, that wouldn't work.
No, I see it wasn't that.
Well, what's funny about it?
Well, I was just thinking, what happens if he started away with somebody he knows he's seen on the street? He'd about turn the car clean around right in the middle of the road, wouldn't it?
No wonder this lady's rode in. I can see the trouble she must be having with him.
Poor little thing. Poor little thing.
Mike could give him a batch of taffy candy and let him pull that while they're out driving.
Well, I don't know, though, Lum. He'd get that stuck all over the steering wheel, though, and then his hands would get stuck there, you know. That'd be worse than ever. He couldn't turn nothing in.
That is tiny hands there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, ain't but one thing that I see you to do to a fellow like that, Lum.
What?
Just put him in a straitjacket. Dog, if he couldn't use his hands to point with ends, had him in
Couldn't drive the car neither.
No.
Now, we ain't getting nowhere this way, Abner. These folks been nice enough to write to our matrimonial bureau, be getting impatient.
Yeah.
We've got 200 or 300 problems here.
Why don't you just call up on the party line, Lum? Just tell them that we're having a little trouble, but we'll get to there just quick as we can.
Yeah, I expect I better do that.
Yeah, it's going to be awful slow going. I can see that right now.
Yeah, we can answer what we got here.
Yeah. Man, using a fire alarm ring again.
It always gets them to the phone.
Yeah.
Everybody's curious about fires.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Receivers is just a rattling.
If that feller talked with his hand, they could make him talk over the phone, then he couldn't use his hands, could he?
For goodness sake, we've quit talking about that. Hand me that list there.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Howdy, everybody. This is the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. Lum Edwards, president, talking. Me and Abner's just been covered up with your letters, but we're going to try to get around to answering all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a few answers. Mr. F.W. at Fulton, Kentucky, we're on the lookout for you a husband. And the 5 girls at Tuscaloosa, Alabama, we'll do our best for you. And Miss H.P. at Chattanooga, Tennessee, oughtn't to have no trouble in your case at all. And Patty at Grafton, West Virginia, it's going to be hard to find a man like you're looking for, but we'll try.
Well, that's one that want a man to do all the work.
And G.J.S. with that big car, you oughtn't to have no trouble. Now, you girls down in Vandalia, Louisiana, you've got the right idea there. Uncommonly smart young women. And CMS at Sedalia, Missouri, you got a fella already picked out for you. MJR at Davenport, Iowa, yes. Kate at Lincoln, Nebraska, yes. R.B. Richfield at Richfield, New York. Go ahead with your present plans. And Herb at Fort Worth, Texas, you better keep the wife you've got. She's probably a heap better than you deserve. And D at Wichita, Kansas, your oil proposition sounds good. I believe you'll bring in a gooser there. Well, that's all the questions for today, folks. We're more likely to ring you up again tomorrow.
Well, the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau is certainly a success. And from the response the old fellows have had, we'd say it's just what this country needed. When busy at work or in your home, it's a good idea to make your noonday luncheon one that is nourishing, yet easy to digest. It's much better for you than the heavy, hard-to-digest meal which is so apt to leave you feeling drowsy and listless later. Now, you won't find a finer luncheon anywhere than a glass full of Horlicks malted milk. Horlicks is a nourishing and energy-giving food drink, sustaining enough to carry you through the busiest afternoons. A refreshing and delicious drink, too, and one that can be easily digested by the most delicate system. It's a very simple matter, by the way, to make a glass full of Horlicks quickly, either at home or at your work. When mixed with water alone, Horlicks is a tasty, full-flavored drink. Try the Horlick luncheon tomorrow noon. Overweight people will find it a very effective reducing plan, for Horlicks doesn't have a heavy luncheon excess of calories. You can get Horlicks, you know, either in the natural or the chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. You know, a fine way to help children keep from getting too hungry or too tired when at school or out playing is to let them carry a supply of Horlicks malted milk tablets. Horlicks malted milk, as you know, is made from rich, full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley. Well, Horlicks tablets have the same qualities which make Horlicks malted milk such a great children's food drink. Horlicks tablets are nourishing, energy-giving, easily digestible by the youthful system. They contain the precious vitamins and mineral elements which help develop healthy, sturdy bodies and strong bones and teeth. And they have a delicious flavor which children love. Horlicks malted milk tablets come in either natural or chocolate flavor. You can get one of the handy 10-cent size flasks or one of the larger sizes at your druggist. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, the old fellows have discovered that operating a matrimonial bureau is no small job. They have received hundreds of applications, and together with the many domestic problems that they've been asked to solve, their new business is consuming practically all of their time. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner has just entered Lum's house, reporting for the day's work. Listen.
Well, come in, Abner. I've got a surprise for you.
Well, for the land's sake, what in the world are you doing, Lum? Why, you're going to get paint all over that carpet.
Oh, I'm nearly done now. Just putting on the finishing touches, sort of.
Well, what is it?
It's a sign for a matrimonial bureau. Step over here where you can see it.
Oh, yeah. Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. I'm editor, president, and justice of the peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that Indian doing there?
Indian?
Yeah.
That's Cupid. He's fixing to shoot a bow and arrow at that heart over there.
Well, I do know.
Yeah, I sat up till about 9 o'clock last night working on these things.
Well, wait a minute here, Lum. You got that fellow with the bow and arrow standing on his head there.
No, you're looking at it upside
Well,
down.
I ain't done it. The letters is all right from over here, but he's upside down there.
Now, wait a minute, I Granny. Well, I'll sworn to goodness.
Sure he is.
Well, it's too late now. Well, I believe that'll be better anyway. There's a Cupid that can hit them hearts that stand on his head.
Well, what's the idea of having a picture of somebody shooting a bow and arrow anyway?
I told you that's Cupid. That's that trademark I told you I was going to figure out first. Cupid's is a sign of love.
Yeah.
You know, like they have on Valentine's and such as that.
Well, I never seen nothing like that on a Valentine. That looks more like a picture of some heavyweight wrestler to me.
Yeah. I reckon I did get him looking a little older than he ought to.
Well, how old is he supposed to be?
Now, Granny, I don't know how old Cupid is supposed to be. Just babies, though.
Well, if that's a baby, I'd hate to see him when he gets full grown. That ain't no baby, Lum. Look at them muscles. He's full grown right
Well,
now.
Abner, if you're going to stand there and make fun of this sign, you can just get out till I get done.
I ain't making fun of it. I'm just telling you how it looks to me. I'll tell you another thing, too. The way he's got that arrow pointing there, he's going to miss that heart by about 4 foot.
Oh, well, he ain't ready to shoot yet. He's just taking aim. He'll draw her down there straight before he shoots, I reckon.
I thought he was shooting at them birds up there in the far corner at first.
No, them's lovebirds up there. See them kissing one another there? Ain't that sweet?
Yeah, I reckon it's all right, but I still think they're going to get shot if they don't move, or that young giant there don't take better aim at that heart one.
I wish we had some electric lights to put on it. It'd be the first electric sign in Pine Ridge.
Well, what in the world would we want with electric signs?
Hey, so folks could read it of a night.
Well, all me, Lum, everybody's in bed around here by 9 o'clock at night. Wouldn't nobody see it if we did have lights on.
Yeah, but think how nice it'd look. We could put a light right there in Cupid's hand. That way it'd look like as if he was holding it, sort of.
Well, now, Lum, now let's don't go to no expense on this thing.
Abner, this is a big outfit, this matrimonial bureau is. We can't expect to run a business like this without spending some money and getting started.
Yeah, but where are we going to get the money? That's what I'm talking about. All we got so far, that free board from Sister Simpson. She ain't going to keep that up long if we don't hurry up and find her husband.
Why, the money will just start rolling in here before long.
Well, now, Lum, I'm going to take the first money that rolls in here and send for Elizabeth and Pearl. Get them back home. I'm tired of that.
Well, all right. We'll leave off the electric lights, but I still say it's a good idea, though.
Well, if you're just bound and determined to have a light on it, Lum, I've got a lantern over at the place that you could hang on.
Now, wouldn't that look fine? Wouldn't that look fine, a lantern hanging on a sign?
Well, it'd light it up.
Well, just forget about it. I wish I could think of something to put up there in that corner there. Fill out that blank space there, sort of.
Well, put my name in there. You've got yours down here.
Well, we've got enough reading on there. I was trying to think of some kind of a picture I could draw on it. Something representing love, matrimony.
Hello, yeah. Let me see now. You wouldn't want to draw my picture on that, I don't reckon, would you?
Your picture?
Yeah.
Representing love?
Well, I just sort of trying to think of something to, and put on there, and I just happened to think of myself. I reckon it's called out sitting here and all.
Wait a minute, I know what I'll do. I'll put some wedding bells up there. And that way I got all 4 corners took care of.
Yeah.
There's a Cupid, and the wedding bells will go right up there, and the heart and the lovebird. There's a work of art, you know it. I ought to have been an artist.
Yeah, it would have helped them. You could have did better all right.
I reckon they'll know who drawed this, without me putting my name on there.
Well, now, it might be best for you to put your name on there again, Lum. I don't want nobody thinking I done it.
No, we wouldn't want nobody. Huh?
Nothing.
I just put drawed by right there over my name. That'll set any arguments about the matter. Drawed by Lum Edwards, President and Justice of the Peace.
Now, Lum, what's he going to do with it when you get it done?
Why, we're going to put it up in the front of the Jot 'em Down store down there. We're moving our office.
Moving?
Yeah, this ain't no place to run a matrimonial bureau here in a house this way. Go down there in that store building there, we'll have plenty of room.
Yeah, Lord, we'll be lost in that place, Lum. All we need is somewhere to open up a letter and answer them.
We've got to have a place to file all these applications for husbands and wives, though. Them shelves down there will be the very thing.
They will.
Why, sure. Put the men that's looking for wives on one side of the store and the women that's looking for husbands on the other.
Yeah.
Put the blondes in on one shelf and the brunettes in another.
Yeah.
The tall ones in one place and the short ones somewhere else.
Yeah.
Divide all up that way so when we get an order for a husband or a wife, we can see what kind they want and go right to them. Filing system, sort of.
Hey, doggies, now, that ain't a bad idea, you know. It's just like selling stuff out of the store, ain't it?
Why, sure. Get an order, and instead of reaching up and getting a can of tomatoes, we'll just reach up and get a blonde for them.
You mean if somebody orders a can of tomatoes, we'll send them a blonde?
No, I just said tomatoes. I mean it's difference between running the matrimonial bureau and running the store.
Oh, yeah, I see. I thought you
Wait a minute. Somebody there at the door. Come in.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Well, Dick Huddleston, come in.
Howdy. How you fellas today?
Oh, just only tolerably, Dick. How's yourself?
Yeah, I smell turpentine in here.
Yeah, I've been doing a little painting here. See how you like our new sign, Dick?
Yeah. Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. Drawn by Lum Edwards, President and Justice of the Peace. Yeah, that's all right, huh? What's this supposed to be here, Cupid?
Yeah. See there, Abner. Dick guessed it the first time.
Yeah, I told Lum it looked more like a heavyweight wrestler. Well, he is pretty husky, all right. Well, that's not bad, though, Lum, not bad.
I figured him shooting so many arrows that way, he sort of developed his muscles.
Well, here's some more mail for you fellas. Come down there to the store a while ago. Most of it's addressed to the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau.
Yeah, well, much obliged, Dick. Thank you.
These letters here are for you, Abner. For me?
Wait a minute, you mean all them for Abner?
Yeah, they're addressed to Abner Peabody, care of the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau.
Wait a minute here. Abner, you ain't been going around telling folks you're the president of the matrimonial bureau or nothing like that, have you?
Why, no.
Well, open them up. Let's see who'd be writing you. Them can't all be from Elizabeth.
Oh, no, this ain't her handwriting at all, no.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Says, Dear Mr. Peabody, I received your picture and the description the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau sent of you. I am very much interested in you and would like to correspond with you. Will you tell me more about yourself? You remind me so much of my grandfather. Yours truly, Maxine Norton, Holdingville, Oklahoma.
I do. Reminder of her grandfather.
Well, what does she mean there? She received Abner's picture and description.
Well, I tell you, Dick, we kept getting these letters from women folks wanting us to find them a husband, and we never had no pictures of men to send out, so we sent out a bunch of pictures of Abner that he had here at the house.
Well, now, listen, Lum. You're liable to get Abner in some serious trouble if his wife's gone and everything.
Oh, I don't think anything ever come of it.
My goodness. Now we did it, Lum. I told you.
What's the matter with you?
Read that. Just read
Well, let me have it. Turn it loose. My dearest darling Abner.
Oh, my.
I received your picture and fell in love with you at first sight. You are the man of my dreams.
Oh.
Wait for me, darling. I will be in Pine Ridge within the next few days. Oodles of love, Hortense Kelly.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, if Hortense Kelly is coming to Pine Ridge to see Abner, it's a mighty good thing that Elizabeth is out of town. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Tarpey is rummaging around in the kitchen of his home. I wonder what he's doing out there. Let's look in on the scene for just a minute.
I wonder where Martha keeps that package of Horlicks. It used to be right on this shelf. Oh, this isn't it. Oh, hey, Martha. Martha, come here a minute, will you please?
What are you bellowing about?
About this. Now, what's this?
It's a package of malted milk. One look at the label ought to tell you that. Well, what about it?
Didn't we go over this about 6 months ago?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I remember. You mean about Horlicks and imitations of it.
Well, I'll tell you, dear. I was in Smith's drugstore yesterday. No, it was the day before yesterday. I went downtown with Jane Wilson yesterday. She was asking about you, Jim. Said that she...
Yeah, let's skip all that just now. What was the idea of bringing this, but not Horlicks?
Well, I saw a chance to save a few pennies. You're always talking to me about economy. Well, only last night, for instance, you said that...
Why do you always have to economize on things you buy from me? Besides, you missed the whole point of that economy lecture of mine. You will remember that I said to you that...
Let's not go all over that again.
No, well, all right. Now, look, Martha. You know that I don't like anything but Horlicks. I never have. Horlicks cost a bit more than cheap substitutes, yes. But that's because it's worth more, a good deal more. Why do you want to throw money away on a thing like this? Won't you please remember to always get Horlicks?
Of course I will, dear. I'm awfully sorry I forgot this time. Honestly, I'll never do it again. I'll take that package back to Smith and exchange it for Horlicks. I'll go right now. Maybe you'd like to walk along with me.
Yes, I'll go with you. Oh, Smith, huh? I guess I'll have a talk with old man Smith, too. Leave him instructions never to sell you anything but Horlicks. Then I'll be protected in case you ever have another lapse of memory.
Well, it looks like that cheap imitation of Horlicks caused plenty of trouble in the Darby family. You'll have to give Jim credit, though, for knowing what he wants. He knows that you just can't find a substitute for Horlicks. Knows that only Horlicks, the original malted milk, gives you full return for your money. Not only in its unexcelled flavor, but also in its food value. You can get Horlicks, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, here's a simple, safe, reducing plan for overweight people. An effective way to lose excess pounds without discomfort or without resorting to methods of which your doctor might not approve. Drink a glass full of Horlicks at noon instead of eating a heavy meal. Here's why that Horlick luncheon will help you people who are anxious to regain a youthful waistline. Horlicks, while it is nourishing, energy-giving, and sustaining, doesn't have the heavy meal's excess of calories. When you drink a glassful of Horlicks for luncheon instead of a heavier meal, you are reducing your caloric intake. And that, as you probably know, is the fundamental principle of losing weight. There's another thing about the Horlick luncheon, too. It's much easier to digest than is a heavy meal. And that's why Horlicks at noon will keep you alert later. Why it will not leave you feeling drowsy or listless. Try the Horlick luncheon tomorrow. You can get Horlicks malted milk, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And you can prepare a glass of Horlicks quickly and easily, either at home or at your work. Mix it with water alone. You don't need to add any flavoring or any raw milk to make a delicious and full-flavored glassful of Horlicks. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. You know, the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau has received hundreds of applications from women in search of a husband. A few days ago, not having any pictures of prospective husbands to send out, Lum conceived the idea of mailing out a few pictures of Abner. Well, evidently, Abner's pictures made quite a hit with the ladies. Among other letters, yesterday he received one from a Miss Hortense Kelly, who stated that she had fallen in love with him through his picture and was coming to Pine Ridge to pay him a visit soon. As we look in on the old fellows today, we find that they have moved their office back down to the store building formerly occupied by their Jot-'em-Down store. Abner seems very much worried over Miss Kelly's threatened visit. Listen.
Well, now, Lum, you got me into this, and it's up to you to get me out of it.
Well, Abner, I told you 100 times you ain't into nothing. Yet.
Well, I'd like to know why I ain't. A woman coming down here wanting to marry me, and he already married.
Oh, she ain't coming down here.
She says she is, and that letter says it was a case of love at first sight, and for me to wait for her, that she's coming down here.
Oh, yeah, I know. She's just more than likely having a little fun out of you.
No, sir. No, sir. No, that woman is in love with me. I can tell the way she talked in that letter, or wrote in it.
Well, if she was to come down here and got a good look at you, she'd more likely catch the next train back home.
I don't know, Lum. Women folks falls in love with me awful easy. I just wish sometimes that I weren't so handsome.
Handsome?
I know it'd get me in trouble sooner or later. It's these big blue eyes of mine that does it.
You ain't getting stuck on yourself over them women folks writing to you.
Well, no, but they can't all be wrong, Lum. One of them others said that she thought I had understanding eyes.
Yeah, understanding eyes.
What she said?
She ain't got good sense. About I can tell that by reading her letter.
Well, I don't know what to do about it. I'm just a good mind to write her a letter and tell her not to come.
No, I wouldn't start writing her no letters now. You will get yourself involved showing up. Best thing to do is just ignore her.
Well, I ought to write and tell her I'm already married.
No, don't tell her that. You'll give the matrimonial bureau a black eye. If she finds out we're sending out pictures of a man that's already married, don't tell her what she'll think.
Well, what do you think Elizabeth's going to think when she finds it out? She's about to give me 2 black eyes.
Well, if she does come down here to see you, the thing to do is just not let Elizabeth know nothing about it. It's a good thing she's still down there in Texas visiting.
Yeah, well, that won't help matters none, Lum. The first thing that Sister Simpson or some of these other gossips around here will do is sit right down and write her a letter and tell her about the whole business. And by the time Elizabeth hears about it, well, they'll have a truth stretch the fur out of shape, but there ain't no telling what they'll have her believing. You know how Sister Simpson exaggerates.
Oh, well, Elizabeth will take your word again theirs.
Well, if she does, she's changed a lot since she went down there, I'll say that.
I just allowed a man's wife always believed her husband before they would anybody else.
Yeah, well, of course you never have been married, or you never would make such a remark again. You just got it right square backwards. Elizabeth will believe anything bad about me that she hears, regardless of who tells it to her.
Oh, you're just making a mountain out of a molehill.
Huh?
I say you're making a mountain out of a molehill. What I mean by that is...
I know what you mean. You don't have to explain stuff to me.
Well, that's the first time I ever knowed you to understand what I was talking about.
Well, I don't know why you'd say that, special about me.
Well, generally always when I quote one of them old edited sayings of mine, I've got to stop and explain to you what I'm talking about.
Huh.
It's just like arguing with a stump on fire to get it through your thick head.
Oh, well, no, I've heard that old saying all my life, huh? Of course, you never said it right, but I know what you're trying to say.
I never said it right.
No, you got it sort of mixed up there, Lum. The way the saying goes is that if you can't take the mountain to the molehill, take the molehill to the mountain.
Oh, for goodness sake. You're talking about Mohammed in the mountain.
No, I said molehill, Lum. You just misunderstood me.
I know what you said. I mean, you're thinking about Mohammed.
I ain't no such a thing. I ain't thinking about nothing.
Yes, you are. I know what you're thinking about.
Well, now, Lum, I reckon I ought to know more about what I'm thinking about than you do. You can't read my mind.
No, and nobody else can. More than likely ain't nothing in your head there but a big vacuum.
A vacuum? For the land's sake. Why, there ain't room for a vacuum in my head. Where would they put the handle?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abner. Where would they put that? What I meant, you're taking a little bitty molehill that don't amount to nothing and trying to make a big mountain out of it. Taking this little letter you got from that woman and making such a to-do over it.
Well, now, which?
Which what?
Which am I trying to do?
I say, that's what you're doing when you take this letter so serious. You're making a mountain out of it.
I think I understand what you mean there. You mean if I can't get her to come here, that I'll have to go there, huh?
No, you're still thinking about Mohammed.
No, her name is Hortense. Don't you remember, Lum? Hortense Kelly. That's her name.
Abner, you're getting yourself all twisted up now.
Huh?
Sit still. I mean, you're getting your mind twisted up.
Oh.
Just forget about the mountain. Forget about Hortense, too. You're just worrying yourself over nothing. Wait till she gets here. Then it'll be time enough to start worrying.
Yeah, it'll be too late then. Now, Lum, you just got to study up some way to keep that woman away from her.
I told you to quit thinking about it. Even if she does come again, she sees you, she'll know she's made a terrible mistake.
Yeah, but I don't want her coming down here. I tell you, Lum, I'll spell trouble in.
Well, Abner, you can't keep the woman from coming to Pine Ridge if she wants to. There ain't no law against coming down here.
That's blamed if I don't believe you want her to come.
Oh, I ain't particular about it. I would love to see if she's as pretty as her picture shows her to be.
Picture? I ain't saw no picture of her.
Well, I did. I'd forgot which one she was. But after you got that letter, you see, I got sort of curious to see what she looked like, so I got out the letter she sent us about herself when she made the application for a husband.
Yeah.
There's her picture there.
Well, what you doing carrying it around your pocket that way?
Oh, I did. Well, what difference does it make?
Oh, she is a right smart of a looker, ain't she?
Yeah, that's the prettiest one we've got yet.
Oh, she is a dandy.
She's red-headed, according to the description she sent in about herself.
Wouldn't be surprised.
26-year-old.
Well,
She's an actress.
is that right?
Yeah, win a marathon dancing contest.
Well, I do know, bless her heart.
Stands 5'2" and weighs 112 pounds.
Well, I'll swan to goodness.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah, I see now. Yeah. You just want to get that woman down here so you can see her yourself.
Well, where did you get such ideas out of
Just about the size of it. I see through the whole thing now. Yeah, you scared to send your own picture, feared that Evelyna'd find out about it, so you sent her
Now,
mine.
wait a minute, Abner. Just calm
And
yourself
you're going
down.
to sit down there right now and tell her that you made a mistake and sent her the wrong pictures. That feller she's in love with is done married.
I ain't going to write her no such a thing. You know how come he to send them pictures of you out. They was the only ones we had here.
Either you sit down and write her not to come, or I'm going to step right there at the telephone and call up Evelina.
Call up Evelina?
Yes, sir, and tell her that you're in love with Hortense.
Go ahead. Call her up.
That's just what I'm going to do, yes, sir. I'll bet you'll stop her from coming down.
Abner, get away from that telephone.
I ain't going to do it. I said I was going to tell her, and I'm going to tell her.
Abner.
Hello?
Abner.
Sister Simpson?
Oh, my goodness.
Is Evelina there?
Abner, give me that receiver.
Tell her to step to the telephone, please,
Here,
Mom.
give me
I'll
that
show you.
receiver.
I'll show you.
What are you trying to do? Break me and Evelina
Well,
up?
I'd rather break you and Evelina up than have that woman break me and Elizabeth up.
All right. I'll write the letter. Hang up the receiver.
Yeah, wait a minute. Here's Evelina now. Hello?
Here, give me that receiver. Hello, who is this? Who? Evelina. Well, you've got the wrong number. This is the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. Goodbye. Now, stay away from that telephone.
Well, write that letter, Lum, and I'll be right back up there saying it again.
Abner, this ain't nothing but out-and-out blackmail. What do you want me to say?
Just tell her that you sent the wrong picture, and she better not come down here on account of I'm done married.
All right. Hand me that pencil there.
Doggy, that's a relief. Just wouldn't do for her to come down here, Lum. Elizabeth just go high.
Look yonder.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Well, moved back down here in the old store building, have you?
Yeah, we never had room over at my place for the matrimonial office.
Well, I went over there looking for you. I got a telegram here for you, Abner. Telegram?
Yeah.
Yeah, they left it down there at the store. I told them I'd see if you got it. Well, I do know. I bound you saw Elizabeth and Pearl that they're coming home.
Sit down, Dick, and loaf a while.
Yeah, looks natural to see you fellas back over here at the store.
Yeah. I was sitting here today thinking, I wish we'd never sold our store.
Yeah.
Seems so quiet around here without no merchandise in the shelves.
What's the matter, Abner?
For goodness sakes, Abner. You look like you saw a ghost. What's the matter?
Must be something in that telegram, Lum. Nothing happened to your wife, has it, Abner?
Mr. Abner Peabody, Pine Ridge. Darling, I will arrive tomorrow. Can hardly wait to see you. Love. Hortense.
Well, it's too late now. Hortense is probably already on her way to Pine Ridge. Ladies and gentlemen, poor and unhealthy teeth and gums are the cause of much suffering and misery. It's most important that every one of us give our teeth proper care. And it's doubly important that we parents keep a careful watch over the condition of our children's teeth. For sound and healthy teeth are formed during childhood years. 3 things are important in preventing decay. First, regular visits to the dentist. And second, regular and proper cleaning of the teeth. Third, and just as important as the other 2, is proper diet. The teeth and gums, like other parts of the body, are made from the food that we eat.
the same foods that build up healthy teeth will protect teeth against decay. Now, calcium, phosphorus, and the vitamins are elements that are responsible for the formation of healthy teeth. And Horlicks malted milk is an excellent source of all of these elements. To help children develop sound teeth and gums, give them several glassfuls of Horlicks every day. To do so is to spare your child much unhappiness in later years. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Because Horlicks malted milk is so energy-giving and refreshing, athletic coaches and trainers recommend it as a fine after-exercise drink. It restores the energy that has been expended by physical activity, helps the athlete to recuperate and relax. The makers of Horlicks recently received a letter from a nationally known athlete who is now head coach and athletic director of a Pennsylvania high school. This gentleman said, quote, "While a member of the Los Angeles and Portland baseball clubs of the Pacific Coast League, I never failed to drink a glass of Horlicks after every game to build up lost energy. I found, in fact, that I recovered strength and energy after a glass of Horlicks faster than I did after a heavy meal. This was undoubtedly due to the easier digestibility of Horlicks. Here at the high school, my football and basketball teams enjoy Horlicks after games as much as I do. I might add that I have made it a point to tell coaches who are friends of mine about the benefits of Horlicks malted milk tablets for quick energy during timeout periods." End of quote. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. You know, several days ago, not having pictures of other men to send to the female applicants of the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau, Lum decided to send out some pictures of Abner. Well, yesterday, Abner received a wire from a Miss Hortense Kelly stating that she had fallen in love with his picture and would arrive in Pine Ridge today. As we look in on our old friends, it is early morning. We find Lum over at Abner's house trying to persuade him to go to the train to meet Miss Kelly today. Listen.
Well, why can't you go in there and meet her by yourself?
Well, she ain't coming to see me, Abner.
Well, I didn't think she was, the way you got yourself dressed up there.
Well, natural, me being the president of the matrimonial bureau, I've got to dress myself up when we meet one of our clients this way.
Yeah, well, you just go in there, Lum, and tell her that feller Peabody that she's in love with has skipped the country. She can't locate him.
I ain't going to tell her no such a thing. What kind of a company would she think this is, letting her go to all the expense of coming all the way down here, and then the man she come to see runs out on her?
Man, I don't care what she thinks about the company. I ain't going to meet her, and I ain't going to have a thing to do with her now. I'll just hide out from her while she's here. That's what I'll do.
Well, you've got to be in there at the county seat for the trial. That Squire Skimp case is set for 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to meet Hortense on the 3 o'clock train.
Well, Lum, Grandpap's going in there. You and him ought to be enough for him to try.
Yeah, but we need you for a witness, Abner. If Squire Skimp wins that case, they'll take our farms and everything else away from us.
Why, you got that agreement the Squire signed saying that he'd assume all the obligations of the company.
Yeah, but a body can't never tell what 12 Germans is going to do.
Well, I couldn't tell them what to do if I was to go in there. They wouldn't listen to me.
Come on. Get up from there. I've bargained with you just as long as I'm going to. Grandpap will be by here directly.
Well, all right. I'll go into the trial, but just as quick as it's over, I'm going to come right straight back out here. You ain't going to get me down to that train to beat Hortense.
Well, we'll argue about that later. Get a move on yourself. Get dressed.
Well, I'm dressed. I'm ready to go any time.
You ain't going in there like that, undoubtedly. Where's your necktie?
Why, it's hanging on a dresser there.
Well, put it on.
Ain't going to take no pictures of it, are they?
No, but you don't want Hortense to see you without no necktie on.
I told you that I weren't going to see Hortense.
You're going to meet that train if I have to tie you and carry you down there.
Well, now, Lum, if Elizabeth finds out that I went to the train to meet some other woman, why, it just ain't no telling what she would do.
Abner, I told you Elizabeth will never find out about it. I've done made arrangements for Hortense to stay over at Sister Simpson's while she's here.
Yeah, and she was just about to tell Sister Simpson that she'd come out here to see me, and then Sister Simpson would break her neck to write Elizabeth, and I've been advertising for a while.
No, I told Sister Simpson about the whole thing.
Told her about it?
Yeah, I told her that we sent out some of your pictures by mistake, and this woman had saw one of them and fell in love with it at first sight.
Oh, me.
She promised me, though, she wouldn't breathe a word of it to nobody.
Oh, my goodness. Now you did it, Mom. Now you did it. More likely she done wrote a letter to Elizabeth by this time.
No.
Or she couldn't keep a secret till you could get out of her sight.
No, I don't think she'll tell it, Abner.
Well, I bet she was on the telephone telling it over the party line before you shut the front gate.
Well, if you get in any trouble over it, I'll straighten things out for you. I'll promise you that.
Yeah.
I'll write Elizabeth a letter and explain the whole thing to her. Think you got a better-looking coat than that you can put on?
No. Except my Sunday coat.
Well, put it on. This is an important occasion, Abner.
Well, now, Lum, I ain't said that I'd meet that train yet.
No, you ain't, but I have.
Well, what am I going to tell her after I meet her, Lum? I can't marry the woman.
Well, Abner, I'm just trying to help you. You don't have sense enough to see it. I'll swear I get so disgusted with you, I don't know what to do.
And you ain't trying to help me neither.
Well, you see, if you'll do what I tell you, if she comes in on that train and you ain't there to meet her, she'll more likely come out here looking for you and then asking everybody around town. Everybody in town will know about it.
Oh, my goodness, now that won't do.
I know, it's what I say. I'm trying to tell you. The thing to do is to meet her at the train, and I'll introduce you to her, and I believe when she sees you, she'll change her mind about wanting to marry you.
Yeah, but what if she don't change her mind, though?
Yeah, you can get out of it some way. Tell her you got her letter too late, that you've already married somebody else. Tell her anything. Then I'll take her down to our office when we get out here and show her all the pictures of other men that's come in since we wrote her, and try to find somebody else that she'll want to marry.
Well, I wish to goodness he'd never thought of the matrimonial business. That's what I wish.
Well, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say
I
that.
do. I wish I'd never heard the name.
Well, the only mistake was made when we sent out them pictures of you. I don't much believe we ought to did that.
Yeah, I know Dad blame well that we oughtn't to.
Well, just leave everything to me. I'll have this all straightened out to where it'll all come out all right.
I hope so.
Trouble with you always worry about something ain't no reason to.
Oh, wait a minute, Lum. Wait a minute, that's my ring there.
Yeah, more like the grandpap telling us he'll be here directly.
Hello? Peabody's place. Who? Oh, well. Yes. Yeah, sure. Why, natural. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom.
Yes,
Well, yes, Mom.
Granny seems to say no once in a while.
Why, sure. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
I wish I could get him to agree with me like that.
Well, that's all right. Not at all. Not at all. Yes, Mom. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Well, I know they'd be there.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, Mom. All right. Goodbye. Well.
Who was that?
I don't know. She never did say.
Well, what was she wanting?
I don't know. I never asked her.
You mean you talked all that time, never found out who it was or what she wanted?
Well, I never talked all that time. She done the talking.
Well, what was she talking about all that time then?
Why, nothing. She just said it was the wrong number. She was calling Sea Strump's place.
Oh, for goodness.
Yonder comes Grandpap now, Lum. I expect I better comb my hair and get ready.
Yeah. There's Dick Huddleston with him. He ain't going easy.
I know, not that I know of.
Well, hurry up. I'll go on out there and keep them while you...
Yeah, well, I'll be out there just as quick as I can find my coat and hat and get them on.
Well, howdy, fellers.
Hi, Lum.
Yeah, howdy, Lum.
Where's Abner?
He'll be out in just a minute. He's trying to find his hat and coat now, I think.
Well, Abner's always the last one ready anytime you go anyplace.
Have you got that documentary Squire Skim signed, Lum? Oh, yeah. Got that right here in my pocket. I sure don't want to forget that. It's the only thing that'll save us. I'm just worried to death about that trial, Lum. Worried and fretted over it all night.
Oh, well, now, I don't think the Squire's got a chance in the world of winning that suit, Grandpap. When you fellas produce that agreement he signed, why, I believe they'll throw it out of court.
Yeah, I just hope you're right, Dick. I would love to get the best of Squire Skim for once.
Yeah. Well, if you win this case, Lum, well, you've got even with him for all the stunts he ever pulled on you, all right.
Oh, yeah. Well, here comes Pokey now. Hurry up, Abner. We'll freeze to death out here.
I'm coming. For my head.
Oh, for goodness.
Hi, Dick. Hi, Grandpap.
Yeah, howdy, Abner.
Hello, Abner. Well, better get out and let you fellas go, right? Here, Abner. Here, you can get right up here at Grandpap.
Well, ain't you going with us, Dick?
No, I can't, Lum. I'd like to, but I can't leave the store today. And you fellas won't need me in there anyway.
Well, get in the back there, Richard, and I'll drive you back down to the store.
Oh, no. Thanks a lot, Grandpap, but you fellas sort of push for time if that trial comes up 10 o'clock. I can walk back down the store. Won't take
Well,
a few minutes.
maybe we better then, for...
Sure, go ahead.
We want to get the trial started on time. We've got to meet that train at 3 o'clock to meet Hortense.
Yeah, Lum, Connie, talk me into meeting Hortense. Yeah, I reckon I'll go in there and see what you look like.
You fellas ready? So long, Dick.
Well, so long now. Be careful now. Don't wrap around and thing, Grandpap. Yeah, take it easy now, Grandpap. Don't be trying to go.
I'm driving this car now.
If you start taking them curves like you did the last time, I'm going to get out and walk, too. Well, so long, Dick. So long.
See you tonight, Dick.
All right. I hope you win that lawsuit.
Hey, Mr. Abner. Mr. Abner. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Cedric?
Hey, stop Mr. Abner there.
Well, it's too late now, Cedric. He couldn't hear you. What's the matter? Do you want to go with him?
No, ma'am. I got a telegram here from Mr. Abner.
A telegram?
Yes, Mom.
Well, here. Let me see it, Cedric. Might be something important. Now, let me read it.
That feller told me to be sure and see that he got it.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I'll look it over here and see what it... Well...
What's the matter? Some bad news of some kind?
We'll arrive on the 3 o'clock train. Meet us, Elizabeth and Pearl.
Well, poor Abner. If Lum can get him out of this scrape, he's good. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following occurrence, the time is evening. The scene, aboard a streetcar. And here are Les Chalmers and Frank White.
Move over, Les. If you only pay one fare, you're entitled to only one strap.
Hello, Frank. Where did you come from?
Now, 300 other people and I just got on a Temple Street.
Oh, they do pack 'em in here, don't they?
Yeah. Looks like the Rose Bowl on wheels.
Say, what does a man have to do to reach you at your office?
Well, depends on who it is that's trying to get me. Why?
Must have called you 10 times this morning.
Did? Well, I was tied up with Big Boss until about 2:30 this afternoon. Why? What was on your mind?
Thought I'd take you to lunch. Had an old friend I wanted you to meet, Larry Jennings. You remember, I told you all about him.
Oh, sure I do. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't go with you, Les, but I didn't get out to eat until late.
You mean you didn't eat until 2:30?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. How do you do it? I couldn't, big boss or no big boss. When noon rolls around, I'm hungry and I've got to eat or I can't work anymore.
Yeah, you don't know the secret of Horlick's malted milk tablets, I see.
Horlick's malted milk tablets?
The greatest thing in the world to help you ward off hunger or fatigue. Well, I always keep a flask of them in my desk. Whenever I begin to feel hungry or tired, all I have to do is get out those tablets and dissolve a few in my mouth. Yeah, they've helped me through many a tough day, I can tell you.
Say, they'd be just the thing to have with you on a long automobile jaunt, wouldn't they? Horlick's malted milk tablets, eh?
Yeah.
I'll have to remember to get some.
My wife goes for Horlick's tablets, too. She always carries a few of them in her purse when she's downtown shopping.
And those energy-giving, nourishing malted milk tablets are wonderful, too, for children. Let them carry Horlick's tablets to school with them. They'll nourish while the children work or play. Keep the youngsters from getting too tired or too hungry. Horlick's malted milk tablets come in both natural and chocolate flavors. You can get them in either the small 10-cent size flask or the other, larger sizes at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, a lot of people, when they're at work or busy around the house, find themselves becoming fatigued in the middle of the morning or in the middle of the afternoon. The energy that they had just a few hours before seems to have left them. They are unable to give their best to their work. Well, that's just when Horlicks malted milk tablets come in mighty handy. A few tablets dissolved in the mouth will renew the energy supply quickly, giving you new vitality. If it's hunger that has been making you uncomfortable, Horlicks tablets will give you nourishment, satisfy that empty feeling. There's nothing like those delicious Horlicks malted milk tablets to help ward off fatigue or hunger. It's so easy, too, to carry Horlicks tablets with you, no matter where you are, shopping, motoring, at the office or the factory, or out in the open. Your druggist has Horlicks malted milk tablets in either the natural or the chocolate flavor. They come in a small 10-cent size class, and in other larger sizes as well. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, little did Lum and Abner realize the trouble they would cause when they sent out some pictures of Abner a few days ago to some of the female applicants to their matrimonial bureau. Abner's wife, Elizabeth, still thinks that he has been having an affair with another woman and refuses to listen to his explanation. Yesterday, Lum made an effort to straighten out the misunderstanding for his old friend, but was promptly ushered off the place with a broom. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the office of their matrimonial bureau. Lum is trying to answer some of their many letters, while Abner still seems to be brooding over his domestic troubles. Listen.
Let's see. Here's an order for a red-headed husband, 6 foot tall, about 40-year-old. Well, I believe we've got one just about fit that description.
Lum, I reckon you could stand out there at the fence and sort of holler.
Huh?
I say, reckon you could stand out there at the fence and sort of holler at Elizabeth and explain things to her?
Abner, I wish you'd hush up about that. I'm trying to answer some of these letters. This matrimonial bureau mail has been stacking up here for days.
I don't care.
Here's a letter from Roseville, Ohio. Feller says he's a young man, 66-year-old, looking for a life companion and helpmate.
Oh, man.
He don't say here what kind he wants. Ain't particular. That makes it easier.
Mom, Dad, blame it all. I wish you'd put them letters down and listen to me.
What is it you want, Abner? If you're still trying to argue me into going back over to your place and talking to Elizabeth, you can just forget it. That woman's unsafe to be around.
Well, what all did you say to her yesterday?
Nothing. She never gave me a chance. Followed me clean out there in the road, chunking rocks at me.
Yeah, I know. We was looking out the window over here and seen her do that.
The best thing for you to do is to stay over at my house till she sort of cools off some more.
Well, I don't want to wear out my welcome over at your place, Mom.
Granny, she'll wear out something worse than that for you if you go home.
You never did tell her that there weren't nothing to that story about me going into the county seat the other night, huh?
No, I told you I never got a chance to tell her nothing. She done all the talking.
Yeah, she's generally all there does. It's hard to explain things to folks when they do all the talking that way. They just can't listen good for some reason or other. But now, Lum, you said yesterday that you'd guarantee to get her back in a good humor with me, and it's up to you to do it some way or other.
Well, Abner, we may as well give up the idea of ever trying to explain it to her, for she won't give you a chance to talk. We've got to find some other way.
Now, what other ways are they?
Why, there ought to be lots of ways.
There ought to be.
If we could get her sympathy roused some way or other, get her to feeling sorrowful for you.
Yeah.
If you could get serious sick or something like that. You don't feel bad, do you?
No, I feel all right. Why?
Nothing. It won't work. Give me a little time. I'll study up some way to get you out of it.
Yeah, I hope you do, Lum. It just don't seem right not having a home to go to no more. Elizabeth is a good woman at heart. She wouldn't harm a flea.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was a flea, I wouldn't put too much confidence in her the way she's feeling now.
Just to think, after all these years, never appreciated what a fine little woman I had. Never knowed what a good housekeeper she was till I started staying over at your place.
Well, don't sit there and blubber about it. That ain't going to help none.
Oh,
just let me get caught up with her matrimonial mail here, and I'll sit down with you, and we'll study up some way to get you out of it.
Well, now, Lum, there's bound to be a way to make Elizabeth listen to it.
The only trouble, if we get you out of this scrape, she's going to be mad all over again when she finds out that Squire Skimp beat us out of the store here.
Oh, yeah, she's going high in a kite when she hears that. Pearl called down here yesterday for some groceries, so I know that she don't know nothing about it yet.
No.
Well, Elizabeth was to come in here and find these shelves all empty, she'd just about pull this place down on top of us.
Well, they ain't plumb empty. I know the squire left a little stuff scattered around.
No,
Stuff they couldn't sell, I reckon.
Yeah,
There's
more.
2 or 3 bottles of pepper sauce up there, I notice. Whole bowl of cheesecloth back in behind the counter there.
Yeah, there's little stuff. Never left anything in the counter.
Wait a minute. Here comes Cedric Weehart.
Wait.
Yeah, the first time I saw him, quite a spell.
Oh, he's been bucking slabs down there at the sawmill, I think.
Yeah, I bet he found out by now that what an easy job he had when he's working down here for us. Well, come in, Cedric.
Yeah, come in here, Cedric. You're sort of a stranger around here.
Yes, Mom. I've been working pretty steady. Ain't had no time off to loaf, hardly.
Hey, you ain't been fired, have you, Cedric?
No, they just laid us off for a few days. The skidway's empty down there at the mill, and the weather's been so bad they couldn't get no logs in, so they just shut down till they get catched up.
Uh-huh.
Well, draw up a chair. Sit down there, Cedric. Excuse me while I go ahead here. I've got to answer this mail.
Anything particular she's wanting, Cedric?
Well, I just sort of wanted to talk to you fellas, sort of.
Well?
I heard you run the matrimonial bureau over here and sort of solving domestic problems for folks.
Well, we are, Cedric, but Lord me, undoubtedly you ain't got no domestic problems. You ain't married.
No, but me and Gertrude Seastrunk fell out with one another, and I just thought maybe you fellas could give me some advice.
Well, I don't know, Cedric. We'll help if we can, I'll say that.
Well, what would you do, Mr. Abner, if you and Mrs. Peabody was having trouble?
I don't know. It's just what I've been sitting here thinking about for a week, Cedric.
Are you and Mrs. Peabody having family troubles with one another?
Well, don't make no mention of it, Cedric, but we ain't getting along as well as we could.
You ain't even on separating her, are you? Giving her a quitting?
Oh, no, nothing as bad as that. It's just a misunderstanding. She just won't give me a chance to explain to her. Won't let me come on the place.
You mean she won't even let you come home?
No, she's acting awful mean about it.
I bet if you was to have an automobile accident and got yourself all crippled up, she'd have her regrets over treating you this way.
Yeah.
Be ashamed the way she treated you.
Yeah, she might, Cedric. I don't know.
What did you say, Cedric? Say that again.
Well, I never meant no harm by it, Mr. Lum. I just said if Mr. Abner here was to have an automobile wreck and get himself hurt, Miss Peabody would feel sorrowful about the way she done him, I bet you.
Hey, Granny, that's a idea. That's a idea. That's just what I've been looking for. Abner, you're going to have an automobile wreck.
Huh?
You're going to have an automobile wreck.
Oh, my goodness. How can you tell that?
And you're going to have an arm broke.
Are you telling my fortune?
No, well, that's what's going to happen to you anyway. You're going to have a bad accident this afternoon.
Oh, my goodness. Right on top of all my other troubles, something like this has got to happen. Where's it going to take place, Mom?
Right here, now.
Well, I can't have no automobile wreck sitting here in the store.
Well, you are going to anyway. You've got to. It's the only way to get Elizabeth in a good humor with you, Abner.
Well, oh, me, I'd love to make up with her, Lum, but I don't want to break her arm to do it.
Granny, it might be best to break both arms.
Oh, my goodness, alive. Oh, me.
See, here's my idea, Abner. We're just going to make out like you've had an accident. We'll take and wrap your arms up with some bandages and all that stuff and carry you over to the house and tell Elizabeth you was run over by a car.
Oh, just make out like I got my arms broke, huh?
That's right. And then you can explain everything to her. You know she ain't going to hit you with both your arms broke.
No, I don't believe she will.
Yeah, we'll have you looking like a freight train hit you. If this won't teach Elizabeth a lesson, it'll catch her sympathy like nothing else will.
Yeah, I believe it will, too.
If it won't nothing do it.
No.
Cedric, look over there behind the counter and bring me that bolt of cheesecloth. Abner, get some of them box lids we split up for kindling wood. They'll make good splints for your arm.
Yeah.
That's it, Cedric. Bring it here.
I know this might work all right, Mom, you know what?
Of course it'll work. Roll up your sleeve there. Better get up here on the counter and lay down.
Yeah, sure.
Granny, wait a minute. I've got a bottle of Curacomb here in my desk drawer. We can pour that over them bandages so it'll look like he's bad hurt.
Hey, dog it, I did have an accident, didn't I?
Oh, that car just kept running over. Don't you never say nothing about this, Cedric. You neither, Abner. We don't want nobody but us three to know anything about it.
Oh, no, sir. If you ever tell this, Cedric, I'll lock you up in jail and throw the key away.
I ain't going to say nothing about it.
That's the way.
Cedric, you start roughing up Abner's arm there while I telephone up Elizabeth and break the sad news to her.
Hey, wait a minute here, Cedric. Put them boards all around my arm here first, you know, and then lock the cheesecloth around them there.
Oh, I see. I'll fix them. Both arms, huh?
Yeah, both of them, yeah.
Here, Abner.
Huh?
Yeah, you get over here close to the telephone and tell Elizabeth that you've been calling for her. Then while I'm talking to her, you can holler her name out 2 or 3 times.
What for?
Wait a minute. Hello? Elizabeth?
This here's Lum Abner.
That's all it is. It's awful good.
Well, now, wait a minute, Elizabeth. Before you start in on that, I've got some awful sad news for you.
Awful sad, Blossom.
Yes, Mom. Well, it's about Abner. Why, he's been run over by an automobile.
Yeah, 2 or 3 of them.
Well, we don't know how bad he's hurt.
No.
So far, we found 2 broke arms, and he's hurt internal. It's the working of it.
Tell her I ain't come to myself yet, Mom.
He said, oh, shut up, Abner. He ain't come to himself yet, Elizabeth, but he keeps calling your name. Calling for you. All right.
Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
What's the stout?
Elizabeth! Now, lock up my other arm, said
Well, now, I wouldn't take it too hard, Elizabeth. He might pull through the shatters. No, don't come over here. We're just fixing to bring him over there. Get the bed ready and we'll be right.
Well, it's a great idea. If it works. And now, let's listen just a minute to Jane Taylor and her friend Ruth Nichols. Here they are.
Ruth, I've just discovered the best reducing plan. I know. You told me all about it. Well, I couldn't have. I just found out about it week before last. I haven't seen you for a month. Well, you were telling me all about that day that we had lunch with Helen Powers. Oh, you mean that one. Oh, that was a farce. A farce? Yes, I wore myself out in 2 days with all that crazy exercising, just as I told you would. Why don't you be sensible, Jane? I'd much prefer carrying a few extra pounds to killing myself trying to act like a chimpanzee. Oh, you don't have to act like a chimpanzee. Not with this new reducing plan. You don't have to exercise as tall and fast. Jane, you haven't taken anything that might hurt you, have you? I'd see my doctor before I tried any of those things. Don't be silly. I'm not being silly, but some of those things are harmful. Oh, let me tell you what I've done. Today and every day last week, I drank a glass of Horlicks malted milk at noon. Will that kill me, do you think? Horlicks? Well, of course it won't, but I don't see how. I drink a glass of Horlicks instead of eating a heavy luncheon. Horlicks is nourishing and sustaining, but it doesn't have an excess of calories like a heavy meal. That's how Horlicks at noon helps reduce you. It's really effective, Ruth. I lost 2 pounds last week, the very first week I tried it. Well, say, that's the most sensible reducing plan I've ever heard of. That glass of Horlicks for lunch sounds awfully good to me. I guess I'll try the Horlick reducing plan, too. Oh, good. My figure could stand a little trimming. Oh.
And a glass of Horlicks instead of a heavy meal at noon is a mighty fine reducing plan. One that will help you overweight people regain a youthful waistline. Now you can make a glass of Horlicks quickly and easily, either at home or at work. Horlicks, you know, is a delicious, full-flavored drink when mixed with water alone. It isn't necessary to add any flavoring or even milk. You can get Horlicks malted milk in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. With many parts of the country suffering from changeable weather, it is especially important to be on guard against colds and illness at this time. Consult your doctor at the first sign of a cold or sore throat. Don't run the risk of complications, which may develop from lack of proper medical attention. One visit to your doctor may save you weeks of unnecessary suffering. People who are convalescing from colds or more serious illnesses will find Horlicks malted milk
Just the sort of nourishing, easily digested food drink that will aid recovery. It will not upset or cause distress to a delicate or impaired system. Horlicks is refreshing, invigorating. Its delicious, rich flavor is one that the convalescent will not grow tired of, no matter how regularly Horlicks is included in the diet. Horlicks malted milk is self-contained. Mixed with water alone, it's a nourishing, sustaining food drink. It isn't necessary to add any flavoring or even milk unless desired. You can get Horlicks, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, Abner has certainly been having domestic troubles at home. In fact, since his wife Elizabeth returned from her visit in Texas, she has refused to let him come in the house. Well, yesterday, Lum devised a scheme to arouse her sympathy. After bandaging Abner in splints, he called Elizabeth and told her that Abner had been run over by an automobile and had broken both arms. The plan worked. Abner was received at home with open arms and has satisfactorily explained their misunderstanding. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Abner propped up in bed, both arms in splints and bandages, explaining to Dick Huddleston how the accident happened. Listen.
Well, I didn't hear a thing about it till this morning. What time did it happen, Abner?
Huh? Oh, yesterday.
I know, but what time yesterday?
Oh, let's see, long late in the afternoon, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. Whose car was it? Who hit you?
Why, I don't know who it was.
Well, didn't you see the car?
Yeah, I reckon I did, but I don't recollect it.
You don't know what kind of a car it was, huh?
No.
Why, you know every car in Pine Ridge, Abner. It must have been an out-of-town car.
Yeah, that's it. It must have been an out-of-town car.
Well, how did it happen, Abner? How come him to hit you?
How come who to hit me?
Why, the fella that ran over you.
Oh. Why, me and Lum was in the store there, and...
In the store? Well, how could a car hit you and you in the store?
No, wait a minute, that's wrong. Yeah. I must have been out in front. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, more than likely it'd start across the street, hadn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, cross the street, yeah.
Well, didn't the driver blow his horn to let you know he's coming?
Let me see now.
He surely did.
Yeah, he must have. Then what happened, Dick?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's right, sure.
You know less about this accident been in it than anybody I ever saw, haven't you?
Yeah, I do, don't I? Don't recollect much about it.
Maybe that lick you got there on the head sort of affected your memory some way.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, that lick I got there on my head, that's what done it, sure.
Well, didn't the fella stop?
Who?
Why, that fella that hit you.
Oh, the fellow with the car, yeah. Let me see. Dick, I wish you wouldn't ask me so many questions. Doc Miller said it ain't good for me to talk too much.
Oh, sure, yeah. Excuse me, Abner. Sure, I never thought about that. I was just so interested, in hearing all about it.
Well, that's all right. I never thought of it neither till just now.
I just wanted to get all the particulars,
Well, you ask Lum about it. He knows all about it. Fact is, he's the one that thought of, he's the one that seen it.
Well, then Lum will look after things all right. Well, Abner, I sure hate to see you laid up this way, but accidents will happen, looks like.
Yes, they will. Looks like.
By the way, Abner, are you protected by insurance?
Am I what?
Are you protected by insurance?
Well, now, he can just fix his car up the best way he can.
Well, I mean, have you got any accident insurance on yourself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got an accident policy, all right.
Well, now, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Times like this is one that fellow appreciates having them, ain't it?
Yeah, I reckon so.
You may be laid up here quite a little while, Abner. You can't tell how bad those things are.
I'll find him in here. Well, that sounds like Grandpappy Spears out there in the hall. Well, come in, Grandpap. I thought I heard you.
Howdy, Abner. Howdy. See, you've got company. Howdy, Richard.
How you, Grandpap?
Oh, disappeared as a catbird. Well, Abner, they tell me they like to got you yesterday.
Yeah, I had a close call, I reckon, Grandpap. Awful close. Yeah. Go yourself up the rocker there and sit.
Yeah. Get out of there. Scat. Getting them hairs all over the place.
Well, Abner, I expect I better be getting on back down the store.
Sit still, Richard. I'll be going directly myself. Can't stay but just a minute. Just thought I'd drop over and sort of cheer Abner up a little.
Why, sure. Sit down, Dick. You ain't got nothing to do, no way.
Well, Abner, you look like you've been in a wreck, all right.
Yeah?
You don't look natural all bandaged up that way.
No, I reckon not.
Tell me it broke both your arms.
Yeah, broke them both, Grandpa.
Well, I do know. Was your arms broke above or below your elbow?
Well, which does it look like to you?
Well, of course, just offhand, it looks like it broke below the elbow, I'd say, the way them splints is put on there.
Yeah. Well, you're just right. You sure are. You ought to have been a doctor, Grandpa.
Yeah, that's awful bad, Abner. Man, get up your age, he's generally awful slow about mending. Fact is, I doubt where you ever get over it.
Oh, why, he'll be up and around in no time at all, hardly, Grandpa.
I don't know now, Richard. Old man that way, bones don't knit like they ought to.
What do you mean, old man?
I know when old Uncle Mac Rollins, whenever he fell out of his barn loft over there, he laid at home there for a month, flat of his back till he passed on.
Well, now, Grandpa, you oughtn't to be scaring Abner that way. It's bad enough as it is.
Well, I don't aim to scare you, Abner, now. I hope you do get over it, but I just saying I've got my doubts, Wouldn't surprise me none if you never used them arms again.
Yeah, well, you ain't scaring me none, Grandpa. I'll be up and around again before you know it.
That's the time, Abner. That's the way to talk.
Well, Abner, tell me about it. How did it all happen? Who hit you and all that?
Grandpa, Doc Miller told Abner not to be talking too much.
Oh, well, now, it's all right for me to talk, but, it just makes me feel worse to answer questions about the accident.
Why, sure it does, Abner. Best thing to do is just keep it off your mind. Forget about it.
Yeah, must be terrible to think about it.
Yeah, must be. Awful bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it too hard, Abner. Body can't live forever, you know.
Somebody at the door there, I think, Abner.
Yeah. Come in.
Well, Abner, she's a-working it. Well, howdy, fellas.
Howdy, Lum.
Yeah, howdy, Lum.
Come in, Lum. Sit down.
Yeah, thank you. You're looking better today, Abner. Glad to see you, man.
Here, Lum. Don't be shaking hands with him there. You'll hurt his arm.
Oh, excuse me, Abner. I forgot.
Yeah. Well, I did, too.
Here, Lum, take my share. I've got to be going anyhow. Well, Richard, if you're ready, I believe I'll better get on back to the place.
Yeah, I've got to go too, Grandpap. But Lum's here. He can keep Abner company now.
Well, don't let me rush you fellers off now.
Well, we fixing to go anyway, Lum.
Abner, if there's anything you're needing now, just call on us. Any setting up or anything like that.
Yeah, us too, Abner.
Well, thank you, man. I'm glad you come over. Come back again.
Yeah, we will. You come. Oh, that's right. You can't.
I hope you get to feel better, Abner.
You want me to let old Lead in?
No, keep that dog out of here. He lays out there in the hall right in the way and tries to get in every time you open the door. I'm going to run him off the place. He don't quit laying out there.
Well, Abner, it's a-working, ain't it?
Yeah. So far, it is, Lum.
So far?
I'm still sort of dubious about it, though. You know, the last time we tried this, when we made out like my leg was broke, why, it never worked out so well.
Oh, well, we learned a lot that time, though.
Yeah, we ought to learn enough not to try it again, I'm figuring.
Well, now, you just leave everything to me, Abner. I'll handle this all right.
I hope so.
Elizabeth's already in a good humor with you, I can tell that. I heard her singing back there in the kitchen when I come in just now, just singing.
Yeah, well, so far, she appears to be just happy to June bug. Been waiting on me, hand and foot. Just can't do enough for me, looks like.
Well, I told her yesterday, whenever we carried you over here, she better humor you all she could.
You did?
Yeah, you can thank me for all this attention you're
Well, now, that was a good idea, for she's sure been looking after me. Just been standing right here by my side doing everything. Asked me if I'm comforting and all that. Won't know if I want any more pillars propped behind my head or anything.
Well, that is fine.
Yeah.
I knowed in reason if I just set my head to do it, I could figure out a way to get Elizabeth back in a good humor with you all right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that's bothering me now, Lum, with these arms broke, why, I'm going to be laid up here for a long time. It takes them bones a long time to knit, you know.
Well, them arms ain't broke. What's they?
Huh? Oh, well, no, but I got to make out like that. I mean, and I've got to get out here and make some money somewhere or other. We ain't got nothing to eat in the house and nothing to buy it with. Of course, Dick Huddleston has offered to let us have groceries on a credit, but now I just ain't going on imposing on him that way when I ain't got no ideas when I can pay it back.
No.
I was in the store business myself too long. I know just how Dick feels about it. And there ain't going to be no money coming in off our matrimonial business for a while yet.
Well, and looks like it's a good thing that feller called me up then. What feller?
That's just what I come over to tell you about.
Huh?
Abner, me and you has went into another business.
Another business?
Yeah, our finance worries is over.
Well, what kind of business?
I ain't telling you a thing about it till I get the whole deal signed up. But you're a half partner in it.
Well, now, here now, Lum. Now, don't you go making me no partner in something till I find out what it is. You've got me in enough trouble when I knowed what I was doing. I ain't going into nothing that I don't know about.
Don't be telling me what you're going to do and what you ain't. Recollect you got both arms broke there. This ain't no time for you to be arguing back about nothing. I granny, as I said, we was going into a new business, and we're going into it.
Well, Abner seems to be a partner in this new business of Lum's, whether he likes it or not. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is more important in keeping good health and maintaining a high resistance to sickness than is plenty of good, sound sleep. That's something we all need to get our share of. Now, a lot of people are troubled with what we call sleeplessness. They can't get to sleep easily at night. As a result, they don't get a full night's rest, only a part of it. Now, those people need more sleep than they are getting. There's something that will help them to get it, too. A cup of Horlicks, hot, just before they go to bed. A cup of Horlicks just before you retire relaxes you, soothes you, helps you to sleep soundly and unbrokenly. Horlicks is an easily digested food. Experiments have proved that it will help you to sleep more restfully than if you had gone to bed with an empty stomach. Drink a cup of Horlicks hot just before you go to bed tonight. You'll find that sleep will come much easier, much quicker. You can get Horlicks malted milk, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Always demand Horlicks, the original malted milk, by name. Don't accept a substitute for it. Horlicks, you know, is made from only rich, full cream milk and the best of wheat and malted barley. That's why, for flavor and richness, and for results, too, Horlicks is so superior to imitations, mere mechanical mixtures of skim milk, an inferior malt powder, uncooked cocoa, and a high percentage of ordinary sugar. You can't expect to find Horlicks' nourishing, energy-giving qualities in those mixtures. No, Horlicks malted milk stands unequaled. Rich in precious vitamins and mineral elements, Horlicks is a great food drink for growing children. It helps children to develop sound and healthy bodies, good bones and teeth. And Horlicks is so delicious, so tasty, children never have to be urged to drink it regularly. Horlicks malted milk comes in both natural and chocolate flavor. Get a package of Horlicks from your druggist tonight. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Yesterday, Lum announced that he and Abner were going into a new business in order to raise some immediate cash while their matrimonial bureau is getting on a paying basis. Abner is confined to his bed as the result of the fake automobile accident that Lum devised to arouse Elizabeth's sympathy so that she would listen to Abner's explanation of their recent misunderstanding. Abner is living in mortal dread that his wife might learn that the automobile accident was a fake, and that he and Lum have allowed Squire Skimp to swindle them out of their Jot-'em-Down store while she was visiting in Texas. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Dick Huddleston over at Abner's house discussing the accident. Listen.
No, all I know is that automobile hit me. I don't know who it was or what kind of car or nothing.
Well, I told Elizabeth I'd try to help her find out who it was, Abner. She was asking this morning if I wouldn't help her.
Yeah, I know she's awful interested. She's been asking me questions about it all day.
Well, she's pretty mad about it. I feel sorry for whoever done it if she finds out who it is. I reckon she told you what she done to Ezra Seastrong.
Ezra? No.
Well, she was out this morning trying to find out who done it, and she seen Ezra Seastrong sitting in his car, and his car had a bent fender and a broke headlight where he'd hit a cow last week. But she never asked him no questions, just reached in there and snatched him out and give him a good flogging, throwed him back in and walked off. But I know that Ezra never done it.
No, I know it weren't Ezra. And I reckon the licking she'd give him would do him good anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to find out who it was that hit you, Abner, and see that he's dealt with for it.
Well, sir, I don't believe we'll ever find out who it was. I just got a feeling that we won't.
Well, I'll find out who it was if he's in Pine Ridge.
Well, I wouldn't look too hard for him, Dick. I wouldn't want to cause nobody no trouble over it.
You mean that you think it's all right for somebody to drive around town here at breakneck speed and run over you and break both of your arms and not even stop to see how bad you were hurt?
Well, I don't think he aimed to do it. Now, I don't think he aimed to break both arms anyway. I think it was just an accident.
Why, sure, I don't think you run over you on purpose, Abner, but you ought to be taught a lesson. There's too much reckless driving around here.
Yes, there is. We've got speed laws here in Pine Ridge, and they ought to be enforced. Us citizens ought to get together and see that they are, too.
Well, you're the constable. It's up to you to sit there and enforce, Abner.
Yeah, that's right. I am, ain't it? Well, I don't think that feller hit me, though. I don't believe he was driving reckless.
Well, he must have been if he's driving down the main street that fast and didn't even blow his horn.
Didn't he blow his horn?
Well, you said he didn't yesterday.
I did. Well, he must not have then. I know I wouldn't tell no story about it.
Well, you don't know what color the car was, Abner, or anything about it like that, do you?
No, I sure don't, Dick. I don't recollect the thing. Wait a minute. Come in.
Well, howdy, Lum.
Gentlemen.
Well, Lum, Edder. Come right in. Draw yourself up a rocker there.
Yeah. How you feeling today, Abner?
Oh, all right. I'm tired of laying in bed this way.
How's Elizabeth feeling?
Elizabeth?
I mean, is she still in a good humor with you?
Oh, yeah, she's in a good humor now.
Well, I think it's all right for you to get up and stir around a little, eh?
Well, I don't know now, Lum. If I was him, I wouldn't get up for a few days yet. He had a terrible shock there, you know.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. You better stay in bed till you tell Elizabeth about us losing the Jot-'em-Down store, Abner. You'll have a shock worse than an automobile hitting you if you don't.
Haven't you told her yet, Abner, that you and Lum aren't in the store business anymore?
No, I just can't bring myself to do it, Dick. I know how mad she's going to be.
Well, now, you better tell her. She's going to find out about it sooner or later, and I better get it off your mind right away is what you better do.
That's what I've been telling him, Dick.
Well, I started to this morning. I started to question her about it and asked her what she'd think if we was to sell the store.
What'd she say?
Oh, my goodness, she just blowed up. Said that was one thing that she wouldn't stand for at all. Just might now went into hysterics over it. But I calmed her down by telling her not to get excited about it, that we weren't going to.
Well, now, you're just making bad matters worse talking that way.
Yeah, you sure are, Abner.
Yeah, I know it, but I couldn't help it. She made me promise that I'd never sell my interest in the store.
And you promised her that knowing that you'd already sold it?
Yeah. I'm just afraid I got myself out further on a limb than I already was.
Well, Abner, won't you never learn to keep that big mouth of yours closed? Every time you open your mouth, you put your foot in it.
Yeah, I know. Huh?
Nothing.
Well, it looks like you got yourself in a jam, Abner.
Oh, well, Lum was just joshing about me putting my foot in my mouth. He just saying that. He knows that I can't do it.
I mean about this store business.
Looks like to me that you fellas are going to have to get a stock of merchandise and get that store open before Elizabeth finds out anything about it.
Grannies, I believe that's a good idea, Dick.
Yeah, I know it is.
I wished we could.
Yeah.
I ain't been happy since we sold out over
No,
there.
me neither. I'd just give might nigh anything if we could start up again. Especially with Elizabeth feeling the way she does.
All we got to do now is figure out a way to get the new stock of merchandise.
Well, what was this new business that you was telling me we was going into yesterday, Lum? I've been waiting all morning for you to come over.
Why, well, I'll tell you about it some other time.
Well, here, now, you fellas want to talk business. I'll get on out of your way here.
Oh, no, sit still, Dick. I never meant it that way at all.
Sit down, Dick.
Oh, I know you didn't, Lum, but I've got to go anyway. I ought to have been back long ago. Well, I hope you get along all right, Abner.
Yeah, thank you, Dick. I'm glad you come over. Well, I'll see you later then. So long.
So long, Dick. I hope Dick never taken no defense at what I said. I just might not busting to tell you about this new idea.
Oh, yeah, well, he never thought nothing about it. What is it, Lum?
Looky there.
Huh?
And there's what we're going to stock the store with.
Stock the store? You mean we're going to put in a whole store full of these fountain pens?
That ain't no fountain pen, Abner. That's a flashlight.
Huh?
Let me show you. See, just press that little button on the end there. Looky there.
Yeah. Well, I do know. Well, I ain't that the beatin'est thing that you ever seen. What will they think of next? Well, I would have swore you could have read a letter with it.
I did, too, when I first seen it. The feller brought it out last night to show it to me, and I tried for 5 minutes to write with it.
Yeah.
About the time I decided it wouldn't work, he told me it was a flashlight.
I dog it well. It's pure silver, ain't it?
No, it ain't silver, Abner. That's polished aluminum. I never could speak that word.
Yeah. Where's the business that we're going into, Lum?
That's it, right there.
You mean selling these flashlights?
Yes, sir. We've got exclusive rights on it for Pine Ridge. I believe we can make enough money out of these to buy a new stock of goods for our store.
Well, it's about as nice a gadget as I ever seen, Lum, but I don't know where we could sell that many or not.
Why, sure we can. There's something for every member of the family. Sell the whole family one of them. See there, got a clip on it there and carry it right in your pocket like you would a fountain pen.
Yeah, well, I do know.
It's little, but it's powerful a flashlight as you ever seen.
Yeah.
That feller says it'll throw a beam 200 foot. Look yonder, look across there on the fur wall.
Yeah? I dog it, the children will sure take to that, won't they?
Oh, yeah, they can find 1,000 uses for it.
Yeah.
Grown folks, too, far as that goes. Handy to have around the house.
Why, sure.
Look in the attic, and down in the cellar, and dark closets, and all such as that.
Natural.
Handy for mothers to look in the children's throats with. Body driving an automobile oughtn't to be without one of them. Fixing flat tires and reading the road signs and one thing or another.
I dog it, that is a handy little contraption, ain't it? It sure is. Yeah, I'd love to have one of them myself. And Elizabeth, now, she needs one the worst way to use out there at the barn when she's doing up her chores, milking, feeding the stock, and stuff like that.
That's what I say. Everybody needs one.
Yeah.
These things will sell like hotcakes.
Well, the only thing, old Lum, just from looking at it, I'm afraid they'll cost too much for most folks. What do they cost?
Well, the price of them is 75 cents, but now, wait a minute. I ain't told you all my ideas.
Yeah.
I've got a way figured out to where we can let every man, woman, and child in the United States have one of these.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute now, Lum. You're covering a lot of territory there now.
Here's my idea, Abner. I was thinking about getting some great big company interested in these, and natural, I thought about the Horlicks Malted Milk Corporation.
Natural.
You know, they was nice enough to send out the Pine Ridge News first when all of our friends wrote in for it a while back. So I just sat down a while ago and wrote Mr. William Horlick a letter, personal.
Oh, well, I believe I'm catching on now.
Listen to this. Mr. William Horlick, Racine, Wisconsin. Dear Mr. Horlick, we are sending under separate cover a fountain pen flashlight which we think you might be interested in using in an advertising campaign of some kind. This is something that every man, woman, and child would appreciate having, and if you are interested, we can supply you with any number you want, as we are exclusive distributors for Pine Ridge.
Yeah.
Please let us hear from you by return mail. Your old friends, Lum and Abner.
Well, I dog it, Lum, you sort of outdone yourself on that letter. Now, that does sound fine.
Well, it ought to. I spent enough time on it.
Yeah.
Abner, if Mr. Horlicks is interested in this proposition, we'll get that stock of groceries back in that store before Elizabeth ever finds out a thing about us going out of business.
I dog it, I believe you're on the right track, Lum. Just go ahead and make me a half partner. I dog it.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. We're going to have a big surprise for you tonight, so we're going to hurry right on down to Pine Ridge and Lum and Abner. First, though, I'd like to say something to all you boys and girls who are listening. You know, I have a little girl of my own, just about the same age as most of you youngsters. Well, you know what she likes more than anything in the world? A glass of Horlicks chocolate malted milk. She just loves Horlicks, thinks it's the best tasting drink she's ever had. Well, I'll bet that she drinks 4 or 5 glasses of Horlicks every day. Her mother and I like to have her drink it, too, for we know Horlicks will help her to grow up big and strong. Well, what I wanted to tell you was this. I know that every one of you boys and girls, if you try Horlicks, will like it just as much as my little girl. Why don't you ask Mother or Dad to buy you some? I know they'll be glad to get you a package of Horlicks the next time they go to the drugstore. You boys and girls, and you grown-ups, too, be sure and listen to the closing announcement tonight. I'm going to have a big surprise for you. Can't tell you about it just now, though, so be sure and listen later. Well, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner have secured the agency for a pocket flashlight and have written Mr. Horlick to try and interest him in using a large quantity of them in an advertising campaign. The old fellows are trying to raise enough cash to reopen their Jot-'em-Down store. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum down at their old store building, which is now being used as headquarters for their matrimonial bureau. Abner, who has been confined to his bed since pretending to have had both arms broken in an automobile accident, is just entering the store for the first time since Lum conceived the idea of the fake accident. Listen.
Well, for goodness sakes, Abner, what in the world are you doing out?
I told it I got tired of laying up there in that bed. I decided to get out and stir around a little.
Yeah, and Elizabeth will just about find out you ain't sure enough hurt, and then we will be into it.
Well, now, Lum, ain't no use for me to just lay up in bed just 'cause my arms is broke.
Yeah, but you get up and around this way, and you're liable to forget that your arms ain't really hurt and give yourself away.
Oh, no, I'm watching that mighty close, Lum. I got my hands all wrapped up, too, so that I won't forget and pick up nothing.
You look like you've been in a wreck, all right.
Well, I feel like it, too. I've talked about these arms being broke and how bad they hurt till they sure enough got to aching.
Maybe Cedric got them bandages wrapped a little too tight on there. Stopped to circulate.
Well, I don't know, but they pained me so bad last night I couldn't hardly sleep. Just might as well have been broke. They couldn't have hurt me no worse.
Yeah.
And let me sit down, Lum. I've laid up there in that bed till I'm just as weak as a kitten.
Yeah, sure. Draw yourself up a chair and sit.
Well, I reckon I'll have to get you to move a chair for me, Lum.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a nuisance having both arms broke.
Yeah, it is.
Fella has to be weighted on hand and foot.
Yeah, it's a shame it had to... Your arms ain't broke. What's the matter with you?
Well, no, but I got to make out like they are.
Well, you don't have to make out like it around me. You ain't fooling me none.
Well, Lum, with my arms wrapped up this way, I can't do nothing for myself. I can't pick up nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
I was just sort of wondering, Lum, if you'd mind to fill up my pipe with tobacco there.
All right. Where is it at?
In my coat pocket, left-hand side there. Yeah, right in there. That's it.
For goodness sake, what all you got in here?
I don't know. Elizabeth put all my stuff in there a while ago, my knife and keys and one thing and another.
Worse than some schoolboy about carrying stuff in your pockets.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, much obliged. Right now, if you put my pipe in my mouth and light it for me, Lum.
Looks to me like you'd quit smoking while you're crippled up this way, Abner. Here.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Lum, reckon you could sort of lift my hat off and set it over on the counter?
Lift your hat off?
Yeah, Elizabeth put it on for me a while ago, and it's about to worry me to death. That's just one thing I can't stand is for somebody else to put my hat on for me. They never get it on right, looks like. Don't feel comfort.
All right. Now, if you're settled, I'll get back to work here.
Yeah, what are you doing there, Lum?
I've been sorting out some of this mail to the matrimonial bureau.
Oh, still writing in, are they?
Oh, yeah. Matrimonial Bureau's fine if we're just making any money out of it.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting letter, Abner. Read that.
Yeah. Would you mind to reach in my inside coat pocket here, Lum, and get my spectacles and set them on my nose for me?
Who ever thought of this idea of having both your arms broke anyway?
Why, you thought of that, don't you know, Lum? I dogged it sure worked all right, too.
It's working too good. Here. Hold still.
Now, I don't believe we could have figured out a better way to get Elizabeth back in a good humor with me. Now, where's that letter?
Oh, yeah. Listen here. From Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Well, you have to hold it up in front of my eyes, Lum, so that I can read it.
Never mind. Just let it go. Just let the letter go. Weren't nothing important no way.
Why? Well, if I ain't going to read it, why, you may as well take these spectacles off, ain't you?
Just leave 'em on there.
Yeah. All right, I just hate to wear 'em out when I ain't looking at nothing.
Well, Abner, I can't spend all my time waiting on you. If you think I'm going to play nursemaid for you, you just got another guess coming. I've got work to do here.
Well, before you start in on that, Lum, would you mind to light my pipe up again for me?
And I wished you'd had both your legs broke instead of your arms. Here, now. Keep puffing on it.
Yeah.
You let it go out again, it'll just have to stay out.
Yeah, much obliged. That's better.
Hope your arms as well by the time we get our store opened up again.
Yeah, I just hope we get the store opened up by the time our arms gets well. That's what I hope. If Elizabeth finds out that we let Squire Skimp beat us out of their store, Lum, we'll both be crippled up.
Well, if this flashlight proposition works out, we'll have a new stock of goods here in a couple of weeks. I believe them things are going like hotcakes.
Yeah, I believe they are too, Lum.
If we can sell enough of them to get our store opened up again, and by that time our matrimonial business is on a paying base, we'll be back on your feet again.
Yeah. Well, if we can just get the store open, that's the main thing. We know we can't starve to death as long as we got a stock of groceries in here.
No.
And if the worst comes to the worst, why, we can just eat the store, you know.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know when we was well off, did we?
Why, no. Had the store and making a little money out of it. If we'd just stayed with it, why, we'd have been all right.
Yeah, trying to get rich quick.
That's it.
Squire Skimp come along with his big-sounding talk and made us unsatisfied with what we had.
Just what he done.
Looked like everything we touched went right backwards to what it ought to.
Oh, Lord, we've had a run of hard luck that just might not ruin us long.
Yeah, more than likely it'll be good for us in the long run. Get some of these big ideas out of our heads.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if we can get our store back now, we'll appreciate it more.
Why, sure. Well, here comes Dick Huddleston.
Yeah.
He's sure been a friend to us, ain't he?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what we would have did if it hadn't been for him.
Been letting me have groceries down there at his store on a credit just to keep Elizabeth from finding out that we lost our store.
Yeah, but it can always lean again, Dick, in time of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Must be some more mail for our matrimonial bureau he's bringing over.
Yeah, I'm on it. Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Yeah, how you fellas today?
No, just fine. Come on back.
Well, Abner, I didn't know you was able to be up and around.
Well, he oughtn't to be.
Yeah, I just got tired of laying over there in bed.
Come down here and expects me to wait on him hand and foot.
Well, how are your arms feeling, Abner?
Oh, they're all right, I reckon, Dick. I'd say, Dick, would you mind to light my pipe for me here? I don't want to ask Lum to do it again. He got sort of aggravated at me.
Don't
why,
do
sure,
it,
sure.
Just let it stay out.
Lum, here's some mail for you here. There's one special deliver letter in that bunch there, too.
Well, I do know.
Here you are, Abner.
Special deliver. Reckon somebody must be in a turbo. Well, it's a letter from Mr. Horlick, Abner.
Huh?
Granny's, he answered right back, didn't he?
Yeah, open it up and see if you take me up on that proposition, Lum.
Yeah.
You fellas on deal with Mr. Horlick?
Yeah, me and Abner got the agency for these flashlights, and we wrote Mr. Horlick to see if he couldn't use a bunch of them in an advertising campaign of some kind. Here's one of them.
Yeah. Looks like a fountain pen, don't it?
Say, that's all right, isn't it? Well, that's about as handy a gadget as I ever saw.
Well, sir, them things will throw a beam 200 foot.
Yeah, now that is a dandy. Say, that's nice for a fella to have along with him all the time, you know. Like a fountain pen, you can just put it in your pocket there. It's always there when you need it. If you're out in the car at night or something like that.
Why, sure, yeah, it's the handiest thing in the world. Young'uns, they get a lot of fun out of it, too.
It looks like silver.
No, it's polished aluminum, as Lum said it was.
Well, you know, I'd like to have one of these myself, Abner.
What's that, Dick?
I'd say I'd like to have one of these flashlights here,
All right, Granny's, you can get one of them. Listen to this. Here's that letter. Mr. Lum and Abner Peabody.
Yeah.
Dear sirs.
That's us.
I received your letter, also the aluminum pocket-sized flashlight which you sent me. It is a very attractive and useful article, and I am so enthused over it that I am going to send one as a gift to all users of Horlicks malted milk.
Well, I do know.
To anyone who sends you the wrapper of a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder, I authorize you to send them one of these handy flashlights with my compliments.
Well, that's nice.
In this way, it will be to your advantage to distribute as many as possible. Please accept my sincere thanks for your interest in Horlicks. I am confident that your enterprise will be successful and that the Jot 'em Down store will soon be reopened to the public. Sincerely, William Horlicks.
Well, good for him.
Well, say now, that's mighty
Well,
nice.
I knowed they'd do it. I just knowed it. You know, they was nice enough to mail out our Pine Ridge News for us, and I just knowed they'd do this.
Well, sir, that's as nice a gift as I ever saw.
And Granny's, I'm going to make an announcement on the party line right this minute. Tell all our friends how they can go about getting one of these flashlights.
Yeah, just tell all the folks that wrote in for the Pine Ridge News, Lum, that we got something else for them now.
No, I'll tell everybody. Everybody, men, women, and children.
That's a nice gift.
I'll tell them that if they ain't got some Horlicks in the house, to go out and buy some so we can get some of these roppers in here.
That's the time.
The more of them roppers they send in, the more of these flashlights we can send out. And the more flashlights we send out, the quicker we can get our Jot 'em Down store opened up again.
Why, sure.
Just a minute, folks is listening.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Howdy, everybody. This is Lum Edwards talking. I've got an important announcement to make.
Yes.
You folks out on the party line has been awful good about writing to me and Abner.
Oh, yeah.
We never have called on you yet that you ain't ex-bonded.
Not a time.
We've tried not to impose none on your friendship, and that's why we don't hesitate a minute to ask all of our friends to write in for one of these flashlights the Horlicks Malted Milk Company is going to give away. All you've got to do is to send your name and address on the back of a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks Malted Milk powder and mail it to me and Abner, and we'll see that you get one of these handy little flashlights.
Well, it's true, folks. Mr. Horlick is going to give one of these aluminum pocket flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries, to every user of Horlick's malted milk powder. Now, here's how you can get one. To let us know you are a user of Horlick's malted milk, send us the wrapper from a package, any size, of Horlick's malted milk powder. Remember, it must be Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from packages of Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Well, on the back of this Horlick's malted milk wrapper, write your name and your address, and then send it with 10 cents enclosed. That's just to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, which is a regular 75-cent value, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, if there are any of you who weren't listening last night, here's how you can get a handsome aluminum flashlight, complete with bulb and batteries, with the compliments of the makers of Horlicks. A powerful little flashlight, scarcely larger than a fountain pen, which can be easily carried in a pocket. There are dozens of uses for this handy little flashlight. You could use it to help you find things in dark closets, in the basement, the attic, the garage. Think, too, what a lot of fun the children could have with one of these flashlights. Well, no matter what you want this flashlight for, here's how you can get it. Send in the wrapper from a package, any size package, of Horlick's malted milk powder. It must be Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents. That's to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Then you'll receive one of these fine aluminum flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries.
Now send in for your flashlight right away, folks. Do it tonight. If you don't have a package of Horlicks in your home already, you can get it either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner received a letter yesterday from Mr. Horlick authorizing them to send one of their pocket flashlights as a gift to all their friends who will mail in a wrapper from a bottle of Horlick's malted milk. The old fellows are very enthused over the proposition and expect to raise enough funds in this way to restock their Jot-'em-Down store. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at their empty store building discussing their new enterprise. Listen.
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe I'd ordered so many of them flashlights, Lum. I don't believe we'll need half that many.
Don't you worry about that. We'll have that many requests in for 'em within the next day or two.
I hope so.
Why, everybody will want one of these. It's the nicest little present I ever seen. I was sitting here a while ago just thinking. There's something a body can find 1,000 uses for. Men, women, and children.
Oh, yeah, if they could see it, why, I know they'd write in for one of them, Lum, but us just trying to tell them about it on a party line, why, it's hard to explain to them just what a nice present it is.
Well, I told them it was a regular 75-cent flashlight.
Yeah, but, Lum, you've got to see it to appreciate it. They've made so many improvements on them here late. When you just say pocket flashlight, well, a lot of folks has in mind them old style kind that a body might not be ashamed to carry.
Next time I make an announcement over the party line, I'll tell them about how it looks like a fountain pen and how it's made out of polished aluminum so it'll be nice and light, and tell them all about it.
Yeah. Well, now that you went ahead and ordered all these, well, we've got to get in some letters here some way.
Well, look how many of our friends wrote in for Pine Ridge News we gave away a while back. This is a way yonder nice present that was.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd love to see all our friends get one, for I know how pleased they're going to be with it, yeah.
Everybody I've showed it to has been tickled to death with it. Said they's going to send in for one of them. I was down at Moe's Mooch Barber Shop this morning. They's all trying to swap me out of this, and I got it.
Yonder comes Cedric Weasel up out there front.
Yeah. He's been trying to get me to patch up some troubles twixt him and his sweetheart. They've had a sort of a falling out with one another.
Well, I hope you don't try to talk him into having an automobile accident to get her back in a good humor with him like you did me.
Don't you worry. I'll never try to talk nobody else into that thing again. After having to sit down here and wait on you hand and foot like I've been doing.
Well, Lum, I can't wait on myself. Somebody's got to do it.
That blame if I don't believe you're enjoying getting waited on this way.
Well, I wouldn't say I was enjoying it, but I'm getting a good rest out of it anyhow.
That's what I thought. Come in, Cedric.
Howdy, Cedric.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Dick wanted me to bring this mail over to you fellers. Said you's in a hurry for it.
Oh, yeah. Much obliged, Cedric. There must be orders for them flashlights on.
Hey, Granny, is this all the mail it was, Cedric?
Yes, sir, I reckon so. That's all Mr. Dick handed me.
Well,
this ain't nice. Many as I was looking for.
Oh,
I figured he'd have to bring the mail up here in a wheelbarrow this morning.
Well, I could have brung it over in a wheelbarrow, I reckon, but I never seen no use in it as long as I could carry it in one hand this way.
Well, I'm sure counting on restocking the store here out of these orders for flashlights. Why, the way we're starting out here, it'll take us all spring to fill up the candy case, much less the rest of the store.
Yeah.
Well, I better be getting back, I reckon. I've got some delivers to make. I'm working down there for Mr. Dick now, you know.
Well, fine, Cedric. I'm glad to hear it. That's a good job for you.
I wanted to tell you, Mr. Lum, that advice you give me worked out fine. Me and Gertrude Seastrunk's made up again now.
Well, fine, Cedric. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, Gertrude is a fine little girl. Fine little girl, Cedric.
We're going to get married before long, I think.
Well, I'm glad to see my advice has helped somebody anyway. Recollect, Cedric, I'm justice of the peace whenever you get ready to have the knot tied.
Drumming up business.
Yes, I will. Well, expect I might as well get on back to the store.
Well, much obliged for bringing the mail over, Cedric.
Yeah, and if any more comes in down there, fetch it over for us, Cedric.
Yeah, bring it right over.
Yes, I will.
How many we got there, Lon?
There's 6 letters here.
Well, I do know. Just 6.
Here's a letter from the city of Muncie, Indiana.
Well, maybe the whole town's wanting flashlights, Lon.
Yeah, it says, gentlemen.
Well.
We have learned of your recently organized Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau and understand that you will solve domestic problems. Oh, this must be to our Matrimonial Bureau.
Must be, yeah.
I confide in you a very serious problem which is of much concern to our citizens. Granny's Abner, we are getting importance when they get to writing us and wanting us to tell them how to run a whole city this way.
Well, go ahead. You never did find out what he wanted there.
It says, Susan and Mickey, 2 of the bears in McCullough Park, have lived together for over 2 years in domestic bliss.
Well.
But recently, Suzanne seems to be losing interest in Mickey.
Same old story, same old story.
The question is, what can Mickey do to make his wife less irritable and restore harmony in his household? Yours very truly, William M. Hallman, Secretary.
Doggy, they must be important people there, Lum, for the city to be writing about them.
People? These is bears he's talking about.
Bears?
He says Susan and Mickey, two of the bears in McCullough Park.
Yeah, but he's talking there like they was humans, Lum.
Well, the way I understand this is two of the bears in the park there in Muncie that ain't getting along as well as they ought to, and they want us to try to figure out some way for them to make up.
Yeah, well, I know about how Mickey feels. I saw Elizabeth when she was mighty nice cross as a bear.
I thought bears went to sleep all during the winter time, sort of hibernated themselves.
Went to sleep during the winter?
Why, sure. Sleep all winter and stay up all summer. See, their nights is 6 months long.
You mean they sleep for 6 months all at one time?
They're supposed to.
I dog it if one of them bears has a nightmare. I bound you he knows it the next day, don't you? I thought it was Eskimos that had nights 6 months long, old long.
Well, they do. I reckon bears come from up in that sort of that country original, though. They've got fur all over them like Eskimos has, too, sort of.
Yeah. Well, now, maybe that's the trouble with Susan. Mickey's been prowling around at night. You get to prowling around for 6 months at a time, well, now, that's carrying things too far.
Well, now, there's reason.
Yeah, it'd be sort of funny, Mickey go out to lodge or something about October, along in the fall, and come sneaking in along about January, wouldn't it?
Who ever heard of a bear going out to lodge?
Well, I just said it'd be funny if he did.
Mickey a night owl.
Well, maybe he walks in his sleep, Lum. You know, that'd be reason enough for him not going to bed. That'd get awful tiresome walking for 6 months at a time.
Well, this letter don't say nothing about him not sleeping good, Abner.
No.
Maybe he sleeps too good. Snores to where he keeps Susan awake. I don't blame her for getting mad. Can you imagine anything worse than laying there and listening to somebody snore for 6 months at a time?
No, now that would get awful tiresome, yeah. Yeah, if that's the trouble, I don't blame her for getting mad, not a bit.
Well, they want us to make some kind of a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a serious problem.
Get them to make up with one another.
Oh, yeah.
I ought to figure out something he can do to get her back in a good humor. I've got two couples straightened out, you and Elizabeth, and Cedric and his sweetheart. I oughtn't to have no trouble with these bears.
Well, now, don't go and try to get Mickey to make out like both his arms is broke. That's all right for the first day or so, but carrying your arms around in a sling till they're supposed to get well gets sort of old.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't work out for him no way.
No, I don't believe it would.
I'll study up something. Let's see the rest of these letters here.
6 months. I'd go that'd be a long time to have to lay and listen to your wife argue about something. I'm just glad we don't sleep for 6 months at a time.
Well, sworn to goodness.
Huh?
These letters is all for the matrimonial bureau. There ain't a one here writing in for a flashlight.
Well, I do know. Well, you must not have explained that to him very good over the party line yesterday, Long.
I thought that's an uncommonly good speech I
Say,
gave.
Long, how about me call him up on the party line and tell him about it?
You?
Well, we've got to do something if we're going to get a new stock of groceries for our store here.
Yeah, but you can't make no speech, Abner. You don't know how to use enough big words. I'll call him up myself after a little.
Yeah, I bet you I could get more letters than you did, Long. I couldn't do no worse than we've done today. I know that.
Well, you about get everybody on the party line, then forget what you're going to say.
No, I'm just going to tell them that if they don't send in for these flashlights that we're ruined, that's all.
Now, you better leave all the speech-making up to me, Abner. Out loud talking just sort of comes natural with me. It's inherent, I reckon.
Well, now, Long, I've got friends out on the party line just the same as you have, and I'll prove it to you, too. I know that. I forgot, Long. You'll have to do the ringing for me.
Oh, for goodness.
Give the fire alarm ring. That'll get them to the phone.
And I'll ring them, but you're just wasting your time. Nobody won't listen to your jabbering.
Yeah, you'll have to take the receiver off the hook, too, Long. Hold it up to my ear here.
I may as well give the speech for you if I'm going to have to do everything else.
Hey, dog it, I can hear them picking up a receiver.
Well, go ahead and start your speech.
Hello? Hello?
They ain't going to answer. You start talking.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Tell them who you are.
This is, who?
You ain't forgot your name, have you?
No, but it ain't the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau, and it ain't the Jot 'em Down store. Now, who is it?
Well, just tell them you're Abner Peabody.
I'm Abner Peabody.
Go ahead with the speech.
I just want to tell all my friends that me and Lum is sending a dandy little pocket flashlight to all our friends that send us their name wrote on the back of a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. Goodbye.
That's a great speech. That's got appeals to it. I'll eat every letter you get in here on an offer like that.
All right. Just recollect that. Every letter I get in off in that speech, you're going to eat it.
Well, Lum will know tomorrow how many friends Abner really has out on the party line. So send in for one of those handsome aluminum flashlights tonight, folks. Lum and Abner are going to send out a flashlight, complete with bulb and batteries, to every Horlicks malted milk user, you know. A handy little flashlight that's about the size of a fountain pen and can be easily carried in a pocket, but which is powerful and really useful. Now, every home can use a good flashlight. It would come in handy every day of the year. And here's all you have to do to get one. Send in the wrapper from a package, any size, of Horlicks malted milk powder. Must be Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and send it with 10 cents to cover mailing and packing charges to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? Then they will send you one of these fine pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries. Now, you'll all want one of these flashlights, folks. Send in for yours right away. You will not only be getting a useful article, you will be expressing your appreciation of Lum and Abner as well. And all of you will want to do that, I'm sure. If you don't happen to have a package of Horlicks in your home, you can get it in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original. All you boys and girls who are listening ought to send in for one of those flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all users of Horlicks malted milk. Just think what a lot of fun you could have with this flashlight. I know that Dad and Mother will be glad to send in for one for you. To get one of these shiny aluminum flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries, here's all you have to do. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Remember now, boys and girls, must be a wrapper from a package, any size package, of Horlicks malted milk powder. You can't use wrappers from packages of Horlicks tablets. Well, write your name and address on the back of that wrapper and send it, along with 10 cents to pay for packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? Then, Lum and Abner will send you one of these handsome and powerful flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries. Ask Dad and Mother to send in for your flashlight right away, tonight, before they forget it. You can get Horlicks malted milk powder, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist, if you don't already have a package in the house. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. When Lum conceived the idea of having Abner pretend that he'd been in an automobile accident to gain his wife's sympathy and get him back in good graces at home, little did he realize that he would have to do the work for both of them at the office. So as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find the old fellows down at the empty store building. Lum is busy going through today's mail, while Abner looks on. Listen.
Wish I could help you there, Lum, but I can't do nothing with these arms in a sling this way.
Yeah, of all the things we could have thought of to have wrong with you, we had to make out like your arms was broke.
Yeah.
I've got to do all the work, and you just sit around and take things easy.
Well, now, it was your idea. You were the one that had the idea for me to make out like I'd been hit by an automobile.
Yeah, Well, if I'd have known I was going to have to wait on you hand and foot, I never would have thought of it, neither.
Yeah, well, it ain't no use to argue about it now. We've done told Elizabeth that they's broke, and we got to keep on making out like they are.
Yeah.
If she ever was to find out that we just made that story up, why, there ain't no telling what she would do. About whip us both, that's about what she'd do.
Yeah, maybe you better keep your arms in a sling for a while yet, anyway.
Yeah, sure.
See, I just figured at the time if we made out like you were serious hurt, Elizabeth would get to feeling so sorrowful for you, she'd make up with you.
Well, she did. She did. It worked all right.
Yeah, I know, but I never stopped to think that it'd take 3 or 4 weeks for your arms to get well.
No. Well, I never neither.
She'd be mad enough to bite if she knowed we'd been fooling her, wouldn't
Oh, me. Well, of course, she'd be mad over that, all right. But if she knowed that she'd been waiting on me, feeding me and all that, and me just laying up there in bed when there weren't nothing wrong with me, she'd just about pull that house down right on top of it.
Well, I can tend to the matrimonial business and sending out these flashlights, all right, but Granny's, I want you to have them bandages off of your arms there by the time we get the store opened up. I ain't going to wait on all the customers by myself. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking last night, Lum, if they don't get well by the time we open up the store, well, maybe I could just be the president, and all I'd have to do is just sit around and sort of boss things.
Be the president?
Yeah, I could be the president of a new store, you know, even if my arms was still broke.
Abner, have we got to have another argument about who's going to be the president?
Well, no, I don't know that we have to have an argument.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it.
All we got to do is just decide right now that I'm going to be it, and then we get ready to open up for business, why, it'll all be settled.
Mm-hmm. You've got it all figured out, have you?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that up over at the house last night.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better go on back over to your house and do some more thinking, for you ain't got it right yet.
I ain't.
I've always been president of the Jot 'em Down store, and I aim to keep on being.
Yeah, well, Lum, that's just the reason that I'm going to be it this time, too, because you've always been it.
What do you know about being president? Nothing. How much experience have you had? None. Who's the best qualified for the office? I am.
Well, here, wait a minute. If you're going to ask the questions and give the answers both, well, I ain't got a chance. That ain't no way to have an argument.
I ain't trying to have no argument. I'm just telling you so you won't be disappointed. You may as well get that idea out of your head right now. I'll be the president.
Yeah, you may be the president, but I ain't going to get the idea out of my head. I'll tell you that right now. I guess I got all to say so about that.
Yeah, best thing to do is just let it go for right now. When the time comes, I know you'll see the light.
See the light?
Yeah, you'll have time to think it over careful and forget yourself and think of the good of the Jot 'em Down store.
Yeah.
Well, I went through all this mail here now. We've got 256 letters here wanting flashlights.
256?
Yes, sir.
Well, I just been waiting till you got all through sorting them now.
Waiting?
Get busy eating them.
Eat them?
Yes, sir, you said yesterday you'd eat every letter that them friends of mine sent in. I want to see you do it.
Well, here, there ain't no way of telling whether these letters come from that announcement you made yesterday or the one I made the day before.
Uh-huh.
I ain't going to eat them unless they say on there that they wrote in because they heard you talking on the party line.
Oh, just backing out on your word, huh?
I know. I ain't a backing out. I knowed you wouldn't get no letters, Abner. That speech you give yesterday more likely kept more folks from riding in than anything else.
Backing out. That's what you're doing, just backing out.
Why, they never even mentioned your name in the letters, not one of them.
Or did they say they heard your announcement?
Well, no, they never come right out and said so, but I know in reasons that's how come them to write in.
Yeah, and that's what you claimed it. Well, I wish they'd have put on that what you heard. If I wouldn't make you eat a flock of them, my name ain't Peabody.
You think all these folks wrote in just because they heard your announcement on the party line?
Yes, sir. Most of them.
Oh, sworn to goodness, Abner. You sure got a good opinion of yourself, I'll say that. Hear your tell of it, you ought to make all announcements.
Well, that ain't a bad idea. We get a heap more orders for them flashlights, I'll say that.
All right. If you think you're so smart, I'll tell you what I'll do, just to show you which one of us is the best at out loud talking.
What's that?
Well, you was complaining about wanting to be president of the Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up.
Oh, you gonna let me be it?
No, wait a minute now. We'll just leave it up to our friends to see who's gonna be it.
Our friends?
Yes, sir. Just let them decide which one of us ought to be president. Just make an announcement over the party line and tell them when they send in a robber for one of these flashlights just to write on the back of it which one of us they want to be president.
Oh.
If they want you, why, they can write Abner.
Yeah.
If they want me, they write Lum across it. Then we'll let each one of them robbers count as a vote. And the one of us that gets the most of them is elected to the office.
Well, That's fair.
Why, of course it's fair.
Yeah, it's just fair enough. I'll just take you up on that proposition.
Fine. All right, I'll just make an announcement over the party line right now, then. Tell everybody about it.
Well, here, wait a minute. How about me making an announcement?
Yeah. Well, all right, we'll both make it then.
Yeah.
I'll get them on the party line.
Yeah, I want to be sure and remind them to vote for me.
Now, wait a minute. We ain't going to have none of that going on, Abner. We'll just explain it to them and let them decide themselves which one of us they want to vote for. Ain't going to have no mudslinging in this campaign.
Huh?
I say, we ain't going to have no mudslinging. Ain't going to throw mud at one another.
Well, whatever give you the idea I want to throw mud on you anyway, for goodness sake.
I never said nothing about throwing mud on me. I said we're not going to throw mud at one another.
Well, how are we going to throw it at one another without getting some of it on us? We ain't going to miss every time, Lum. I know that. I can throw straight.
I ain't talking about real mud, Abner.
Well, I never seen no other kind. Mud's mud to me.
What I mean, Abner, we don't... Wait a minute. Folks is listening.
Oh.
Here's arguing about
No.
Hello? This is Lum Eddard talking.
And Abner Peabody.
I just wanted to tell all you folks out there on the party line that me and Abner is having a sort of a contest to see which one of us is going to be president of the Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up.
Yeah, vote for me.
Wait a minute, Abner.
Huh?
When you send in for one of these flashlights we're giving away, be sure and write on the back of the wrapper which one of us you want for president.
Yeah, me.
If you want me, why, write Lum. And if you want Abner, write Abner. But if you want me, write Lum.
Peabody for president. Vote for Abel Abner.
Recollect, we're leaving it up to you folks out on the party line to decide which one of us gets the office. We just leave it to your good judgment to see that I get elected.
And don't forget that I got both arms broke. I'm pitiful. Goodbye.
Well, for goodness sake, Abner.
Huh?
Peel into their sympathies. If I catch you pulling a stunt like that again, I'll fix you to where you can call them up and tell them you got your neck broke, too.
Well, I just want to get all the votes that I could.
Yeah. You store into them when you done it, too.
Huh?
Your arms ain't broke, and you know it.
Why, Oh, no. That's right. I forgot about that.
If you're going to start running things that way, I'll get out here and get me a campaign slogan and go into this thing right.
Well, I just thought we wanted to get all the votes we could for it.
That's all right. I'm going to get out tomorrow and stump speech the county.
And I'll get out and stump speech the county, too, then. That's just what I'll do.
Be a good campaign slogan.
Let's see. Abel Abner, the people's fearless protector. That ought to get it. I know that's what I'll do. That's my old constable slogan.
Wait a minute. There's our ring.
Huh?
I bet it's somebody calling up right now telling me they're going to vote for me.
Yeah, if it is, I'll cut them wires.
Hello? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. Wait a minute, Elizabeth. It's your woman, Abner.
Oh, hey, you'll have to hold the receiver up to my ear now.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Hello? Oh, I'm feeling all right. You done what? Oh, my goodness, I wouldn't have did that, Elizabeth. Yeah, but I just wouldn't have did it. Oh, my goodness,
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Why, Elizabeth has found that accident policy of mine over at the house, Lum, and she's put in a claim for me having both my arms broke.
Oh, well, tell her not to do that, Abner. Tell her that your arms ain't broke. Tell her the truth about it. They can get you for obtaining money under false pretense.
Yeah, but Elizabeth will get me for something a whole lot worse than that if she finds out that my arms sure enough ain't broke.
Well, Abner will be pitiful if his wife finds out that accident was a fake. And it looks, too, as if there's a difference of opinion between Lum and Abner as to which one of them is best qualified to be president of the Jot 'em Down store. I'll bet Abner has a lot more friends than Lum thinks he has. Cast your vote in this contest. And at the same time, get one of these handy little pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and battery. It's a really useful article, folks. A 75-cent value, for that's what it would cost you if you bought it in a store. But all you have to do is send in the wrapper from any size package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Must be Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from packages of Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. And send in your request right away, folks. Do it tonight. Lum and Abner want to hear from their friends as soon as possible. This is Carlton Brickard, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. In just a minute, we're going to see what the old fellows are doing tonight. But on our way down to Pine Ridge, I want to advise you to be sure and send in for one of those handsome aluminum flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all Horlicks malted milk users. Send in your request right away. This powerful, really useful little flashlight will come in mighty handy every day of the year. It would cost you 75 cents if you bought it at the store. But here's how you can get it with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. You may use the wrapper from any size package, but it must be from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Well, write your name and your address on the back of this wrapper and enclose 10 cents, which is only to cover the cost of mailing and packing your flashlight. Then, mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now, that's simple enough, isn't it? And that's all you have to do to get one of these handsome aluminum pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and battery. Send in your request tonight, folks. Lum and Abner want to hear from every single one of their many friends. And I'm sure that those friends will gladly take advantage of this chance to express appreciation of Lum and Abner and their sponsor, the makers of Horlicks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Yeah, there's been nothing but trouble ever since Lum sent Abner's pictures out to the lady applicants at the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. The latest development is that Abner's wife, Elizabeth, thinking that her husband has really been seriously hurt, put in a claim for damages on an accident insurance policy that he had. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the empty store building, which is being used for headquarters for their matrimonial bureau. The old fellows are very much concerned about the predicament in which they now find themselves. Listen.
Oh, it just got me worried to death. I don't know what to do.
Well, Abner, you can't go ahead and collect damages from the insurance company when you weren't even in no automobile accident.
Well, what am I going to tell them? That adjustment feller's supposed to be out there tomorrow to settle it.
I don't know, but I know if you go ahead and collect damages from them, it's obtaining false money under pretense. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, me.
How come Elizabeth to call up the insurance company in the first place?
Why, she just happened to run across that accident policy over at the house yesterday, so she just telephoned them right up and told them that I'd been hurt, had both arms broke, and wanted a settlement. She thought that I'd forgot about having a policy.
Maybe we could just explain to that adjustment feller that you weren't sure enough hurt and ask him not to tell Elizabeth nothing about it.
Yeah, but she'd find out something was wrong, Lum, if they never paid me something. 2 broke arms, why, they'd have to give me something. She'd just about go in there and tear the place up if they never paid me nothing, and then they'd have to tell her.
Granny, this is getting more complicated all the time. Can't tell Elizabeth now.
Oh, no, I'd rather go to the penitentiary and have her find out that accident of mine was a fake. Oh, yeah.
Looks like you can get yourself into more trouble than any one human I ever seen. I spend half my time getting you out of scrapes.
Well, if I never followed your advice, I wouldn't get him in the first place. This whole business started when you sent them pictures of me out to women that wrote into the matrimonial bureau for a husband.
Well, I never had no ideas that one woman was going to fall in love with your picture and come down here to see you, though.
Well, I never neither, but she did. And then when Elizabeth found out about it and got so mad, why, it was your idea for me to make out like I'd been in an accident and got both arms broke, too.
That's right. Blame me with the whole thing. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's appreciation for you.
And you was the one that talked me into buying that insurance policy, too, Lum Eddard. Said I ought to have it on account of my wife. If you hadn't have said that, why, I wouldn't have bought it. Just wanted to protect her.
Protect her?
Yes, sir.
I told you ought to have it on account of your wife, but I meant to protect yourself, not her. When she gets on one of them tantrums of hers, you ought to have cyclone, tornado, and every other kind of insurance you can get.
Yeah, and if she finds out that my arms ain't sure enough broke, well, I'll need more than that.
Yeah. That accident policy may come in pretty handy after all.
Well, I ain't going to let Elizabeth know about it. Don't you worry about that, Ron.
Well, I don't want you to.
No, sir.
She'd about find out it was my idea in the first place, and we'd both be into it. Ain't that Dick Huddleston coming up out there?
Oh, yeah, he's turning in here, too.
Well, I don't know what to tell you to do about this, Abner, just offhand, but we got to study up something before that adjustment feller comes out here. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let on now. Don't talk about it none while Dick's in here.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Howdy. I got some more mail for you here.
Well, good. Folks writing in for the flashlight, I reckon.
I'm anxious to see who they're voting for president.
Yeah.
Anxious to see what? Who they're voting for president, me or Long?
You must not have heard our announcement on the party line yesterday, Dick.
No, I reckon not, Long.
Well, see, me and Abner got in a sort of argument here yesterday about which one of us is going to be president of our Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up again, so we just decided to let the folks out on the party line do the electing.
Yeah, we told them that when they sent in for these flashlights that we're giving away, that they could just write on the back of the wrapper which one of us that they wanted to have office.
Yeah.
Well, won't that sort of complicate matters?
Oh, no. They have to write their name and address on the back of the wrapper anyhow. Won't be no trouble to write mine or Abner's name on there, too.
What if they don't want either one of you to hold office?
Well, they don't have to vote on it.
Oh, no.
It don't make no difference to them. They don't have to say one way or the other.
No.
It ain't got nothing to do with us giving away the flashlight. Just a sort of a contest. Me and Abner's running on the side pushed ourselves.
Yeah. Well, that's a fair way to decide on which one of you is to be the president, all right. You fellas usually have a little argument about it.
Yeah, well, we figured this would illuminate all that.
Yeah, this will be the first time that I've ever been president as long as we've been in business.
Well, wait a minute. Don't start that. You ain't elected yet. Yeah. See, I'm just doing this to prove to Abner that it ain't only me that thinks I'm the best qualified for the office.
Well, now, I don't want to get mixed up in this at all, fellas. I'm anxious to see, though, which one of you gets the most votes.
Well, I figure I'll be elected about 3-1.
Sassy.
Conservative.
Sassy.
May be a few folks that'll vote for Abner. Don't know no better.
Yeah, well, now, let's just look at a little of this mail that come in today and see how it's run.
Yeah, Granny, I'll just show you.
Well, I better get on back store, fellas. I just run over with this mail. I figured you fellas want it as soon as you get it.
Yeah, well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Dick, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, much obliged, Dick.
Yeah, so long.
So long.
Now, before we look at these, Abner, I want to warn you not to be disappointed when you open them up and they're all voting for me. Don't want you to have no hard feelings over me.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that in there. Abner, first one.
Huh? Oh, but listen here, says Abner, too.
Yeah.
Must be some of your relations writing in.
Well, I do know. Well, here's 2 more from Elon. Look at that.
Well, that's bland. Don't reckon they got our names mixed up. Here's another one for you.
Uh-oh. Here's one for you, Lum.
Well, good. There's somebody that knows a president when they see one. I reckon all yours just happen to be on top there. I know they
Well,
raised
no
it.
wonder. Look there. Look who sent it in.
Who was it?
Lum Abner, Pine Ridge.
Oh, did I vote for myself on there?
Yeah, you wrote Lum Abner for president across there.
Well, I'll swan to just force a habit, I reckon. That is, writing my name. I don't mean voting for myself. I aim to vote for you, Abner, just to be sure that you got one vote.
Yeah. Well, good. Here, you can just change it, Lum. Just rub your name out there and then write mine in.
Well, I don't think you're allowed to do that, though, Abner.
Huh?
I don't think you're allowed to change the votes after they've been sent in that way.
Hey.
Oh, we get to doing that, no telling where we'd wind up at.
I dog it. Here's 2 more for me, Lum. Look there.
Let me see.
For the land's sake.
Granny, something's wrong here somewhere. Can't figure this out. Let me read that. Dear Abner.
Yeah.
Oh, I put a note on there to you.
Yeah.
I am voting for you for president because you have both arms broken, and I feel sorry for you.
Well, bless her heart. Bless her little heart. Listen here, said this might lie the same thing, too, Lum.
Well, and looky there. There's another one voting for you, just on account of your arms being broken.
Well.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, that's the reason. Just on account of them feeling sorry for you. You done that yesterday when you told them out on the party line that you had both your arms broke.
Yeah? Yeah, that was a good idea. I'm glad I put that in there.
Well, it ain't fair. It's cheating. Your arms ain't broke, and you know it. You're just appealing to their sympathy. And, Grannies, I'll put a stop to that right now.
Yeah, what are you fixing to do now, Lum? Wait a minute there.
Never mind.
Well, recollect now. You said that we weren't going to have no mudslinging now,
I ain't going to sling no mud. I'm just going to straighten out a misunderstanding here. The very ideas you telling everybody yesterday that you was pitiful. I order just took it. Wait a minute. Hope you're listening.
Be careful what you say now.
Howdy, everybody. This is Lum Edwards talking. I've got a little announcement to make about me and Abner running for president.
I sure got his goat that time.
A lot of you folks voted for Abner because you felt sorry for him. Well, I just want to tell you that there ain't a thing in the world to that story about his arms being broke.
Well, Dad, blame you.
His arms ain't no more broke than mine is. We just made that story up to fool his wife. I've always been president of the Jot 'em Down store, and I'm about the only one in the company that knows anything about running it. And I just want to remind you that when you're making up your mind which one of us to vote for, just figure out which one of us is the best qualified for the office and vote for me. I thank you. Granny, that ought to hold you.
I'd be shamed to death if I was you, Lum.
Claiming your arms was broke just to get votes. Of all the unfair methods
You're just mad 'cause everybody's voting for me. That's the whole trouble, Lum Eddard, and you know it.
Well, I put a stop to it, I know that. I'll bet you don't get a vote tomorrow.
Blame your ornery hide.
They'll see what underhanded methods you've been using, and they'll ever one turn against you.
Yeah, I think that's our ring there, Lum.
More than likely somebody call me up, thank me for exposing you.
Honest thing I ever heard of.
Hello? This is Lum Eddard talking.
I hope they bought him out.
Who? Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, but, well, yeah, that was just a joke.
What's that?
Well, I never meant... Yeah, well, here, you talk to him about it. Here, get up here, Abner.
Who is it?
It's your wife, Elizabeth. She was listening on the party line a while ago and heard me tell everybody that your arms ain't sure enough broke, and she's just a-burning that telephone up.
Well, it looks like Lum has bungled things now, sure enough. Perhaps some of you haven't sent in for a flashlight because you already have one in your house. Well, if I were you, I'd send in and get one of these little fountain pen-sized flashlights, too. These are such handy things, about the size of a fountain pen, you know, and easy to carry around in a coat or vest pocket. For all their compactness, though, these little flashlights are amazingly powerful, really serviceable. It's the same kind of flashlight that costs 75 cents in the stores. But here's how you can get one with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Now, your wrapper may be from any size package, but it must be from a Horlicks malted milk powder package. Wrappers, from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then, mail your wrapper with your name and address and the dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now, isn't that an easy way to get a fine aluminum pocket-sized flashlight complete with bulb and battery? Send in for a flashlight tonight, folks. Don't put it off until it's too late. If you don't have a package of Horlicks malted milk in your home now, you can get it in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, we're on our way to Pine Ridge to see what the old fellows are up to this evening. Let me tell you a little more about this flashlight that Lum and Abner are sending out to all users of Horlicks malted milk. So I'd be able to know what I was talking about, Lum and Abner let me borrow one of these flashlights. Got it here with me right now. Suppose I describe it to you. All right? Well, it looks like a fountain pen. It's just about the same size, and on it there's a good, strong clip, just like a fountain pen has. That's to keep the flashlight from falling out of your coat or vest pocket if you want to carry it around just as you do a pen or automatic pencil. And when you press that little button, well, that's when you're going to get the surprise of your life. Well, you wouldn't believe that anything as compact as this could throw out such a powerful beam of light. I tell you, folks, this little flashlight is certainly a peach. Every single one of you ought to send in and get one. That's easy enough to do, you know. Just send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Can be from any size package, either natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be a Horlicks malted milk powder wrapper. What I mean by that is that wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Now write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then, mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. And in return, Lum and Abner will send you one of these handsome pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and battery. Now, don't put off sending in for your flashlight. Do it right away. Do it tonight before you forget it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner are very much concerned right now over the fact that Abner's wife, Elizabeth, has discovered an accident policy of Abner's and has put in a claim for damages on account of his recent accident. The old fellows are afraid to tell Elizabeth that the accident was a fake, that Abner has not been hurt, and yet they don't want to accept any money from the insurance company on a false claim. The adjuster is expected in Pine Ridge today. As we look in on the office of the Matrimonial Bureau, we find Cedric Wehunt there in response to an urgent call from Abner. Listen.
No, I just called you over here, Cedric, to remind you to be sure not ever mention to nobody that my arms ain't sure enough broke.
Well, I ain't told nobody, but Ma said she heard Mr. Lum make an announcement over the party line yesterday, and he was telling everybody that there weren't nothing to that story about your arms being broke.
Yeah, I know. Lum got mad in here yesterday. My wife heard it, too.
Well.
We had a terrible time getting her straightened out on it. I had to get Lum to go over there and tell her that he just done that for a joke. He told her he knowed she'd be listening in. He just want to have some fun out of her.
Did she appear to believe him?
Yeah, she's all right now, but Lord me, she was mad at a wet setting hen yesterday. If she finds out the truth now, why, it'll be...
It's like I get to thinking about it so hard that I recollect it better than ever then. I believe the best way is for me not to try to recollect to forget it.
Yeah, well, you ought to know better than anybody else, Cedric, whether you forget best when you're remembering or remember best when you're forgetting.
Well, let's see. I'm getting sort of mixed up on it now. I forget whether I'm supposed to remember it or forget it.
Forget it. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I forget what it was I'm supposed to remember to forget.
Well, fine. You're doing all right then, Cedric. You've done forgot it.
Yes, but I don't know what it was I forgot, though.
Well, just quit thinking about it. You're liable to recollect it, and then you'll have to forget it all over again.
Was that all you wanted with me, Mr. Abner?
Yeah, I reckon so, Cedric.
Well, I expect I better get on back to work then. Mr. Dick said he had some orders for me to deliver.
The mail carrier hadn't got out yet when you left down there, had he?
No, he hadn't come before I left.
Oh, doggies, I'm anxious to see how many votes I got today. You know, me and Lum is letting the folks out on the party line decide which one of us is going to be president of our new store when we get it opened up.
Oh, I reckon that was what Lou Eller was talking about then.
Lou Eller?
Yes, my little sister.
Oh.
She come home from school today at noon and said Mr. Lum was down at the schoolhouse there this morning and give a speech.
He did?
Yes, told them all to send in for one of them flashlights that you're giving away and told them be sure and vote for him for president when they rode in.
Oh, he did he?
Yes, and that's what she said.
So that's the kind of stunts he's pulling, Dad blame his hide. He's doing everything he can, Cedric. Even putting up signs around town saying, vote for Lum Edders for president.
Oh, yes, and he's got the whole town covered with them signs.
I know it.
And I reckon he'll be elected all right. But I hope you win, Mr. Abner. But, you know, whenever Mr. Lum makes up his mind to be elected to something, there ain't nothing going to stop him. You know that yourself.
Yeah. Well, of course, I never had no idea he's going to make a regular election out of this. You'd think he's running for a county judge the way he's carrying on.
Well, if I was you, I'd get out here and do some handshaking. If you don't, he's going to beat you so bad you won't know you've been in the race even.
Hey, Doggett, wait a minute. I'll just call up on the party line again. Remind him that I'm still in the race. You watch the front door there, Cedric. If you see Lum coming, well, holler at me. Wait a minute, though. Here, you'll have to ring the phone for me, Cedric, and hold the receiver up to my ear. I can't do nothing here at these arms. Just give the fire alarm ring.
Oh, yes, sir.
Fire.
Yeah, fire alarm. We always ring it to get everybody listening in, you know. We all take down the receivers to find out where the fire's at.
Well, whereabouts is the fire at?
Why, there ain't none, Cedric. I'm just... wait a minute. Hold the receiver still now. Hello? Why, this here's Abner Peabody. I just want to thank you folks that's already wrote in for voting for me. And just as quick as you get your flashlight, why, I wish you'd show it around to your friends. For I know that anybody that sees it's going to want one of them. And be sure and tell them to vote for me, too, when they ride in. I don't know nothing about running for office this way, but if you folks elect me president, I'll guarantee that if any of you comes down to our new store wanting stuff on a credit, I'll let you have it. I've been trying to get to be president ever since me and Lum's been in business, and it's the first chance I've ever had to hold office. I'd love to just show you one time what I can do. I don't...
Here comes Mr. Lum out there in front.
Oh, well, I hope you send in a vote for me. Goodbye. Hang up a receiver quick there, Cedric. Hang it up. That's your way.
I don't believe he's seen you.
No.
Well, I better get on back to work.
Yeah, I'm much obliged, Cedric. Come back again.
Well, gentlemen. Well, hello, Cedric. You ain't leaving.
Yes, I expect I better go.
Well, I'd love to have you set a spell and visit with us. Here, have one of my cards. Tell your friends about me.
What kind of card is that, Lum?
Oh, I just got some little personal cards I'm handing around.
Well, vote for Lum Edwards for president of the Jot 'em Down store. The people's choice. Get on the bandwagon. well, much obliged.
So that's what you're doing. Getting out cards asking folks to vote for you now, huh?
Well, recollect that old Edwards saying, everything's fair in love and war and politics.
Where you been all morning, Lum? I tried to locate you all over town.
Well, I just had a little business to tend to.
Yeah, I know what you've been doing. You're down at the schoolhouse making a speech asking the youngest to vote for you. That's what you're doing.
Who told you that?
Never mind. I heard it all right.
Well, Abner, you're going to get the surprise of your life in the next few days when these votes starts coming in.
Yeah.
Tell you what I'll do. Just to save you a lot of embarrassment, I'll let you withdraw from the race right now.
Withdraw?
Just forget about the whole thing.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. We'll just go ahead and fight this thing to a finish.
All right. Recollect, I warned you. If you get snowed under, it ain't my fault.
No.
What was it you wanted to see me so bad about?
Why, that Justment feller from the insurance company was out this morning wanting to make a settlement on my accident.
He was. Whereabouts is he at now?
Why, done went back, I reckon.
Well, you explained to him that your arms weren't showing enough broken. Were you just making out like you was hurt on account of your wife, didn't you?
No, that's what I wanted to tell you, Lum. I never had a chance. He went over there to the house first, and Elizabeth called me to come over there, and by the time I got there, why, he'd already told her they was willing to settle for $200, and he brung out a check for that amount with him.
Well, you never taken it, did you?
No, I never, but Elizabeth did. Her and Pearl's over there now figuring out what all they're going to buy with it in at the county seat tomorrow.
Oh, my goodness. Abner, if she cashes that check, they can send you to the penitentiary for obtaining false money under pretenses and get me for being accessories to the crime.
Well, I couldn't help it, Lum. I wanted to tell him that my arms weren't broke and that I never had nothing coming to me, but, well, I just couldn't bring myself to do it with Elizabeth standing right there.
Now we're into it.
Oh, me.
Well, whereabouts is the check at now?
Why, over there in the sugar bowl, I reckon.
The sugar bowl?
Yeah, that's where Elizabeth keeps all the money. Money for the heathens and stuff like it, you know. She's treasury for the Missionary Society.
Well, there ain't but one thing to do, and that's for you to get that sugar bowl and get that check out of there and take it back in there to them insurance people before Elizabeth gets a chance to cash it.
Well, I can't get it out with my arms and hands wrapped up in splints and bandages this way.
Oh, that's right.
Couldn't get my hand in a sugar bowl in the first place.
Well, we got to get that check some way, Abner. I don't want to get mixed up in no false pretense business.
It wouldn't be hard to get if somebody could just sort of slip in the kitchen there when Elizabeth ain't in there. That sugar bowl sits right there on the top shelf in the cupboard.
Yeah, I was just thinking here.
Huh?
Reckon I could slip in there and get that check out without her catching me?
Well, I tell you what I could do, Lum. I could see that kitchen door is left unlocked tonight, and you could wait till we go to bed, and then you could slip in there and get it out no trouble at all.
Yeah, granny, that might work. What time do you generally go to bed?
Well, now, that's the trouble. We don't get to bed very early. It's generally 8:30 or 9 o'clock before we ever turn in.
Well, Granny, you leave that kitchen door unlocked tonight, Abner, and I'll slip over and get that check and take it back to the insurance company tomorrow. Tell them the truth about it. And this is the last time I'm going to try to help you, though. From here out, you can get yourself out of your own scrape, right?
Well, if Lum doesn't get that check back tonight, it looks like Abner will be in some serious trouble.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, folks, you'll have to hurry if you want to get one of these handsome pocket-sized flashlights from Lum and Abner. So send in your request right away if you haven't already done so. This fountain pen-sized aluminum flashlight is a really useful article, something that would come in handy every day of the year. Now, this same flashlight would cost you 75 cents if you bought it at a store. But here's how to get one with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. It may be from any size package and from either the natural or chocolate flavor. But it must be from Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Well, write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and send it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now send in your wrapper and dime tonight. Don't put it off until it's too late. This is a fine opportunity to get a powerful, useful little fountain pen-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. It's a fine opportunity, too, for all you loyal Lum and Abner fans to express your appreciation of the old fellows and of their sponsor, the makers of Horlicks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, last week, Lum and Abner planned that Lum should slip into Abner's house and get the check the insurance company paid Abner for the claim on his recent accident. As the accident was a fake, the old fellows had to get that check back to keep Abner's wife from cashing it. Well, the plan evidently didn't work out very well. For as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the office, apparently in more trouble than ever. Listen.
Well, Elizabeth Fishing, you're the one that done it all right, Lum. Tried her best to get me to arrest you first.
You never told her it was me, did you?
No, but them tracks that you made out there in the backyard was a dead giveaway. Everybody in the community knows you're the only one around here that's got a foot on them that big.
Well, she can't prove nothing on me from them footprints. That's the reason I'm wearing these little bitty shoes today. So if she comes down here wanting to measure my feet, she can see why I ain't the one.
Yeah.
She'll think I wasn't anyway.
Yeah, but, Lum, she can tell them shoes don't fit you neither. Looks like your foot is doubled up in there. Where'd you get them shoes at, anyway?
I bought them down Dick Huddleston's store.
For the land sake, look at there.
Dick tried his best to get me to buy a bigger pair. He said these would just ruin my feet.
Yeah, they
he
will.
never knowed what I wanted from them.
Well, you are going to ruin your feet, too, Lum. I noticed you a while ago hobbling around here like your feet was just killing you.
They are, too. But I'm going to have to stand it till this thing sort of blows over.
Yeah, well, ain't no use to wear 'em while we're just sitting around the office here, Lum. Why don't you take 'em off and rest your foot for a while?
Fair do. Feared I never would get 'em back on. Granny, my feet are swole up there to where I couldn't even get my old shoes on now.
Well, the whole thing would have worked out all right, Lum, if you hadn't made so much noise. It sounded like you was tearing the whole house down. I never heard so much noise in my life. That's how come Elizabeth to go back in the kitchen to see what was causing all the ruckus.
Yeah, why didn't you come back there? You're the man of the house. You'd have come back there like you're supposed to when you heard all that noise. You could have told her it was a cat making that noise or something.
Yeah, well, I would have, but I wasn't for sure that it was you, Lum. I figured it was, but it was just about my luck for it to have been a sure enough robber, so I I just thought I'd let the woman go back there and tend to it.
I never stopped to think that I'd be robbing your house if I slipped in there and got that check for you.
No, I never thought about that part of it, neither.
That's all I've heard ever since. Folks asked me if I knowed Peabody's house was robbed the other night.
Well, it's your own fault, Lum. You couldn't have made no more noise if you'd took a stick of stove wood and beat on a cook stove back there.
Well, the trouble was I had to stand up on a chair to reach that sugar bowl. She had it clean up on the top shelf of the cupboard.
Yeah, well, that's where she always keeps it.
I run my hand down the sugar bowl to get the check out of it and got my hand stuck in it and couldn't get it out.
Well...
That's how come me to fall. Got to pulling on that sugar bowl, trying to get it off my hand and tip the chair over, and when I hit the floor, I must have busted the sugar bowl.
Yeah, that money that Elizabeth had in there was just scattered all over the kitchen.
Yeah, I forgot about you telling me Elizabeth had the Missionary Society money in there, too.
Yeah, well, she's a treasurer, you know. That money was for the heathens, all them nickels and dimes.
Well, I hung on to the check all right. Jumped up and run just fast as I could and got out of there.
Well, I heard Lee barking at you. I knowed you must have been running.
Yeah, why didn't you tie that dog up? You knowed I was coming over there.
Well, Lord, me, I figured old Lee knowed you so well, Lum, and he wouldn't bother you now.
Oh, he was all right when I went in. I stopped and petted him a little, but I reckon when I come out of there, I went by him so fast he never knowed who it was. I know he sure put me over that barbed wire fence in a hurry. Tore a whole piece out of my pants.
He did?
Yeah, looky there.
For the land sake.
That ain't a very good job of patching, but it's the best I could do.
Yeah, well, I reckon that cloth there'd be hard to match up she got there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you just ought to be glad of one thing, Lum, that's that Elizabeth never catched you. Lord me, she grabbed a shotgun as she went back there, and she'd have sure plugged you. She'd have sawed you.
Yeah, has she come down any today?
Well, yes, but she says she's going to find out who done it if it takes her the rest of her life.
Well, I aim to take the check back to the insurance company the next day, but, Lord me, there's such a to-do about it, I'm feared to move.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't do to take it in there now.
I wished I could get shut of it. I'm feared to have it on me.
Yeah, well, you don't want to take it in there, Lum, for the insurance company just about tell Elizabeth who brung it in there, and she'd know that you was the one that broke into her house.
I never broke into your house, Abner. You left the back door open, and I just walked in.
I know, Lum, but she thinks somebody did anyway.
Yeah, this is a fine howdy-do. Me trying to help you out of some trouble, and I get myself into it.
Yeah.
Now, very odd. He's a justice of the peace and a president of the school board slipping around here feared they'll get him for robbing a house.
Yeah, Lum, we better stop talking about that come to Dick Huddleston.
Yeah, for goodness sake, don't let it slip around him.
Hey, he's got his arm full of mail there.
Yeah.
Reckon it's more folks riding in for them flashlights. Them things is going like hotcakes, ain't they?
Yeah, I told you they would.
Yeah.
I know it. They keep sending in from this way. It won't take us long to restock the store here.
No, it won't.
I was counting up Saturday. We've got enough now to put in a stock of flour and feed.
Well, Lum, I believe we ought to just start buying stuff. We can open up a store here, whether we got a complete stock or not. When we send out enough flashlights to buy a case of pork and beans, well, I just call up the wholesale house and tell them to send them out.
Well, what's the rush about?
Well, if I'm going to be the president, I want to hurry up and get started.
Well, we don't know yet who's going to be president till all the votes is counted.
Yeah, well, Lord, I can tell already, Lum. I'm going to be elected. Yes, sir. I can tell that the way they're coming in here. That one vote that you sent in for yourself is the only one you've got so far.
Yeah. Well, I think my friends has just been sort of holding back till the last. Let you get a big lead and then snow you under.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, hello, Dick. Come in, come in.
Mail here for you, fella.
Well, fine. Just lay it there on the counter, Dick. Well, Granny, that's the biggest batch we've got yet, ain't it?
Yeah, but this ain't half of it. I'll send Cedric over with the balance of it after a while.
Well, for goodness sake.
Yeah, those flashlights are going a lot better than I thought they would.
Well, I ain't surprised over it. I knowed they would.
Well, I knew they would too, Lum, if everybody could see them, but I knew it was going to be hard for you fellas to explain to them just what a nice gift it was.
Well, we explained it the best way we could, and then we asked everybody that writes in when they get theirs to show it to their friends and show it around town, you know. I know what everybody sees that's going to want one of them.
Well, they must have been showing them around, too, for we're getting more mail every day.
Yeah. Let me look at some of these letters, see how these votes is coming in.
Out of all them letters that we got Saturday, Dick, Lum never got a single vote, not one. I knowed if we left it up to the folks out on the party line, I'd get to be the president.
Well, this thing ain't over yet now. Don't forget that.
By the way, Abner, have you found out any more about who broke into your house the other night?
Well, no, ain't found out any more about it, no.
I understand that whoever it was tried to steal the money that the Missionary Society is saving up for the heathens over there.
Well, now, I don't think there's anything to that.
Well, they think so anyway. They had a meeting. My wife was telling me about it, and they decided if the constable here couldn't find out who was doing this robbing, that they was going to take it on themselves to do it.
Well, all me, both of my arms is broke.
Yeah, I know that's bad, Abner, but that's what they decided anyway.
Well, I don't think whoever done it aimed to steal the Missionary Society's money, though.
No, I don't either.
Well, I don't know anything about that. But I feel sorry for whoever it was. Those women catch him anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't believe they'll find him around here. More likely just some tramp that's passing through town, don't it?
No, I don't think so, Abner.
Blame another letter for
It's
him.
bound to have been somebody that knows your family awfully well, or they wouldn't have known that your wife kept that money up there in the sugar bowl.
Well, it might have been.
You know, there's been 3 or 4 robberies around here lately. And I think whoever robbed your house the other night is the same one that's been doing this other, too.
No, I don't think so, Dick. I don't think he had nothing to do with them other robberies.
Well, that's what everybody thinks anyway, Lum. I've been hearing a lot of talk down there at the store. Most of them think that you can catch a fellow that robbed Abner's house while we'll have the one that's been doing this other robbery.
Well, I wish folks would keep their nose out of it. I'm the constable here, and I'll find out who done it. They just give me time.
Yeah, just leave it up to Abner.
Well, the thing that makes me mad about it is bound to be some prominent citizen here in the community. Somebody that's posing as their friend, or they wouldn't know so much about these different houses. Every house that's been robbed, while they've taken stuff that nobody but a close friend of the family would know where it was at.
Well, I don't think they ought to be too hard on them if they find them, Dick. Might be a mighty fine feller.
No, sir, Lum. I haven't any patience for anybody that'll steal, especially somebody stealing from their friends. And if they ever catch him and I can help prosecute him, I'm going to see that he gets all that's coming to him. I don't care how good a friend of mine he is, neither. We've got to make an example out of him.
Yeah, I bound you we'll all be surprised when we find out who done it, if we do.
That's what I say. It's somebody that we all trust. Bound to be. I hope they catch him, expose him, too. They ought to run him out of town. That's what they ought to do. There ain't nothing to him.
I don't think whoever done it aimed to do it. Sort of an accident.
That was our ring, Lum. You'll have to answer it on account of my arms being broke.
Yeah, all right. Hard to look at them letters anyway. Granny's just found 1 vote in there for me. Out of all the letters I've read, that's 2 votes for me. Hello?
Them 2 must have been mad at
Eddard's talking. Who? Oh, just a minute, Elizabeth. I'll hold him up to the phone. Here, Abner, I'll hold the receiver for you. It's your woman.
Oh, well. Hello? Why, yeah, I reckon so. What's the matter? Huh? Well, all right, Elizabeth. Yeah, I'll be over in just a minute. Oh, my goodness alive.
What's the matter, Abner?
Why, Elizabeth says she's found a clue over there that we can find out for sure now who it was that broke into her house, and she wants me to come right over there. She wants to do it.
Well, with this feeling existing in Pine Ridge, it's going to be just too bad if they find out that it was Lum who broke into Abner's house. Here's one thing about that flashlight that Lum and Abner are sending out that I may not have told you. The battery, while it is powerful and will give long service, can be replaced at one of your local stores when it does wear out. So you see, this handsome little fountain pen flashlight will last you for years. Now, if you'll hurry, you can get one of these flashlights with the compliments of Lum and Abner. So tonight, before you forget it, send in the wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. It may be from any size package of either the natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be a wrapper from Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlick's tablets, are not eligible. Well, write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. In return, Lum and Abner will send you this handsome aluminum pocket-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now send in for your flashlight right away, folks. Horlick's malted milk powder, either natural or chocolate flavor, may be purchased at your druggist if you don't already have a package in the house. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick's, who now bid you all good night and good health.
for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, there are probably some of you who haven't yet sent in for one of those handy little pocket-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out. You'd better do that right away, folks. You certainly don't want to pass up this opportunity to get a fine, useful flashlight with the compliments of your old friends, Lum and Abner. All you have to do, you know, to get one of these flashlights, complete with bulb and battery, is to send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Maybe from any size package, either natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. I mean by that wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper, and then send it enclosing 10 cents, which is only to cover the cost of packing and mailing, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? All right. Now, in return, Lum and Abner will send you this handsome aluminum fountain pen-size flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now, there's nothing difficult about that, is there? Do you know of any easier way to get a powerful, efficient flashlight, the kind that you'd have to pay 75 cents for in a store? Well, send in your request right away, tonight, before you forget it. If you haven't a package of Horlicks malted milk powder in your home now, you can get it in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. When Lum and Abner planned for Lum to slip over to Abner's house the other night and retrieve that check the insurance company paid on the claim on Abner's fake accident, little did they realize the trouble it would cause. The citizens of Pine Ridge felt that if they could find the culprit who broke into Abner's house, they would clear up several mysterious robberies that have been committed recently. Well, yesterday, they found clues that definitely identified Lum with the crime. And the old fellow has been arrested and locked up in jail. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Abner at the jail door. Listen.
Lum? Hey, Lum. Lum. Hey, Lum.
Who is
Lum.
it? Who is it?
Hey, it's me, Abner. Are you asleep?
No, I'm just sitting here studying.
Well, I just come over to tell you how sorrowful I am about this whole thing, Lum.
Oh, that's all right, Abner. I ain't blaming you none over it.
I never hated to do anything so bad in my life, but there just weren't no way out of it.
Why, of course not. You're the constable here, and you can't let friendship keep you from tending to the duties of the office.
I just hate to see you locked up in jail this way when I know you ain't guilty, Lum.
Well, I'll be out of here before long. Grandpappy Spears is out raising bond for me to bail me out.
He is.
Now, come on in. Sit down a while. Nice and warm in here.
Yeah, well, you'll have to reach through the bars here, Lum, and get my keys and unlock the door. I can't do a thing with these arms bandaged up this way.
Here. That them?
Yeah, that's him right there. Just unlock the door now, Lum, and shove it back open that way for me.
I'd have noticed that easy. I'd have slipped out of here.
Yeah, well,
Come on in.
got out the keys.
No, that's right.
Oh.
Well, here, better take them keys back. I don't want nobody to find them in my
Oh, well, you ain't going to run off.
Hey, come on back and sit here by the stove.
Yeah.
Is that a flopper?
Yeah, that's all
Ain't
right.
big as a bucket, is
Well,
it?
it's a good thing you got it. These concrete floors are awful damp in this time of year.
Well, Abner, I'm proud you come over. I've been shorter in the doors. You're about the only one left around here that'll even speak to me. You and Grandpap.
Yeah, folks is pretty mad about it, all right. They think you're the one that's been doing all this robbing around here lately, you know.
Yeah, I know it. There's been a dozen of them come by here, stand there at the door and call me a thief and robber and everything else. Here, sit down.
Yeah, thank you.
Folks all I thought was my friends and just turned right square backwards again me.
Yeah, Lord, they're the ones that insisted on me throwing you in jail. 6 fellers at Ezra C. Strunk and Caleb Weishaupt and Mose Moots and the whole bunch.
Yeah, that hurts me worse than anything else.
Why, sure.
Even Dick Huddleston come by this morning and told me how disappointed he was in me. So I know he must think I'm guilty, too.
Yeah, well, naturally, they had the proof right on you, Lum. They found that piece of cloth hanging on the barbed wire fence over there, and it matched up with that place that was tore out of your pants, so There weren't no doubt in their minds but what you done it.
Well, it just goes to show that folks is all as ready and willing to believe the worst about anybody, even their best friends.
Yeah, they are.
Just human nature, I reckon. When a feller gets down this way, instead of trying to help him up, why, everybody wants to shove him just a little further down if they can.
Well, Lum, I wish you'd let me just go ahead and tell Elizabeth and everybody else how this whole thing happened.
No, now, Abner. That's nice of you to offer to do that, but I just won't stand for it.
Well, it'd straighten this whole thing out, Lum, get you out of this mess.
Get me out of trouble, all right, but I'm just afraid it'd cause a lot of trouble twixt you and Elizabeth. If she found out now there weren't nothing to that accident, that you just been making out like you'd hurt, no telling what she would do.
No.
Might break up your home over there. You can't never tell.
Yeah, but maybe we could just tell her, Lum, at the reason that you broke into the house the other night was just to get that check that the insurance company gave me before she could cash it.
Well, the trouble is, Abby, you can't tell her part of it without telling her the whole story.
No.
If you just stop and think back, we've told so many stories to Elizabeth, she'd lose all the faith she ever had in you if she found out the truth now.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to do. I hate to see you sitting down here in jail, having everybody down on you over something that ain't your fault. Special when you just done it to help me out. I just don't feel right about it.
Oh, well, now, don't worry about me.
I just feel like I'm the one that ought to be in jail instead of you.
No, now, there ain't no use of standing chances of breaking up your home over there. It don't matter none about me. I ain't got no family that this'll reflect on. Nobody that cares for as that goes. I'll be out of here quick as Grandpap gets back with that barn anyway.
Well, you just got to get out, Lum. The mail is stacking up down there at the office. I never seen the like of it.
Well, fine. There's still riding in for the flashlight.
Oh, Lord,
I aimed to ask you about
yeah.
Well, that's good. Enough of our friends sends in for them flashlights, we can at least get the store restocked and opened up again. Give us a sort of a chance to start all over again.
Yeah, well, I've had Cedric down there helping me all day, opening up letters for me while I count the votes and see which one of us they want for president of the Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up.
How's the votes running?
Well, I don't like to tell you nothing that'll make you feel any worse, Lum. It just looks like you've had enough trouble.
Well, it ain't your fault, Abner. If folks want you to be president, you can't help it. Ain't I running no better than I have been?
Well, we ain't got all the mail open up yet, Lum. We ain't went through more than half of it, what come in today.
Well, how many have I got so far?
You mean out of them we got today?
Yeah, how many votes have I got?
Well, you ain't got none yet, Lum. It's all been for me, but now I wouldn't feel bad about it now, for maybe you've got some votes in them that we ain't opened up yet.
No, I don't reckon I have, Abner. I can see already that I ain't as popular as I thought I was.
Well, of course, I want to get all the votes I can, Lum, but I don't want you to feel hard at me.
Why, no, of course not, Abner. I ain't blaming nobody but myself. That letter we got the other day where that woman from Lincoln, Nebraska had wrote in and said I was a big blowhard and all has run over you and she hoped I never got a single vote.
Yeah, well, now, I wouldn't pay no attention to such talk as that.
Well, I don't know, Abner. It got me to studying. I've had a lot of time last night and all morning. I think she's about right about it.
Oh, no.
I ain't been as thought as I ought to been.
Why, ain't that?
Had way yonder too good a opinion myself, I reckon. Thought the minute we started that contest, everybody'd write in and say they wanted me for president, but see now about where I stand, I reckon.
And I don't feel bad.
It's sort of hard on a feller after being president or something for so long, and then have to step down now. It ain't like if I weren't used to holding high offices that way.
No.
I've always took such a pride in all the offices I held.
Why, natural?
Justice of the peace and president of the school board. I've held that office for years.
Oh, yeah, no, you've been president of the school board ever since I can recollect.
Well, good people of this district honored me with that office, and I've tried my best to make them a good president.
You did it.
I look back and see some of the scholars that went through our little school over there and went out and made successes of themselves. I can't help but feel a little proud of myself, knowing that I had a hand in their education.
Why, sure, you ought to.
Well, it gives me a chance to see that these children around here get advantages that I never had when I was a young'un growing up.
Why, sure.
Proud to do it.
Yeah, sure. I believe that, there's Grandpap coming yonder, Lum. I reckon he's got your bond.
Well, fine. Yeah, I'm glad you're here so you can let me out.
Yeah, as soon as he hands me that bond, why, there ain't no reason why I can't turn you loose, hand.
I'll be glad to get out of here. Let me get my hat and coat on so it won't lose no time.
Yeah, get all ready, sure.
There's that quilt you brung down here for me. You better take that back over to your place.
Yeah, well, I had to slip that out of the house. Elizabeth never knowed I brung it over. Just come on in, Grandpap. The door's unlocked there. Yeah, Spirit, I got some bad news for you, Lum. Bad news?
What's the matter?
Couldn't you get the bond, Grandpap? Lum, I tried everybody in this town. I couldn't get a soul to sign this bond for you. Oh, Hanson.
Well,
And it looks like everybody turned against you. They said you could stay in this jail for the rest of your life for as they cared. I didn't know.
well, thank you anyway, Grandpap. I know you done your best.
There was some that I never seen. They was having a sort of a meeting there in the lodge hall, sort of a mass meeting. There's one or two in there that I never got a chance to talk to. Yeah, I heard they was having that.
Well, just let it go, Grandpap. Maybe we can study up something else or some other way. Thank you. I did want to get out, for, me and Abner's got this contest on. I know folks won't want to vote for me for president and me laying down here in jail this way.
I don't think that'll make no difference, Lum.
Well, I can't get out to drum up no votes or nothing, though.
Yeah, well, Lum, you was getting beat anyway. You know that. You ain't got but 2 votes out of all the letters we've got so far.
Well, I'll be dad blamed.
Huh?
What you reckon them fellers is want?
Well, Squire Skimp and Ezra Seastrong. Yeah, Squire was the one that called that meeting this afternoon.
He was.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Well, howdy, fellers.
Come on in, Squire. The doors ain't locked.
Yeah, come in.
No, I reckon we're a little more particular who we associate with than Abner and Grandpap there is. Yes, no, I can tell you what I want from right here. The good people of Pine Ridge had a meeting this afternoon, Lum, and me and Ezra was appointed to come over here and tell you that we don't feel that a thief and a robber is a fitting kind of a man to have at the head of our school. And we're asking you for your resignation as president of the board of directors.
Well, with Lum's friends all deserting him, it looks like Abner will have very little trouble winning the contest and becoming president of the Jot 'em Down store. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once more to be sure and send in right away for one of these fine little pocket-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are giving away. That's easy to do, you know. You simply send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrapper from any size, even natural or chocolate flavor package. Make sure, though, that it's from Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets, are not eligible. Now, write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. In return, Lum and Abner will send you this powerful, useful little pocket-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. But don't forget, folks, to send in for your flashlight right away. Do it tonight. Lum and Abner want everybody to send in for a flashlight. The old fellows are making this offer to see how many of you there are who enjoy their program and enjoy Horlicks malted milk, too. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, I suppose a lot of you boys and girls who are listening have already sent in to Lum and Abner for your flashlight. Maybe some of you haven't done it yet, though. I'd do that right away if I were you. Just think what a lot of fun you could have with this dandy little flashlight. It's the same size as a fountain pen, you know. You could carry it around with you wherever you go. And powerful. Say, it throws out a great big beam of light. Now, here's how to get a flashlight. Take the outside wrapper, not the label from the bottle, but the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Must be from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. You can't use wrappers from Horlicks tablets. Well, write your name and address on the back of that wrapper and enclose 10 cents. That's to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station that you are listening to right now. Isn't that easy? You bet it is, and that's all you have to do to get this dandy little flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now send in for your flashlight right away, boys and girls. Do it tonight. If Mother hasn't a package of Horlicks malted milk powder in the house now, she'll get you one from the drugstore, I know. She knows that Horlicks will help you to grow up big and strong. Well, don't forget now, boys and girls. Send in to Lum and Abner for your flashlight right away. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, when we left our old friends yesterday, Lum had been arrested and placed in jail, charged with robbing Abner's house. The whole town had turned against him, so that he was unable to make bond for his release. In fact, late yesterday evening, a committee called on him at the jail and asked for his resignation as president of the school board. Well, things are looking a little brighter today. Evidently, somebody has come to Lum's rescue. For as we look in on Pine Ridge now, we find him just entering Dick Huddleston's store. Listen.
Well, howdy, Lum. Howdy. Glad to see you out.
Yeah, glad to see myself out, too, Granny.
Come in, come in.
Just wanted to come over and tell you how I appreciate you going my bail, Dick.
Oh, well, now, that's all right, Lum. I was glad to do it. Just sorry that I didn't do it sooner, but I didn't know the straight of it till a while ago. Abner was over here and told me the truth about it.
Told you that... He told you how come he to slip in his house the other night?
Well, no, but he told me that you never broke in, though. Said that he left the kitchen door open himself so that you could get in.
Well, now, I told him not to tell nobody about that. If Elizabeth finds out he was mixed up in that, no telling what she will do.
Oh, well, I promised him that I wouldn't say anything about it, Lum. I still can't understand, though, why he wanted you to get that check that the insurance company paid him without his wife finding it out.
Well, we was feared she'd take it into the county seat and cash it, and they could get Abner for obtaining false money under pretenses.
What are you talking about?
Well, I reckon I may as well tell you the whole story now. You know this much, you may as well know it all. But don't never breathe it to a soul, Dick, for it just wouldn't do for Elizabeth to find out.
Oh, no, I won't say anything about it, sure.
Well, the whole thing started when we opened up our matrimonial bureau. We never had no pictures of men folks to send out, and these women folks was writing in wanting us to find them a husband, so just to sort of pacify them till we could do better, we sent out a batch of pictures of Abner.
Yeah, I knew about that one.
Yeah, well, this one woman, Hortense Kelly, fell in love with Abner's picture and decided to come down here to see him.
Yeah, I know. She came in on the same train that Abner's wife and daughter did.
Yeah, and right there's when the trouble started, right there.
It is.
Elizabeth seen Hortense run up and kiss Abner down there at the depot, and she figured Abner was having an affair and refused to let him come home.
Yeah, but she got in a good humor again, though, after he had that automobile accident. I guess you felt sorry for her.
Well, now, I'll tell you the truth, Dick. That accident was a fake.
A fake?
Abner's arms ain't no more broke than mine is right now. Him and me just made out like he was hurt to get Elizabeth back in a good humor.
Well, it worked all right.
Yeah, it was working fine up to the time Elizabeth found that accident policy and put in a claim for damages unbeknownst to Abner and then got that check for $200.
Oh, I see now why you were so anxious to get that check back.
Why, sure, if they'd have cashed that check, they could have got Abner for collecting damages on an accident that he never even had.
That's right.
That's a penitentiary offense.
Yeah. It's a good thing you got that check back all right, Mom.
Well, I've got it now, but I don't know what in the world to do with it. I aim to carry it back into the county seat and give it back to the insurance company, but, Lord me, I can't do that without explaining to them why Abner don't want it.
No, they'd more like to tell Abner's wife then.
Why, sure they would. That's the reason I had to go ahead and let them lock me up. I couldn't tell nobody the truth about it.
No.
I didn't want Abner to get in no trouble at home. You know how high-strung Elizabeth is.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't do to tell her now, though.
Of course, if we can send out enough of them flashlights to where we can make enough to restock our Jot 'em Down store and get that opened up again, we can tell Elizabeth the truth about the whole thing.
Yeah, well, of course, that's the first thing you've got to do. And say, the way this mail's coming in here today, well, you fellas won't have any trouble doing that neither, Lum.
Sure enough.
This is the biggest day you've had yet.
Well, fine, good.
Just look at that pile of mail over there. Thousands of them.
Well, for the land, them flashlights are making a big hit, all right.
Yeah, they are. Say, I got the one that you sent me, Lum.
Oh, you got it, huh?
Yeah,
I recollect mailing it to you.
Handiest thing as I ever had, too. You know, I used to have to carry a lantern home with me every night after I closed up here, but, this flashlight works a heap better.
Oh, my, yeah, handy.
You know, that thing will throw out about twice as much light as you'd think it would.
Oh, yeah, them's powerful little gadgets.
And, of course, the nice part about 'em is that you can just carry 'em in your pocket like you would a fountain pen, no bother at all.
Yeah, well, I bound you folks that's already got theirs has been showing 'em around to their friends, and that's more than likely the reason we're getting so many more requests for 'em now than we did when we first started making the offer.
Yeah.
Folks is beginning to find out what a nice gift it really is.
Yeah. And then I think that there's a lot of people out on the party line that are interested in this contest, too, Lum. See which one of you is going to be elected president of your new store over there.
Yeah, well, that was a mistake, me ever agreeing to such a thing as that. So far, I ain't got but 2 votes out of the thousands of letters we got. And one of them votes I sent in myself.
Well, Abner started running away with it, all right.
Yeah, me getting in that trouble and getting locked up in jail ain't going to help me none. I know that.
No, it isn't.
You know, them things gets talked around. Of course, they don't know the straight of it.
No, yeah, it'll hurt you all right. No doubt about that, Lum.
That's what I hate about it. The whole thing, Dick, more than anything else. Some of my best friends has turned against me.
Yeah.
I reckon you heard about them asking me to resign as president of the school board yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I hate to hear that, too, Lum. I sure did.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't explain things to them without getting Abner into batch of trouble, so I just went ahead and resigned.
Well, I think so, Lum. When this whole thing is straightened out and everybody knows the truth about it, well, it's more likely they'll come to you and want you to take the office back.
Well, I hope so. If I could just get to be president of the Jot 'em Down store, I wouldn't mind it so bad, but I hate to lose every office I've got.
Well, Lum, you're not working for it like Abner is. Here, while you've been locked up in jail over there, why, he's been out making a house-to-house canvass listing votes around here.
He has?
Yeah, goes around with his arms wrapped up in splints in a sling that way. Naturally, they'll vote for him. Feel sorry, you know.
I see now, yeah. I told him the other day he could take his arms out of them splints, and I believe they'd be getting well by now if they were showing up hurt.
Yeah.
I noticed he never appeared very anxious to do it. Yeah, I see now he wanted to keep them wrapped up so as to get all the sympathy he could.
Yeah, that's about the reason, all right.
Well, I ain't give up. Granny's I've been sort of taking things easy, but if that's the way he wants to do, I'll get busy myself. Undoubtedly, I've got some friends out on the party line.
Why, sure. If I was you, I'd call them up and ask them to vote for me, too, Lum.
Yeah. You reckon they're all down on me on account of this trouble I got myself into?
Well, I just wouldn't say anything about that. That's all. Don't mention it.
Dick, it just wouldn't do for Abner to get that office. He's a good man at heart, but he just ain't qualified for it. He's all right if he's got somebody to tell him what to do, but he don't know how to figure things out for himself. And give him a little authority, and there ain't no living with him.
Yeah, well, I'm staying out of it, Lum. You're both friends of mine. I don't want to take sides.
Well, Dick, if you don't mind me using your telephone, I would love to call up the folks on the party line and remind them that I'm still in the race.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Help yourself.
Let them know that I'd appreciate it if they'd vote for me.
Sure.
Let's see. Yeah, I believe I'll just ring Doc Miller's ring for a change. That gets them all to the telephone. It appears they're getting suspicious of that fire alarm ring. We've used that so much here lately.
Yeah, they'll all listen in when they hear the doctor's ring, all right, now. See who's took down sick, you know.
Oh, yeah. I always do myself.
Yeah, sure.
I can hear them snatching them receivers off the hook already.
Well, go ahead, then. Go ahead.
Well, I want to be sure they're all listening in.
Well, they'll be hanging up on you there in a minute, you know what?
That's right. Just a minute. Howdy, everybody. This is Lum Edwards talking. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all you folks that sent in for the flashlights we're giving away. It's mighty nice to know that we've got so many friends out on the party line, and we want every last one of you to have one of these gifts, for it's something we know you'll all appreciate. So if you ain't sent in yet for a flashlight, be sure and do it tomorrow. It'll be a big help to me and Abner, and we'll appreciate it, too. Now, I just want to put in a good word for myself while I'm on my feet. You know, we're letting you folks that sends in for the flashlights decide which one of us is going to be president of our Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up. So, natural, I'd love to get just as many votes as I can. And when you send in a wrapper from a package of Horlicks, just write on the back of it which one of us you're voting for. You know, my name is Lum. L-U-M. L as in Lum, and U as in Lum, and M as in Lum.
Well, howdy, Abner. Come in, come in.
Wait just a minute.
Hi, Doggy Dick. I've been all over town today getting votes.
Abner, I'm trying to make an announcement on the party line here. Be
I
quiet.
never seen you. Excuse me. Go ahead, Lum. I never seen him.
Well, I reckon that's about all, except that I want you to know I appreciate you voting for me, and we'll be looking for your letter. Thank you.
Oh, that's what you're up to, huh? Trying to get votes behind my back, yeah.
Well, what you been doing? Going around here making a house-to-house canvass. Of course I was asking for votes. Granny, I'm going to keep on asking for them, too. I ain't had much to say in this contest so far, but from here out, Abner, I'm after every vote I can get. I'll show you that I ain't through yet.
Well, it looks as though this race for president might develop into some real competition. Come on, folks, cast a vote for either Lum or Abner in this race for president of the Jot-'em Down General Store. And get a fine flashlight at the same time. Haven't you often wished when you were hunting for something in a dark closet, or maybe it was when you were out in your automobile, that you had a flashlight with you? Well, here's a fine chance to get a handsome little flashlight. A flashlight about the size of a fountain pen, and which has a fountain pen clip, so that you can carry it around in a coat or vest pocket if you want to. A compact but powerful, really useful little flashlight. Just send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. May be from any size, either natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlick's tablets, are not eligible. Write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs. Then mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Send in for one of these handy little flashlights tonight. You'll be showing Lum and Abner that you are one of their loyal listeners. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, folks, I wonder who's going to be elected president of the new Jot-'em Down store. Will it be Lum, or will it be Abner? Abner was out in front last night, but there are still a lot of precincts to be heard from yet. Now, you can cast a vote for your favorite, you know, and at the same time get a handy little aluminum flashlight with the compliments of Lum and Abner. A powerful, useful, little pocket-sized flashlight. The same kind that you'd have to pay 75 cents for if you bought it in a store. But all you have to do to get this fine little flashlight is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. You can use a wrapper from any size package, either natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be from Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. All right, write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? All right. Now to cast a vote in the contest for the presidency of the new Jot 'em Down store, simply write either Lum's name or Abner's name, depending on which of the old fellows you want to see elected, when you write your own name and address on the back of the wrapper. Cast a vote and send in for a flashlight right away, folks, tonight before you forget it. Lum and Abner would like to hear from every one of their friends out on the party line. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Now that Lum has been released from jail, he is determined to win the race for president of the Jot 'em Down store. Yesterday, he made a plea over the party line, soliciting votes, and is making every effort to beat Abner. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find the two old fellows down at their office. They have just finished counting the votes that have come in today. Listen.
Well, I still think that there's something wrong there, Lum. I just don't believe it.
Well, I just put down what you told me to. You counted the votes yourself.
Yeah, I know I did. Count them twice as far as that goes. But what I can't understand is why everybody turned right around and started voting for you all of a sudden here.
Well, I reckon they just now figured out which one of us is the best qualified for the office.
So that's the biggest batch of mail we've got yet, and there weren't but 14 votes in there for me.
Yeah, looky there. According to these figures now, I might not catch up with you.
Catch up with
I'm just 326 votes behind now. And if the mail runs half as good tomorrow as it did today, I'm going to be so far ahead of you never will catch up with me.
Well, I'll be dad blamed if I can understand it. What'd you tell them when you made that announcement on the party line yesterday down there at Dick's store?
Well, I just said I'd appreciate it if they'd vote for me.
Yeah, is that all you said?
Yes, sir. You can ask Dick what I said. He heard every word of it.
Dogged, I don't believe it. You must have said something bad about me to get everybody to change over to your side all of a sudden this way.
No, I never said a word about you, Abner. I just told them about the flashlight and how we'd appreciate them sending in and all that stuff, but I never said one word about you.
Well, you must have said something, Lum. Folks just don't turn around and go right again a fella for no reason at all that way.
No, at the time I was talking on the party line, I weren't so worked up over the contest as I am now. I just ain't been trying up to now. This contest has sort of turned into a campaign, though. I've been in politics too long to just sit back and let somebody beat me out of office.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get out and do some campaigning myself, too. I'll tell you that right now.
Go ahead and do all you can, Abner.
I dog it, I aim to.
If I was you, I tell you, Abner, you may as well withdraw from the contest right now and save yourself a lot of embarrassment.
Withdraw?
Yes, sir.
I dog it, I'll never do it.
Why, you ain't got a chance, Abner.
Huh, that's what you say.
As long as you was going around here with both the arms in a sling, folks felt kind of sorrowful for you. I can understand that. Them votes you was getting was just out of sympathy. But now, since you took them bandages off, you ain't got a chance.
Yeah. I still think I ought to kept them on a little while longer, too. Till after the contest, anyway. I don't believe that my arms is good and well yet.
Don't believe they're good and well?
No, sir. They've been bothering me right smart, Lum, since we took them splints off this morning.
Well, how could they be bothering you? There wasn't nothing wrong with them to start with. Your arms wasn't broke.
No, that's right. I don't get there's something wrong with them, old Lum. They've just been aching something wonderful all day.
Well, naturally they'd bother you some after being rocked up so long that way. The circulate's just now starting up again, I reckon.
Yeah, I believe, Lum, that we better just go ahead and rop them back up.
No, you don't. No, sir. No, sir. You just want to get folks to feeling sorrowful for you again so as you'll get some more votes. I know what you're up to.
Oh, sassy frass. I weren't worrying none about the votes. I still got a big lead on you.
Yeah, you have right now, but just recollect the battle ain't over till the last shot's fired.
Huh?
I say the battle ain't over till the last shot's fired.
What battle?
Why, battle between me and you. I say it ain't over till the last shot's fired.
Well, now, Lum, now, wait a minute. Now, I don't think we ought to take it that serious now, Lum. That's just going too far. Of course, I'd love to get elected president of the store, but now, I don't think we ought to get in no trouble over it.
Get in no trouble over it?
Yeah, Lum, we've just been friends for so long, been partners and neighbors, and we've did for one another when we were sick and lent one another money and everything. I just hate to see something like this end up in a rufus.
Well, there ain't no use for us to get mad about
No,
it.
that's what I say.
No, get no rufus. Just let the best man win.
Yeah, but now, what if one of us gets killed, Lum? We'd have our regrets over it the rest of our lives.
Well, there ain't nobody going to get killed. You needn't worry none about that.
And I don't know now. That's awful dangerous business, packing firearms for one another.
Well, undoubtedly you ain't going to start carrying no gun for me, are you?
You're dead blame right I am.
You mean you take a gun and shoot me just over this election?
Why, sure I would. I'd hate mighty bad to do it, but now if you think that I'm just going to stand around and let you do all the shooting without some way to protect myself, you've got another guess.
Here, wait a minute. I never said nothing about shooting at you.
You did done it. I heard you. Just 'cause you seen I was going to take up for my rights, well, now you're trying to back out. Doga, you just jumped on the wrong fella this time, Lum. Us Peabodys is awful peaceful folks. Tries to treat everybody nice, but I don't get when you start shooting at us, now you've got a fight on your hands.
Well, great, I am.
You think just 'cause I'm wearing spectacles that I can't see to do no good. But I can still hamstring a deer at 100 yards, Lum. If you've made up your mind to settle this contest with firearms, I don't get I'm ready for you any time you want to get started.
Abner, where in the world did you get the idea in your head that I was going to start shooting at you?
Why, you said so yourself.
Well, I never done no such a thing.
You did, too. Said this battle betwixt me and you wasn't going to be over till the last shot was fired. I don't get I aim to be the one to fire.
Well, you just misunderstood me, Abner.
I heard what you said. You said it twice. I asked you over again, just to be sure.
Yeah, that's what I said, but I didn't mean I was going to show enough.
Yeah, what's going on in here?
Well, howdy, Dick.
Lord, hear you fellas talking clear outside the store there. What's the matter?
Oh, just a little misunderstanding here betwixt me and Abner. Sit down, Dick.
I don't get any time they think they can bluff us Peabodys out, they've got another guest coming. We've always been noticed fighting stars.
Nobody ain't trying to bluff you out, Abner. Just forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it. Forget about it. And then let you slip up behind my back and shoot me. No, sir.
For goodness sakes, Abner.
Well, what in the world's wrong with you fellas anyway?
Oh, Lum's trying to start some trouble with me. Drawed a gun on me a while ago.
I never done no such a thing.
Why? Well, he said he's going to, and that's just the same as.
Well, what's the argument about anyway?
Oh, nothing, Dick. This crazy idiot here, he can't understand nothing. We was talking about the contest a while ago, and I told him the battle wasn't over till the last shot was fired.
Just what he said. Just
He's
the word.
got the idea in his head that I was aiming on shooting him.
Well, Abner, he didn't mean that he was really going to shoot you.
And I don't want him shooting at me, neither.
Dick, there ain't no use to try to explain it to him. The more you talk to him, the worse he gets.
I know my rights.
I've learned long ago the best way to do when he gets mixed up this way is just to shut up about it. Let him cool off. He's just doing a lot of talking.
Talking? Just doing a lot of talking?
That's all you're doing.
Yeah. Well, that shows right there that you don't know us Peabodys, Lum. We're dangerous people to meddle with. How many more than 8 people had anybody by the name of Edwards ever shot?
Huh?
I say, how many more than 8 people had anybody by the name of Edwards ever shot?
Well, I don't know. Hardly none, I hope.
Well, Uncle Zeke Peabody did. Back when Peabodys and Jenkinses was a feuding, why, he shot 8 of them in one season.
Well, that ain't nothing to be bragging about.
Well, it ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You never used but 9 cartridges.
Well, just forget about shooting, Abner.
Shooting who?
Well, just forget about shooting. We're not going to have no trouble now. Just calm down. You'll be all right directly, and then you'll be ashamed the way you've been talking.
Why, sure, Abner. You just got things all mixed up here. Lum didn't mean that at all. You just misunderstood him. Well, look there. I hadn't noticed that you got the bandages off your arms.
Yeah, and I'm glad I done it now, too. I'd hate to get in a gunfight with both my arms wrapped up in splints that way. Yeah, look there. I don't get I can draw just as fast as that.
Here, Abner, put that gun up.
Yeah, put that up, Abner.
Swan, ever since he's got to be constable where he can carry that gun without being arrested, he packs it every place he goes. Somebody's going to make him eat it one of these days.
Yeah, you better be careful about that, Abner, sure enough. Well, how's the contest coming, Lum? I noticed you got an awful lot of mail today.
Oh, yeah, I aim to tell you, Dick. You know, out of all them letters you and Cedric brung over here, Abner never got but 14 votes. Yeah, all the rest of them was for me.
Well, say, you kind of staged a comeback, didn't you,
Oh,
Lum?
yeah, I think that talk I give 'em on the party line yesterday sort of woke some of 'em up.
Yeah, well, I knew if you just made up your mind to get in there and fight, that you could make good contest.
Oh, yeah, I aim to put on a campaign now like you never heard of before.
Make that old campaign speech here, was you?
Yeah, recollect when I ran for Justice of the Peace here, a few years back, and Squire Skimp was running again?
Yeah, that was a hot contest.
Well, I'm going to adopt some of them same tactics on this. Gonna put signs around town and everything. Come speak to county if necessary.
Well, that's the thing to do. You and Abner both. Just work your best.
I'm going over to Cherry Hill tonight to make a little talk.
Oh, are you?
It's a good roads meeting over there. I think I'll get up there and tell them about the contest while I'm over there. On my feet and all.
Yeah, well, I was aiming on going over there to that meeting, too. I heard about today.
Granny, if you're going, I'd love to ride over with you.
Why, sure. I'd be glad to have you. There's plenty of room, Lum. Just get in and go with us.
I'm getting enthusiastic over this contest now. Only ain't but 326 votes behind, you know.
Well, say, now, this is developing into a pretty close contest now.
Yeah. What are you doing there, Abner?
I doggone it can't be there.
What are you talking about? You can't get that gun in your mouth there.
I know I can't. That's what I say. Nobody could make me eat this gun if they wanted to. I didn't figure you know what you was talking
Well,
about.
put that gun up.
I'll
there.
put it up when I get good and ready.
Well, you're going to hurt somebody.
I ain't gonna
You put it up right now. Here, give me that.
Oh,
thing.
yeah, don't. Turn loose now, Lum. Turn
Give
loose.
it
Get
here,
away.
give it
Turn
here.
loose. Get away from here, Lum.
Oh, my
Well, we imagine that this argument seems to have ended rather seriously after all. But we also imagine that neither of the old fellows will be hurt badly enough, but what they'll appreciate your vote. Now, I'm sure that every one of you will want to cast a vote for either Lum or Abner in this big race for the presidency of the new Jot 'em Down store. You can cast a vote, you know, when you send in for one of those fine pocket-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are offering to all Horlicks malted milk powder users. So send in for a flashlight. Do it right away, tonight. Here's how you send in your request. Write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper, not the label on the bottle, but the outside wrapper, from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Now, you may use a wrapper from any size package, but it must be a Horlicks malted milk powder wrapper. Don't send in wrappers from Horlicks tablets, for they are not eligible. Well, mail your wrapper with your name and address, and with 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. And here's how to cast a vote in the contest between Lum and Abner for the presidency of the new Jot 'em Down store. Simply write either Lum's name or Abner's name, whichever one you want to see get the office, when you write your own name and address on the back of the wrapper. Send in your request and vote tonight, all of you. This is not only a chance to get a fine flashlight, not only a chance to elect your favorite to the presidency of the new Jot 'em Down store. It's more than that. It's a chance to express your appreciation of Lum and Abner and of their sponsor, the makers of Horlicks. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, folks, I have a special message from Lum and Abner. They want me to tell you how much they appreciate your sending in for the flashlight they are offering. They really never knew that they had so many friends out there on the party line. As a matter of fact, they've received so many requests that the flashlight factory is swamped. But they're working day and night, and everybody who sent in a wrapper and the 10 cents to cover mailing will get their gift as soon as possible. Now, if you haven't yet sent in for your flashlight, here's how to do it. Write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Not the label on the bottle, but the outside wrapper. And it must be from Horlicks malted milk powder. Don't send in wrappers from Horlicks tablets, for they are not eligible. All right, send your wrapper with your name and address, and with 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. In return, Lum and Abner will send you an aluminum pocket-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now send in your request right away. The quicker you get it in to Lum and Abner, the quicker you'll get your flashlight. And now,
Let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. When we left our old friends yesterday, Lum and Abner were quarreling over a pistol. And during the scuffle, the gun was accidentally discharged. We haven't learned as yet who, if anyone, was hurt. But as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner and Cedric Weehunt down at their office in the Matrimonial Bureau. Maybe we can find out some more about it. Listen.
Well, Mr. Lum was telling down there at the barbershop a while ago that you shot him on purpose. You said you just shot him to get him out of the race for president.
Why, I never done no such a thing. I had the pistol there in my hand, and he got to scuffling with me, trying to take it away from me, and, well, some way or another, the gun went off.
Well, if it just went off accidental, how could he get shot so many times like he did?
Shot so many times?
Yes, he said down there a while ago that he was shot 7 times.
Why, he weren't no such a thing. I never even hurt him. The bullet just went right through his coat sleeve and just sort of burned his arm a little, all it done.
He's got his arm all bandaged up and his head all wrapped up, standing around down there telling everybody that he doubts if he ever gets over it.
Well, I'll be dead blamed. I wondered why he'd been out of the store all day. I see now what he's been up to. Just standing around on the street trying to get folks' sympathy so they'll vote for him.
Yes, I know that's what he's doing, for I heard him ask Mose Moots to vote for him.
He did?
Yes, said he had to get to be president now, for he wouldn't be able to do no hard work. He's going to be crippled up so bad.
Well, that snake in the weeds. Just as quick as we count up the votes today, why, he left right out of here. He must have went right over to his place and bandaged himself up just to get some more votes.
Well, how's the contest running now, Mr. Abner?
Well, I had been ahead up till today, Cedric, but this last batch of mail that come in was right now all voting for him.
Voting for Mr. Lum?
Yeah, he's over 400 ahead of me now.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it looks like you ain't got much of a chance now. No?
I'm just afraid I've lost it, Cedric. Last night and study up something to do right quick. The way I started out, I thought I had the office and gone, but ever since me and Lum been partners, out of all the businesses we've been in, I've never got to be president or nothing yet.
Yes, I know he generally always holds that office.
He always has, yeah.
I sort of in hopes you'd get elected, for if I go to work for you fellers again when you get the store opened up, I believe I'd rather have you for a boss than him.
Well, thank you.
He's just as nice as pie till somebody comes around he wants to show out in front of, and then he starts bossing me around like I was a varmint or something.
Yeah, well, Lum's awful bad about that. He does love to show his authority. Yeah, I'd just love to be president just one time. I'd dog it if I wouldn't make him step around.
Well, the trouble is, you ain't getting out and trying to get votes like you was there at first, Mr. Abner.
Well, I've been running so far ahead, Cedric, I didn't figure I had to. Dog it, I'm going to from here out, though, I'll tell you that. He'll know he's been in the race when we get through. That's the reason I called you over here, too, Cedric. I want to hire you to go to work for me.
Go to work for you?
Yeah, Dick says he ain't using his study down there at his store.
Oh, no, I just sort of hang around down there and run errands for him whenever he needs me.
Yeah, well, now, this'll be study work, Cedric, till after the contest is over anyway. And then I'll put you to work here in the store if I'm elected president.
What kind of work is it you want me to do?
Well, I've got a sign I painted this morning, Cedric. Here it is, leaning against the counter over here, right there.
Oh, that sign there? You painted that yourself?
Yeah, I done it myself.
Well, vote for Abner Peabody for president.
Yeah, now, all you have to do, Cedric, is just carry that sign up and down the street. Tomorrow's Saturday, and there'll be a lot of folks in town, and I want you to just stay on the street all day with this sign.
Well, wait a minute, though. How much you aiming on paying me for that kind of work?
Well, now, that's what I want to talk to you about, to find out how much you figured it's worth.
Well, that sign carrying runs a little higher than most work, you know.
Does?
See, that's sort of outdoor advertising, you might say. I have to get a pretty good price for that.
Well, how much? How much?
Well, it ought to be worth, how much do you figure on paying me?
Well, that sort of depends on what you ask, Cedric. I know I ain't going to pay you as much as you want.
Well, I know I ain't going to work for what you offer me, neither. I know that.
Well, now, Cedric, we ain't going to get no place now to one of us named a price here.
Well, I ain't going to do that, for I'm afraid my price won't be lower than you'd give me.
Yeah.
I done that once.
Well, if you were setting a price, what would you say about $3 a day?
Yes, I believe that's about what I'd say. I'll take it.
Well, here, wait a minute now. I never said I'd give you that. That's just what you're asking. Now, I'll give you $1 a day.
No, I don't believe I could carry the sign for that much.
Good.
$2 would be the least I could do it for. I wouldn't carry it for myself for less than that.
Yeah, well, there ain't no use for us to talk in, Cedric. For $1.50 the most I'd be willing to pay.
Well, that still leaves us 25 cents apart then.
Yeah.
If it ain't worth $1.06, it ain't worth nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Cedric. I'll just split the difference. Make it $1.50.
All right, sir. All right. When do we start?
Well, you can start right out in the morning. Of course, now you could take it out on the streets this afternoon and sort of practice carrying it so you'll know how good when you start to work tomorrow if you want to.
All I got to do is just walk along with it.
Here comes Dick Hutterson.
Yes, don't tell him I started to work for you, Mr. Abner.
No.
I owe him a little more than I've got coming to me down there at his store. I don't believe he'd want me to quit much.
No.
Looks like every time I pass that candy case down there, I get further in debt.
Yeah, you always was bad about eating stuff up, Cedric. Worse than mice. Howdy, Dick. Come in.
How do, Mr. Hutterson?
Howdy. Say, Abner, have you seen Lum?
No, not in the last 3 or 4 hours.
Well, he's down the store a while ago. I didn't hardly know him. He's got himself all bandaged up. Looked like he'd been run over by a freight train.
Yeah, Cedric was telling me that a while ago.
Yes, sir, I seen him a while ago.
He's just using that to get votes with. I know what he's up to.
Why, sure. He wasn't hurt in here yesterday. Doc Miller was telling me he tried to get him to bandage him up yesterday evening, but the doc told him that there wasn't nothing wrong with him. Just a little powder burnt there on his arm.
Why, Lord me. He stood around here for 10 minutes yesterday after the shot was fired before he knew he'd been hit at all. Wouldn't have known it then if he hadn't looked down and seen a hole in his coat sleeve.
Well, he's claiming now that you shot him on purpose to get him out of the race.
Yeah, he knows better than that.
Better mind out what y'all are saying yonder. He comes up the road there now.
Yeah. And look at that. Just look at him. Got bandages all over him. The way he's wrapped up there, you'd think I shot him with a shotgun instead of a pistol.
Well, look, he's limping now. That's something new he's found since I saw him a while ago.
Yeah, well, he'll be going around here in a wheelchair tomorrow if he can find one anyplace.
Well, he's sure getting the votes, Abner. Tickled me over at Cherry Hill last night at the Good Roads meeting. They called on him for a talk, and he spent the whole time telling them about this flashlight and asking them to send in for one of them to be sure and vote for him.
Yeah, well, I noticed we got a lot of votes from Cherry Hill today, and he got all of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, he just might not have had him in tears telling him about you shooting him over there last night.
Howdy, Mr. Lum.
Yeah, hello, Lum.
Gentlemen.
How you feeling?
Why, just fine. Oh, I ain't either. What's the matter with me? I ain't getting along so well. I'm feared now them bullets is lodged in me somewhere.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Now, you fellas better be careful hanging around Mr. Peabody's there. You're liable to get yourself shot.
Yeah, I heard about you going over to Cherry Hill making that speech trying to get votes for yourself.
Yeah, and I heard about some underhanded work you've been doing, too. Jim Weehunt told me a while ago that you arrested him yesterday for speeding and then turned him loose if he'd promised to vote for you for president.
And you've been going around here all day trying to get folks to vote for you through sympathy,
Yeah,
too.
but I ain't stooped so low as to shoot my opponent, though, just to get him out of the race.
Well, now, Lum, I told you I never aimed to do that. Now, I never knowed the gun was loaded.
Yeah, that's just the trouble. The unloaded gun is always the one that kills folks.
Yeah, don't see how you figure that. Hadn't been loaded, why, it never would have went off. You just got that backwards wrong.
Yeah, but there's been more people killed with unloaded guns than any other kind, ain't there, Dick?
Yeah, that's the old saying, Lum. It sure is.
Yeah, I never knowed that. After the accident yesterday, well, I'd taken all the cartridges out and that pistol so that it couldn't go off. But if that's the way of it, well, I load it back up again.
Well, now, Abner, they have to be loaded, but you've got to think they're unloaded for their danger.
Well, if I loaded it myself, I'd know good and well that it weren't unloaded.
Well, just forget about it. Let it go. I don't want to argue about it.
No, the best thing is just to be thankful neither one of you is hurt, Chester, and forget about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, though. I was hurt. I'd be crippled for life over.
Oh, I think you'll get along all right, Lum. Well, I've got to get back to the store, man.
Don't hurry, Dick.
Hey, wait a minute, Dick. I'll just go along with you. I got a list of groceries that Elizabeth wanted me to fetch home tonight.
Yeah, sure. Come ahead, Abner. Well, I'll see you later, Lum.
Yeah, so long, Dick.
Well, I expect I better be going, too. Mr. Abner wanted me to carry this sign a while this afternoon on the street.
What sign's that?
Well, that yonder, leaning against the counter, he painted it himself. Give me $1.50 a day to walk up and down the streets with it.
Well, I do know. Vote for Abner Peabody for president. Wait a minute. I've got an idea. How would you like to earn another $1.50 a day from me, Cedric?
Well, the trouble is, I done promised Mr. Abner I'd work for him.
Well, all he told you to do was just carry that sign, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, there ain't no reason for you not working for both of us at the same time. I'll just do a little more painting on that sign there, and you can make $3 a day doing the same work. I'll just add a little to what he's got there. Let's see, vote for Abner Peabody for president. I'll tell you, I'll just change that vote for Abner Peabody for president of the United States, but vote for Lum Edwards for president of the Jot 'em Down store.
Well, he oughtn't to have no objections to that. I reckon he'd rather be president of the United States than president of the Jot 'em Down store. Why, sure he has. Yeah, get me that paint and brush back there, and we'll fix that sign up right.
Well, these old fellows don't seem to stop at anything to get a few votes, do they? Ladies and gentlemen, don't fail to send in for one of those fine little fountain pen-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all users of Horlick's malted milk. Every one of you, I'm sure, will want one of these handy, useful flashlights. So send in your request right away and avoid delay. All you have to do, you know, is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Make sure it's the outside wrapper, folks. Don't send in labels from the bottle. And remember, it must be a Horlick's malted milk powder wrapper. Horlick's tablets wrappers are not eligible, I mean. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper, and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Send in for your flashlight tonight, if you haven't already done so, for Lum and Abner want to hear from every one of their friends. This is Carlton Brickett, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, Lum and Abner have received so many requests for those flashlights that I'll bet a lot of you are using Horlicks for the first time. Well, if that's the case, you'll be surprised to learn of the great number of uses this delicious, nourishing food drink really has. In the first place, for weight control. Try drinking a glass of Horlicks, either hot or cold, for your noonday luncheon. See how refreshing, how sustaining, how easy to digest Horlicks is. It will keep you alert. You won't have that drowsy feeling that is often caused by a heavy, hard-to-digest meal. Horlicks is a wonderful drink for the youngsters, too. Its precious vitamins and minerals help children build sturdy, healthy bodies, sound bones, and teeth. I'll have a lot to tell you about other uses of Horlicks this week. Listen carefully. And now, about that offer Lum and Abner are making. You know, folks, they've received so many requests that the flashlight factory is swamped. Yeah, but every one who sent in a wrapper and 10 cents will receive his flashlight as soon as they can be made. Now, if you haven't already sent for your flashlight, you'll want to do so at once. I'll tell you all about it after we hear Lum and Abner. Right? And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner have received enough orders for flashlights now to enable them to start restocking the Jot 'em Down store. 2 big truckloads of merchandise has been delivered today, and the old fellows have been busy arranging it on the shelves. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner out on the front porch of the Jot 'em Down store, talking to Dick Huddleston. The race for president of the new store seems to be causing some dissension between Lum and Abner. Listen.
Oh, he's doing anything he can to get folks to vote for him. Like that stunt he pulled on me Saturday. If that ain't cheating, I don't know what you'd call it. I give Cedric $1.50 to carry that sign for me saying, vote for Peabody for president, and then Lum come along and give Cedric another $1.50 to let him paint some more reading on the sign.
Yeah, I saw Cedric carrying the sign around all day Saturday. I thought he was carrying it for Lum. It had on there, vote for Abner Peabody for president of the United States, and vote for Lum Eddard for president of the Jot 'em Down store.
Yeah, that's what Lum added on there. Cedric done carried it all day before I knowed anything about it.
Well, trouble is, Abner, you just haven't had enough experience in running for office. Lum's an old-timer at this campaigning. He's been running for some kind of an office ever since I've known him. He's always mixed up in politics somewhere or other.
Well, he's 900 and some odd votes ahead of me now and gaining every day, it looks like.
Yeah, what you need is a good campaign manager, Abner.
Yeah, what I need... Huh?
I say what you need is a good campaign manager. Somebody who's had some experience in politics and can get out here and get you some votes.
You think that's what I ought to have, huh?
Well, that's what you're going to have if you beat Lum.
I believe that's a good idea, Dick.
Well, of course, I shouldn't be telling you this. I don't want to take any sides in it. Don't make no difference to me which one of you fellows is president. I just thought I'd give you a little hint that way.
Yeah, sure.
Is Lum in the store there now?
Yeah, he was just now. I reckon he still is. We got in a batch of merchandise this morning, new stock for our store.
Yeah, I heard that you did. That's the reason I come over. I wanted to see what kind of a stock you was putting in.
Yeah, well, I took out a while ago. You'd think that Lum was already president the way he tries to boss everybody around.
Well, I believe I'll go and loaf with him while, Abner.
Yeah, go ahead. I've got a little business to tend to. You give me a good idea a while ago. I'll see you after a while, Dave.
All right, Abner. Well, it's beginning to look like a store in here again.
Huh? Oh, well, howdy, Dave. Come in. I was so busy here, never seen you come up.
Yeah, well, I seen them trucks from the wholesale house go by my place this morning. I just allowed you fellas getting in your new stock.
Yeah, well, we ain't got all of it yet, but we're just buying a little of it along as we can.
Yeah.
The way folks are sending in for these flashlights, it won't be long till we can have the whole store stocked.
What's the matter? Can't you get Abner to help you there?
That's what I'm doing now, is trying to straighten out what he's already did. I run him out of here a while ago. Everything he does, I have to do it over again, it looks like. I left it up to him to stack this canned goods in the shelf, and I just wish you'd look the way he done it.
Well, for goodness sake.
Just look at that shelf there, for instance. Instead of stacking stuff to itself like it ought to be, he's got, there's pork and beans and apricots and axle grease. There's a can of tomatoes and baking powders, all stacked right in together, and most of that's upside down.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Somebody come in and call for something, it'd take you an hour and a half to find it, if you could find it at all.
Well, it looks like it'd be just as easy for him to put it in there right while he's doing it.
Why, sure. He just takes and opens a case of something, starts down the row of shelving, and just sets a can of it anywhere he can find a place to put it.
That's what it looks like.
It's laziness is all. Says he's saving himself a lot of bother.
I don't see how he figured he's saving work that way.
Well, he says by scattering the stock all around over the store this way, he's got a little of everything we've got right there handy, no matter where he's at when he's waiting on a customer. That way, if somebody comes in and calls for a can of hominy or something, instead of having to walk a few steps for it, there'll be a can of it right there behind him. That is, if he can find it.
Well, bound for Abner to try to figure out some easier way to do it.
He's the beatenest feller I ever seen in my life for trying to study up shortcuts for getting out of work.
Yeah.
He'll sit and study for half a day trying to figure out an easy way for doing something that wouldn't have took him 5 minutes in the first place if he just got up and done it.
Well, you know, they tell it on him, Lum. He buys his shoes about 3 sizes too big so he won't have to unlace them to get them on and off.
Yeah, well, he does, too. About the craziest thing he ever done is when he worked out that device for drawing water he put on his well over there. Took him about 2 months to build the thing out of parts off of cultivators and old hay baler and one thing and another.
Yeah, I've seen that over there.
And you could draw a bucket of water and have it half drunk up before you could get that contraption started working. Takes him and his woman and Pearl, all three, to work the thing. And still he insists on using it. Thinks it's just wonderful. Shows it to everybody that comes on the place.
Oh, yeah. He's always bragging about the modern improvements he's got over there.
Improvement. He made a self-feeder for his stock over there a few years ago. I never will forget. Killed off 3 milk cows and a good horse by letting them founder themselves before his woman set her foot down and made him take it out of the barn.
Well, that's the one that he got the patent on, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, he tried to. Writ the government 3 or 4 times, drawing some pictures of it and sent them, but they finally wrote back and said they couldn't make heads or tails of what he was driving there. Yeah, I bet they're still trying to figure out where it was a airplane or a steam shovel or what it was he was writing.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen them drawings that he sent in.
And a feller like him wanting to be president of the store here. If he was to get elected, he'd spend half his time trying to study up some way so folks would have to wait on themselves.
Yeah. I'd like to see this store about a month after Abner had a chance to try out a few of his inventions down here.
Yeah, Lord. Turn him loose, no telling what all he would have rigged up down here. Be about like the time From the time he bought that new automobile and rigged up that device to keep everybody from stealing it.
No, I don't believe I heard about that.
Don't you know, he was feared somebody might try to steal his car out of the barn at night, so he fixed a big shelf up over it and put a bunch of tin cans and a bucket and a wash tub and one thing and another, put them up on the shelf, so when they started to back the car out, they'd sort of trip the shelf, and then all them tin cans and things would fall down and scare them off.
For goodness sake.
He called it his double-action burglar alarm.
Double action?
Yeah, you see, in case that noise wouldn't scare them off, he put a board full of nails behind each tire so it'd puncture them all when they tried to back the car. The first night he tried it out, he went out there the next morning in a big hurry and forgot about the burglar alarm himself, and about the time he started up, them tin cans started showering down on him and scared him so bad he just throwed her in reverse and come flying out of there and ruined all 4 of his tires. Yeah, ruined 3 sets of casings the same way before he had sense enough to quit using it.
Oh, man, that's pretty good.
Let him be president down here. He'd about have a burglar alarm rigged up in the store here that'd catch all the customers.
He was telling me a while ago, Lum, that you had a big lead on him now in your contest.
Yeah. I think I've got that office and gone now. What's worrying me now is getting these folks flashlights to them.
What's the matter?
Why, we can't get the things fast enough.
Well,
We've got the factory working day and night now, but, we're still behind. I'm just feared some of the folks are going to be getting impatient.
Why, yeah, I just supposed you'd mail them out just as fast as the letters come in for them.
Well, that's what we aim to do, but the letters have been coming in faster than they can make the flashlights even.
Yeah.
I never knowed we had so many friends out on the party line.
Well, you won't have long, Lum, if you don't get those flashlights out to them.
Oh, well, they'll all get them. Every last one of them that's in Interopera will get one. I'll see to that personally. It's just going to take longer than we figured.
Yeah. Well, I believe, Lum, I'd make some kind of announcement on the party line. Let them know the reason for the delay if I was you.
Yeah, I expect that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I believe it would.
I'll call them up after a little and explain to them that it ain't no fault of ours.
Sure, I think they'll all understand, just so they don't think, that you've forgotten about it.
Yeah, I hate it the worst way, especially after they're so nice to ride in this way.
Yeah, sure, I know you do. Well, if everybody else is as well pleased with theirs when they get it as I am mine, why, it'll be worth waiting for.
Well, here comes Abner back. I know he's mad. He got mad a while ago and stomped out of here because I jumped on him about the way he was stacking that stuff in the shelves.
Yeah, I saw him out there. That's come in a while ago. Now, you fellas ought to be wrangling this way, though, Lum. I'm afraid this contest you're having, letting the public vote on which one of you is going to be president of your store when you get it opened up, is going to cause you fellas to have a falling out.
Oh, no. It'll all blow over again the election's over, and Abner sees that I ain't the only one that thinks I ought to be president.
Hey, Lum, I'm going to take the rest of the afternoon off. I've got to go into the county seat and have some pictures made.
Have some pictures made?
Yeah.
Well, for goodness sake. I never would have thought you'd want to have a picture made of that face of yours. Looks to me like you'd be proud to forget what you look like.
Well, my campaign manager said that he needs some pictures of me for publicity.
Your campaign manager?
Yes, sir. I've got a man that guarantees to get me elected. I know that this contest is going to be a heap different story from here out, Lum. He's a go-getter.
Who you got managing your campaign?
Well, I just a while ago made a deal with Squire Skimp. He's going to take charge from here out. I know this Squire Skimp knows more tricks about getting votes than any two fellas this whole community.
Well, knowing Squire Skimp as we do, we can expect a whirlwind finish in this campaign for president. And now, if you haven't already sent in for one of these fine little fountain pen-sized flashlights that everyone's getting from Lum and Abner, here's how you can get yours. All you have to do is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Remember the outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure it's a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. Horlicks tablets wrappers are not eligible, Annie. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. I'll repeat that address, Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Now, don't delay. Send in your request right away. Also, be sure to cast your vote for president of the Jot 'em Down store. To do that, you just have to write your choice, either Lum or Abner, alongside your name and address on the wrapper. And remember, Lum and Abner want every single one of their friends to have one of these flashlights. This offer will be withdrawn soon, so act at once, tonight. This is Carlton Bricker, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. I wonder if gasoline makes the difference in your car that it makes in mine. When I use good gasoline, that car of mine starts with a touch, on even the coldest morning. But the other day, I yielded to the temptation to try and get a bargain. I filled my tank with cheap gasoline. What a time I had starting that car the next morning. Now, cheap gasoline may look just like good gasoline when it comes out of the hose, but there is some difference in results. Well, there's a difference in malted milk, too. A cheap imitation may look like Horlicks, but that doesn't mean that it's just as good as Horlicks. Not at all. Now, a lot of those imitations are just mechanical mixtures, skim milk and inferior malt powder and uncooked cocoa. And there may be as much as 50% ordinary sugar in that mixture. Now, Horlicks is rich in the nourishment that your body needs. It is made from only rich, full cream milk. This is blended with extracts of select malted grains. For flavor, for results, there isn't any substitute for Horlicks. And now I have a special message from Lum and Abner. They want me to tell you that they've received so many requests for the flashlights they're offering that the factory can't make them quickly enough. But everyone who sent in a wrapper and 10 cents will receive his flashlight just as soon as it can be made. Now, if you haven't already sent in for your flashlight, you'll want to do so at once. The offer is being withdrawn very soon. I'll tell you how to get one after we hear Lum and Abner. Now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner's contest over who will be elected president of their new store is winding up in a whirlwind finish. For the past several days now, Lum has been leading by several hundred votes. But yesterday, Abner announced that he had made a deal with Squire Skimp to act as his campaign manager. And the latest count is that the old fellows are about even in the race. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Cedric down at their store arranging the new stock of merchandise on the shelves. Listen.
I've got all them canned goods stacked up on the shelves now, Mr. Lum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking right nice, Cedric. Now you better take and sweep out the feed room back there and get it all ready for the flour and feed I ordered. I ought to be out here in the morning.
Yes, Mom.
There's some loose chops scattered around on the floor back there. Just sweep them up and sack them. I'll carry them over the place there and feed them to the chickens.
Well, I thought you said you wanted me to hang up them horse collars and them lanterns on the back wall yonder next.
Yeah, that's right. You ain't got to that yet, have you? There's some collar pads back there that ought to be hung up, too. Just let that go, though. Better get that feed room cleaned up first. I want to have it all ready so when they fetch it out, we can just stack it right off in the truck, save us handling it twice.
Yes, Mom. Well, I do know. Ain't that Mr. Abner coming up yonder?
Where? Well, for the land's sake. Now, where do you reckon he got such a get-up as that?
I don't know, but he's sure dressed up, ain't he?
First time I ever seen him with a derby on. And I bound you it ain't his'n neither. Look at the way it sets down on his ears there. Looks like somebody took and turned a wash boiler and turned it upside down on his head.
I bound you, though, he's a-getting votes. That's more like the reason he's a-dressed up.
Yeah. Looks more like he's going to a masquerade party somewhere. Look at him strut. Reared back there like a turkey gobbler. I feared him getting so many votes in that mail this morning was going to his head.
He said he was ahead of you now in the election.
Yeah, 3 votes. Just ahead 3 votes, and to hear him tell it, he's done win the office.
Hey, has Squire Skimp been down here looking for me?
No, I ain't saw him, and that ain't all. I don't want to, neither.
Well, he said he'd meet me down here.
Now, if you're bound and determined to associate with Squire Skimp, Abner, I wish you'd meet him somewhere else. I don't want him hanging around down here at the store.
Well, now, this is just as much my store as it is yours, Lum, and if I want to meet him down here, it's my own business.
Yeah, all right, but when he comes down here, I'm leaving. He ain't nothing but a snake in the weeds. Cedric, there ain't no use for you to stand there with your mouth gapped open. Get on back there and clean up the feed room like I told you.
Yes, Mom.
Here, wait a minute, Cedric. Have a cigar. Oh, that's right, you don't smoke it. Well, I'll give it to you, Paul, and tell him to vote for me, Cedric.
Much obliged, Mr. Abner.
Oh, not tall, Cedric, not tall.
Granny, you're getting sort of generous all of a sudden, ain't you? Passing out cigars.
Yeah, that's part of my campaign.
Well, is that outfit you've got on there part of your campaign, too?
Yeah, Squire said I ought to dress myself up. Well, the fact is, he lent me this derby and the vest I've got on.
Yeah, I thought I'd saw that striped vest before.
Yeah.
Squire Skimp has used that vest to campaign in for the last 15 years. Let me see. Yeah, it's the one. Armholes is wore threadbare there where he's hooked his thumbs in them rearing back. Looks more like an apron on you than it does a vest, though.
Yeah, well, it's a little full, all right. I reckon I ought to get a pillar and stuff up under there.
Yeah, a feller's got to dress himself up like a scarecrow to get votes. Granted, I don't want the office.
Well, it's a working, or leastways I'm ahead now. Squire says we'll beat you 2-1 for us over long.
Well, Abner, if you could get out here and beat me fair and square, I wouldn't mind it. I'd be the first one to walk up and shake your hand, but I just hate to see you get tangled up with a feller like Squire Skimp. Looks to me like you'd learned by now to stay away from him.
Yeah, well, now, Squire knows politics. You just ought to hear some of the stunts that he's got studied up for me to do.
Yeah, I know Squire'd do anything to see me get beat. Me and him's butted heads with one another ever since I first run for justice of the peace. And this is his way of getting even with me. You want to mind out now, he don't get you in a batch of trouble.
Yeah, don't you worry about me and Squire.
Well, Abner, he ain't going to get out here and work you this away for nothing. I'll tell you that right now. He's got some scheme in the back of his head right now for making something out of it.
Why, sure he's going to make something out of it. I'm paying him 10 cents on all I make.
10 cents?
Yes, sir, 10 cents. I've got it wrote right here in the contract with her name signed to it and everything.
That's it. See what you signed your name to there.
There it is, right there. Squire's got one just like it, too.
To who it may concern. I, Abner Peabody, herein after referred to as party of the first part, do hereby agree to pay to M.K. Skimp, herein after referred to as party of the second part, 10% on all earnings from this date until party of second part sees fit to cancel the agreement. And you signed this?
Yes, sir. I made him sign it, too.
Made him sign?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be president of the Jot 'em Down store. Abner, I'm going to have to get out here and beat you to protect both of us. This proves right here that you'd bankrupt both of us if you ever got to be president of the store.
What's the matter with it?
Well, there ain't no use for me to try to explain it to you. You've done signed it anyway. But you'll find out before he gets done with you that 10% and 10 cents is two different things.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, Lum. Just trying to get me it out for Squire so that I won't have him to help me in my campaign.
All right. Go ahead. I ain't having a thing to do with it.
Well, I don't want you to. You run your end of it, and I'll attend to mine.
All right. Being you're going to attend to all your affairs, you can just take a $200 check back to the insurance company in there at the county seat.
Want me to take it back?
You can take it back just as well as I can.
Well, here, I don't want to take it back in there and have to explain to them that accident they paid me on was a fake. They think I was crazy.
Just handle it to suit yourself, but if it was me, I'd take it into the bank and cash it and just mail the money to them, not tell them where it come from. That way, they'll get their money back and your conscience will be clear.
Yeah, I could do that, I reckon.
I'd better put it up. Here comes Grandpappy Spears and Dick Huddleston. Grandpappy don't know nothing about it, you know.
No, and if he ever found out about it, he'd tell it all over town, old gossip.
Well, Abner, I just hope there ain't no hard feelings develops out of this contest, but I'm warning you right now, I'm going after that office. I've got to do it. Well, howdy. Come in, gentlemen.
Howdy, fellas.
Come on back.
Yeah, come in.
Sort of looking like old times in here, them groceries scattered around on them shelves.
Yeah, you've got some more stock in here today, haven't you?
Yeah, we're buying it along as we can. When you aiming on opening up for business, Tom? Why, about next Monday, I reckon, Grandpap. We've got to wait till after the election to find out who's going to be the president, you know.
By George, you're kind of dressed up today, ain't you, Abner?
Yeah, a little, I reckon. Fella run for office this way, you know. He's got to dress himself up a little, yeah.
That's some of Squire Skimp's ideas there. He's Abner's campaign manager now, you know.
Yeah, I know. I heard that.
And dogged he can get the votes, too. That feller's got a head just plumb chock full of ideas. Things are going to start happening around here in the next day or two.
Why, Lum, what me and Grandpap come over for, we're having a meeting of the school board down at my store in a few minutes, and we wanted you to be there.
Yeah. I don't reckon I've got no business at one of their meetings since they kicked me out as president of the board.
Well, now, that's what the meeting is called for, Lum. We'd like for you to take that office back if you'll accept it.
Yeah, Lum, all us board members sees now where we acted a little hasty when we asked you to resign.
Sure we do, Lum. Come on down to the meeting anyway. The whole bunch wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't reckon it'll do no harm to go down there. Abner, you can look after things here for a while. I'll be back soon as it's over.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead,
Be back directly then. Yeah, here comes your campaign manager up out here.
Yeah, well, tell him to come on in.
Howdy, Squire.
Well, howdy, gentlemen, howdy.
Abner's inside the store there, Squire.
Yes, thank you, Lum. Well, right nice weather we're having.
Yes, it is.
Come on, Squire, come on in. I've been waiting for you.
Yes, well, I got held up downtown there, Abner. I've been doing a little campaigning for you down there.
Well, fine.
Now, Abner,
What I wanted to see you about, I've been making a few plans on your campaign. I've made arrangements for you to give a speech at a box upper over at Crystal Hill tomorrow night.
At Crystal Hill, huh? What am I supposed to talk about?
Well, it don't make much difference about that. The New Deal or the gold standard or anything. Just so that you ask them sometime during the speech to vote for you for president of the store here. Now, I'm getting things all lined up. I've got to go in the county seat this afternoon and get some window cards printed and one thing and another.
Well, I wished I'd known you to go and I'd went with you. I've got a check that I need to cash in there awful bad.
A check, huh? Well, now, it might be that I can tend to that for you, Abner, if you want me to.
Yeah, why, sure. Yeah, I never thought about that. Well, I'll have to sign my name on the back of it here, and then you can just get the cash for me, Squire. It's that insurance check for $200 I got when my arms were broke.
$200? Yeah. Why, I'll be glad to tend to it for you, Abner. Us being such old friends and all, you know. Now, just endorse it there, and ain't no need for you to go in tall. Here, wait just a minute. Now, here's my fountain pen. Just use that, Abner.
Yes, sir. We imagine Squire is only too glad to handle this little transaction for Abner. And now, folks, if you haven't already sent in for one of those handy little fountain pen-sized flashlights that everyone's getting, you'd better hurry. The offer's being withdrawn Sunday, and Lum and Abner want every one of you listeners to send in for one before then. Here's what you do to get yours. Just send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Remember, it must be an outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure you send a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. You see, wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. All right, write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and mail it, enclosing $1 dime to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. And also, don't forget to cast your vote for president of the Jot 'em Down store. To do that, you know, you just write your choice, either Lum or Abner, on the wrapper with your name and address. If you don't already have a wrapper handy, you can get a package of Horlicks malted milk powder at your druggist tonight, in either natural or chocolate flavor. Remember, this offer ends Sunday, so send in for your flashlight tonight. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, how do all you radio listeners feel tonight with the day's work well behind you? Full of pep for the evening ahead? Or tired out and ready for bed? A lot depends, of course, on how well you slept last night. You know, people often think they're tired at night because of the work they've done in the day. Well, that's partly the reason, of course. But really, your evening's enjoyment hangs on how soundly you slept the night before. Every one of us needs plenty of sound, restful sleep every night. And here's a tip that'll help you to get it. Just before going to bed, treat yourself to a glass of delicious Horlicks malted milk, hot. As you slip between sheets that are suddenly cool and inviting, you'll notice how soothed and relaxed you feel. Without any effort, you'll quietly slip off to sleep. Sound, continuous sleep that really rests and refreshes. Sleep that gives you a feeling of fitness. Try a glassful of hot Horlicks malted milk before you go to bed tonight. You'll be surprised how it'll help you to get so much more out of life. And remember now, there's still time to send in for one of Lum and Abner's handy fountain pen-sized flashlights, if you haven't already done so. But you'll have to hurry. The offer ends midnight Sunday. I'll tell you all about it after we hear Lum and Abner. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Since Abner hired Squire Skimp to act as his campaign manager, interest in the election of a president of the Jot 'em Down store has really picked up down in Pine Ridge. Squire has devised all sorts of campaign stunts for publicity, and Abner is gaining votes by leaps and bounds. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Dick Huddleston over at the Jot 'em Down store talking with Lum. Listen.
Yeah, but now you can't make any money, Lum, selling stuff at cost that way.
Selling it at cost?
Yeah, that's what Abner's telling around. He was down at the barber shop this morning telling a crowd of fellers in there that if they elected him president of the store over here, he'd see if they got their groceries at cost.
Well, I'll be dad blamed. No wonder he's been getting so many votes the last few days, telling such stories as that around.
Squire Skimp's been out electioneering for him, and he's been telling the same story. Telling folks how much money they can save by electing Abner president.
Well, that's more than likely where Abner got the idea. Squire Skimp put them notions in his head about you. Well, don't you worry about us selling stuff at cost, Dick. We're going to make a profit on it. I don't care who's president.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Lum. We've always been competitors in the store business, but we've always gotten along all right.
Why, sure, and we aim to keep on getting along all right.
That's the thing to do.
Just don't pay no attention to nothing Abner says. I'll sworn he'll do or say anything that Squire Skimp tells him to. Of all people he could have picked out for a campaign manager, he had to pick out a feller like him.
Yeah, I was sorry to see Abner get lined up with Squire. Old Squire's liable to get him in a batch of trouble before he knows it if he don't watch out.
Yeah, I tried to tell Abner, but he wouldn't listen. Squire's a sort of a feller, when you first meet him, you don't like him so well, but after you get to knowing him better, why, you can't stand him at all.
What? Oh, yeah, that's about right, Lum.
He's got Abner so worked up over this election, he'll do anything to get a few votes.
Yeah.
You know that net volunteer fire department bought with that money they raised off in the box supper they had here a while back?
Well, I didn't know that they'd got it yet.
Yeah, safety net they bought.
Yeah.
Well, it come in yesterday, so Squire made arrangements with the fire boys to have Abner tested out for them. Abner clumb up in the belfry over at the schoolhouse during recess this morning and jumped clean off in the building into the net.
Well, what's his idea in doing that?
Why, the Squire told him it'd be good publicity, and Abner didn't have no more sense than to do it. See, all the young'uns gathered around him there to see if he got hurt, and Abner stood up there in the net and made some sort of a little speech to him about voting for him for president.
By Jack, that's right. Children can vote in this election, same as the grown-ups, can't they?
Oh, yeah. We've got a lot of roppers from children. They listen in on the party line, too, you know.
Yeah, sure. Well, it just looks like that Abner's going to run away at this election if you don't get out here and do something. He's got a bunch of window cards out now. I brung one down the store this morning, wanted me to set it in the window down there.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Seen one down at the barber shop this morning.
Yeah, there's one down there.
That picture he's got on there of himself ought to be good for ridding your store of rats or cockroaches if he's bothered with such as that.
Did you see that write-up that he had in the county paper this morning?
Write-up? No. What'd they say about him?
Why, according to the paper, he made a big contribution to the public library in there at the county seat.
You mean a donate?
Yeah, he give him $180.
Oh, get out. He ain't got that much money.
Well, don't know where he got it, but evidently he gave it to him, or they wouldn't have had a write-up like that in the paper. Oh, big headlines in there. Prominent Pine Ridge citizen made the liberal donation to local public library, or something like that, it said. Then went on to say that he'd like for everybody to send in for a flashlight and vote for him for president of the Jot 'em Down store.
Well, for goodness sakes. $180.
That's what it said.
Where did he get that much money? And he could have bought me out of the race for that much money. I'd have took clean out and let him have the office.
Yeah, and I don't see how that's going to help him get many votes.
Wait a minute, Dick. That's our ring. Excuse me.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and answer it on that. Sure.
Hello? This is Lum Edwards talking. Yes, Mom, he's here. Do you want to talk to him? Oh. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom, I sure will, Miss Huddleston. All right. All right, goodbye. Your woman says Elmer Luttrell's over there at your store waiting to see you, Dave.
By Jacks, I forgot about that, sure. Yeah, well, I'll have to get on over there, Lum. I'm trying to sell Elmer that 80 acres down there on the river that I swapped for last spring.
Well, I'm glad you come over, Dick, and don't you worry about us selling stuff at cost. I can tell you right now, there ain't nothing to that.
Oh, yeah, well, that's all right, Lum. I figured there must have been some mistake about it. Hey, here comes Abner, Lum.
Abner? Granny's about time he's getting back.
Hi, Dick.
Well, hello, Abner.
You ain't leaving?
Yeah, I got to get on back over to the store, Abner. They just not called up for me.
And be sure and tell everybody you see to vote for me for president.
All right, Abner.
Hey, howdy, Lum. Did you hear about me jumping off in the schoolhouse?
Yeah, I heard about it. Too bad they had that net down there to catch you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for I've been gone so long. I've been busy figuring myself out a speech for tonight.
A speech?
You know I'm going to speech over at Crystal Hill tonight.
Yeah. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah?
Body could learn a lot hearing you give a talk about you.
And I'm going to give my views on this here, gold situation.
Gold situation?
Yeah, Mose Moots down at the barber shop said that the papers is full of that now.
Yeah, well, you don't know nothing about the gold situation, Abner. Inflating it and de-inflating it and all that stuff.
Why, no. That's the reason that he said that it'd be a good subject for me to speak on. Said that nobody else knowed anything about it neither, Lum, and they won't know where I'm right or wrong.
Yeah.
Then, of course, after I speak for a while, I'm going to sort of bring it in a roundabout way, I'm going to ask them all to vote for me for president of the store. That's the reason I'm going over Squire.
I see. That's some of Squire Skimp's idea.
Yeah, Squire told me to go over there and speak on anything I wanted to, just so I brung it in sometime for them to vote for me.
Come on, Abner, there ain't nothing you won't do to get votes, is there?
No, well, I don't know as I'd go so first to say that. Might be something.
I don't know. You've been going around here telling that if you get elected president, you're going to sell everybody the groceries at cost, ain't you?
Who said I've been doing that?
Why, Dick Huddleston. He heard you down to the barber shop this morning. That's what he's doing over here just now. He's mad about it.
Yeah. Oh, well. Well, I just been telling folks that long. Natural, I don't aim to do it, no.
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit to it, going around making promises that you don't aim to keep.
Oh, well, Squire said just tell them anything to get votes. Campaign promises don't mean nothing to nobody. Nobody never keeps them nohow.
Well, I ain't going to stand back and let you promise a lot of stuff about the store here that you don't aim to do.
Well, now, you just tend to your own campaign. Me and Squire look after mine. I told you that I didn't care what you done. You can do or say anything that you want to. I don't want you trying to tell me what to do, neither.
All right. I'm glad we got ourselves straight on it.
Well, that's just right.
Recollect, then, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
I don't care.
I say, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I mean, what's sauce for you is sauce for me.
Oh, changing it up, huh? Just now you was talking about geese.
Well, I meant you, though.
You mean to sit there and call me a goose to my face?
I never called you nothing. I just said what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
What kind of sauce? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just let it go.
You are, too. I heard you. You said something about me, and I can't figure out what it was.
Well, I will say something about you, sure enough, if you don't shut up. You're going around here with your feelings out on a stick here,
right? Well, now, nobody ain't going to set up and call me no goose.
I never called you no goose. Abner, if you don't shut up, I'm going to whop you one.
Well, you can just go jump in the lake. That's who you are, and I'm the man that can do it, too.
Going around here giving $180 to a library just to get votes.
Well, that's my own business if I want to... give $180 to what?
To the library, and there's the county seat.
Who done that?
You did.
Why, I never done no such a thing.
Abner, there ain't no use to deny it now. Don't you store it to me. It was in the paper and everything.
Well, now, listen, Lum. I know what I did and what I ain't did. I ain't got $180 in the first place, or second place either.
Where'd the money come from, then? The paper come out with an article today saying you made a donate to the public library in there. Wait a minute. What did you do with that check for $200 the insurance company give you?
I give it to Squire Skimp to cash for me. He was going into the county seat yesterday. Doggies, wait a minute here. I've got to go find my campaign manager. There's something wrong here someplace, Tommy. Something wrong.
You don't suppose Squire has used that insurance money in behalf of Abner's campaign? Folks, Only a few days left to get one of those grand fountain pen-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are offering. The offer closes next Sunday at midnight, so be sure and send in right away, tonight. Now, here's what you do. Just send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk. Remember that, folks, the outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure it's a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. Horlicks tablets wrappers are not eligible, I mean. All right, now write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Also, be sure to cast your vote for president of the Jot 'em Down store at the same time. To do that, you know, you just write your choice, either Lum or Abner, alongside your name and address on the wrapper. If you don't already have a wrapper handy, you can get a package of Horlicks malted milk at your druggist tonight in either natural or chocolate flavor. Now, don't forget, folks, you've only got until Sunday to send in for one of these fine flashlights. Your request must be in the mail by Sunday midnight. Lum and Abner don't want a single one of their friends to be disappointed. So act at once, tonight. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. You know, every day we get lots of letters from grateful mothers who've reared their children on Horlicks. Here's a typical one from Columbus, Indiana, written by Mrs. S.H. Let's hear what she says. I've always wanted to write and tell you how wonderful I think Horlicks malted milk is, and what it did for my son. When he was only 3 months old, he was very, very sick with a child's ailment. They told us that he would never recover. But he did. With the best of care, he finally pulled through. But he was very delicate still. No nourishment seemed to be right. The little fellow just couldn't hold any food. Our hearts grew heavy, and we began to lose hope. Well, finally, it was suggested that we get a small bottle of Horlicks malted milk and try that. Well, we did, and it was wonderful from the very start. The baby was able to digest it easily. It wasn't long before he began to grow stronger, and he improved steadily. Naturally, we are great boosters for Horlicks now. Well, thank you, Mrs. S.H. The makers of Horlicks are very glad to hear of your experience. They hope other mothers may hear of it and profit from your experience and from Horlicks malted milk. And now, folks, if you haven't already sent in for one of Lum and Abner's flashlights, it's still not too late. But it will be soon, so act now, tonight. I'll tell you what to do after we hear Lum and Abner. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Abner hasn't seen Squire Skimp since he entrusted him with a check for $200 to cash for him day before yesterday. A story appeared in yesterday's county paper stating that Abner Peabody had made a donation of $180 to the public library at the county seat. And Abner's afraid now that's where his money went. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum down at the Jot 'em Down store, which is soon to be open to the public again. Abner is just entering the front door.
Listen. Well, did you find Squire Abner?
No, I couldn't locate him, Lum, but I found out that that's where that $200 went all right.
You did? You know for sure now, huh?
Yeah, I know it did. I called up a newspaper in there at the county seat and asked them how come to put in a paper that I donated $180 to the library.
Yeah, what'd they say?
Well, they said that Squire Skimp gave them the money in my name.
Well, that's just what I figured happened. Quick as you told me you got Squire to take that check in there and cash it for you.
Well,
I know it.
That's that insurance money. That weren't my money. I was aiming on giving it back to the insurance company.
You've got to get it back to the insurance company some way or other. If they find out that you accepted $200 from them on that claim that when you weren't even hurt, they can send you the penitentiary just as sure as you're standing there.
Yeah, I know it, but I ain't got no $200 to give them. I couldn't raise that much money. My life depended on it.
You wear into it now, sure enough. I just feared something like this would happen if you got Squire Skimp to run your campaign for you. I told you he'd about get you in a batch of trouble if you got tied up with him.
Yeah, Dad blame his soul. If I can find him, I'll jail him for spending my money. I'll make him dig that up if I have to lawsuit him to the high court.
Well, now, I don't know, Abner. Squire ain't done nothing against the law the way I see it.
Well, I'd like to know why he ain't. Taking my money and giving it away for something that I never even knowed nothing about.
Yeah, but the only thing you could get him for would be bezzlements, and he ain't bezzled nothing. He give him the money in your name, you know.
Well, now, there ought to be some law against somebody spend another feller's money that way, unbeknownst to him.
Well, he's your campaign manager, and he can claim he's doing it to help you get votes.
He can't do that, though.
He did do it.
Yeah, that's right, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got that contract you signed making him your campaign manager. There's where you made the biggest mistake. When you signed that agreement to pay him any such amount as that to help you.
Well, I never minded that. Law me, it ought to be worth 10 cents for him to get me elected. And if I ain't elected, why, I don't owe him nothing.
Well, Abner, you're all mixed up on that contract. I can tell you that right now.
No, I ain't neither. If I ain't elected, I don't owe him a cent.
I ain't talking about that, though. I mean that 10 cents business. That contract says you've got to pay him 10% of all your earnings if you're elected.
Yeah?
Well, 10% and 10 cents is a heap different. 10% don't mean 10 cents. It means 10 cents on every dollar you make.
Yeah, but he never said 10% on every dollar. He said 10% on the whole business. That's what he said.
Well, that's the same thing.
Why, no. If I was to pay him 10 cents on every dollar, why, well, if I was to make $10, why, I'd have to pay him 10 cents on every one of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, but this way, I don't have to pay him but 10 cents on the whole $10.
Well, you just got yourself mixed up.
No, I ain't neither.
Well, I seen the contract, and it said you'd pay him 10% of all you make.
Yes, sir.
If you make $10, you owe him $1. If you make $100, you got to give him 10 of it.
Oh.
$200, you'd owe him 20. According to the contract, you've got to keep on paying him until he releases you. He might make you pay him 10% for the rest of your life.
Well, I wouldn't do it. I'd just quit work first. Yeah, that's what I'd fix him. So him ain't so smart, I'd just quit work.
And what would you live on all that time?
Why,
You've got to keep working, Abner. You've got to make a living.
Yeah, but I'll be dead blamed if I'm going to make a living for me and him both. Well, I'll just work cheap as I can. That's what I'll do, so I won't have to pay no more than I have to. Just work for about a half what I ought to get.
You better try to make more money than you have been making, as long as you're going to have to divide it up with him.
Yeah, but the more I make, the more I have to pay him.
Well, I can't explain it to you. You ought to have more sense than to sign anything like that to begin with, Abner. So when you're getting to where you'll sign your name to anything anybody sticks under your nose.
Yeah, I know it. I'd be a heap better off if I never had learned how to write my name. Keep myself in hot water all the time.
Yeah?
Looks like I'd learn better. I do know better, but I just won't listen to myself, looks like. I get so aggravated with me sometimes I could run myself out of town. I just wished I could get away from myself for a while. And just whip myself so much, looks like. I just won't pay no attention to nothing I say no more.
Well, you got yourself into it now, all right.
Yeah, but if I can find Squire Skimp, I'll tell him a thing or two.
Well, that ain't going to do no good. Ain't going to get you your money back. What you better be doing is figure out some way to raise that $200.
Well, of course, if I can see Squire, I can get part of it back. I want to catch him before he gives that $20 to somebody else, too. Makes another donate for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out somewhere where we can raise $200.
Where we can raise it.
Well, I want to help you if I can.
I thought you was mad at me over this election. You've been acting like it.
Well, I reckon I thought I was. I didn't much like some of the stunts you done in the race, Abner, but I don't know. When it comes down to something like this, Well, you get in a batch of trouble. I want to help you if I can. Ain't nothing personal about it. I don't want you to think that I like you or anything like that, but recollect now, if that insurance company finds out that accident was a fake, that you wasn't sure enough hurt, they might could get me for being access to the crime. You know, I was the one that thought up the idea of you making out like you had an accident in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. Go on.
Well, that's the reason I'm thinking about it.
Well, I'd hate to get you in any trouble over it, Lum. Reckon if I'd write to that public library or whatever it was that Squire gave her money to and told him that he give it unbeknownst to me and I want it back, reckon they'd send it to me?
Well, I don't know. They might. I don't think that'd be the thing to do, though, Abner. Make them a donate and then make them give it back.
Well, I don't see why I never give it to him in the first place.
Yeah, but they think you did. Wrote that story about you. More likely come out with another story in the paper telling that you took the money back then.
Well, I don't care what they put in the paper about me, as long as I get the money back and pay it back to the insurance company.
Well, I'd ruin you in there in this election, though. The whole town would turn against you.
Well, I don't care about that neither. I'm trying to figure out a way to get that money back to the insurance company, and I ain't going to rest till I do.
That might be the best way out of it, all right. Just write the library a nice letter and explain the whole thing to them. I reckon they'd send it back to you. But I'm telling you now, it'll ruin you in there at the county seat. You wouldn't get a vote in there.
Well, you ought to be glad of that, then.
Well, I'd love to win the election, or I'd love to be president the worst way, but I won't appeal like I win it fair and square. Wait a minute. Look yonder.
Where?
Coming up out front there. There's your campaign manager for you.
Yeah. I dog it if I don't tell him a thing or two.
Don't say nothing about that 10% business, that contract. I'm going to study up some way to get you out of that if I can. So don't let on like it's a worrying, you know.
Yeah, what I'm after that $20 if he still got it.
Yeah, get that if you can. Well, howdy, Squire.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Come on back.
Yeah, I want to talk to you, Squire. I've been looking for you ever since yesterday.
Yeah, where you been?
Well, yes, the little wife told me that you'd been over to the place, Abner. You see, I've been out campaigning for you. I tell you, Abner, we're going to have a landslide. We'll win this election by... excuse me, Lum. I forgot the opponent was sitting right here with me.
No, that's all right. Don't mind me. Just go right ahead on.
Well, what I want to know is where's that $200 for that check that I gave you to cash for me the other day?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Abner. Now, that's just what I come over for. I seen an opportunity the other day to do a lot of good and get you a lot of votes at the same time. So, as your campaign manager, I donated the $200 to the public library in there at the county seat.
$200?
The newspaper just said $180.
Yes. Now, I believe that's what it come to. You see, according to the contract, I get 10% of all your earnings, Abner, and that 10% of $200 would be $20. Yes, the newspaper right about it. That's what it was left, $180, yes.
Well, according to that contract, Squire, you don't get 10% unless Abner's elected president of the store here.
Oh, well, he's good as elected right now.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm writing that library in their letter right this afternoon and telling them that you give them that money unbeknownst to me and I want it back.
Oh, well, here now, Abner, now, for goodness sakes, now, don't do that. That ruins this show of the world. Why, the whole county'd turn against us here.
Well, I don't care if they do. I know what's right and what's wrong. That money belongs to the insurance company, not to me. I dog it, I'm going to take it back to them, even if I lose the race. Now then, give me that $20 right now.
Yeah. Well, now, here now, Abner, now, wait a minute now. We better talk this whole thing over, you know, us being such old friends.
Old friends, nothing. I'm tired of hearing that. Granny, you give Abner that $20 right now, or we'll take it away from you. Here, Abner, grab that arm over there. Granny, we'll either get that $20 or we'll take it out of your hide.
Well, this looks like one deal that the squire won't be able to put over on the old fellows. Folks, if you haven't already sent in for one of Lum and Abner's flashlights, there isn't a second to lose. The offer closes Sunday at midnight, and all requests must be mailed by then. So don't delay. Act tonight. It takes only 2 minutes of your time to send for one of these grand little fountain pen-sized flashlights. Now, here's what you do. Write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder and send it, enclosing 10 cents to cover mailing and packing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. But don't forget, it must be the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. The wrappers from Horlick's tablets are not eligible. All right? Now, isn't that all very simple? Yeah, and by the way, if you don't happen to have a wrapper handy, get a package of Horlick's malted milk powder from your druggist tonight. But remember, folks, your request must be in the mail before midnight Sunday. Lum and Abner want every one of their friends to send in for one of these useful little flashlights before then. So act at once. Send in that wrapper and dime now, before it's too late. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, if you're going to get one of Lum and Abner's swell little flashlights, you've got to act at once, right away. The offer ends midnight Sunday. Your request must be in the mail by then. Don't forget that date, midnight Sunday. Now, here's what to do. Just write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder, and send it, enclosing 10 cents to cover mailing and packing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. You got that? But remember, it must be the outside wrapper, and from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Horlicks tablets wrappers, are not eligible. It takes only a couple of minutes to send in. If you don't happen to have a wrapper handy, get a package of Horlicks malted milk powder, either natural or chocolate flavor, from your druggist tonight. But don't forget, your request must be in the mail before midnight Sunday. So send in right away, before you're too late. Lum and Abner will personally appreciate your sending in for one of their flashlights. So write your name and address on a Horlicks malted milk powder wrapper and send it in with your dime tonight. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner and his campaign manager, Squire Skimp, had a falling out yesterday. He discovered that Squire had used the money from the insurance company to make a donation to the public library at the county seat, and has written a letter to the library demanding the money back so that he can return it to the insurance company. The newspaper has come out with a very caustic story about it today, criticizing Abner severely. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Dick Huddleston over at the Jot 'em Down store, showing Lum the story that appeared in today's paper. Listen.
Well, I do know. Well, I hate to see him print an article like that about Abner.
Well, I don't know, Lum. You can't blame them much, Somebody make a donation that way just for the publicity, and after he gets a nice write-up in the paper, well, I ask for his money back.
Well, Abner couldn't do nothing else, so he had to get it back. You know that check the insurance company gave Abner for $200 on that accident claim?
Yeah, I thought you sent it back to him.
Well, we was going to. Abner gave it to Squire Skimp to take into the county seat to get it cashed so he could send the money instead of the check back to him.
Yeah.
And while he's in town, there, Squire made that donate to the library for Abner. Figured it'd help him in his campaign for president of the store here.
Oh, that's where that money come from, huh?
Yeah, Squire just taking it on himself to give him $180 on it. And tried to keep the other $20 for himself. But
We got him down in here yesterday and taken it away from him.
He did?
Yeah, he stood there and said he never had a cent on him. And Granny, as we throwed him down and reached in his pocket and pulled out a roll of bills there, they'd choke a cow.
Well, good for you, Lum. I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, he got mad, just frothed at the mouth. Stomped out of here mad enough to bite.
Well, he's out again today, electioneering for Abner. He's down at the store this morning, telling a big bunch of them in there to be sure and vote for Abner.
Well, yeah, he's still trying to get Abner elected, all right. You see, he's got a contract with Abner that says if he's elected president of the store here, Squire gets 10% of everything Abner makes.
Oh, and if Abner ain't elected, why, he don't get nothing, huh?
No.
Well, how long does that contract run, Lum, this 10% business?
Well, now, there's another thing. There ain't no limit set on it. It just runs as long as Squire wants it to, I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
See, Abner was so anxious to get to be president, he'd have signed anything.
Why, sure. When does this contest close?
Sunday night. Sunday night at midnight. When we open up for business Monday morning, we'll know then who's going to be the president.
Yeah.
And it looks like Abner's going to be it, the way these votes have been coming in today. He's 780-some-odd votes ahead of me now.
Yeah, well, I imagine, Lum, people in there at the county seat will all be voting for you now since this article come out in the paper today. That'll swing all the votes to your side.
Yeah, I sort of hate that, too. Hate to see him turn against Abner when he's trying to do the honest thing. I can't help but feel just sort of sorrowful for him.
Well, it'd be a blessing if he was to get beat, Lum. He wouldn't have to pay his Squire that 10% the rest of his life.
Yeah, but he'd be terrible disappointed, Dick. He wants to be president so bad.
Yeah, I know he does.
I come right now withdrawing from the race yesterday and just letting Abner have the office, but I got to thinking he'd be sure to win that way, and Squire'd claim 10% of everything he makes. So
yeah.
I just decided to let it work itself out the best way it would.
Yeah, well, you're in kind of a bad spot there, Lum, either way you turn.
Yeah, sort of twixt a hard place and a rock. Well, this contest has showed me one thing. Showed me where I stand at. Sort of took me down a notch or two, I reckon. You know, I thought when we started this thing, he'd be a runaway for me. I never figured Abner'd get any votes at all.
Well, he's led the race nearly all the way through, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, except for 2 or 3 days there. But I ain't complaining none. You see, the folks that sent in for the flashlights, the ones that's done the voting in this thing, has been responsible for us getting our store stocked up again. We can just thank them for that.
Yeah, you've got a nice stock of merchandise there now, Lum. Looks mighty nice, too.
Yeah, I thought so. Me and Cedric's been busy all week arranging it on the shelves and all.
That's looking fine. Nice, clean stock of merchandise.
I can't hardly wait till Monday to get opened up for business. Regardless of which one of us gets elected, we've got a fresh start in the store business.
Well, that's a good idea you had, getting that agency for those flashlights. And it was mighty nice, Mr. Harlick, to offer to send them out to your friends, too.
Oh, yeah, it sure was. I just hate it because we can't get them made any faster, though. They're running that flashlight factory day and night now, making them just fast as they can, but it's going to be a little time yet before some of them gets them.
Well, you told them on the party line the other day that there'd be some delay, so I don't think you'll have any complaints over it.
I hope not.
Well, you can't help it, Lum. You fellers are doing all you can, and Harlicks are doing all they can.
Yeah, there's another thing. I hate it on Mr. Harlick's account, too. He's worried about it, you know. You see, we never had no ideas we'd get so many requests from him.
Well, I thought you wanted all you can get.
Oh, we do, yeah, sure we do. Mr. Harlick is from tickled over it, yeah. I'm sort of glad it happened right at this time, too, Dick. You know, tomorrow's Mr. Harlick's birthday, you know.
Oh, it is? Tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. He'll be 89-year-old tomorrow.
Well.
89 and still active head of his business that he started over 50 years ago.
Well, now, by George, that's quite a record, you know. That's a good testimonial for his malted milk right there.
Yeah. I was just saying that. Wait a minute. Here comes Abner.
Yeah. Well, he's not wearing that derby hat and striped vest today, is he?
Oh, no. He give them back to Squire here yesterday and told him he was through, done with it. Don't let on that I ain't trying to get elected now, Dick, because if I was to win, I won't Abner think it's because I'm campaigning so hard that done it.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I wouldn't say nothing.
I want him to think I'm trying my best.
Well, howdy, fellers.
Yeah, come in, Abner. I got some good news for you.
What's that?
Why, I counted the votes a while ago, and you're 784.5 ahead of me now.
Oh, howdy, Dick. How are you today?
Well, all right, I reckon, Abner. Did you see that story in the paper about you today?
No, I ain't saw it. Somebody was telling me about it.
Well, they're mad because you asked for that donate back that you give the library in there.
Well, I figured they would be.
They claimed you never aimed to let them keep it in the first place when you give it to them. Said you're just doing it to get votes.
Well, just so that I get the money back. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
you get beat, you can just blame it onto that, Abner. I'll carry the county seat by 10-1 now, bound you.
Yeah, you're going to have to get out here and work hard tomorrow, Abner, if this contest closes Sunday night.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's just what I want to talk to you fellers about. Just might not decided to just take plumb out of the race.
Take out of it?
Yeah, just get out.
You ain't give up, have you?
No, I ain't give up, but I just got to figuring that if I do get elected, I'm going to have to give Squire Skimp 10 cents or 10% on everything.
Well, now, I wouldn't let that influence me. If I get elected, I don't want you to think that you just give me the office. If I get it, I want to win it fair and square.
Well, I'd love to have it the worst way, but I don't know. I just hate to see old Squire make anything off of it after the way he's done.
Yeah.
Well, now, I wouldn't withdraw, Abner.
No.
All these people have voted for you, your friends, you know. Why, you wouldn't want to turn them down right here at the last minute.
Why, of course not. You get that office. Will you study up some way out of that contract with Squire Skimp?
How?
Well, I don't know. Just offhand, will you study up something?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm afraid that contract would be hard to break, Lum.
Nah, tut, don't you worry, Abner. I'll thumb through the statutes and find something in there.
Well, I was talking to Squire a while ago, and he says that there ain't no way out of it. Said he got me.
Where was Squire at?
Well, he's over about the blacksmith shop a while ago. I don't know where he's at now. He's working harder than ever to get me elected.
What do you say, Lum? We go over and talk to old Squire about that.
You just taking the words right out of my mouth, Dick. Must have read my mind. Get your hat there.
Well, I don't think it'll do a bit of good, man. I done talked to him, and he won't listen.
Well, it ain't going to hurt nothing to try. Come on, Dick. I'll be back after a little, Abner.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Abner.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. I can tell you right now, you're just wasting your time, all. That plain old skinflint. I just hate that Squire Skimp to pieces. Dogged, I hate to do it, but there ain't no other way around it. I just got to do it. That's all there are to it. Hello? This is Abner Peabody talking. I got a little announcement to make about myself. I'm in a batch of trouble here. I appreciate all the votes that you folks sent in for me, but now then, I've just got to keep from getting elected some way or other. For if I do, why, Squire Skimp's going to get 10% of everything I make from here out. I don't want to withdraw from the race, but I want Lum to get the office. The way things stands now, why, I'm nearly 800 votes ahead, so for goodness sake, send in a vote for Lum and get it in the mail before Sunday night. This is the first time that I ever got out and campaigned against myself, but it's the only way I know to beat Squire Skimp. So if you want to help me do it, why, send in a vote for Lum. But now, don't none of you let on to Lum, but I told you to do that now. Well, I'll be looking for a letter from you. Thank you.
Well, that sounds odd, but if you want to help Abner, send in a vote for Lum. Folks, this is your last chance to send in to Lum and Abner for one of those swell little flashlights. The offer ends midnight Sunday. Did you get that? Midnight Sunday. All right. Your request must be in the mail by then. But there's still time if you act right away. It takes only a couple of minutes for you to send in. Now, here's what you do. Just write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder and send it, enclosing 10 cents to cover mailing and packing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. But don't forget, it must be an outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Horlick's tablets wrappers, are not eligible. Now, isn't that easy? And if you don't happen to have a wrapper handy, get a package of Horlick's malted milk powder from your druggist now. But remember, your request must be in the mail before midnight Sunday. Folks, don't delay another minute. This is your last chance to express your appreciation of Lum and Abner by sending in for one of their flashlights. So send in at once, tonight. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health.
everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. How many of you radio listeners have trouble getting to sleep some nights, lie tossing around waiting for sleep that seems never to come? Quite a few of you, probably. All of you I know at some time or another. And here's a suggestion that's proved helpful to many in this predicament. One that I think might prove helpful to you. Before going to bed, drink a glass full of Horlicks malted milk, hot. You'll notice a difference at once. It soothes and relaxes you, helps you to fall asleep easily and naturally. And that's not all. Horlicks helps you to sleep soundly. You know, scientists have shown us that broken sleep isn't restful sleep. To be really beneficial, it must be deep and continuous, they say. And that's a good point to remember. We all need plenty of good, continuous sleep, both young and old. It builds up resistance to illnesses, too. Why not try Horlicks tonight? You'll be surprised how much fresher you'll feel in the morning. Remember, a glass full of Horlicks malted milk, hot, just before going to bed. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, yesterday was the last day of the contest in which the public was asked to select the president for Lum and Abner's new store. Squire Skimp, Abner's campaign manager, and who is particularly interested in the outcome of the election, has demanded an official count of the votes sent in. And so as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner waiting in the front part of the store while Dick Huddleston, Grandpappy Spears, and Squire Skimp are back in the feed room making a final count of the votes. Listen.
Well, I wish they'd hurry up in there. I'm getting tired of waiting.
Yeah, I could have had them votes counted 2 hours ago. All we needed to do was just count the votes that come in today and add them to what we already had counted.
Yeah, but Squire's going back over all the votes, so counting the whole business over again.
Yeah, he's bound and determined that you're going to get elected. He's on that 10% you agreed to pay him if you get elected.
Yeah, sure, that's what's worrying him, all right.
It's a good thing we got Grandpappy and Dick back there watching him. He'd claim he's elected regardless of how many votes you got.
Well, I tried to withdraw from a race, and Squire claimed that on account of signing that contract that I had to stay in there.
Well, I think I'll win it all right, so I wouldn't worry none about it if I was you.
Yeah, that's just the trouble, Lum. I'm going to be disappointed either way it goes.
Disappointed?
Yeah, if I win, I'm going to hate to pay Squire 10% of everything I make for the rest of my life, and if you win, well, I'm going to be disappointed because I never got to be president of the store.
Well, now, you oughtn't to feel that way about it, Abner. We left it up to the folks out on the party line to elect whichever one they wanted. And when it gets beat, or to take it in the right spirits. Don't want to have no hard feelings over one another.
Oh, no, I ain't sure. I ain't going to get mad at nobody over it.
Well, that's fine. If there's anything I hate, is a poor loser. Wait a minute, there they come. Well, who in the office, Dick?
Well, we're not through yet, Lum. I just come out to get a drink of water. You got any drinking water around here?
Yeah, there's a bucket right there on the end of the counter, Dick. Cedric just brought it and brung it in a while ago.
How long will it be before you're through, Dick?
Yeah, we're getting sort of curious out here.
Well, it oughtn't to be long, just a few minutes, I reckon. We got all the votes counted now, and we got to total them up.
How's it looking? Can you tell anything about it yet?
Well, yeah, I believe Abner's a little ahead, the best I can tell, Lum.
Abner is?
Well, good. No. Dad blame it, I wish I could make up my mind whether I want to get elected or not.
I thought you wanted me to get the over so you wouldn't have to pay Squire nothing.
Well, I don't know what you want.
Take that bucket on in there with you, Dick, if you mind to. Give them other fellas a drink.
Oh, we'll be through in there directly, Lum, and we'll let you know it as soon as we can.
All right, Dick.
I can't wait to tell Elizabeth. And she's going to be awful proud of me being president of the store.
Yeah, but wait till she finds out you're paying Squire 10% of everything you make just for managing a campaign for you. She won't be so proud of you.
Dad blame him. Swan to goodness, he gets me so aggravated every time I think of him I could butt my head against something. Swan to goodness.
I tried to tell you and you wouldn't listen to me. The only way to get along with Squire Skimp is just to stay away from him.
Yeah. Wished I knowed some way of getting even with him. That's what I wish.
Yeah. We'll find a change. According to that contract, you'll have to pay him 10% of what you make on your farm, and 10% of everything you make here in the store, and 10% of your constable fees, and 10% of everything, I reckon.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, according to that, I pay him 10% of everything I make from here out.
Well, we just bide our time. We'll find a change. He's imposed on us for years around here, and I'm getting just about enough of it. The only way to get even with a feller like that is just to give him a dose of his own medicine.
Huh? Give him what?
I say we'll give him a dose of his own medicine.
Is he sick?
No, he will be again we get done with him about you.
Oh, give him something that'll make him sick, huh?
Yeah, we'll make him wish he'd never tried out any of them crooked schemes on us.
Yeah, that'll fix him, yes, sir. That's the worst tasting stuff I ever put in my mouth.
What's the worst tasting stuff?
Why, that medicine of his that we're going to give him a dose of.
What medicine are you talking about?
Why, that and it. He's got the agency first. I bought a bottle of it off of him the other day. We can just give him that. I just taken one dose out of it.
Well, I ain't talking about that kind of medicine, no, Abner.
It'll sure make him sick. I can guarantee you that. It's awful.
Well, I know the kind of medicine I'm talking about, though, will be a heap worse than anything he ever had.
Yeah. I tell you what we can do, Lum. Just take all the worst tasting medicine we can think of, mix them up together. Asafoetida and castor oil and quinine and sulfur and apple bitter.
Well, wait a minute, Abner. You still don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, now, if you can think up a worse mixture than that, I'd like to hear it.
Well, you ought to know we couldn't get Squire to take no such conglomeration as that.
Well, no, of course, it's going to be hard, I know that. I expect we're just going to have to make him take it, just force him down.
You still don't know what I mean. When I said we'd give him a dose of his own medicine, I didn't mean we'd sure enough give him no medicine.
Oh, just make him think it is, huh?
No.
Well, now, we could do that all right, Lum. We could mix up anything we wanted to, and put it in that bottle that his medicine come in, fool him that way.
Oh,
he wouldn't know the difference till he got it in his mouth.
Abner, will you shut up about giving him a dose of medicine?
Well, you were the one that brung it up. I never even thought about it till you started.
I said we'd get even with him, give him a dose of it. No, just forget about the medicine.
Forget about it?
Yeah.
Not going to use it, huh?
No, never aimed to start with. I just said
it. You just saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I mean, we'll study up something to pull on him that's just as bad as some of the stunts he's pulled on us.
Yeah, well, now, my opinion now, that medicine will come just as nigh doing as anything I know of, if we can figure out some way to get him to take it.
Abner, if you say medicine one more time, I'm going to whop you one. I'm trying to help you study up something that'll beat him at his own game, and all you want to do is talk about medicine.
Yeah. Well, now, let's see. Now, that brings up something else. Now, what kind of a game could we study up where we could get the best of him, Lum?
Game?
Yeah, I know we can beat him at checkers, but, Lord me, I don't see how that's going to get even with him. No, I still think the medicine's the best idea.
Come on, Abner, you're the hardest feller to explain anything to I ever seen. You get something on your mind, it'd take a stick of dynamite to jar it out. I said a while ago that we'd get even with Squire by giving him a dose of his own medicine, and you thought it.
Yeah, but don't you know now, Lum, you've changed your mind about that now. You want to beat him at his own game, you say.
Well, that's the same thing, Abner. It's the same thing exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, you mean that giving somebody a dose of medicine is some kind of a game?
No, Abner. Wait a minute. Here they come.
Huh?
Here they come. I reckon they've got the votes counted.
Well, fellas, the election is all over.
Well, who was elected?
Well, Grandpap's got the figures there. Go ahead and read them, Grandpap.
Well, now, according to our count, fellas, Lum, you was elected by 17 votes majority.
Lum was elected.
Well, fine. Yes, I noted all the time.
The votes that come in today was might nigh every one for Lum. If you'd have stayed with me, Abner, instead of getting out here working for Lum these last few days, well, I'd have got you elected by a big majority.
Instead of working for me?
Why, yes, that's just what he done, Lum. That announcement that he made on the party line the other day, asking all his friends to vote for him, is just what beat him.
Abner, did you ask the folks out on the party line to vote for me?
Well, yeah, I figured that was the best way out of it, Lum. I know that if you got elected, that contract that I had with Squire wouldn't be no count then.
You mean that you done that for me, Abner, and knowing how bad you wanted the office and all?
Well, I just figured that was about the only thing left for me to do. I couldn't make up my mind whether I wanted or wanted you to get it, and so I just decided to ask the folks to vote for you, and then if they done it, why, I wouldn't have to pay Squire the 10% no more.
One, two, goodness. And by the way, Squire, I reckon you're satisfied now that I was elected.
Oh, sure, there's no doubt about that, Lum. We went back and counted every vote to come in.
Well, Squire, that contract that you got Abner to sign won't do you no good now, then.
No, I reckon not, Lum.
Well, if you don't mind, just hand that back to Abner, then, so he can tear it up.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I ain't got no use for it no more. Here, Abner.
Yeah, much obliged.
All right. That gets that contract out of the way, then. According to the vote, I'm elected president of the Jot 'em Down store. But I've got sense enough to know that I wouldn't have been elected if Abner hadn't got out here and asked his friends to vote for me.
No, I don't believe you would either, Lum.
Now, I've always been president of the store here ever since we started, and I hate to give up the office. But I know Abner's always wanted to hold the office.
Well, yes, I did want to be president mighty bad, Lum. I had some new ideas that I want to try out in the store business, but You was elected, so I reckon just forget about it.
Now, what I started to say, Abner would have had to pay Squire 10% of everything he made if he'd been elected. But he can't collect nothing off of him if I just give the office to Abner. From now on, Abner's going to be president of the Jot 'em Down store. I'm turning the office over to you, Abner. Let's see what you can do with it.
And one of Abner's lifelong ambitions has now been realized. President Abner Peabody. And now, we are told that Mr. and Mrs. Temple have just finished dinner. Let's see what they're talking about.
Jim, I've been thinking.
Hmm?
About Tommy. You know, he's not well.
Oh,
Jim, will you listen to me? Put down that paper just for a minute.
Oh, sure. What's the matter, dear?
Well, it's Tommy. He says he won't go to that party tomorrow.
Oh, what party?
The Barclays party. All the neighborhood children are going.
Oh, well, why won't he go?
Says he'd rather stay home.
What? Stay home? At his age? Say, why, when I was a boy... Say, that reminds me of something that Dick Chesterton told me. Said his boy used to be that way, too. Stayed indoors all the time. Never played much with the bunch.
Why, but Dick's boy is as lively as he can be these days. Why, I notice him every morning. Well, what did Dick do?
Just let the youngster drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. Said it worked wonders for the boy. You know, Horlicks is a fine source of nourishment. Contains vitamins and energy elements that build strength and resistance. Let's get some Horlicks for Tommy, dear. Dick says that all kids love to drink it. It's so delicious.
You bet all youngsters love to drink Horlicks. And this fine food drink, made from only rich, full cream milk, and the best of wheat and malted barley, helps the youngsters to develop sound, muscular bodies and strong bones and teeth. You can get Horlicks, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Bricker, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Your neighborhood druggist feels a responsibility for your health. He is extremely careful in filling your prescription. He uses fine, pure drugs because he knows that to protect your health, he must give you the highest quality. In the same way, your druggist recognizes quality in other items that affect your health. When you see him serving Horlicks malted milk at his fountain, for instance, you know that he is responsible. He is spending a few cents more to give you all the good nourishment of Horlicks. He doesn't serve imitations of Horlicks because he knows that inferior products don't give you the same valuable nourishment that you get in Horlicks. This delicious and satisfying food drink is made only from rich milk with all the cream in it and of the finest wheat and malted barley. When you next go into your drugstore, look for the malted milk dispenser with the Horlicks name. If you don't see it, ask your druggist to get Horlicks, the original malted milk. A good druggist will not substitute. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge.
Well, Lum was elected president of the new store by a very small majority yesterday. But after finding out that Abner had been urging the public to vote for him, he resigned and gave the office to Abner. So today, the Jot 'em Down store opened up under new management. Abner's lifelong ambition has been realized, and he is certainly exercising the authority of the office. As we look in on the Jot 'em Down store today, Abner has stepped out for a few moments, and we find Lum and Cedric discussing their new boss. Listen.
Yeah, I ought to knowed how it'd be if ever he got to be president. Give Abner little authorities, and he wants to show out, seems like.
Yes, I bet he's told me 100 times that he's president already.
Yeah, I know when he was first elected constable, he was the same way. Went around arresting everybody he seen. Dug up old laws nobody hadn't thought of in 20 years and started enforcing them.
Yes, I recollect that myself. I know you had my pa locked up in jail down there for nearly a week just for shooting at Jim Blake when they had that fight down there at the blacksmith shop.
Oh, he kept me busy dismissing the charges again, folks. Like I told him about your pa there. He never had no ground for locking him up. He shot 6 times at Jim, but he never hit him every time.
No, and that's what made Pa so mad. Said the way Mr. Abner acted, you'd think he'd killed Jim.
Well, I think Abner was just resting folks to be sure everybody knowed he was constable. He don't use no judgment. Like when they had that bank robbery in there at the county seat. Sheriff called out here and said one of the robbers was red-headed, and Granny's Abner arrested every red-headed person in Pine Ridge and locked them up over there in the calaboose. Men, women, and children. And I'm just afeard he's going to be the same way running the store when we get started.
You mean you think he's going to try to arrest everybody?
No, but he's going to try to show his authority. Just look at the signs he's got stuck up around. Sign them all Abner Peabody, President. Keep out of the Cracker Barrel and keep out of the showcases. This means you.
Means me?
No, he says this means you. He means whoever's reading the sign.
Well, it's you he's talking about then, ain't it? You're the one that's reading them.
No, he means everybody. He just puts this means you on there so whoever's reading it will know he's talking about them.
Well, I don't see how they'd know he meant it for them if he was talking about me, though.
I told you he weren't talking about you.
Oh, I reckon I never understood you right. I thought you said a minute ago that the sign said it meant me.
No, the sign says this means you, and you is everybody.
When he says me, he means everybody, huh?
He don't say you, he says you. For goodness sake, Cedric, can't you understand nothing? The sign says... Never mind. I wish to goodness you'd learn how to read. You're just going to cause us a batch of trouble here trying to wait on the customer.
Cause some trouble?
Yeah, not knowing how to read, you're liable to give the customer something he never called for. Better let Abner do all the waiting on the trade.
Well, ain't you going to wait on the trade none?
No, I reckon not, Cedric. Sorter makes me dizzy-headed to reach up on the shelves that way. Can't get my arms up no higher in my head, no way. See there? Abner can reach clean up over his head like this, but I just can't do it to save my life.
Well, what do you aim to do then, Mr. Lum? You said this morning you couldn't help me stack that feed back there on account of the dust from it bothered your asthma. And...
Oh, no. I can't get around that feed at all. There'll be plenty for me to do. I'll stand up here to the front sorter and speak to the folks nice when they come in. Figure up profits and losses and stuff like that. Study up ideas mostly. You see... yeah.
What's the matter?
What's this Abner's been writing down here?
Oh, I don't know. He's been working on that there all morning.
Reckon what these initials is for. SDS. Well, according to this, Cedric, you're the SDS, whatever that is.
Well, maybe he's pointed me to some office, I bet you.
You've got 2 or 3 offices here. You're the CF and the FB and the WCI.
Well, I reckon I must be his favorite. He said he'd do right by me if he got to be president.
Well, he's give me a couple officers here, I see. The SOU and SOS. SOS. Now, I might not figure out already what that SOS stands for. That's more than likely store overseer.
Yes, Mom, that's about what that is.
Yeah, I knowed he'd have to turn the running the store over to me. Pretty nice of him, giving me importance job like that. Maybe he ain't going to make such a bad president after all, Cedric. He's got a good idea there, I know that.
Reckon what them officers is he give me there?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to study out this other than mine. SOU. What could that be? I've got an idea that S stands for special. Special. And granted, I don't know what that could be. I'm special something, but I don't know what. Here's some rules he's got down here, too.
Rules?
Yeah, rules to run the store by, I reckon, looks like. He's got, store will open at 6 o'clock sharp. Close at 7 o'clock.
Well, just going to stay open an hour, huh?
Well, no, I reckon he means open at 6 in the morning and close at 7 at night. But he'll get tired of having to get down here at 6 o'clock every morning to open up. That won't last long.
No, he won't keep that up long, I bet you.
Here's another rule. Clerks will have to pay for stuff they eat in the store. Clerks?
Yes, Mom, he told me he's going to do that this morning. Said he's going to put a stop to us running our hand in the candy case every time we pass by it.
Yeah, but he ain't calling me no clerk, is he? I'm a SOS, store overseer. He can't make no rules for me. As long as I've got charge around here, I'll make my own rules.
Yonder he comes back, Mr. Lum. We better get busy.
I ain't going to get busy. I ain't got nothing to do.
Well, you better find something to do then. You know what he said this morning about loafing.
Well, he ain't got no authorities to be bossing the store overseer around. I'll tell him where to get off at.
Here, you boys, get up from there and get to work.
Boys?
Doggone, can I turn my back without you boys just sitting around doing nothing?
Who do you think you're talking to anyway?
Well, I'm talking to both of you. Get up out of the president's chair there. That's my private desk. Just 'cause there ain't no customers in the store here, it don't mean that you can just be sitting around. Straighten up them shelves and dust them counters off. Get busy here.
You mean for me to get up and dust off counters?
Why, sure I mean for you to do it. You don't think I'm going to do it, do you?
Well, what about them,
what?
Well, that stuff on the desk there. I just happened to be leaning over there a while ago and sort of got to glancing over it, sort of.
What stuff are you talking about?
Why, well, that list of them offices and stuff that you find us to.
Oh. Well, I weren't ready to say nothing about it yet, but seeing as how you've done meddled into it, I reckon I may as well go ahead and tell you. That's what I call a new deal here at the store.
The new deal?
Yeah, I'm going to start running the store here sort of like the Givermint's run. We're going to make some changes around here. We're going to have a new deal, yes, sir.
Well, just from what I've seen of it, Abner, I think it's an uncommonly good idea. I know you use good judgment in the office you appointed me to. Now, there's something I can look after, especially that SOS business.
Well, I figured you was the man for the place, Lum.
Oh, yeah. Granny's I'll have things in first-class shape around here.
Well, fine. I'm glad to hear you say that, Lum. I just feared I might have a little trouble with you over there.
Oh, no. You're the president, Abner. Whatever you say goes.
Yeah, that's your time.
Never did figure out that first in there, though, that SOU.
No, well, come here, Cedric. I'll just give these offices out right now. Here, let me get my spectacles on here. Now, you see what I've did? I've took and divided the store into different departments and appointed you boys head or chairman of the different departments here.
Oh, just like the Givermint.
That's the way.
I think that's a good idea.
I couldn't figure out none of them offices you give me, though, Mr. Abner. Couldn't make them out.
Oh, well, now, let's see here. Cedric, you're the SDS.
SDS, right?
Yeah.
I've seen that. Much obliged to you.
Now, SDS means Snappy Deliver Service. That means that you do all the delivering there.
Well, Cedric, you're a good one for that office, all right. That's a good one.
Yeah, we're going to have some system around here. Everybody know what they're supposed to do and then go and do it.
Yeah, that's the time.
Now, Cedric, you're also the CF.
Well.
That's CF is cat feeder.
Oh.
Be sure you set a saucer of milk out for the cat twice a day.
Yes, Mom.
And you're the FB, that's fire builder. And WCI, that's a wood carrying.
Well, I do know that. Looks like I got the best of this, don't it? Abner, I'm afraid you're showing partiality, but I ain't holding it against you. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm running
Now,
that.
Cedric, Abner's the president. He's doing this for the good of the store, and we've got to do our part to make it a success.
Yes, sir.
Wood carrier.
Now, I reckon that you read the rules there where the store is to be opened up at 6 o'clock every morning.
Yeah, we've seen that. It's a good idea, all right, Abner, if you'll keep it up. But
I'll keep it up all right. If I come down here and find out that you ain't opened up at 6 o'clock, Lum,
Find out I ain't opened it up.
Yeah, your first office there, Lum, is SOU.
Yeah, that's the one I couldn't figure out right there, but I...
Well, now, that SOU stands for Store Opening Upper.
You mean it? Well, I'll be dead blamed if I do it.
Huh?
If you think the store manager's going to get up at 6 o'clock every morning to open up this store, you just got another guest coming.
Store manager?
Yeah, if you want me to be store manager, you better get somebody else to do that opening up every
Who said
morning.
anything about you being a store manager?
Well, I seen it there on the list, SOS. I know the minute I looked at it, store overseer is what you meant.
Well, here, Lum, you're the SOS, all right, but that stands for Sweep Out Store.
Your job is to get down here every morning and have a store swept up and opened up here already when I get here.
Well, we don't know, of course, but we're just afraid this new deal won't prove very popular with Lum. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you have to work pretty hard all day, no doubt. You just have to keep on your toes. You can't afford to relax, feel drowsy. But I'll bet a lot of you do get a bit tired at times all the same. If you do, here's a tip that may help you to keep on the job. Whenever you feel that drowsy-eyed, fall-asleep feeling coming on, dissolve a couple of Horlicks malted milk tablets in your mouth to help you fight off fatigue. They have all of the energy-giving, sustaining qualities of Horlicks malted milk powder, and they're just as nourishing, too. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. What false economy it is to accept substitutes for Horlicks malted milk. People who do that might think they are saving a few pennies, but they don't get full value for their money. They don't, for instance, get that fine, rich flavor that is distinctly Horlicks. None but Horlicks, the original, has that delicious, tasty flavor. And none can equal Horlicks for results. It's made only from rich, full cream milk and the best of wheat and malted barley. The nourishing, body-building qualities of Horlicks can't be found in cheap imitations, which are merely mechanical mixtures of skim milk, inferior malt powder, uncooked cocoa, and a lot of ordinary sugar. Gambling with health doesn't pay. So don't accept mixtures that someone says are just as good. Be sure of what you're getting. Demand Horlicks. That's true economy, and has been for nearly 50 years. Good druggists do not substitute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a word about the flashlights which Lum and Abner offered to send to listeners. Frankly, folks, we didn't know that we had so many friends, and the number of requests for flashlights was so great that they cannot be made fast enough to send out promptly. But of course, everybody who ordered one will get his flashlight. Not right away, but just as soon as is humanly possible. We know that you will bear with us in this matter. When you finally do get your flashlight, we know that you'll be delighted with it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. If Lum had realized the trouble he was getting himself in for when he gave up the office of president to Abner, he probably wouldn't have been so generous. Since Abner assumed the office, he has ruled the Jot-'em-Down store with an iron hand, showing very little consideration for his partner. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, Abner is out of the store for a few minutes, and Lum and Cedric are taking advantage of his absence by getting a few minutes' rest. Listen.
Yes, but look out, Mr. Lum. There comes somebody in the front door.
Huh?
I say you better look out. Uh-oh.
Who done that? Who done that? That blame that chair.
Cedric, why didn't you tell me?
Well, what's the matter, Lum? What you doing down there on the floor?
This plain chair's fixed up to where it dumps you right out on the floor when somebody comes in the front door there.
Well, where'd you ever get such an idea as that?
I never got it. That's another one of Abner's inventions.
You see, that wire runs from the front door to a little trigger on the back of the chair there, and when you open the door, the front part of the seat in the chair there falls down and dumps you right out on the floor.
Well, what's his idea in picking up a chair like that?
Why, he don't want none of us sitting down whenever customers comes in, so he rigged up this contraption.
Well, it looks like it works all right.
Yeah, it works too good. The widow Abernathy come in this morning to do some trading. She sat down in that chair there to rest, and somebody come in the front door there and throwed her plumb out in the middle of the floor.
She thought we played a joke on her, got mad and stomped out of the store. I never could see why.
Well, it looks like he could figure out a better way than that to keep you fellas from sitting down.
Yeah, but you know Abner. He's got to study up some invention all the time. He's got so many contraptions around here, it's downright unsafe to be in a store. It's got me to where I might not fear to wait on a customer. But he can't never tell when he's going to run into some device he's rigged up. Just look at the signs he's got up around here.
Yeah, I just noticed them. Stay out of the showcase. This means you.
Yes, and that don't mean me, though. It means everybody, Mr. Lum says.
Keep out of the Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, he says he's going to put a stop to folks helping themselves to them crackers.
Yeah, he's a fine one to be putting up a sign like that. I bet he's ate a wash tub full of them down there at my store.
Why, of course he has.
First thing he does when he comes in is grab a handful of crackers and stand there and eat them and talk.
Oh, he's got more rules around here than Congress has. Says we're having a new deal here in the store.
New deal?
Yeah, everything's all changed up. You know what he's got me doing now?
No, I haven't any idea, Lum.
Well, I've got to get down at 6 o'clock every morning, open up the store, and then sweep out. Me, with my asthma.
Well, somebody's got to do it, Lum.
Yeah, but, well, I just wished I'd knowed how he's going to act. I never would have given him that office, I'll tell you that. Just looked like being president went right straight to his head. Just ain't no living with him.
Oh, well, I guess he'll calm down a few days, Lum. You was president so long here that I reckon it's just hard for you to take orders from somebody else.
Yeah, I don't mind to take orders if he'd use any judgment about them. But he'd think he'd appreciate me letting him be president so much if he'd sort of make things easy for me. Granted, it just looks like he goes out of his way to give me all the hard jobs he can find.
Well, that's 'cause that you're not used to doing any of the hard work, Lum.
Had me out there this morning washing the windows. Cold as it is. He knows how bad us Eddards is for rheumatism.
Well, you never have been bothered with the rheumatism, have you, Lum?
No, I ain't, but I've got to be awful careful, for it runs in our family. My grandpa had it something wonderful. Suffered for years with it.
Oh, well, I think you'll live through it all right, Lum. I'll say one thing, you fellas sure got the store looking nice here.
Yeah, it ought to. Me and Cedric's been on the jump ever since we opened up.
Yeah, it ain't like it used to be when Mr. Lum here was president.
Dick, you better mind out. Here comes Abner.
Mind out?
Yeah, I mean, get up out of that chair. See, when he opens that door, you'll find yourself sitting out there in the middle of the floor.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Let me get up.
I've been dumped out there about a half a dozen times already. What's he doing with that shotgun? See how the shape falls down there whenever you open the door?
Well, what you fellas standing around for?
And there he goes, what'd I tell you?
Oh, hi, Dick. I've never seen you.
What you doing with that shotgun, Abner?
You ain't going hunting today, are you, Abner?
No, this is part of a device that I got figured out for a burglar alarm.
Burglar alarm?
Yeah, I just double dare anybody to try to break into this store now, Lum. Cedric, get busy. Get to straightening up the stock. We ain't paying you just to stand around for decoration.
Mom, what do you want me to do, Mr. Abner?
Why, well, find something to do. Dust off them showcases.
Well, I've dusted them off about 11 or 8 times already today.
Well, dust them off again. You can't wear that glass out. Get to work.
Well, Abner, wait a minute. You don't aim to shoot nobody with that shotgun, undoubtedly.
No, I ain't going to shoot them. I let them set to shoot themselves if they break in.
Well, now, you ain't going to get nobody to commit suicide just to break in the store here.
No, you see, Lum, I'm going to rig this up there on the front door. So when they open the door, why, it'll pull the trigger and they'll shoot themselves.
Now, you're just fixing to get somebody hurt with that thing.
Well, they ought to be hurt if they try to break in a store. I bet I can sell 1 million of these things when I get them
just
fixed
about
up.
kill off a batch of customers about what you do.
No, I won't neither. I ain't going to put it up down here except at night.
At night?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but how about me opening up the store in the morning?
Huh?
I ain't going to open up that door every morning and have no shotgun go off right in my face every morning.
Don't you here? I forgot about that, yeah. Well, I reckon you'll have to come in the back door, Lum.
Well, if I can come in the back door, what's to keep the robbers from coming in that way, too?
Why, we'll just rig up a shotgun back there, too. Have two of them. Yeah, I'm glad you thought of that, Lum.
Well, how am I going to open up if you've got a shotgun at both doors?
Yeah, that's right, ain't it? Yeah. Yeah, about the only way I see for you to do, Lum, is just to come in through the window when you go to open up. We can just leave it unlocked at night.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, that's a great idea you've got studied up there.
Yeah.
Just leave the window unlocked and anybody can come in during the night that wants to.
Yeah? No. Here, now, let's see here. Yeah. I reckon I better do a little more figuring on that.
Yeah, you better figure out somebody else to open up at the same time. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to do it with those shotgun aiming at me from all the doors and windows in the place.
Yeah, well, I'll get it all worked out here. I've been so busy working out this sale that I ain't had no time to figure on it, Hartley.
Sale?
Yeah, I'm figuring on putting on a sale in a day or two.
What kind of a sale, Abner?
Well, I don't know yet. I just can't make up my mind. I can't decide whether to have a closing out sale or a clean sweep or a fall clearance sale. Or
fall clearance, yeah. This would be a fine time to have a fall clearance right here in the early spring this way.
Yeah, well, I thought so, too. Them fall clearance always does well, yeah.
Well, what you need, though, Abner, is an opening up sale, ain't it? Just starting up in business again this way. Yeah, a grand opening or something like that. That is, if you've just got to have a sale.
Yeah, well, I'll set that down on the list, but I still think the fall clearance or the clean sweep to do better.
Well, I don't see much use in you having a sale, Abner. You've got a brand new stock of merchandise here. There's no use to cut your prices now to move stuff. Why, of course not. What you fixing to do there, Abner? Can't you read that sign? It says for you to stay out of that cracker barrel.
Yeah, but that don't mean me. I'm the president. I can help myself anytime. Oh!
What's the matter? What you hollering about? What's the matter?
Oh, I forgot about setting that dad-blame mousetrap down in there for you fellers. Look at them fingers. Roll up already.
Well, it's good enough for you. Thought you'd catch me and Cedric, and you catch yourself. Maybe that'll learn you something. You got the wrong rat that time, didn't you, Abner?
Yeah, no. Get up from there, Lum. That's the president's chair. Let me sit down.
All right, take it.
Wow.
I wish the president had been sitting in it when Dick come in a few minutes ago. Dumped me clean out there on the floor.
Well, you oughtn't to be sitting in it. I told you and Cedric to be up on your feet when folks comes in the door.
Yeah, but the way that thing works, instead of standing up on your feet when the customer comes in, you're laying down, picking yourself up off the floor.
Well, I told you oughtn't to be sitting down.
Well, you oughtn't to be sitting in it neither, Adam.
Well, now don't tell me what I ought to do and what I ought to do.
Well, I'm just saying, though, that if I was you, I wouldn't be sitting in it.
Well, you ain't me, so I'll tend to my own business.
Yeah, but...
That's what I'll do.
Well, it's too late now.
Who done that? Blame it. Who done that?
Come in, Grandpap. I never was so glad to see you in my life.
Well, the trouble with Abner's inventions, they don't seem to make an exception of the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that Tom Stewart, just home from the office, is being greeted by his wife. Let's listen.
Oh, there you are, Tom. Thought you'd never get home.
Oh, there. What's the ride?
Tom, I've got the best piece of news. Guess what?
Somebody's married.
No.
Don't tell me your cousin's coming up for a month.
Oh, now, Tom.
Oh, all right. Forget it. You found a new way to reduce then.
Why, Tom, how did you guess?
The fourth in 3 weeks. Well, what did you do? Join a gymnastic meet?
Now, don't be mean. No, it's something you drink.
Now, I warned you, my dear, that's apt to be dangerous.
But you drink this yourself, Tom.
Oh, I do, eh? Well, it must be all right, then.
Yes, it's Horlicks.
Horlicks malted milk? Say, where's the catch? That's for building your health, not reducing.
That's just where you're wrong. It can do both. You see, it's a matter of calories, Tom.
Calories, eh? Say, who's been talking to you?
Only Eleanor. She tried it herself and lost several pounds. You see, she drinks Horlicks at noon instead of eating a big, heavy meal.
Oh, that's how she cuts down the calories, eh?
Yes. Horlicks is nourishing and sustaining enough to carry you right through until dinner time. Or if you do feel tired or hungry in mid-afternoon, a few Horlicks lunch tablets will give you a renewed energy.
Well, I'm sold on Horlicks, of course, so go right ahead. Sounds to me as if you've gotten a good reducing idea for once.
And Tom's right, folks. The Horlick plan certainly is a good reducing plan. A fine way to lose excess weight safely and without discomfort. Try the Horlick plan, a good glass full of Horlicks instead of a heavy meal at noon. You can get Horlicks malted milk, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and the Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. You hear a lot of stories about men who started business with a shoestring and fought their way up to the top. They make us mighty satisfied with the human race. But there is another kind of success story that stirs us even more. Somehow we are even more touched when we hear about a helpless little baby that started life with the odds against him and then grew into splendid health. One of those true stories is told in a letter that we just received from Mr. and Mrs. W.P.V., Chicago. Listen to this. Our baby was born only last June. I was a very unfortunate mother, as I could not nurse my baby. But as soon as we brought him home from the hospital at 11 days of age, we began feeding him Horlicks malted milk. After his first month, you should have seen how well Horlicks was agreeing with him. He had not only gained plenty of weight, but his body was strong and solid. Now, at 8 months and 15 days, he is such a healthy baby. A great many people praise him for his rosy complexion and his well-developed body. Both my husband and I are very proud. We want to congratulate Horlicks for our baby's health. Ladies and gentlemen, results like that with Horlicks have been the experiences of mothers and fathers for nearly 50 years. Thousands have raised their babies on Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner is in the height of his glory, now that he's been made president of the Jot 'em Down store. He has authority over Lum now, and he doesn't hesitate to show it at every opportunity. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner and Cedric sitting out on the front porch of the store during a lull in activities. Listen.
Oh, Sir Cedric, like I've always said, the money that's made in the store business is made in the buying, not in the selling.
In the buying?
Yes, sir, in the buying.
I sure had the right square backwards, and I always thought a fella run the store made his money when he sold something.
No, that's where most fellas is mixed up on it, too.
Well, it looks to me like the best thing for us to do then be just to lock up the store here and spend all our time buying up stuff.
Well, of course, we've got to sell it after we buy it, else it wouldn't be no time till we'd have a store stacked up so full of stuff it wouldn't have no room for nothing.
Yes, but if you made the money out of buying it, you could just give the stuff away, looks like. I know folks would come and carry it off for nothing.
Well, I don't believe you understand what I mean, Cedric. It's sort of hard to explain on account of you don't know nothing about the mercantile business like I do.
Well, no, I reckon not, but I still don't see how you make no money buying stuff. Looks to me like you're just spending money then.
Well, now, supposing that, say they wanted 30 cents apiece for brooms, and,
For brooms?
Yeah, and I was to buy a whole dozen of them, and they cut the price down 25 cents. Why, I'd make a nickel on every broom. And a whole dozen would be 5 2 to 10 and 5 1 5. That'd be 50 cents I'd make right there on that dozen of brooms in the box.
I do know. If he's paying you 50 cents a dozen for buying them, I'd just buy all he had then.
Well, now, he don't pay me 50 cents, Cedric, till I sell a broom, see?
Oh, you don't make the money out of them till you sell them, huh?
Why, sure, you make the money when you... No, I reckon you...
Well, if you don't make it till you sell it, looks to me like you'd make the money when you sell it then.
Doggy, now, wait a minute here. Now, there's something wrong there somewhere. I don't see how that works myself here, but that's what Lum said you made the money in the store business out of the buying instead of the selling. He ought to know.
Well, I know we don't make nothing out of our crops over there at the place till we sell the stuff in the fall, regardless of what our seeds cost.
Well, there comes old Grandpappy Spear. I reckon he's coming over here to argue about our prices. That blamed old skin flint. Every time you price him something, why, he says he can buy it down at Dick Huddleston's for less. But he always winds up by taking it.
You ought to give him something someday and see what he says.
Well, he'd more than likely claim that Dick would have given him twice that much.
He's a terrible hand to try to beat fellers down on his prices, all right.
Yeah, it's just an argument every time he comes over here. I'm just a good mind to tell him just to go down to Dick's before ever he even opens his mouth. That blamed old tightwad.
Yes, sir, that'd stump him, I bet you.
Makes me so mad I can't hardly stand myself. Look at him. That blame. Why don't you just go on down to Dick Huddleston's and get it? Huh? What'd you say? I'd say, why don't you go down to Dick's store and get it if he's got our price beat so bad?
What's your price is beat on what?
I don't know. Whatever you come over here to buy.
I never come over here to buy nothing. I just come over here to loaf a while.
Oh, well, that's different. Yeah, come up and sit down. Yeah,
this Cedric.
Hello, Mr. Grandpappy.
Yeah, sit down, Grandpap.
Yeah, what you fellers doing sitting out here on the porch this way?
No, there weren't nothing going on, so we just thought we'd sit out here and sort of soak up some of this sunshine.
Yeah, it's nice out today.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it won't be long till planting time. I heard some geese going north last night. I reckon the cold weather's about gone.
Oh, yeah. Well, them peach trees over at the place is budding out something wonderful. Fish ought to bite today, Grandpap, warm as it is.
Oh, my, yeah. Body'd have to get behind a tree to bait his hook around it.
Yeah, who's that coming up yonder?
Oh, don't know who that is.
Oh, stranger.
Team looks familiar. I saw that sorrel there on the first side there somewhere.
Yeah? Well, that's the team from a liver barn in there at the county seat. That fella there in the buggy must be a drummer, so he's got a derby hat on there.
Yeah, he must have rented that rig from the liver stable.
Well, if he'd drive clean out here to see me, he's just wasting his time, I'll tell him that. There ain't a thing we're needing.
Well, them fellas have got to take them chances, you know. Can't never tell until they get out here.
No, howdy. Get down.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Howdy do, sir. Cedric, hold the gentleman's team for him there.
Is the proprietor of the store inside there?
Well, I'm the president and the buyer, if that's who you're looking for, but I ain't inside.
Sir, you're the very man I'm looking for, then. My name is Hedges, representing the New Discovery Chemical Company.
Yeah, well, I'm proud to make your acquaintance, Mr. Head. My name is Peabody. I'm representing No, I don't reckon I'm representing nothing.
Well, sir, I'd like just a few minutes of your time, Mr. Peabody. I want to show you one of the greatest discoveries of the age in the way of a cleansing compound. Soap to you. There it is. There, Mr. Peabody, is what is known as the world's wonder soap. Something up until today that you've never heard of.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of soap. I don't look very clean right now, but I know what it is.
There's an article, Mr. Peabody, that'll be as common in every household in a few years as the old-style soap. Something you can't be without in your store here.
Well, now, we just got more soap now than we'll ever get shut up, Mr.
Yes,
Head.
you have soap, yes, but you don't have the world's wonder soap. The soap that you wouldn't hesitate to use on the very finest of fabric. Cleanses anything, silks, satins, cottons, removes any kind of stain. And still, gentlemen, it's so harmless that you need not hesitate to use it on the most delicate of skins. Even your baby. Just a moment, let me show you. I'll give you a little demonstration here, son. Son, if you'll just help me a moment here, these horses will stand.
Yeah, help the gentleman there, Cedric, whatever it is he wants you to do.
Yes, just hold the axle up there, son, while I remove this wheel.
Go and demonstrate something here.
Now, you gentlemen have all been around wagons and buggies long enough to know that axle grease, just ordinary axle grease, is perhaps the hardest thing to remove from cloth.
Oh, yeah, there ain't nothing that'll take it out, nothing.
Well, up until now, Mr. Peabody, but you haven't seen the world's wonder soap demonstrated.
No.
Now, we'll just lay this wheel right here, and I'll take this white silk handkerchief out of my pocket here.
Yeah?
And we'll rub the axle grease, all the axle grease possible off the axle onto the handkerchief.
Yeah, you're
See
just
there?
running a good handkerchief there. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that'll never come clean.
No, you ought to use the old handkerchief for that, mister.
All right, now, son, I'll slip the wheel back on there. Lift the buggy a little higher. There.
Just run that handkerchief.
Now, I'll put the tap back on there before I forget it.
Yeah, you about run a wheel off, you don't, sure.
All right, now, son, if you run in the store there and get me a little pan of water, I'll show you gentlemen what a wonder this world's wonder soap really is.
Just bring a washpan, Cedric, with a little water in it.
Now, Mr. Peabody, we can only sell one merchant in each city.
One, huh?
We give one merchant and only one the exclusive rights to handle our product.
Uh-huh.
Our company is spending millions of dollars advertising this soap, introducing it to the good people of this country.
Well.
I came to you first because I was told that you were a wide-awake merchant. And I see now that you're a man of intelligence and worthy of being our representative in this community.
Well, thank you for the compliment.
All right, son, just set the pan down right on the porch
Yeah, just sit down there, Cedric. That's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, first we'll take a bar of World's Wonder soap.
Yeah.
See how pretty and white it is?
Yeah, that's pretty soap.
We'll simply place the bar of soap in the water here and then work up a fluffy white lather.
Well,
See how nicely it lathers?
Oh, yeah, foamed right well. Yeah.
Now we'll place this handkerchief right in the pan. You see the handkerchief's almost completely covered with axle grease.
Yeah.
The hardest thing in the world to remove.
Oh, it is, yeah.
It only takes a moment to rub it clean.
Yeah, you ought to get a washboard, I'm fearing.
No, that isn't necessary. Now, you see, we wring it out good, and there you are, gentlemen. Every stain removed.
Well, for the land,
she's sure taking it off.
Well, that's the beatin'est thing I ever seen.
No chemicals, no acid, no strong ingredients of any kind. A soap made strictly from vegetable compounds.
I dog it. How much does that soap sell for, Mr. Hayes?
25 cents a bar, Mr. Peabody. 25 cents. Should ask 50, but you can sell it at 25 cents and a nice little profit.
Uh-huh.
And I believe I'll just try a bar of it. Well, I'm sorry, Uncle, but you'll have to buy it from Mr. Peabody here. He's our exclusive agent.
Yeah, I might try a case of it.
A case of it?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Peabody, but I can only take orders in 10-case lots. Runs $5 a case. That's $50 for the shipment.
$25 in advance, of course, to show good faith.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'd want that much, Mr.
That's
Hayes.
all right, Mr. Peabody. No harm done. I can go to the next store down here. I'm sure that gentleman would be glad of an opportunity to represent...
Well, here, now, wait a minute now. I never said that I weren't going to take it. I just said that, well, write it up.
All right, 10 cases.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's the style of the firm here, Mr. Peabody?
Style.
Yes, what's the name of your store?
Jot 'em down store. But I just thinking here, I reckon I'll have to pay you out of my pocket. I don't think we got $25 in the cash store in there. See?
Well, that's all right, Mr. Peabody.
10 and 10 is 20. And 1, 2, 3.
Yonder comes Mr. Lum. He ain't short yet,
No, he'll be tickled too there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peabody.
That's all right, sir.
Now, here's your receipt.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm in a terribly big rush, gentlemen. I've got to cover the territory as fast as I can, of course.
Yeah.
Just mail in your orders for the soap as you need it, and I'll take care of you personally, Mr. Peabody.
Well, fine.
I'll see you in about 6 months.
All right. Much obliged to you. Doggies, we'll sell all that soap in one day. Yes, sir, that's the beatin'est stuff I ever seen. In one day, it'll move the whole works out.
Yeah, we'll get some of that quick as it comes in.
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll keep you in mind, Grandpap. Hey, Lum, I got something to tell you. Some good news for you.
Say, who was that fellow that just drove off there?
Why, he's a soap drummer.
A soap drummer?
Yeah, that's what I want to tell you.
Well, he might know something about soap, but he sure don't know nothing about a buggy, I'll tell him that.
About a buggy?
Yeah, he must be crazy. I seen him down the road a while ago, just before he come over here to the store. He taken a hind wheel off the buggy and washed all the axle grease off the axle and then rubbed black tar soap all over. Just common old black tar soap trying to use soap for axle grease.
Oh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness.
The money in the store business is made in the buying, not the selling. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have trouble in getting to sleep at night, here's a suggestion. When bedtime comes tonight, just mix some Horlicks malted milk with hot water. It is not necessary to add milk unless desired. Then, take a cup of this delicious, satisfying hot food drink just before you get into bed. The light, easily digested nourishment will soothe your nerves. It will relax you. You will sink into a deep, peaceful sleep. While you slumber, Horlicks will be helping your body to build up those worn-down tissues. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll feel fresher. You'll feel more like making tomorrow a better day. Try Horlicks tonight. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, folks, here's another weekend caught up with us again. Don't they roll around, though? How many of you radio listeners, by the way, are planning parties this weekend at your home? Quite a few of you, I'm sure. And I'll bet a lot of you are wondering what to serve for refreshment. If that's the case, here's a tip I found out about, and it's very useful. Serve Horlicks malted milk or Horlicks and sandwiches. How's that for a suggestion? All right? That's something different, something your guests will appreciate instead of the usual tea or coffee. And no trouble at all to prepare, either. Just add water to Horlicks malted milk powder, mix, and it's ready for serving. You don't have to add milk or flavoring unless you wish to. Just use sufficient of the powder and mix thoroughly. And that's not all. Besides being a delicious and welcome change at your party, Horlicks is energy-giving, too, as you probably know. sustaining enough to keep the party going in full swing. It won't interfere with the bridge game. It won't leave your guests feeling heavy as a rich and elaborate supper so often does. And besides, elaborate meals are expensive and hard to prepare. Try out this simple Horlicks malted milk party suggestion tomorrow or the next time you have friends at your home. If you don't already have a package on hand, you can get it at your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, just a word about the flashlight, which Lum and Abner offered to send to listeners. Frankly, folks, we didn't know we had so many friends. And the number of requests for flashlights was so great that they cannot be made fast enough to send out promptly. But, of course, everybody who ordered one will get his flashlight. Not right away, but just as soon as is humanly possible. We know that you'll bear with us in this matter. And when you finally do get your flashlight, we know that you'll be delighted with it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner has done some very foolish things since he's been elevated to the office of president of the Jot 'em Down store. But yesterday he kept the climax by buying 10 cases of soap from a traveling salesman and paying $25 in advance on the order. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the store. Evidently, Lum doesn't approve of Abner's recent investment. Listen.
Very ideas. As much soap as we've got on hand here, and you pitch in and buy 10 more cases.
Yeah, but we ain't got nothing like that World Wonder. That's the outdoorest stuff I ever seen in the way of soap.
Wouldn't surprise me none if that fella don't just put that $25 in his pockets and we never will get no soap at all.
Well, now, they better send it. I'll make them send us that $25 back. I got a receipt from him.
Oh, you did?
Why, of course I did. You don't think I'd just turn that money over to him without even giving me some kind of a showing for it, do you?
I didn't know. Anybody that's goose enough to buy something like that from somebody that never heard of before, I might not believe anything about it.
Yeah, well, I got the receipt right here in my pocket. That's just the trouble. You don't give me credit for knowing how to run this business.
Let's see the receipt. You better put it up before you lose it.
Well, let's see. Where did I put that thing? I might not bet. I put it here in my hip pocket with my watch here.
For goodness sake. You've got more junk there in your pockets than some 10-year-old young'un. You ought to get some marbles and tops to make that
Here it is. Yeah, I know what I had it here. Yeah. Your account is past due. Please send it. No, wait a minute. That ain't it. That's something else here. Yeah, this must be it right here. Yeah, here it is.
Let's see. Received of Mr. Peabody, $25.
Yeah, I made him give me that.
Well, yeah, but there ain't no name signed to it.
Huh?
He give you a receipt, all right, but he never signed no name to it. That ain't worth the paper it's wrote on.
Well, I'll be that blank.
Yeah, that's fine business, Abner. Give a perfect stranger $25 and not even notice where he signed his name to the receipt or not.
Yeah, well, I'll just write the company and ask them who their drummer is down this territory. I'll find out his name all right that way. Make him dig up the soap or the money won and get that drummer there's in a batch of trouble. That's what I'll do.
Say you're going to write the company?
Yes, sir, right this evening I'm going to write him. I know that he can't put nothing like that over on me.
Whereabouts is the company located?
Huh?
Where's the company at? What town are they in?
Oh, why, they're, well, I don't recollect hearing him say. I reckon it's on that receipt there, though, ain't it?
Ain't nothing on here except received of Mr. Peabody, $25. That fella just beat you out of that money, Abner. That's what he done.
Well, I do know. That's all that's on there, ain't it?
Well, sure. I figured the whole thing was a fake when I first heard about it.
Oh, no, I don't think it was a fake, Lum. You'd have bought that soap yourself. You'd have saw that demonstrate that he put on. Taking a wheel off in the buggy and wiped the axle off with that white silk handkerchief. Got axle grease all over it. And he just taken a little pan of water and some of that Wonder soap and washed it out just as clean as it was to start with.
Yeah, I told you, Abner, that weren't axle grease on there, though. That was black tar soap. I seen him just before he come over here, stop and taking the wheel off the buggy and wash the axle off good and then rub black tar soap on there. Natural, when he smeared that tar soap on the handkerchief, it washed right out quick as he put it in that pan of water.
Well, it looked like axle grease to me.
Why, sure he did. That's just what he aimed for it to look like. Now, bound you, he just goes from town to town pulling that same stunt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one that got fooled. Grandpappy Spears and Cedric stood right out there in front and seen that demonstrate, and they both wanted to buy some of it.
Oh, yeah, Grandpap stood me up and down and it weren't no fake. Even after me telling him I seen the drummer putting the tar soap on the axle with my own eyes, he still wouldn't believe me.
Why, no, he was over at the place last night wanting me to let him have part of the territory on it.
Part of the territory?
Yeah, well, see, that fella, he give me the exclusive rights for this whole territory.
If he'd give you something for that $25, you'd have been a heap better off, though.
Dog it, I'm just a good notion to let old Grandpap have a half interest. I believe I can get $25 out of him, Lum, get our money back.
No, you don't. No, Abner, that ain't right. You ain't going to take advantage of Grandpap. No, sir. You made your bed, now you'll just have to lay in it.
Well, now, if he wants it. Huh?
I said you made your bed, now you can just lay in it.
Well, what's me laying up in bed got to do with this soap deal?
Never said nothing about you laying up in bed. I said you made your bed, now...
I never made my bed, though. Elizabeth always makes up the bed, though, at our place.
That ain't the kind of bed I'm talking about,
Well,
Abner.
that's the only kind of bed we got, Lum, except the folding bed there in the parlor, and we ain't used that, and I don't know
For
when.
goodness sake, Abner, you can't get nothing straight in your head.
Well, you mean just because that feller maybe beat me out of $25 that I ought to go to bed for a while?
No, I ain't talking about you going to bed. I was just using that old Eddard saying. You made your bed, now you've got to lay in it.
Well, I just won't do it. I won't do it. I ain't got no use for a fella that'll lay around in bed all day.
I told you that ain't the kind of bed I'm talking about, though.
You ain't talking about flower beds, are you?
No, of course I ain't.
Well, we got some flower beds out there in the yard, but no, Elizabeth won't even let the dog lay in them, much less...
If you don't shut up, I'm going to fix you to where you'll have to lay in bed. Now, just hush up about it. You're the tryingest feller on a body's patience I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you're just mad 'cause I won't do what you want me to. Think I'm going to lay around in bed all the time just 'cause you said
Wait, there comes Squire Skimp. Let me get out of here. I don't even want to talk to him.
Oh, for goodness sake, reckon what he won't know.
I don't know, but if he tries to say anything, don't even listen to it.
No, I just stuffed my hand in my ears. No, I couldn't hear nothing, man. I wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't know what he's
Well, I'll be back after a while, Abner.
Well, good afternoon, Lum. Good afternoon.
Hey, Squire.
You're not leaving, are you, Lum?
Yeah, I think I've got some business to tend to, Squire. Abner's in the store there. He'll wait on me.
Oh, yes. Hello, Abner. Hello. You're the very one I wanted to see.
Howdy, Squire. What can I do for you?
Why, I want to have a little talk with you, Abner.
Yeah, sit down.
Yes, thank you. What I come over to see you about, Abner, Grandpappy Spears was telling me that you bought some soap down here yesterday. World Wonder soap, I believe he called it. Said it had anything beat that he'd ever seen.
Yeah, well, Grandpap was down here when the fella demonstrated to me.
Mm-hmm. He was telling me about it. Said the feller took a white handkerchief out of his pocket and smeared axle grease all over it and then took that soap and washed the stains right out of it.
Well, he claimed it was axle grease.
I understand that you've got the exclusive rights for this territory, Abner.
Well, he told me I did. I reckon I have.
Well, now, Abner, I was just sitting over at the place thinking a while ago, you and Lum has got this store here, and that occupies all your time. I'm sort of looking around myself for some kind of a little business to get into now. The real estate game ain't very lively right now. I was just thinking maybe if I offered you a little profit on the deal, that you might be willing to turn that agency, the exclusive rights on that soap, over to me.
No, I reckon not, Squire. Better not sell it to nobody, I reckon. It might not turn out so well, and then they'd want to hold me responsible.
Well, now, I'll never hold you responsible, Abner, if I come over here and bought it with my own free will and accord.
Yeah, but now that soap might not be no count tall, Squire.
Well, I'm willing to take them chances, Abner, after what Grandpappy said. I believe I can take the agency for that soap and make a good living out of it.
Well, I don't know. I've got my doubts about it.
Well, now, before I left the office over there, I sort of drawed up a little agreement here, Abner. You might look it over anyway. Now, there ain't a thing in it that'll bind you in any way. Says, to whom it may concern.
Oh, one of them things, huh?
For the sum of $50 cash, I do hereby agree to turn over to M.K. Skimp the exclusive rights on the World Wonder soap for the Pine Ridge Territory. Signed. Then you can sign your name right down there.
Did I understand you to say $50?
Well, now, yes, but now that's just the figure that I set down there, Abner. How does $75 sound to you?
75?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Abner. I'll make that an even $100, but now that's just as high as I'm going to go.
Well, now, Squire, if you're just bound and determined to buy that, I'm going to let you have it. Give me $100. I dog it, I'll sign that. But I'm telling you right now, Squire, you're going to have to start making your own beds if you lay in them.
And to think there are some who've been criticizing the business ability of the new president.
And now, let's go on over to the Barclay home. The young Barclay, son and heir, is making this dinner far from peaceful.
Well, can you beat that, Alice?
Yes, he's gone. Why, he just stomped away from dinner and right up those stairs.
I sort of like it. That's the spirit that'll make him a great man. You have to get angry once in a while to be great. However, Alice, you shouldn't fuss at him so to make him eat when he says he isn't hungry.
But just look at that plate, hardly touched.
Oh, don't worry about it. He just left his dinner, so he'll be sure to be hungry for breakfast.
John, you know Ralph needs that food to grow.
Yeah, if he needs it, he'll come and get it. Say, does Ralph eat anything between meals?
Why, he does when he's hungry. This afternoon he had some cookies. Then I remember I gave him a dime. Of course he may have gotten some candy.
Gosh, Alice, you can't fill up even a 10-gallon boy like Ralph twice in 3 hours. You ought to make him leave out the eating between meals for the good of his stomach.
But he was genuinely hungry this afternoon. He plunges into everything so hard. He needs to eat in the middle of the afternoon to get more energy.
Say, I know something that'll shoot him full of energy. One of the fellows down at the office passed them around several afternoons.
Not candy.
Oh, no. Horlicks malted milk tablets.
Horlicks? Why, we fed Horlicks powder to Ralph when he was a baby.
Sure. And Horlicks tablets would be just as easy for his stomach to handle now. They satisfy hunger. And because they digest so easily, they actually help the appetite.
I see. Well, that's an idea. I'll give that boy some Horlicks tablets tomorrow.
Have your children take Horlicks malted milk tablets with them to school. Carry some yourself. When those dull times come in the day, when your pep is exhausted, dissolve a couple in your mouth. You'll feel the difference right away, because the nourishment of all the rich, full cream milk in Horlicks turns into quick energy. You can get Horlicks malted milk tablets in handy trial flasks for 10 cents, or in larger sizes if desired. This is Carlton Bricker, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Tonight, I want to talk especially to all the women who listen to Lum and Abner. You've probably noticed that modern shoppers seldom buy brands they don't know much about. Given a choice, they choose the brand they know best. Now, there's a reason for this. It's not an accident. It's not because of advertising alone. It is primarily because some products are far superior to others. Take the case of malted milk, for instance. For nearly 50 years, Horlicks has been a household byword all over the world. And why? Because Horlicks is a superior product. Because for richness, flavor, results, Horlicks has no equal. Made from only rich, full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley, it is vacuum processed to prevent loss of precious vitamins and minerals. And remember, Horlicks was the first company to successfully powder milk by combining it with the extract of wheat and malted barley. And they concentrate all their rich experience in the making of malted milk products only. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Things are not running very smoothly at the Jot 'em Down store. Abner, as the new president, has adopted a dictatorial attitude, which isn't proving very popular with his old friend Lum. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Abner out of the store for a few minutes, and Lum is taking advantage of his absence by sitting in the president's chair with his feet propped up on the desk, enjoying life as he used to, before the recent change in officers. Cedric Wehunt is also resting. Listen.
That's our ring, ain't it, Mr. Lum? You said that was our ring, weren't it?
I don't know, Howard.
Yeah, that's all right.
Might be somebody wanting some groceries.
Yeah, it's just what I'm feared of. Yeah, I'm so wore out I don't want to move.
Ain't you going to answer it?
Well, they'll ring again more than likely. Well, Swan, a feller can't sit down for 5 minutes without that dead-blamed telephone ringing. If I had my way about it, we'd just have the thing took out. Hello. Yes, Mom? I reckon so. When would you want them? Well, we'll get it over as quick as we can, but we're awful busy down here now. What was you wanting? 18 pounds for $1. All right, $1 worth of sugar. Is that all? Oh. Yes, ma'am, I reckon we've got 'em. 2 cans. All right, much for... Huh? All right, what else? Block of soda. No, the stick blueing is the only kind we've got. Well, you might try Dick Huddleston's store. I think he keeps it. Was that all? Oh, yes, Mom. In big number 2.5 cans. All right, thank you, Mom. Granny's I'll hang up a receiver before she thinks there's something else she wants. That woman order all day if somebody stand there and listen to her.
Who was it, Sister Simpson?
No, it's a widow Abernathy. She's always in a terrible hurry for something. Here, better get this stuff together and take it on over there. She'd be calling back over here pestering the life out of us if we don't.
Yes, Mom.
Swan, this work is killing me. We ain't been opened up a week, and I need to vacate myself already.
It ain't like it was when you was president around here. Mr. Abner's too particular about a feller setting down.
Yeah, he just likes to show his authority. Biggest mistake I ever made in my life when I give him that office. Not only working the life out of me, but some of these ideas he's been having is going to ruin us. He'd bankrupt the government in 60 days if they'd turn him loose.
He was saying this morning that he's going to start taking in hogs and cows and chickens and one thing and another. Swapping groceries for them.
Yeah, but I'm going to put my foot down on that. Get a batch of livestock down here, and they'll eat us out of business in no time at all. As long as these groceries are just sitting there on the shelves, they ain't eating nothing, that's the same.
Mr. Lum, here comes Mr. Dick.
Yeah. Go ahead and get that stuff thrown over to the widow, Cedric. Get back as quick as you can. That sawmill crew will be quitting directly and coming down here. I don't want to have to wait on them all by myself.
Yes, Mom.
Well, howdy, Dick. Come in.
Yeah, hello, Lum. How are you today?
Oh, just only tolerably, Dick. How's yourself?
Fine as the E string on a fiddle. How's the store business coming along?
Oh, it ain't no count, Dick. I'm just plumb disgusted with it.
Well, I thought you were doing right well.
Oh, we're selling lots of stuff, but we ain't making nothing to speak of. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks, Lum. Sure.
It looks like Abner can study up more ways to lose money than any one man I ever seen.
Well, I heard he made quite a little money on that soap deal, Lum. He told me he sold the agency to Squire Skimp for $75 profit.
Yeah, I don't think Abner sold it to him. I think Squire just bought it. That weren't brains. That was just luck that got him out of that. He's got a new idea he's working on now, though. He's figuring on turning this into a swap store.
A swap store?
Yeah, instead of selling stuff out of the store for cash, he's going to let folks swap us hogs and cattle and potatoes and stuff like that. Sort of a peddling wagon, except it ain't a wagon.
Well, I don't know now, Lum. He's liable to get you fellas out on a limb, man.
That's what I've been trying to tell him, but he's got to where he won't even listen to me no more. Says he's the president and he's going to run things to suit himself.
Well, you still own a half interest in the store, don't you?
I thought so, but the way he acts, I'm just one of the hard hands around here.
Well, now, you just can't stand back and let him lose everything he's got here, Lum. That swap idea won't work at all. That's been tried before. Just get a bunch of livestock in here, it'll eat up more stuff than there were.
Yeah. I know it. Them's the words I told him, but he's so hard-headed, it's just like arguing with a stump on fire.
Well, I thought at first it'd be a good idea to let Abner act as president for a while, Lum. Thought he might have some new ideas for your business here.
He's got plenty of ideas, all right. Got more imagination than a 10-year-old youngin'.
Well, I don't know what to tell you to do, Lum. As long as he's president, well, there's not much that you can do.
He's got me to where I don't care what happens, hardly.
Well, I'd just have a talk with him if I was you, and see if you can get him to turn the office back over to you.
Well, I'll take this order on over there, Mr. Lum. I'll be back directly.
All right, Cedric.
Hello, Cedric.
How are you, Mr. Dick?
Well, fine, thank you, Cedric, fine.
No, Sir Dick, Abner's just a changed man. I never seen nothing go to about his head in my life like this being president here. Used to, I could sit down and sort of reason things out with him.
Yeah.
Granny's now, if I even offer my opinion on something, he rears right up on his hind legs and gets mad.
Well, I was sort of curious to find out what kind of a president he'd make. It's the first time he's ever had any authority, and I just
He's making up for lost time, I'll tell you that. There ain't no way I could make him give me that office back, are they?
I don't know, not that I know of. But now he'll more than likely get tired of it before long.
Yeah, but the trouble is, I'm feared he'll have us bankruptcy before he gives up.
Well, if I was you, Lum,
Wait a minute. Here he comes up out there now. Don't let on we've been talking about it.
Oh, no.
He's so touchy nowadays, I'm feared to say it.
Howdy, man. I just come by your store, Dick, and your woman said you'd over here. Yeah, I thought I'd drop over and loaf for a few minutes, Abner, and see how you're getting along. Well, we're just doing fine, just fine. The store is a success, I'd say. And going to get better, too, as soon as I get a few of my ideas to working.
Yeah.
What are you doing in the president's chair, Lum?
Well, I was just sort of sitting here talking to Dick.
Uh-huh. I reckon you forgot what I said about sitting down during store hours.
No, I never forgot.
Well, I'll just take that chair myself. Dick, I've got the greatest idea studied up that you ever seen.
Yeah, Lum was telling me about that, Abner.
Yeah, but he don't know all about it. See, I've got it all figured out right here on this piece of paper here. We're going to start swapping groceries for chickens and eggs and hay and cattle, all sorts of livestock. Special chickens. I want all of them I can get.
Chickens?
Yes, chickens. You see, Dick, now, if we can get 1,000 chickens, and they lay an egg apiece a day, that'll be 1,000 eggs every day that we'll get.
Yeah, but they ain't going to lay an egg apiece a day, though. Some of them might be.
I know. I figured you'd say something about like that. So I just cut that right half in two just to take care of any of them hens that's loafing on a job, ain't doing their part. Now, that's 500 eggs a day that way. In 30 days, they'd have 15,000 eggs. And figure 15 eggs to a setting. Well, that'd be 1,000 hens setting all at once, and then they'd hatch off 15,000 chickens.
Yeah, but
now, just keep quiet, Lum, till I get done explaining it.
Go ahead.
That'll be 16,000 chickens that we'll have then. And I figure that half of them laying an egg a day. Well, that's 8,000 eggs a day. And in another 30 days, we'll set them and hatch off 240,000 more chickens. So in 60 days, we'll have 256,000 chickens. And then figuring half of them for an egg a day, that'd be 128,000 eggs a day that we'll be getting inside of 2 months from now. And then, figure eggs at 12 cents a dozen. We'll make 128,000 cents a day. That's $1,280 a day. Now, how's that for Benny? I got Pearl to figure it all out for me over at the place, and there's the figures right there if you want to look them over.
How you expect them hens to be laying eggs and setting at the same time?
Huh?
Why, you ain't even made no allowances for roosters there. Why, you crazy idiots, them hens that are setting, they ain't going to be laying no eggs, and if they're laying eggs, they ain't going to be setting. The whole idea ain't worth the paper it's wrote on.
Yeah, I might have known that you wouldn't like the idea, Lum, just 'cause you never thought it up yourself.
Well, I can tell you right now, I ain't going in on it.
Well, I never asked you to. I'm the president of this store, and I'm a running thing.
Well, say now, here, fella, I better get on back over the store. You fellas talking business here. I'll see you later then.
Yeah, so long, Dick.
Every time I bring up something, Lum, you're again. It makes me so dead blame mad I can't stand myself.
Well, this thing is just went as far as it's a-going. I've stood back and let you have your way with all kinds of crazy ideas. But if you think you're going to swap this new stock of merchandise of ours off to a batch of chickens and cows and one thing and another, you just got another thing to
Well, now, listen here. I don't know what you can do about it. I'm running a store.
Well, we'll just unsolved partnerships then. We'll divide the store. We done that once, and I granted we'll do it again. You take your half and run it any way you want to, but I'll be dad blamed you're going to swap off my half of this merchandise for no such stuff as that.
Well, what are we going to do about the building here? We can't divide it in two.
Well, you can take one side and I'll take the other. We just have 2 stores in here. You can put your half of the stock over there on that side, and I'll keep mine over here. And granted, if you want some competition, I'll give you plenty of it.
Well, this seems to be the only solution to the question of who is boss of the Jot 'em Down store. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, Tom Henderson wants his friend Fred Murdoch to go out to lunch. Let's see what's holding them up.
12 o'clock, Fred. Let's go eat. What? Lunch already? Already? Say, I'm famished. It's ages since breakfast. Well, I'm too busy anyway. How about in an hour? Oh, nothing doing. Listen, Fred, how on earth do you keep going that long? I couldn't. Yeah, well, you see that bottle there, Tom? Sure. It's full of candy. No, not candy, Tom. Those are Horlicks malted milk tablets. You mean like Horlicks powder? Yeah, that's it, in tablet form. Every bit as rich and nourishing, too. And you know how sustaining a glass of Horlicks is. I'll say I do. We always have it in the house. But tablets? Yeah, they're pretty handy. Sure, they're handy. All you have to do is dissolve a couple in your mouth when you feel hungry or tired, and presto, you're all set again. That's how I keep going. And that's how you can eat so late, eh? Can you beat that? Say, can you spare a couple till I get some? Sure, you bet I can. That whole flask of Horlicks tablets only cost me $0.25. It lasts for days. Well, I use them when I get drowsy in mid-afternoon, too. They pep me up and give me new energy. Sounds like a good idea. Hey, these tablets taste swell. Lunch in an hour, eh? It's okay with me. Meet you in the lobby.
Well, Tom certainly learned something that he can use to good advantage. There's nothing like a couple of Horlicks malted milk tablets to warn off that hungry feeling when you're busy and you can't get out to lunch. They sustain you, give you sufficient energy to keep you going. Try some of these Horlicks tablets yourself. You can get them at your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Here's good news for all our overweight listeners who want a simple, safe, economical plan to reduce. It's mighty important to control our weight if we have any tendency to excess pounds, but it must be done without endangering health. Well, nutritionists have worked out a plan whereby you can keep down your weight safely. And here it is. Drink a good glass of Horlicks malted milk for luncheon. That's all there is to it. Nothing to take, no drastic exercises to do. Just drink a glass full of Horlicks malted milk at noon instead of eating a big lunch. You see, Horlicks, because of its good protein content, carbohydrate and milk fat ratio, keeps your appetite satisfied. It gives you all the precious building qualities of heavier foods, without the latter's excess calories. And now, here's a special message from Lum and Abner about that flashlight they offered to send to listeners. They say they just didn't know that they had so many friends. The number of requests for flashlights was so great that they can't be made quickly enough to send out promptly. But they want you to know that everyone who sent in will get his flashlight just as soon as it's humanly possible. They appreciate your waiting and know that you will be delighted with your flashlight when you do finally get it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Things haven't been running so smoothly at the Jot 'em Down store since Abner's been president. So yesterday, Lum refused to continue as a partner, with Abner acting as president. And Abner refused to resign from the office. Well, the result was that the two old fellows decided to dissolve partnership and divide the store equally between them. Competitors under the same roof. Today, we find them dividing the stock of merchandise so that each can manage his own business. Lum is counting out a case of pork and beans, while Abner stands by to see that he gets fair deals. Listen.
One for you, and one for me, and one for me, and one for you, and one for me.
Huh?
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Erickson. Go ahead.
One for me, one for you. One for me, and one for you. I'll be glad when we get this thing divided up. One for me, one for you, one for me.
Here, now, wait a minute there now, Lum. You're getting too many of them fur me's in there.
I ain't giving you no more than I am myself. I'm watching that.
Yeah, but what I mean, you're getting too many of them fur you's.
For you?
Yeah.
I thought you said for me.
Well, I said for me, but I meant for you.
Well, I can't make no sense out of that kind of talk.
Now, go ahead, but I'm going to watch that counting from here out, I'll tell you that.
One for me and one for you. One for me and one for you. And one for me and one for you. One for me. Granny, there's one left over again. It's yours or?
Well, may as well open it up and eat it like we've been doing, I reckon.
Well, I don't know where I can eat any more or not, Abner. Now, I bet we've had $6 worth of canned goods already today.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have had to eat them 2 cans of salmon if you'd count them right in the first place.
Well, we had one left over there, and we had to eat it to make it come out even. We never found that other until after we'd done at it, you know.
Yeah, that's what I say. We just ate them for nothing.
Well, I believe, Abner, or Mr. Peabody, when we have an odd can left over that way, one or the other of us ought to just sell it to the other instead of eating it. No use to making ourselves sick this way.
No. Oh, well, now, that might be a good idea.
Well, I'll just sell you this can of beans then.
Well, how much you want for it?
10 cents, that's a regular selling price for them.
Well, Lord, me, I'm selling them myself in my store for 8 cents.
Well, you ain't going to buy it from me at that price, I'll tell you that right now. I ain't running no cut-rate store.
Well, I just buy it from myself then. Just give myself 8 cents for it.
Well, here, though, it ain't yours to sell.
Well, it ain't yours neither. Half of it's mine.
Right in there.
My short is. There's half yours and half mine.
Well, I'll sell you my half of it for a nickel, then. I don't care what you give yourself for your half of it.
All right. I'll just take it. Now, wait a minute now. Here, now, wait just a minute. Set it over here on this side. These is mine over here. Them yours.
Yeah, it's yours.
Yeah, don't get them mixed up there.
Well, let's see. That gets all them canned goods divided up.
Yeah, I can do them.
Yeah, now, let's see. We got that ham them folks sent us from down there in Georgia, you know, that peanut-cured ham.
Yeah.
We got to divide that up.
Yeah, well, we better just cut that half in two and take that on home. I told Elizabeth about it, and she just wants me to bring that on home. She says them's the best things that's about ever ate.
Well, that's mighty nice of them folks to send it to us, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, we'll just cut that in half in two. We'll get a meat saw someplace and just divide that up and take it home. We'll try to sell it.
Yeah. Well,
let's see. We better start in on that bolt goods now and get them ginghams and calicos and stuff divided up.
Well, that stuff all sells at about the same price there, Mr. Peabody. There ain't no use to measure it all up. Ain't been more than 2 or 3 dress patterns sold off there. Why don't we just divide up the bolts?
No, you don't. No, sir, now. We'll measure up every yard of it. Divide it up half and half.
All right. Whereabouts is the yardstick at?
Oh, well, Cedric's been using it to punch up the fire with. There, it's all black. It'd run it cloth. You'd put it on there, I reckon. And we'll just have to measure it out at arm's length. That's supposed to be a yard.
Yeah, well, I'll measure it off first.
Oh, no, you don't either now. I'll do my own measure. You measure yours, and I'll measure mine. That's what we'll do.
All right. Swan Abner, you're the most obstinate feller.
What?
Never mind.
And I want to see it just divided up right. I ain't going to get myself cheated. I'll tell you that right now.
I'll take this pink here.
I don't care. I'll take this one over here.
1.
Maybe it'll feel better anyway.
2. 3.
Out at arm's length now. Well, here, count to yourself. You're getting me all mixed up here. I can't do nothing. You count
Well,
out
wait
loud.
a minute. Measured from the end of your nose to the full length of your arm there. That's supposed to be a yard.
I know.
Well, keep your head straight to the front there, then. Turning your head clean away from it that way, you're adding about a foot to every yard.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3.
I've got that feet all divided up now.
Did it come out even, Cedric?
Yes, Mama. Put yours on one side, Mr. Lum's there on the other.
Yeah, well.
Granny, I'm glad we never had none left over. I'd hate to eat a sack of chops or a sack of bran on top of all that other stuff we've had.
Yeah, or bale of hay.
What you fellers are smelling of that goods there for?
We ain't smelling of it. We're measuring it off, Cedric, dividing it up. From the end of your nose to your arm's length, it's supposed to be a yard.
Mr. Lum's getting a whole lot the best of you there, ain't he?
I know. We're measuring it the same way, both of us.
Yeah, but his arm's about a foot longer than yours is.
Huh?
He's getting about a third more than you.
Here. Wait a minute now. Wait just a minute there, Mr. Edder. Just stop right where you're at. Just roll her back up. I know that we've got to measure this stuff some other way.
No, you don't. No,
Yes,
I offered to measure it for both of us, and you wouldn't stand for it. Just go ahead and measure your own. Don't do it. Oh.
Now,
You got it all mixed up. I lost my place.
now, just roll her back up. We'll just wait till we get a yardstick. I ain't going to let you count it that way. Them arms of yours are 2 yards long.
All right.
What you want me to do now?
Well, let's see, Cedric. Let's see now. Well, we got them nails back there and them tags. You got to count them.
There ain't no use to count them. Just weigh them up. But never mind. You can be measuring up that cool oil back there, Cedric. That'll be a good job for you.
Yeah.
Yes, Mom. You wouldn't want me to divide up that candy for you, would you?
No, sir. You just stay out of that candy case, Cedric.
I didn't think you would.
No.
Yeah, again, you got done eating it, it'd be divided up 3 ways instead of 2. Go on, measure up that coal oil like I told you to.
Yes, Mom.
And now there's another thing, too, Mr. Eddard. How are we going to divide up Cedric?
Divide up Oh, Granny's, I forgot about him.
Now, there is something to figure on.
Wait a minute, you fellas ain't figuring on cutting me in two, are you?
No, go ahead, Cedric. We ain't talking to you. Go ahead.
Might let him work for both of us here and divide his salary up half and two.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You take half of it, and I'll take half of it.
I mean, divide what we're paying. You pay half of it, and I'll pay half.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah.
There's no reason why he can't work for both of us. Well, let's get the rest of this stuff divided now to get done with it.
Yeah, I do, too. I want to get opened up for business. I've got a lot of customers waiting till I open up. I've been talking to them. They're all
Been
going to
talking
trade
to
with me. Yes.
Abner, if you start cutting prices on me, there's going to be trouble around here. I can see that already.
You run your store, and I'll run mine. Whatever prices I make is my own business. I ain't going to complain again you, and I don't want you complaining again me.
Here's that barrel of apples we got to count.
Yeah, well, I done counted them once. There's 840 in there. I done counted them.
840.
Yeah.
Let's see, that'll be 420 for each one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll count out my half and put them here in this empty cracker barrel.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stand right here and watch you count them, too. I'll tell you that.
Here, you set them down in the barrel for a minute. Now, don't drop them now. You bruise them to where they'll go bad on. These is mine, recollect that.
Hope they do go bad.
Now, you watch me. I ain't going to pick out the biggest and
That's
ready.
just what I'm looking for. Just put them down now. Just take them as they come. Don't be picking around over them. Now.
There's 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to sell mine for 15 per quarter when I open up.
How many?
15.
You can't make no money at them at that price. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
I done talking to a woman this morning. I already got an order for 6 bits worth from her. That's 45 of mine. I've done so quick that we'll get them divided up.
46, 47,
That's a good price to make on them apples. That makes 60 apples for $1 that way.
That's too cheap, 60 for $1. 61, 62.
And Dick Carlson selling some of them little ones down here store not long ago for a cent apiece down there.
Cent apiece?
Yes, sir.
That's 100 for $1.
That's what I say.
101, 102, 103.
Yeah, well, we got to divide up that box of oranges over there, too, but I don't know how many of them is. It says right there on the end of the box. It says there's 176 in there, and that's a full case.
Yeah, we won't have to count them.
Oh, we can just count out half of 176 that way.
Yeah. 177, 178.
That last batch of oranges we had 225 for the case.
Yeah, I know. Quit talking, Abner. You get me mixed up here, sort of. Don't want to cheat you none on this count.
Oh, I'm watching you now.
225, wasn't it?
Yeah.
226, 227.
Of course, now lemons runs a heap higher than that. Let's see, how many is in that case over there anyway?
380. I've done looked at that.
380.
Yeah, 381, 382. How many of these is I supposed to count out for myself?
Well, half of 840, whatever that is.
420, yeah. Let's see, where was I?
382, I think you said.
Yeah.
But I think you made a mistake now, Lum.
Now, don't start that, Abner. You stood right there and watched me count.
Yeah, but I just started to say,
Well,
Lum.
don't start accusing me of
Well, I
cheating or
mean, you
making...
count them wrong there when
Abner,
you started...
I counted every one of them apples right into your hand. I know that blame good and well and never made no mistake. I've got 382 already counted out there, and that leaves 38 more apples I've got coming out of that barrel. And I'm going to have them, too, or know the reason why. Come around here telling me I'm...
Well, it looks like by tomorrow the Jot 'em Down store will be operated as two separate businesses. Edwards versus Peabody. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a letter from Mrs. C.L.R. of Greenwood, South Carolina, that I know all your mothers would like to hear. She says, we have a very large family, 10 children, and we certainly are grateful for all Horlicks has done for them. We nearly lost our first child. At 6 months, he weighed only 10 pounds. And though we tried several kinds of foods, nothing seemed to help him. And then someone suggested Horlicks malted milk. And after we put him on a Horlicks diet, he went through childhood without any more trouble. After that, we got Horlicks for all our babies, and it's been our old standby. And the youngsters certainly love it, too. Well, thank you, Mrs. C.L.R. We certainly appreciate your letter and are glad to know that Horlicks malted milk helped your babies as it's helped so many thousands of others. We hope your letter will be the means of acquainting still more mothers with the value of Horlicks malted milk when used as a food for infants and growing children. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. How often we wonder at the energy and the vitality of our children. On their feet for hours, running, hopping, skipping, jumping. That's one reason why children are always asking for something to eat, often spoiling appetites for regular meals. It's a problem that many parents just can't solve. If you have this trouble, here's the answer. When your children ask for something to eat between meals, give them Horlicks malted milk tablets. They satisfy hunger, but digest quickly, so that appetites are not spoiled. And yet the full nourishment of milk, wheat, and malted barley supplies energy to keep them going. Children love them, too. Say they taste better than candy. Give Horlicks malted milk tablets to your children. You can get a handy flask containing 25 tablets for only 10 cents. Or you can get them in larger size bottles also. Remember, they are made by Horlicks, the makers of the original malted milk. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, you know, Lum and Abner have dissolved partnership in the Jot 'em Down store and have divided up the stock of merchandise equally between them. They are now competitors, operating two separate stores under the same roof. This may not straighten out their differences, however, as competition is keen, and they have resorted to all the tricks of the trade to get the business. As we look in on the Jot 'em Down store, or stores, today, we find Lum and Abner on their respective sides of the building. Grandpappy Spears is just entering the front door. Listen.
Well, what's going on in here? Well, howdy, Grandpap. Come in, right over this way.
Come on over here on this side, Grandpap. This is the place to do your trading.
Right over here, Grandpap. Lowest prices in Pine Ridge.
Quantity merchandise at quality prices
Your
over
credit's
here.
good on this side, Grandpap. Swap your merchandise for anything you've got. Cows, chickens, hogs, eggs, butter, horses, anything.
Great I am. Well, what's took place around here anyway? What's the idea of having this rope running down the middle of the store here this way?
We divided up the store. This is my side over here, and that side there belongs to Mr. Edwards. But it's a mighty poor place to do your trading now.
Don't listen to none of that mouth talk of his, Grandpap. Come on over here where you get honest measurements. Pay cash and buy it for less.
Yeah, trade with Peabody where you don't need no cash. No cash, strictly credit.
Well, you fellas is hollering in here. Body'd think you had a sideshow in here instead of a grocery store.
Well, I'll guarantee to beat any prices that you can get on that side over there, regardless of what they are. What was you wanting, Grandpap?
I weren't wanting to buy nothing. I just thought I'd come down low for a while.
Well, for goodness sakes, why didn't you say so? And us hollering around here. From now on, when you come in the front door there, why, say where you want to buy or just visit.
Come on over here, Grandpap. You don't have to buy nothing to be welcome over here. All is glad to see my friend.
Oh, well, now, that's all right now, Grandpap. I never meant that you ain't welcome. Now, just sit down. Sit right down right there.
Can both of you fellas get on the same side of the store?
Same side. I dog it if that long, lanky varmint over there even as much as sticks his head on this side of that rope there in the middle, I'll fling a can of beans at him.
Why, Grannies, I wish I could make you mad enough to throw a batch of canned goods over here. I'd put on a sale.
Yeah, you won't be able to put on nothing again. I'll get done chunking at you. Yeah, sit down, Grandpap, sit down. Best way to do a feller like him is just ignore him.
Well, what's the matter, Abner? What's happened? Have you and Lum had a falling out with one another?
Well, we just unresolved partnership. He never liked the way I was running the store, and I know I don't like the way he runs it. So we just divided her up.
You mean this is two separate stores now in here, huh?
Yes, sir. Two separate stores. This is my side over here, and everything on this side of that rope there in the middle belongs to me.
Well, I do know. It's the second time you fellas has broke up this way.
Well, this time it's for good, though. He's running a strictly cash over there, and I'm selling stuff on the credits. Or swap. I'm swapping groceries for anything that you want to bring in here.
Swapping?
Yes, sir. You don't need no cash money over here, Grandpap. If you need anything, why, just stick a goose or a rooster or a pig or a horse under your arm. Come on down. I'll swap for anything.
That sounds like a good idea.
I sure
it is. Yeah. Lots of folks here in the community, they ain't got the cash to pay for stuff. Yeah, you ought to do a nice business.
Oh, my yes. I see right now, Grandpap, that you know a good business idea when you hear one. Now, that's right there is what me and Lum had her falling out about. he wouldn't stand for me to do it when I brung the idea up.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm sort of shot in his ways. No, he makes me so mad sometimes I can't hardly stand myself.
Yeah, what you aiming on doing with all this stuff you're swapping for, though?
Oh, well, I've got a pen built out back of the store there where I'm going to keep it. I've already got 3 pigs and 8 guineas out there, besides 30-some-odd chickens. Now, that's what I want worse than anything else is chickens. Now, there's money in them, Grandpap. They're fortunate.
I was just thinking, Abner, I've got a bunch of rabbits over there at the place that I might swap you if you can use them.
Rabbits? Why, sure I can use them. Yeah, bring them down. I'll swap for them. Yes, sir, I've got a big dry goods box out there in back. It'll be the very place for them.
Well, they're fine rabbits. Pure-blooded Belgian hares.
Well, I don't care where they're from, just so they're rabbits.
It's what's left from that pair I got my little grandson when he visited here last summer, you know.
Yeah, I recollect when him and your daughter was here.
Yeah, of course, we've sold off some of them, but I think there's still close to 20 left.
Uh-huh. Well, come on out back, Grandpap. I want to show you what kind of place I got rigged up back there. We can just go through the feed room.
Well, come in.
Well, right over this way. Cheapest price in Pine Ridge. Howdy, Dick.
Come in, Dick.
I'll be back directly, Dick.
Well, what's happened in there anyway? Don't look like the same place.
Yeah, we've changed it all up, Dick. See, this is 2 stores now.
Yeah, Cedric was telling me something about it this morning, Lum.
Dick, Abner, or Mr. Peabody, had his ideas on how things ought to be run, and I had mine, so we just made 2 stores out of it. This is mine over here, and I can run it to suit myself for.
Oh, swan to goodness, if you fellas ain't a sight, Lum. You're worse than a couple of children.
Well, it just looked like the only thing to do, Dick. Abner wanted to start that swap idea, and I just wouldn't stand for it. Why, we'd have been bankrupted in no time, swapping good merchandise for a bunch of old cows and chickens and one thing and another.
Well, this is the limit. What's the rope for, then?
No, that divides up the store. Everything on this side of the rope's mine.
Well, you've got the advantage there, haven't you, Lum? The telephone's on your side of the post there in the middle, ain't it?
Yeah, I thought of that first, but this morning Abner got his C-Strunk to come over and put him one on the other side of the post there.
Two telephones, huh?
Yeah. Anytime anybody rings the Jot 'em Down store, both phones ring. I'm afraid that's going to cause some trouble.
Oh, fun to goodness. Well, now, Lum, this is not going to work. You fellas can't run 2 stores here in the same room.
Well, we can't divide up the building. I know I ain't going to move out, and he's too stubborn to.
Well, now, Lum, you fellas tried this once before, and it never worked out. Why don't you talk to Abner and see if you can't get him to listen to reason?
I ain't speaking to Mr. Peabody. If there's any talking did, he can just come over and apologize and do the talking himself.
Oh, well, Lum, it's just a shame. You fellas have been the best of friends for years. I hate to see you let some little old thing like this come between you.
Yeah. Me and him has been partners for a long time.
Why, sure.
But we'll never be again, I'll tell you that right now.
Why, you'd be lost without one another.
Well, of course, we're right here in the same building, so we see one another all day. Granny, if there's another vacant building in town, I'd sure move into it, though.
Yeah, but now, Lum, remember, Abner's always sort of looked up to you. Sort of depended on you, Lum.
Yeah, he has.
Why, sure he has.
Yeah, we went through a lot together, all right, me and him has. I could always depend on Abner. He's always right there in time of need, sickness, and distress.
Why, sure, he's one of the finest fellows that ever lived.
Set up with one another when we took down sick, and lent one another money when we was needing.
Why, sure.
More like blood kin than partners. That is, we was, but if he thinks he can run over me just 'cause he's president, he's got another thinker coming. I'll show him where to get off at. I'll run him out of business, that's what I'll do. He's already started cutting prices.
He has?
Why, yeah, selling stuff way below cost. Granny, I'm going to give him enough of that so I can cut just as low as he can.
Yeah, well, now, Lum, you fellas start a price war over here, now it's going to hurt my business. I can't make any money with you fellas over here giving stuff away.
That's right, ain't it?
Why, sure, don't do that.
But I can't just sit back and let him get all the business. He's did 4 times as much as me today. That swapping business of his.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now, him and Grandpa.
Yeah, look at him. Acts like he owns the whole store.
Well, Dick, I can see you ain't very particular who you associate with.
What'd you say?
You heard what I said. I told Dick you weren't particular who you associated with.
Well, what about yourself? Excuse me, Grandpap, I never aimed to say that.
Come on over here, Dick, and I'll show you how real stores run. Come on over here.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to you, Abner. I'll be over in a minute.
Wait a minute. I'll answer the phone myself, Abner.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I'll answer it myself. Hello? Jottum Down store.
Lum Eddard's talking.
Oh. What is you wanting, Miss Lunsford?
Well, I've got the best flour in town. 48-pound sack for $1.15.
I'll sell you the same thing for $1.
I'll make it 90 cents, I guess.
80 cents, 70 cents.
Wait a minute. You're cutting your own price there. 60 cents, Miss Lunsford.
50 cents.
40 cents.
30 cents.
Well, the citizens of Pine Ridge are certainly benefiting by Lum and Abner's quarrel. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, we see that Ted Martin is calling on his unfortunate friend, Bill Gale, who's been down with a touch of the flu. Let's listen.
Well, if it isn't old Jim himself. Hello, Bill. How's the patient? Not so hot, Ted. Still plenty wobbly. Say, how's Gene and the kids and old Tom and the office and
Hey, one at a time, old man. What do you think I am?
Oh, you know how it is. Don't see much of the gang sitting here all day.
Well, that's just what I came up to see you about. Bill, things aren't going so well at the office. The boss...
Oh, you don't have to explain. I know. I figured time I was getting back on the job.
Well, it's been nearly 2 weeks, old man. You know, George Green was down with the flu since you left, and he's been back at his desk for 3 days. Now, I've got a suggestion.
No, gee, what's the use? I've tried them all, Bill, and I don't get the slightest bit stronger.
Well, don't tell me you've tried Horlick's malted milk.
Horlicks? Why, that's what Elder gives to the youngsters. But you wouldn't want
well,
me.
Well, that's just what I would want. You know, there's nothing like Horlicks to pick you up after the flu.
You mean make me stronger?
That's it. Horlicks, you know, is one of the most nourishing foods you can take. Builds up your strength and puts you back on your feet. That's why they give it to folks after illness.
Say, that's queer. I knew it was swell for the kids, but me? Well, I'll be darned. Hey, Eleanor, fix me up a glass of Horlicks, quick. And put one alongside for Ted.
Attaboy, Bill.
Oh, boy. Maybe I'll get back to work this week, huh?
Well, Ted certainly earned his glass of Horlicks, tipping off Bill that way. You know, there's really nothing like Horlicks for building up strength after illness. That's because it is so rich in nourishment, so easy to digest. If you're feeling run down, try the Horlicks malted milk method yourself. You can get it at your drugstore in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Have you ever wondered why so many medical and child-feeding authorities recommend Horlicks? Well, it's because Horlicks is rich in the precious vitamins that children need. Rich in minerals, too, and in valuable carbohydrates and proteins. That's why Horlicks helps develop husky bodies and strong bones and teeth. You can't do anything better for those children of yours than to give them plenty of Horlicks malted milk. Vacuum processed from rich, full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley. Horlicks is rich in the wholesome nourishment that young bodies need.
They'll love it, too. All children like the taste of Horlicks. No family should be without a package on the pantry shelf. And now, here's a special message from Lum and Abner about that flashlight that they offered to send to listeners. They say they just didn't know they had so many friends. The number of requests for flashlights was so great that they can't be made quickly enough to send out promptly. But they want you to know that everyone who sent in will get his flashlight just as soon as is humanly possible. They appreciate your waiting and know that you will be delighted with your flashlight when you do finally get it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner's swap idea, that of trading groceries out of his store for anything the customer might have to trade, is proving very popular. He has monopolized business in Pine Ridge for the past few days, and incidentally is acquiring a large and assorted collection of animals, as well as other odds and ends. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum alone in the store. Dick Huddleston is just entering. Listen.
Well, come in. Right over on this side of the store for lowest prices. Quantity merchandise at quality... Howdy, Dick. I thought you was a customer coming in.
No, I didn't want to buy nothing, Lum. I was just looking for Abner.
For Abner?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon he's out back there tending to that livestock of his. I ain't saw him in a couple of hours now. Sit down. He'll more likely be in directly.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait till he gets inside. I can't talk to him out there if he's busy no way.
Yeah, he's busy, I'll tell you that. Keeps him and Cedric both busy all day tending to that stock of his. You ought to see just what all he's got back there. Outdoing this conglomeration of animals I ever seen in my life. He just went plumb hog wild. Swap for anything they'll bring in here.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to talk to him about, Lum.
He's got goats and hogs and cows and dogs and chickens and turkeys and guineas and possums. Swap for 3 possums and a coon this morning.
For goodness sake.
He's got 60-some-odd rabbits out there. 60? There was, last count he made, and yesterday Snake Hogan's panned off a old horse on him. I just wished you could see him. Abner gave Snake Hogan $50 in trade for it, and he laid down out there at the side of the store and taken him and Cedric my now all night to get him in the lot back there.
Yeah. Well, Abner never was much of a trader no way, Lum. I don't see why he started on this swapping business in the first place.
I don't neither. I wouldn't give him $3 for that horse, even if he lives.
Yeah.
He had the veteran over here twice today. He's so weak he can't even stand up.
Well, now, how does he ever expect to come out on a deal like that, Lum? He can't sell a horse. He's that near dead.
Well, he's going to try to pan the horse off on somebody. He's got him propped up out there in the stall to where he sort of looks like he's standing up.
Yeah. Well, he just ruined the business here in town, Lum. That's what he's doing. If he's making any money out of it, well, I wouldn't complain. But that's what I came over to talk to him about. He's not making anything, and we can't make nothing.
Why, no.
I haven't made expenses all week. All my customers are bringing eggs or chickens or something over here and swapping them to them for groceries, and you can't get them to pay cash as long as they can do that.
Well, I don't know. He won't last long, no, Dick. Just look over there how his stock's running down.
Yeah.
See how empty them shelves is again?
Yeah.
He'll be out of merchandise in a few days, or 80s are going now. He's already run out of feed. That bunch of stock he's got out there is eating him out of business. He had to buy feed from me today.
He did?
Yeah, he's the best customer I got now. Fact is, he's about the only one I got. Granny's, I'm sure making him pay a profit on that feed I'm telling him, though.
Well, where's he getting the money to pay for it, Lum?
Well, I'm having to sell it to him on a credit. He ain't got no cash money at all.
Yeah, you're taking big chances there, ain't you? Sell him on a credit with all that trading that he's doing?
Yeah, but I know I couldn't hardly turn Abner down. I've known him so long. You know?
No, of course. But now fellas got to watch this credit business, Lum. I had a chance this morning to sell a batch of stuff on a credit and make some money, but I turned them down because I knew there wasn't a chance for me to ever get my money out of it.
All right, sure.
It's that circus that's supposed to open up here tomorrow.
Circus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Been seeing some bill posters around town.
Oh,
about
yeah,
the
they
circus
plastered
coming.
it down with them.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be right smart of a show.
Well, I don't know, Lum. I ain't got much. Just a bunch of old wore-out animals. It's poor. They look like they're about half starved.
Well, I do know.
I went down to look over what they had this morning. Just about ready to fold up.
More likely be stranded right here in Pine Ridge before they get done.
I do know.
Why, they didn't have enough groceries there in the cook tent to last them through the day.
Yeah.
They don't make arrangements for credit around here someplace. Well, I don't know what they're going to do.
More likely be on charity.
Why, sure, that's what I'm afraid of. Have to feed them all the rest of the winter.
I feel sorrowful for folks like that, but I'm glad they never come over here looking for credit. Now, I'd hate to turn them down, but I know I can't afford to feed a whole circus crew.
Why, no, that's the way I felt about it. And there ain't a chance in the world of a fella ever getting his money from an outfit like this.
Why,
Stuck
no,
when you let him have it.
Wait a minute, there's our ring. Hi, Granny, this is one time I can ask my own prices without Abner cutting under me. Hello? This is the Jot 'em Down store. Lum Eddard's talking. No, Mom, that's Abner, Mr. Peabody's side of the store that's doing that. Uh-huh. Well, I just couldn't tell you, Mrs. Willis. You'll have to talk to him about it. I reckon he will, though. He ain't turned nobody down on nothing yet. Well, he ought to be in most any time now. All right, I'll tell him. No, not at all, not at all. Goodbye. George Willis's woman in calling wants to swap a couple of house cats and some goldfish for some groceries.
For goodness sake.
I told her to fetch them on down. He'll swap for anything. He's got a whole cage full of white mice back there he swapped for this morning.
White mice?
Take them, he ought to take goldfish.
Well, what in the world does he expect to do with all this stuff? Stuff like white mice?
I don't know. I don't think he knows himself. Don't reckon he's looked at for a head. Just swap it.
Well, it beats anything that I've ever seen.
Ain't no use to talk to him about it, though. I tried it again this morning. He says I was just jealous because he's doing such a big business.
Yeah. Well, he can have all that kind of business he wants, Lum. I don't want none of it, I know that.
Anyway, here comes Cedric in the back door there, Dick. Find out what you say.
Oh, yeah. Well, howdy, Cedric.
Oh, howdy, Mr. Dick. Whereabouts is Mr. Abner at, Mr. Lum?
I don't know, Cedric. I just allowed he's out back there tending to his stock.
No, he left out there about an hour ago. Went off with some feller. I don't know who he was.
Yeah, he's more than likely out making another trade with somebody.
he better get them dogs or them possums one out of the same pen back there.
You mean he's got the dogs and the possum in the same pen, Cedric?
Well, no, not in the same pen. He's got the possums in a cage, but the dogs is barking at them and scaring the rest of the livestock out there.
Well, just let them bark. It ain't none of my worries.
Well, it ain't none of mine either. That is, it ain't supposed to be. I went to work down here at the store. You fellas said you wanted me to deliver groceries. All I did the last 2 days is build pens and look after that menagerie out there.
Keeping you pretty busy, are they, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Them pigeons got out a while ago, and I had a time of getting them all back in. Never did catch 2 of them. They flew off first.
Well, sir, I want to go back there, Direct, and see that zoo, just to see what it looks like back there.
Yeah, Abner be running competition with that circus over there, Warlock.
Yeah, you ought to just join up with him, Lum. Just pitch in 50-50. They'd have a pretty good show with all these guys.
Then there's somebody else wanting to swap some animals, I reckon.
Well, better tell them we ain't got no more room out there now, Mr. Lum.
Hello? Jot 'em Down store. Lum Eddard's talking. Why, no, he ain't here. I don't know where he's at, Ike. He done what? Well, don't jump on me about it. Me and him ain't partners no more. He's the one that's doing the swapping. I couldn't tell you. There's a couple back there, but I don't know who he got them off of. Well, wait a minute. Hold the receiver. Who did Abner get them 2 hounds from, Cedric?
Oh, let's see. I believe he swapped Miss Reynolds out of them this morning.
Hello? Yeah, I reckon they're yours, Ike. Cedric says Abner got them from your woman this morning. Well, I don't know. You'll have to see him about it. Well, that's up to you and him. I don't know what the law is on it. All right. All right, Ike. Goodbye. Yeah, Granny Abner's got himself into it now, sure enough.
What's the matter, Lum?
Why, that was Ike Reynolds. Mad enough to bite. Said while he's down at the sawmill at work today, his woman brung his 2 best hounds down here and swapped them to Abner for groceries. Now he's wanting them back. Said they weren't earned to trade.
Well, if I was him, I'd call that a good chudding.
Well, he said it was the best 2 varmint dogs he had on the place. Said they's both extras.
Yeah, well, that Ike's pretty mad. When he gets mad that way, he's a hard customer.
Oh, yeah, he's mad now, too. Says he's going to give Abner a licking or get them hounds back one.
Yonder comes Mr. Abner out front there now.
Yeah, there he is.
I expect I better get on back out there and see if them pigeons has came back yet. They're supposed to be homers, but I don't know where they think they live at now. Over here or back over there at Doolittle's place, where they come from.
Howdy, Abner. You got yourself into it now, Abner. Ike Reynolds just called up and said his woman swapped you a couple of his hounds unbeknownst to him. Says he's going to get them back or give you a licking.
Yeah, I just love to see him try. I ain't the constable here for nothing.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see you too, Abner.
Yeah, well, I've been over making a big deal. I dog it, I sold $200 worth of groceries just now. Beat you fellers to it.
$200 worth?
Yes, sir, $200. That circus that's in town, I made arrangements to furnish them all their stuff while they're here.
Oh, yeah. Did you sell that outfit some groceries on a credit, Abner? For goodness sake.
Well, yes, but he's going to pay me before they leave town, though.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
You'll never get a nickel of it, Abner.
No.
Dick was just now telling me they're just about ready to fold up.
Yeah, but now, they never put nothing over on me. I got them where they'll have to pay me. I've got a first mortgage on every animal they got down there. Bears and lions and monkeys and zebras and camels and everything.
Well, Abner may not be making any money, but he's certainly doing the business. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, we find it 7 a.m. in the Peterson home. The alarm's ringing now. Let's see what happens.
Hey, turn that off, Marge.
Who, me? What's wrong with you turning it off?
Oh, all right, if you can't even do that.
And don't grouch about it.
Grouch? Say, if you'd slept as little as I did last night, you'd be grouchy, too.
Well, it is time to get up, you know. What's the matter with you lately, anyway?
I wish I knew. Haven't had a good night's rest for days.
Well, you certainly sound like it, too. Listen, Ed, why don't you try that milk drink Mrs. Arnold told us about?
What's that?
Horlicks malted milk. She gives it to Fred when he can't get to sleep. Says it makes him sleep like a top, and Fred's such a dear, too. He's always good-tempered.
Oh, sure. You is, anyway. But about that Horlicks, how does it make you sleep?
Well, everyone sleeps better after a light meal, you know. And that's where Horlicks comes in.
Yeah, how?
Well, here's the secret. Horlicks malted milk is easy to digest. That's why they give it to sick people.
Yeah?
Mrs. Arnold says that a glass of it, hot, just before going to bed, relaxes you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just your trouble. You're not relaxed enough. You worry too much.
Oh, well, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'll tell you what. Bring in a package when you go shopping today, and we'll both try it. Tonight. I've got to get some sleep, and pretty soon, too.
Well, it certainly looks as if the sleep problem has been solved in the Peterson home now. There's nothing like a glass full of Horlicks malted milk to help promote sound, restful sleep. Hot, just before going to bed. If you have trouble in getting to sleep or in sleeping soundly, try the Horlicks plan yourself. You can get Horlicks malted milk at your favorite druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. But remember, it must be Horlicks. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Have you ever wondered why so many medical and child-feeding authorities recommend Horlicks? Well, it's because Horlicks is rich in the precious vitamins that children need. Rich in minerals, too, and in valuable carbohydrates and proteins. That's why Horlicks helps develop husky bodies and strong bones and teeth. You can't do anything better for those children of yours than to give them plenty of Horlicks malted milk. Vacuum processed from rich, full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley. Horlicks is rich in the wholesome nourishment that young bodies need. They'll love it, too. All children like the taste of Horlicks. No family should be without a package on the pantry shelf. And now, here's a special message from Lum and Abner about that flashlight that they offered to send to listeners. They say they just didn't know they had so many friends. The number of requests for flashlights was so great that they can't be made quickly enough to send out promptly. But they want you to know that everyone who sent in will get his flashlight just as soon as is humanly possible. They appreciate your waiting and know that you will be delighted with your flashlight when you do finally get it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner's swap idea, that of trading groceries out of his store for anything the customer might have to trade, is proving very popular. He has monopolized business in Pine Ridge for the past few days, and incidentally is acquiring a large and assorted collection of animals, as well as other odds and ends. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum alone in the store. Dick Huddleston is just entering. Listen.
Well, come in. Right over on this side of the store for lowest prices. Quantity merchandise at quality... Howdy, Dick. I thought you was a customer coming in.
No, I didn't want to buy nothing, Lum. I was just looking for Abner.
For Abner?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon he's out back there tending to that livestock of his. I ain't saw him in a couple of hours now. Sit down. He'll more likely be in directly.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait till he gets inside. I can't talk to him out there if he's busy, no way.
Well, he's busy, I'll tell you that. Keeps him and Cedric both busy all day tending to that stock of his. You ought to see just what all he's got back there. Outdoing this conglomeration of animals I ever seen in my life. He just went from hog wild. Swap for anything they bring in here.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to talk to him about, Lum.
He's got goats and hogs and cows and dogs and chickens and turkeys and guineas and possums. Swap for 3 possums and a coon this morning.
For goodness sake.
He's got 60-some-odd rabbits out there.
60?
There was, last county made, and yesterday Snake Hogan's panned off an old horse on him. I just wished you could see him. Abner gave Snake Hogan $50 in trade for it, and it laid down out there at the side of the store and taken him and Cedric my now all night to get him in the lot back there.
Yeah. Well, Abner never was much of a trader, no way, Lum. I don't see why he started on this swapping business in the first place.
I don't neither. I wouldn't give him $3 for that horse, even if he lives.
Yeah.
He had the veteran over here twice today. He's so weak he can't even stand up.
Well, now, how does he ever expect to come out on a deal like that, Lum? He can't sell a horse if he's that near dead.
Well, he's going to try to pan the horse off on somebody. He's got him propped up out there in the stall to where he sort of looks like he's standing up.
Yeah. Well, he just ruined the business here in town, Lum. That's what he's doing. If he's making any money out of it, well, I wouldn't complain. But that's what I came over to talk to him about. He's not making anything, and we can't make nothing.
Why, no.
I haven't made expenses all week. All my customers are bringing eggs or chickens or something over here and swapping them to them for groceries, and you can't get them to pay cash as long as they can do that.
Well, I don't know. He won't last long, no, Dick. Just look over there how his stock's running down.
Yeah.
See how empty them shelves is?
Yeah.
He'll be out of merchandise in a few days. The 80s are going down. He's already run out of feed. That bunch of stock he's got out there is eating him out of business. He had to buy feed from me today.
He did?
Yeah, he's the best customer I got now. Fact is, he's about the only one I got. Granny's, I'm sure making him pay a profit on that feed I'm selling him, though.
Oh, where's he getting the money to pay for it, Lum?
Well, I'm having to sell it to him on a credit. He ain't got no cash money at all now.
Well, you're taking big chances there, ain't you? Sell him on a credit with all that trading that he's doing?
Yeah, but I know I couldn't hardly turn Abner down. I've known him so long. You know?
No, of course. But now fellas got to watch this credit business, Lum. I had a chance this morning to sell a batch of stuff on a credit and make some money, but I turned them down because I knew there wasn't a chance for me to ever get my money out of it.
All right, sure.
It's that circus that's supposed to open up here tomorrow.
Circus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Been seeing some bill posters around town.
Oh, yeah, they're
circus
plastered the town with them.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be right smart of a show.
Well, I don't know, Lum. They ain't got much. Just a bunch of old wore-out animals. It's so poor they look like they're about half-starved.
Well, I do know.
I went down to look over what they had this morning. Just about ready to fold up. More likely be stranded right here in Pine Ridge before they get done.
I do know.
Why, they didn't have enough groceries there in the cook tent to last them through the day.
Yeah.
They don't make arrangements for credit around here someplace. Well, I don't know what they're going to do.
More likely be on charity.
Why, sure, that's what I'm afraid of. Have to feed them all the rest of the winter.
I feel sorrowful for folks like that, but I'm glad they never come over here looking for credit. I'd hate to turn them down, but I know I can't afford to feed a whole circus crew.
Why, no, that's the way I felt about it. And there ain't a chance in the world a fella ever getting his money from an outfit like that.
Why,
stuck
no,
and let him have it.
Wait a minute, there's our ring. Granny, this is one time I can ask my own prices without Abner cutting under me. Hello? This is the John 'em Down store, Lum Eddard talking. No, Mom, that's Abner, Mr. Peabody's side of the store that's doing that. Uh-huh. Well, I just couldn't tell you, Mrs. Willis. You'll have to talk to him about it. I reckon he will, though. He ain't turned nobody down on nothing yet. Well, he ought to be in most any time now. All right, I'll tell him. No, not at all, not at all. Goodbye. George Willis's woman calling. Wants to swap a couple of house cats and some goldfish for some groceries.
For goodness sake.
I told her to fetch them on down. He'll swap for anything. He's got a whole cage full of white mice back there he swapped for this morning.
White mice?
If he take them, he ought to take goldfish.
Well, what in the world does he expect to do with all this stuff? Stuff like white mice?
I don't know. I don't think he knows himself. Don't reckon he's looked at for a head. Just swap it.
Well, it beats anything that I've ever seen.
Ain't no use to talk to him about it, though. I tried it again this morning. He says I was just jealous because he's doing such a big business.
Yeah. Well, he can have all that kind of business he wants, Lum. I don't want none of it, I know that.
And here comes Cedric in the back door there, Dick. Find out what you say.
Oh, yeah. Howdy, Cedric.
Well, howdy, Mr. Dick. Whereabouts is Mr. Abner at, Mr. Lum?
I don't know, Cedric. I just allowed he's out back there tending to his stock.
No, he left out there about an hour ago. Went off with some feller. I don't know who he was.
Yeah, he's more than likely out making another trade with somebody.
He better get them dogs or them possums one out of the same pen back there.
You mean he's got the dogs and the possum in the same pen, Cedric?
Well, no, not in the same pen. He's got the possums in a cage, but the dogs is barking at them and scaring the rest of the livestock out there.
Well, just let them bark. It ain't none of my worry.
Well, it ain't none of mine either. That is, it ain't supposed to be. I went to work down here at the store. You fellas said you wanted me to deliver groceries. All I did the last 2 days is build pens and look after that menagerie out there.
Keep me pretty busy with it, Cedric.
Yes, Mom. Them pigeons got out a while ago, and I had a time of getting them all back in. Never did catch 2 of them. They flew off.
Well, sir, I want to go back there, Drex, and see that zoo, just to see what it looks like back there.
Yeah, Abner be running competition with that circus over there, Warlock.
Yeah, you ought to just join up with him, Lum. Just pitch in 50-50. It'd have a pretty good show with all he's got.
Then somebody else wanting to swap some animals, I reckon.
Well, better tell him we ain't got no more room out there now, Mr. Lum.
Hello? Got 'em down store. Lum Eddard's talking. Why, no, he ain't here. I don't know where he's at, Ike. He done what? Well, don't jump on me about it. Me and him ain't partners no more. He's the one that's doing the swapping. I couldn't tell you. There's a couple back there, but I don't know who he got 'em off of. Well, wait a minute. Hold the receiver. Who did Abner get them 2 hounds from, Cedric?
Oh, let's see. I believe he swapped Miss Reynolds out of them this morning.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, I reckon they're yours, Ike. Cedric says Abner got 'em from your woman this morning. Well, I don't know. You have to see him about it. Well, that's up to you and him. I don't know what the law is on it. All right, I'll tell him. All right, Ike, goodbye. Granny Abner's got himself into it now, sure enough.
What's the matter, Lum?
Why, that was Ike Reynolds. Mad enough to bite. Said while he's down at the sawmill at work today, his woman brung his 2 best hounds down here and swapped them to Abner for groceries. Now he's wanting them back. Said they weren't earned to trade.
Well, if I was him, I'd call that a good chudding.
Well, he said it was the best 2 varmint dogs he had on the place. Said they's both extras.
Well, that Ike's pretty mad. When he gets mad that way, he's a hard customer.
Oh, yeah, he's mad now, too. Says he's going to give Abner a licking or get them hounds back one.
Yonder comes Mr. Abner out front there now.
Yeah, there he is.
I expect I better get on back out there and see if them pigeons has came back yet. They're supposed to be homers, but I don't know where they think they live at now. Over here or back over there at Doolittle's place where they come from.
Howdy, Abner.
You got yourself into it now, Abner. Ike Reynolds just called up and said his woman swapped you a couple of his hounds unbeknownst to him. Says he's going to get them back or give you a licking.
Yeah, I'd just like to see him try. I ain't the constable here for nothing.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see you too, Abner.
Yeah, well, I've been over making a big deal. I dog it, I sold $200 worth of groceries just now. Beat you fellers to it.
$200 worth?
Yes, sir, 200. That circus that's in town. I made arrangements to furnish them all their stuff while they're here.
Oh, yeah. Did you sell that outfit some groceries on a credit, Abner?
For goodness sake.
Well, yes, but he's going to pay me before they leave town, though.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
You'll never get a nickel of it, Abner.
No.
Dick was just down telling me they're just about ready to fold up.
Yeah, but now, they never put nothing over on me. I got them to where they'll have to pay me. I've got a first mortgage on every animal they got down there. Bears and lions and monkeys and zebras and camels and everything else.
Well, Abner may not be making any money, but he's certainly doing the business. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, we find it 7 a.m. in the Peterson home. The alarm's ringing now. Let's see what happens.
Hey, turn that off, Marge.
Who, me? What's wrong with you turning it off?
Oh, all right, if you can't even do that.
And don't grouch about it.
Grouch? Say, if you'd slept as little as I did last night, you'd be grouchy, too.
Well, it is time to get up, you know. What's the matter with you lately, anyway?
I wish I knew. Haven't had a good night's rest for days.
Well, you certainly sound like it, too. Listen, Ed, why don't you try that milk drink Mrs. Arnold told us about?
What's that?
Horlicks malted milk. She gives it to Fred when he can't get to sleep. Says it makes him sleep like a top, and Fred's such a dear, too. He's always good-tempered.
Oh, sure. To you he is, anyway. Yeah, but about that Horlicks, how does it make you sleep?
Well, everyone sleeps better after a light meal, you know. And that's where Horlicks comes in.
Yeah, how?
Well, here's the secret. Horlicks malted milk is easy to digest. That's why they give it to sick people.
Yeah?
Mrs. Arnold says that a glass of it, hot, just before going to bed, relaxes you. And that's just your trouble. You're not relaxed enough. You worry too much.
Oh, well, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'll tell you what. Bring in a package when you go shopping today, and we'll both try it. Tonight. I've got to get some sleep, and pretty soon, too.
Well, it certainly looks as if the sleep problem has been solved in the Peterson home now. There's nothing like a glass full of Horlicks malted milk to help promote sound, restful sleep. Hot, just before going to bed. If you have trouble in getting to sleep or in sleeping soundly, try the Horlick plan yourself. You can get Horlicks malted milk at your favorite druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. But remember, it must be Horlicks. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. You know, there's an interesting story behind malted milk. The successful blending of rich, full cream milk, wheat, and malted barley was first discovered by Mr. William Horlick over 50 years ago. It was an important discovery that gave the world a food which can be called multum in parvo, or much in little. This concentrated food, because of its remarkably digestible and nourishing properties, filled a great need, and throughout all these years has been used by thousands all over the world for infant feeding, for convalescence, for building health, both in homes and in hospitals. It is universally used and recommended by physicians everywhere. Following the success of Horlicks, many imitations appeared, which cannot compare with the quality of Horlicks. That is why, throughout all these years, Horlicks has been recognized as the leader and is known today as the great American food drink. You can get Horlicks in both natural and chocolate flavors. Ask for Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Yeah, Lum and Abner are still operating the Jot 'em Down store as two separate businesses. Competitors under the same roof, So far, Abner has gotten practically all the business due to the fact that he has been trading merchandise for any livestock the customer might have to trade. He has a large and assorted collection of animals on hand, but very little merchandise left in his side of the store. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at their store. Lum is just answering the telephone. Listen.
Yes, Mom. Uh-huh. Well, hold the receiver and I'll ask him. Abner, do you want to swap for a parrot?
Swap for a what?
A parrot. Paul Parrot.
Oh, yeah, sure. Who is it? I mean, who is it that wants to swap it?
Miss Dilly, honey, says she's got one she wants to get shut up.
Yeah, tell her to fetch him over. I'll swap for him, sure.
Hello? Yes, Mom, he says he'll take it. I allowed he would. All right, I'll tell him. All right. Goodbye. Says she'll be over here late this afternoon with him.
Yeah, I know that that's one thing that I ain't got yet is a parrot. I wonder if he knows how to talk.
Yeah, she says he does. Says that's the reason she wants to get shut of him. He talks too much.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Be lots of company for me. Yeah. And him and me can just talk all the time.
Yeah, he ought to make you a good running mate.
Yeah.
You and a parrot.
I hope she don't want too much for him. I'm just about out of groceries over there.
I'll be glad when you're plumb out. You just about ruined the store business here in Pine Ridge with this swap idea of yours. What in the world do you aim to do with all them animals anyway?
Well, I'm going to sell them.
Sell them to who?
Why, well, anybody will buy them.
Yeah, well, who in the world would want that stuff? Who do you expect to sell them white mice to?
Oh, well, there won't be no trouble to sell. They're the handiest things in the world around the place. You see, white mice runs the other mice off. Anybody that's bothered with mice, why, they can just turn some of them white ones loose in the house, and 2 days' time, all the other mice will be run off.
Yeah, but that don't work.
It does, doesn't it?
Luke Spears tried that, though, a while back. He says they'll run the regular mice off all right, but in a few weeks' time, he had about twice as many white mice on his place as he had of the other.
Yeah. Well, I'll just see if I can't sell Luke one of my cats in him. Yeah, a cat oughtn't have no trouble at all with them white mice. They can see them so much better at night, you know.
Well, don't be turning none of them things loose here in the store.
Well, I wouldn't turn none of them loose. No, sir, I'm going to sell them.
Them's what doctors use to experiment on, you know, them white mice.
Yeah. I know, maybe I can sell them to Doc Miller then.
Yeah. Trouble with Doc Miller, he experiments on his patients. He wouldn't have no use for them.
No, maybe not.
You be finding somebody to take that stuff off in your hands, though, before they break you up for feeding them. You used up all you had, and that 10 sacks of chops you got from me this morning's the last feed I've got.
Yeah, well, I've got enough stuff to last me till tomorrow. And that is except for the rabbits. Got to find in some lettuce and carrots for them someplace. I've been trying to think of somebody around here that had an early garden I might buy some off of.
He'd pay you just to give them rabbits to somebody.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to do something about them. I just can't keep track of them. I don't never know how many of them I've got even. Went out there this morning, I had 102. Just a while ago, Cedric's counted them, and I had 146.
Well, maybe one of you made a mistake counting them.
Well, I don't know. I aimed to talk to Cedric about it, but he left. Ain't been back. That's been about 3 hours ago. He's been gone ever since. I don't know where he is.
Well, them cows and them chickens, that horse, all that stuff's got to be fed, you know.
Yeah, well, I never thought about that at first. I just got to find some feed somewhere, I reckon.
Yeah, you had enough stuff of your own to feed without furnishing that circus with feed for them animals of theirs. That was the foolishest thing you ever done, Abner, that deal you made with them. You'll never collect a nickel of that. I was down there Saturday night, carried Evelina to the performance. They never took in $15 about you, preserved seats and all.
Yeah, well, I'm safe there, all right, though. I've got a mortgage, you know.
Yeah, but what if you have to foreclose on them?
Well, take all them animals.
Yeah, and then you will be into it showing up. You get some elephants and lions and camels and such as that over here, you will have to rustle some feed. They ain't like feeding white mice and rabbits and such as that.
Oh, no, sure not. You couldn't feed elephants and lions lettuce like I do them rabbits. I know that. You got to get them some hay, or that is elephants.
Yeah, it'll take about 4 wagon loads a day, too.
No, 2 is all of them. That's what I've been sending over there, 2 wagon loads a day for the elephants.
Well, I'm just glad it's used to me. The smartest thing I ever done was when I unsolved partnerships with you.
Yeah, but I've been beating you all to pieces, too, Lum. I bet I did 4 times as much business as you have this last week.
Well, you've done a lot of business, all right.
Sure.
What good's it doing you? You swapped brand new merchandise for that collection of animals you got out back there.
Well, I'll get my money out when I go to sell them all. That's when I get my money.
Time you get them sold, though, they'll have all the profits ate up. They'll eat up more than they're worth in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, I've got the use of the animals all that time.
Got the use of them?
Yeah, them chickens and ducks and geese and turkeys and guineas, them's all laying eggs. And them cows is giving milk.
Yeah, but what good's that old wore-out horse doing out there and that goat?
No, well, of course they ain't worth very much, I don't reckon. I reckon I could have got along without them all right.
Could have got along without all of them, if you ask me.
Oh, goodness sake. Now, that's all right, I reckon. Now, you may as well go ahead and answer it by yourself, Lum. I ain't got nothing left to sell nobody if they did want to buy something.
This is just what I've been looking for, where I can give somebody a price on stuff without you cutting under me. You just illuminated yourself with this swapping idea.
I'll get rich someday off of it.
Hello? This is the Jot 'em Down store. Eddard's talking.
Wish I had something to cut under with.
Yes, Mom, he's here. Just a minute. Hold the receiver. Here, Abner.
Well, if it's somebody wanting to swap, just tell them I can't do no more trade until I get some more merchandise on them.
Well, it's Sister Simpson. She wants to talk to the constable.
Oh.
I reckon she's got a complaint of some kind.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah, more like that. Thank you. Hello? Yeah, this is him. Uh-huh. Well, whose cow is it? Well, run her out, and I'll find out if I can see who she belongs to and arrest them for letting them stock run loose. Yes, ma'am. We've got a stock law here in Pine Ridge, and I aim to see that it's enforced, too.
Yeah.
Why, sure, you can make them pay for every bit of the stuff she's ate up. Well, don't you worry now, Sister Simpson. I'm just glad you called me. All right. Yes, Mom. Now, goodbye. Dog it, I'll learn somebody a lesson.
What's the matter?
Why, folks around here letting the stock run out. Somebody's cow's over there eating up Sister Simpson's garden. Dog it, if I don't get them... Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Cedric. I'll get him to do the feeding while I go and straighten this thing out. Some folks ain't got no more regard for the law than nothing around here.
Yeah, they ought to be made to pay for it.
Why, sure they have. I'll see what they do, too. I'll keep the cow. That's what I'll do.
Howdy, Cedric.
Come in here, Cedric. I want you to go out back there and feed that stock for me. I've got to go over to Sister Simpson and do some constable work.
Ain't nobody been fighting over there, are they?
No, it's somebody's cow over there eating up her garden. Now, go on now, and don't forget to feed the possum and the coon.
Yes, Mom.
Look at that boy, the latest human I ever seen. Now, wait a minute. That's Sister Simpson again, I reckon.
Yeah, go ahead now.
I'll get it. Hello. Yeah, this is him. Huh? There he is. Who does it belong to? Yeah, well, that's the second complaint I've had. And I'll be right over there. Well, don't you worry. I'll see that whoever it belongs to pays you every bit of the damage. Yes, Mom. All right, well, I'll be right over. All right, goodbye. That blame folks around here ain't got no respect for the law or the constable, neither one looks like.
What's the matter now?
Why, somebody's goats over at Miss Phillips. They broke in the yard and eaten the clothes right off in the clothesline over there. Done it up to a Bertha Phillips' best dresser, she said.
Well, you just ought to make an example of whoever that stock belongs to.
Dog it, I'll make them buy some brand new ones. That's what I'll do, yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Abner. Come out here quick.
I ain't got time, Cedric. I just now got another call.
Well, you better come out here back here before you go, though.
What's the matter?
Well, somebody's left the gate open back there and all your stock's got out.
Oh, my... Huh?
Yeah, you're going to make an example out of whoever owns that stock.
Well, I'll be dead blamed.
You want me to get out and see if I can round them up for you?
Yeah, but now, Cedric, don't you tell them that you know who they belong to, though. I know I don't want to make no example out of myself. I know
Well, we're afraid Abner's troubles have just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look in for just a moment at the home of the Stewarts. Tom Stewart is home early from work. Let's see what happened.
Why, Tom, what are you doing home? You're half an hour early.
Yeah, I don't feel so good again.
Tom, you've not lost your job. That's what it is. That's why you're home.
Oh, stop it. The job's still all right. I just said it was me.
Well, dinner's not ready, of course.
It's okay with me. Don't want any.
Tom, you're not really sick. Now, what did you have for lunch?
Oh, the usual. Small steak and whatnot.
Oh, no wonder you don't feel so good. You eat too much. Do you know that you weigh more than you should?
Well, a fellow must eat.
Yes, I know, but not all that. Listen, Tom, why don't you try the Horlick weight control plan? That's how I keep so slim.
How?
Well, I just drink a glass of Horlick's malted milk at noon instead of my regular lunch.
And then have tea, I suppose, around 4.
No, I don't. You don't need any more after Horlick's.
You mean you last a whole day on a glass of Horlicks? Say, where's the cat?
No, it's true. Horlicks is nourishing, Tom. Sustaining, too. It keeps your appetite satisfied. And that's just what you need. Of course, you can take another glass of Horlicks or a few Horlicks tablets in mid-afternoon if you wish to.
Well, I'll give it a try. I've got to do something. Seems to have kept your weight down all right and kept you feeling fit at the same time.
And that, folks, is just what the Horlick Weight Control Plan does. It helps you keep down your weight. By cutting down on heavy lunches, you feel more alert. Try out this plan yourself and see how much better you feel. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health. Down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, before we go down to Pine Ridge, I'd like to tell about a simple, safe, efficient reducing plan that nutritionists have worked out. It's called the Horlick Weight Control Plan, and it consists simply of drinking a good glassful of Horlick's malted milk, either hot or cold, in place of your regular noonday luncheon. That's simple enough, isn't it? Here's how it works. Those extra pounds are just a matter of too many calories. Now, that's where Horlicks comes in. It doesn't have the excess calories a big, heavy lunch has. Yet it's sustaining and nourishing. And there's something else, too. Horlicks is energy-giving. This plan keeps you alert later, won't let you get drowsy. That's because Horlicks is so easy to digest. And remember, the Horlick plan is a safe plan. You can always be sure about Horlicks. It won't affect your health as radical weight-reducing plans do. And now, folks, just a word from Lum and Abner. They regret the delay in sending out the flashlights that so many of you recently requested. The fact of the matter is, such a lot of you sent in that the flashlight factory, as we said before, just can't make the flashlights quickly enough. But, of course, if you sent in for one, you'll get it just as soon as the factory can possibly make it. And Lum and Abner assure you that it's well worth waiting for. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Abner didn't know what he was getting into when he agreed to furnish supplies for the circus that is playing in Pine Ridge this week. His stock of merchandise is now completely exhausted, and he has no cash with which to replenish it. The only security that he has for the debt is a mortgage on the animals in the show, and he certainly has no use for them, as he has more on hand now than he can feed. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the Jot 'em Down store. Abner is making friends with a parrot, which he acquired yesterday, to add to his collection of livestock. Listen.
Come on now, say it now. Say Polly wants a cracker. Say it. Did you hear that, Lum?
No, I weren't there.
I said, say Polly wants a cracker. He said it. Yeah, listen to that. Said, you bet, Abner. Did you hear him?
For goodness sake.
That's the cutest thing I ever seen in my life. That's the way Polly talks. Come on now. Hey, that little rascal, I'm going to get you a cracker if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well,
Honest to goodness, Abner. That's all you did today. Sit up and talk with that blame parrot. I'm going to wring his neck and throw him out the back door if you don't
You
get
ain't
it.
going to do no such a thing.
Well, get him on out of here. I'm tired of hearing that jabbering.
I wouldn't take nothing for this parrot. That's all you did all day is fuss at me about talking to him, too.
I don't know which is the worst, you or the parrot.
Yeah, come on, Polly. I'll take you on out back here in the feed room. Someday I'll get in a store of my own. I'll just put you in there and you just talk all day. Come on.
Hello? This is the Jot 'em Down store. Lum Eddard's talking.
I know his love when I set him down.
Shut up, Abner. I'm talking on the phone.
I never seen what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just a minute. Hold the receiver. Here, Abner, it's for you.
Who is it?
I don't know. They never said.
Yeah, if there's somebody else complaining about my stock getting out, I'm just going to hang up right smack in their ear. That's what I'm going to do.
Here.
Hello? Oh, well, hello, Colonel. It's the manager of the surplus.
Oh, yeah. That's who I allowed it was.
Yeah, well, Colonel, I'm sorry, but I just ain't got no more feed. Well, I ain't even got enough to feed my own stock here that I've traded for. Well, I could if you'd pay me what you owe me, but I just ain't got the cash to buy none with now. Uh-huh. Well, I don't know what to tell you to do, hardly. If I did know, I'd do it myself. I'm in the same fix you're in. I got a bunch of animals over here of my own to feed. Well, the trouble is I'm out of groceries, too.
Yeah.
No, I ain't got a thing left on my shelves. I'm just clean out. I swapped the last dab of groceries I had this morning for a cage full of pet squirrels. Uh-huh. Well, you might try Dick Huddleston's store. He might let you have it. Oh, you did, huh? Yeah, I know. He's awful strict about letting stuff out on the credit. Who? Yeah, he's got some groceries here, but he ain't got no feed for your animals. I bought all the feed he had off of him. Yeah, well, wait a minute. I'll let you talk to him. Here, now, my Colonel wants to talk to you. He wants to buy some groceries.
No, I don't want to sell him nothing on a credit. That outfit's just about ready to blow up.
Well, get up here and tell him in. He wants to talk to you.
Tell him I ain't here.
I've done told him that you was here.
That's right. For goodness sake, let me have it.
Well, if you don't want to let him have it, well, you better say so. For now, he's got a way of talking folks into doing things, regardless of whether they want to or not. He's an awful talker.
Yeah, I believe that black mustache and them gold teeth of his'n sort of mesmerizes your body.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, sir, this is him.
I wish that parrot of mine listened to him. I believe he could mock him.
Well, I'd love to, but you see, I'm... Yeah, I know you are, but I'm running a strictly cash store. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, if I knowed I'd get my money in 2 days, but... Well, of course, that's different. I never knowed. Uh-huh. Why, sure. Yeah. What all was it you was wanting to get?
What's the matter? What did you slap a receiver up in the ear for?
And that was the only way I could figure out of it. I seen I was weakening. That's the talkingest fella I ever seen in my life. He'd talk the shirt right off in the feller's back.
Oh, I thought he was wanting to buy some groceries. That's what he's talking to me about.
That's what he's talking to me about, too.
I thought he said that he was trying to talk you out of your shirt.
Well, he would have been if I'd let him have them groceries on a credit.
You mean if you let him have them groceries on a credit that you'd had to throw your shirt in, too?
No, Abner, the shirt ain't got nothing to do with the groceries. That's just an expression, just a old Eddard saying. Somebody's got a smooth line of talk that way, you ought to say he could talk somebody out of the shirt on their back.
Yeah, but now he's so fat, Lum. I don't believe that your shirt would fit him.
Why, of course it wouldn't.
Yeah, he's crazy, ain't he? Oh, why didn't you just tell him that your shirt wouldn't fit him?
He never asked me nothing about my shirt.
Oh, where did you get the idea then that he was trying to talk you out of it?
I never said he was trying... Never mind, just let it go, let it go.
Many pretty silk shirts that he's been wearing around here and then trying to talk you out of that and you're wearing that. What'd he offer you for it, Lum?
He never offered me nothing.
Well, I'll swan to goodness. Well, I never thought he'd go around begging for old clothes that way. Yeah, if he'd cut out smoking so many of them big cigars, why, he might get enough money to buy him a new shirt.
Abner, if you say shirt one more time, I'm going to whop you one.
Don't reckon that gold of mine got down there to the circus and ate up his
Ate up what?
and I can't say it. You said you was going to whop me once if I said sure there another time.
Yeah, and I will, too.
And if he tries to put in a complaint for damages, I can just credit him with what he owes me. I know I ain't going to pay him no cash money. I know that.
Well, that goat of yours never had up no shirts of his, huh?
Now, I don't know now. He got over there in Beulah Phillips' yard and had up 2 of her dresses right off in the clothesline. He picked a bad day to get loose. Wash day that way.
I'm glad you got all your stock rounded up. I never heard so many folks making complaints in my life as there was around here yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they scattered all over town, looks like. Went every place. But that's one way of getting them fed, though. They hadn't have got out and got in the gardens around here, well, I don't know what I would have fed them last night. That's the reason I weren't in no hurry to get them locked back up again.
Now, when you go to figure up on how you come out on this swap out of yours, you want to be sure and figure in all the damages you're going to have to pay off on account of your stock getting out yesterday.
Well, I ain't going to have to pay out no damages.
I thought you said yesterday you were going to make whoever owned that stock pay every bit of damages it was dead.
Yeah, sure, but I never knowed it was mine when I said that.
Oh, yeah, that's different when it's your own stock, huh?
Why, sure it is. I can't make myself do nothing. I've tried it before, and it just won't work on me, Lum. I'm just too stubborn-headed. I just can't scare myself by threatening to throw me in jail like I can other folks. For I know all the time in the back of my head they ain't going to do it, so I just don't pay no attention to it.
And you ought not to show no favorites. When you take an oath, when you were swore in as constable, you said you'd uphold the law to the best of your ability. I know, for I give you the oath myself.
Yeah, but now, Lum, it ain't a bit of use now to lock myself up in jail. I've got the keys, and I know what I do. I'd break right out again. Just break out just as fast I put myself in. You see, it's different.
Wait a minute. Here comes Dick Huddleston. Look at that. Reckon what he's in such a hurry about.
Well, I don't know. Excited about something, looks like. I hope my stock ain't broke out again. Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick. Come in. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing much, Lum. Abner, you let that circus bunch have some stuff on a credit, didn't you?
Yeah, I furnished them their feed and groceries till I run out here.
Yeah, they just now called up wanting some more stuff. Even tried to get me to sell them some stuff on a credit, but I just told him point blank that I didn't think he was good for it, and I just wouldn't let him have it.
Yeah, well, they called me down to the store, too.
And he seen he was up against a pretty smart businessman when he was talking to me.
Yeah, well, you was wise there, Lum. How much do they owe you now, Abner?
Why, I figured it up this morning. I got it here on a slip somewhere. Let's see, where did I put that thing? Yeah, here it is. Well, let's see now. All the groceries and the feed that I let them have come to $282.40. I ain't made no mistake.
Now, you made a mistake when you let them have it.
You better get over there and get your money, Abner.
Oh, they ain't going to pay me till they get ready to leave town.
Yeah, well, from the looks of things, they're ready to leave right now. They're taking down their tents and packing up everything over there.
They are?
Yeah, well, I reckon the colonel's figuring on coming by here on his way out of town and settling up with me.
Yeah, he'll be right.
Well, I wouldn't wait for him, Abner. You better go over there right now and demand your money. That's what you better do.
Yeah, more than likely they're trying to slip out of town without paying you. I told you all along you was going to lose money on them, Abner.
Well, here, I've got a mortgage on all them animals over there. I know they're worth more than $282.
Well, I don't know what you'll do with them, but if you want them, you better let me make out some attachment papers and you go over there and serve them on them right now.
Yeah, that's the thing to do, Abner. Be sure that you're protected over there.
All right, doggers, make them out. And when Cedric gets back, well, tell him to come on over there to the circus ground. Help me fetch them animals back over here, Lum. All right, doggers, I will have a collection now, sure enough. Lions and elephants and camels and zebras.
Well, Abner may get those animals, but we'd bet it'll be no circus to feed them. In the minute or so that we have left, I'd like to read a grand letter to the mothers in our audience tonight. It's from Mrs. E.F.C. When my baby was born, she writes, I was determined that I should nurse him myself. I stopped drinking coffee and tea and started to drink Horlick's malted milk with all my meals. Between meals, too, and at bedtime. As a result, I was able to nurse my baby for 10 whole months. Today, he has a record of never having had one sick day. Last summer, he received first prize at a baby show for being the huskiest, healthiest baby there. Many of my friends predicted I would put on weight that would be difficult to lose, but I didn't gain a pound. Both baby and I continue to drink Horlicks. He likes it better than anything else. I do hope that other mothers can profit from my experience. Yours truly, Mrs. E.F.C. Well, thank you, Mrs. E.F.C. We hope so, too. Horlicks certainly is a fine food drink for nursing mothers. That's why so many medical and child-feeding authorities
have recommended it for almost 50 years. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, this week is National First Aid Week in America. So be sure and watch for the first aid demonstrations that druggists are featuring everywhere. While you're in the drugstore, ask your druggist about Horlicks and the many cheap imitations that have lately appeared on the market. He'll tell you to beware of these imitations. And here's the reason. Most of them are just mechanical mixtures of skim milk, inferior malt powder, and a lot of ordinary sugar. And there's certainly no economy in buying products like that, is there? Not when you can get all the good, wholesome nourishment of Horlicks for just a few cents more. Remember that when next you buy malted milk for yourself or family. Remember that the full cream milk, the wheat and malted barley in Horlicks, are specially blended by the Horlick process to bring out the fullest flavor and richness, the utmost nourishment. That's why it pays to insist on Horlicks. You know that you're getting the best that your money can buy. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. You know, last week, Abner agreed to furnish the circus playing Pine Ridge with feed for their animals while they were in town, and took a mortgage on them as security of the debt. Well, last night, the circus was forced to close, and Abner foreclosed his mortgage. So now he has the circus animals to add to his collection. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Dick Huddleston over at the Jot 'em Down store discussing Abner's predicament. Listen.
Oh, yeah, they've all left town now. The whole circus crew pulled out last night.
Well, the tent's still over there. I just now saw it, Lum.
Well, Abner got the tent, too.
Well, I thought he just had a mortgage on the animals.
Well, he did, but he bought the tent off of him.
Bought it?
Well, that is, I put up the money for it. Lent him $250, so he owns the circus lock, stock, and barrel now.
What in the world would he want with that outfit?
Well, he had to buy the tent. He had to have a place to keep the animals.
Well, why didn't he bring them over here and put them in that lot back there with the rest of the stock he'd been trading for?
Well, he couldn't. He never had no way to get them over here. Him and Cedric both just scared to death of them animals.
Well, I don't know if I blame him much, neither.
See, they got the elephants nailed down over there.
Yeah.
That is, they got stabs driven in the ground and then got the elephants chained to them.
Yeah, I got them staked out down there, sure. Yeah. Well, I don't blame him for not wanting to try to lead them things over here.
He just bought the tent off of them and left them where they's at over there. He's moved all these other animals he had over here down there with him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's got quite a collection now, putting them all together that way, hasn't he?
He's got at least one of my anything you can name. I don't care what it is.
Well, what in the name of common sense is he going to do with all of them now?
I don't know.
He can't give them away. Nobody's going to want a lion or an elephant for a pet.
Why, of course not.
And he can't just turn them loose.
No, don't mention that to him. No, turn that bunch of wild animals loose here in Pine Ridge, no telling what'd happen.
No, well, I know what I'd do. I'd leave town about as quick as I could get out of here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and everybody else would, too.
Yes, sir, Abner's got himself in a predicament there, Lum. He can't let them starve to death, but he can't afford to feed them.
But he's got them, and he can't get rid of them.
Well, I knowed right from the start that this swap idea here was going to get him in trouble. But I never looked for it to turn out to be as big as a circus.
Well, I'll say one thing. The store business is a lot better now since he's run out of merchandise to swap over here.
Oh, yeah. He was hard competition around here for a while, though.
Yeah, well, I knew he couldn't keep that up long, though, Lum. Trading merchandise for a bunch of old animals that wasn't no count, you can't keep that up.
Yeah. Well, I've got to study up some way to get my money out of them.
Get your money out of them?
Yeah, you see, me and Abner's then partners on the animals now.
You mean that you own a half interest in all them animals?
Well, I hate to admit to it, but you see, there weren't no way around it, Dig. I never wanted to get mixed up in it, but I don't know. He come over at my place last night and wanted me to lend him the money to buy the tent with. I don't know. He had tears in his eyes. First thing I knowed, he had me talked into buying a half interest in it.
Well, I thought the way you talked there, you just loaned him the money.
Well, he said he'd make me a half partner in it with him, but I reckon I just well to give it to him.
Well, Lum, if you're a partner, why, you're liable for half the indebtedness of the company then.
I am?
Why, sure. You've got to buy feed on a credit someplace to feed them, and you own a half interest, why, you're responsible for your part of it.
Goodness, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, this $250 you let Abner have last night might just be a starter to what you'll be out for this thing's over.
Well, I thought... yeah, that's right.
Yes, you fooled around and got yourself in just as bad a shape as Abner then, Lum.
Granny's, I'll have to get busy and study up some way out of this. They ought to be... Well, I'll swan to goodness.
What's the matter?
Look at that. Look coming up out there in front of you.
Poor little lamb. Oh, where did he get that outfit like that?
That's the outfit the ringmaster wore in the circus. I recollect seeing him with it on.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we got a whole batch of that stuff. Clown suits and one thing and another.
Well, if he ain't a sight. Look at that coat. It's might not drag the ground. There's the big one.
Looks like overcoat. Look at the way that silk hat fits him.
Yeah.
Got it drawed down over his head there to where he can't hardly see out from under. I would have walked right over something, walk right in a well. Come in, Colonel. How's the circus business?
Yeah, howdy, man.
What you doing with that outfit on today?
I doggies, I'm running a circus now. I'm supposed to wear clothes like this.
It's a little bit small for you, ain't it, Abner?
Yeah, it is a little tight on you there.
Why, no, I don't think so. I figured it might be a little big, if anything. I ain't had a chance to look at myself in a looking glass yet.
Well, don't do it. I wouldn't do it if I was you. You're liable to have a runaway with yourself you ever see.
Hey, we was just talking about your circus, Abner. What are you going to do with all these animals now?
Well, I don't know hardly. Just always wanted a circus. Ever since I was just a kid of a boy growing up, I wanted a circus.
So you could get in for nothing, I reckon.
I just can't hardly believe I'm me. It's just too good to be true. I must be dreaming.
I don't think you're dreaming now, but you must have been whenever you swapped for the thing. If you are dreaming, you better wake yourself up and figure out some way to get some feed for them animals.
Yeah, you've got a problem on your hands there now, Abner.
Well, I come by your store just now, Dick, to see you about getting some feed, but your woman said that you'd over here.
Well, I haven't got any feed over there, Abner. I've quit handling it. Got to where there wasn't any profit in this stuff, so I just cut it out about 2 months ago.
Oh. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to make a trip to Cherry Hill or into the county seat one. We just got to get some feed somewhere.
How you going to buy any feed? I thought you said you used all the money to buy the tent and the rest of that stuff with.
Well, I thought I might get it on a credit, you know.
Well, now, don't go around buying feed on a credit. I just found out a minute ago that I'm responsible for half of any debts you make on account of them animals.
Well, now, Lum, they've got to be fed somewhere or another. They're hungry.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where in the world we'll find it.
Well, I don't either, but we've got to get it. I know that. We've got to get it someplace.
I tried to get you to think of all that when you was trading for all that stuff, and you wouldn't do it.
Well, Lord, I thought I had enough feed here to last me as long as I'd want it when I first started taking that.
Wait a minute, that's our ring.
Yeah, more like that's my wife telling me to get back over to the store, too. Tell her that I'm just leaving, Lum.
Yeah, all right, Dick.
Abner, I hope you come out all right on that.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Dick. Yeah, so long.
This is Jot 'em Down store. Lum Edwards talking.
I've got to get some feed someplace. I know that.
Yes, Mom?
I'll go to Terry but I can talk him into it over
You want to speak to him? All right, hold the receiver. It's for you, Abner.
Who is it?
I don't know. It sounded sort of like Violet Gaston.
Violet? Well,
reckon she wants to swap you something for some groceries. Thank
Yeah.
goodness you ain't got none.
Well, I'll just tell her she's too late. I'm sorry for her. I'd love to help her if she needs it.
Here.
Yeah, thank you. Hello? Yes, Mom, this is him. Huh? Oh, yeah. yeah, me and Lum is partners on it, but I'm the manager, you know. I look after things, and I wear that outfit like a ringmaster, you know, and frock-tail coats and silk hats and stuff.
Don't be telling folks that I'm partners in with you on this circus, Abner.
Huh? Just a minute, I never understood you, Violet. Lum was talking to me. Lum, be quiet while I
Go
talk
ahead.
to him. Oh, well, Violet, we ain't open for business. That is, well, we ain't selling no tickets to see the animals. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom. Well, yeah, I reckon we could. Just a minute. Hold the phone just a minute. Lum. She says that she wants her children to see all them animals we got down there, but she ain't got no money. And she wants to know if she can swap some chickens or something for some tickets.
Well, for goodness sake, don't swap for nothing else we'll have to feed. No. You don't need no more lives.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mom. I got out of here. Hello? Violet? You folks ain't got no extra feed over there, have you, at your place? Uh-huh.
Feed, I think that's a good
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let the whole family in to see 'em for a bale of hay. Yes, Mom, one bale. Well, all right, that's a deal then. Just bring the hay over and you can see 'em any time you want to. All right. Goodbye.
I believe you hit on a good idea there, Abner.
Why, sure. She said they had plenty of feed there on the place, but no money.
Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of other folks here in Pine Ridge in the same fix.
Yeah.
That's more than likely the reason they never had no better crowds over there for the circus. They're all out of money.
Why, sure. Natural. I'd always let me get to that telephone. I'm going to make an announcement over the party line here.
What you fixing to do there?
Well, just a minute. I'm going to call up the folks and tell them that they can get into the circus if they'll bring some feed along for the animals. Let the whole family in for a bale of hay or a bushel of corn. I know that we'll just go into the circus business or that.
Well, it looks like Lum and Abner are in the circus business now, for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look in at the manager's office of J.C.H. and Company for a minute. Fred Howard has just been called in by Mr. Marshall, the manager. Listen.
But Mr. Marshall, no use explaining. You're fired. Fired? Sorry. Well, I've worked here for years, doing the best I could. Yes, but your mistakes cost us money, Howard. That slip up with Johnson and Company. That trouble with the government, and now... Yes, I know, but I don't see how that could be helped. This is a big company, Howard. Can't have things like that. What's your trouble? You don't seem to be on your toes like you used to be. Well, sir, I don't get the sleep I used to get either. That's what it is, I think. Too many night clubs, eh? Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I seldom go out. It's just that, well, I just can't get any sleep. Why, tossing around, and you've no idea. I think I have. I've had that trouble myself. Do you know what I use? Horlicks malted milk. Horlicks? Well, how does that help? It relaxes you, Howard, and that's your trouble. You're all on edge. Now, you listen to me. Yes, sir. You take a few days off. We'll forget about the firing for now. Just go home, drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. And don't worry. You'll be all right. Well, gee, that's swell of you, Mr. Marshall. I'll get a package tonight. Horlicks malted milk, huh?
And Horlicks it is, folks. There's nothing like a glass of Horlicks malted milk, hot, just before going to bed, to help you slip off to sleep. To sleep soundly, peacefully, all night long. If you have trouble getting to sleep, in sleeping well, try it yourself. You can get Horlicks malted milk either in natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we hear Lum and Abner tonight, here's a message of interest to mothers of growing children. You can't do these youngsters of yours a better turn than to let them drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. They need something like Horlicks, need the precious bodybuilding elements it contains. The vitamins, the calcium, phosphorus, and iron, so essential for the development of strong, sturdy bodies, sound bones and teeth. They need lots of nourishment, too, as all mothers know. But that's not all. This nourishment must be in a form their digestive systems can easily handle. That's why so many child-feeding authorities recommend Horlicks. It's so easy to digest. Remember that when you buy malted milk. Insist on Horlicks, the original. The children prefer it, too. They like the delicious flavor. And now, folks, here's good news about that flashlight that Lum and Abner recently offered. The flashlight factory has finally gotten organized and is turning out thousands of flashlights a day. Lum and Abner want you to know that every one of you who wrote in will receive his flashlight within a very few weeks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Since Lum and Abner took over the circus that was stranded in Pine Ridge, they have been faced with the problem of supplying feed for the animals. Well, Abner has apparently solved the problem. He announced over the party line yesterday that anybody would be admitted to see the animals if they brought along a generous supply of feed. The plan was tried out this afternoon. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Dick Huddleston on their way over to the circus grounds to find out how the scheme worked. Listen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had a big crowd over here. Folks been going by the store there all day in wagons and cars and afoot and every other way.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't understand at first how come so many people in town.
Oh, that announcement Abner made over the party line's what brung them. Everybody wanted to see the circus, but they just never had no cash money. Why, now anybody can find a little feed around the place.
Well, I bet there's lots of folks, cows and horses, that's going to go hungry tonight because they went to the circus today.
Yeah. I'm sort of curious to know how much feed he took in today. Wonder where he's at.
I don't know. Yeah, yonder goes Cedric carrying some water, it looks like.
Yeah. Hey, Cedric, whereabouts is Abner at?
Must be inside there.
He's inside the tent there, I think, Mr. Lum.
Did you have a pretty big crowd today, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Kept that tent full all afternoon. I think Mr. Abner's back there by the monkey cage. That's where he spends most of his time at.
Hey, you got quite a job there, Cedric, carrying water for all them animals.
Yes, that's all I did all day is pack water for them elephants. I don't know where they put it all.
Looks to me like it'd be a lot easier to take the elephants down to the creek.
Well, it would if we had some way of getting them down there, but I don't know how to drive them yet.
Yonder's Abner, right there.
Yeah. I still got on that ringmaster's outfit. Granny, you don't mean to say you took in all this feed this afternoon, did you, Cedric?
Yes, Mom, that's what there is left. See, we've already fed the animals a while ago once.
Well, for the land's sake. Well, it looks like you got a half a carload of hay left there yet.
Hey, Abner, come here a minute.
My Jack, you fellas have got quite a bunch of animals in here, all right, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, howdy, fellas. Did you see the feed we taken in this afternoon?
Yeah, we were just looking at it. Looks like you done uncommonly well with your scheme.
Yeah. There's enough feed there to last us 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, that was a good idea, letting them pay the way in for feed.
Yeah? Well, everybody just tickled to death over it. Most of them said they're coming back again, too.
Where?
Oh, you going to keep on running it like this, Abner?
Why, sure, yeah. Going to put on another show tonight. I believe we're letting them in too cheap, old Lum.
Too cheap?
Yeah, I believe we ought to charge them 2 bushel of corn or 2 bale of hay to get in. That is, to let a whole family in that way. I never knowed there was such big families in this community. Oscar Fields come in here with that tribe I heard in the day, and they went by me there at the door for a half hour, it seemed like. I counted 21 of them.
21?
Yes,
sir. Maybe you run in some ringers on you.
No, you could tell them they all looked as much alike as peas in a pod. And the boys' shirts and the girls' dresses was all made off the same bowl of goods, so I know they's all hidden.
Yeah.
What if a fellow don't bring his family, though, Abner? Just comes by himself. What do you charge him?
Oh, well, one person that way, why, They can get in for a bucket of chops or a bucket of bran. Oh, wait a minute. That'll be enough water for them elephants there, Cedric. The young'uns have fed them so many peanuts today, I'm feared to give them too much to drink. You better take that zebra down there some hay, too. We missed him a while ago when we was feeding them.
Yes, Mom. Officer.
I believe that zebra's a fake, man. I believe it's just a white mule that they got someplace and then painted black stripes on it. I can tell where they're sort of fading off there.
You can?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some paint and sort of touch him up a little tomorrow.
Keeps you pretty busy around here, don't it, Abner?
Oh, me, I've just been in a dead run all day, collecting admissions and then watching to see that the young'uns don't get too close to the animals. Yeah, we might not have had some trouble here this morning, too.
Some trouble?
Yeah, them 2 elephants just come might not tearing this place up. Cedric was moving that cage of white mice over to the far side of the tent yonder, and the door come open, and just as he was passing them elephants, them mice got to run around on the ground and scared them elephants to death. It scared them.
You mean the elephants were scared of them little mice?
Why, it just scared them right now to death. They rolled their eyes and waved them trunks around and snorted. You never heard such a funny noise in your life. It's when they holler that way, Lum. It sounds like they're blowing a horn or something.
Well, they're big, fraidy cats.
Why, Lord, me, I never heard such carrying on.
Yeah, I've always heard that elephants were scared of mice that way.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that, big as they are.
No. Well, they're funny critters, all right. I just looking at them a while ago. They must be awful old.
Oh. Well, no, they get to be a lot bigger than that, Abner.
Yeah, I know, but look how wrinkled they are. Their skin there looks like it's about 4 sizes too big for them.
Yeah. I was just noticing the way they pick up that hay. Look at that. They sort of feels around with that snout and gets a handful of them, rolls it right up there in his mouth.
Yeah, Lord.
Then he makes a fella hungry to watch him, don't he?
Well, I love to watch them monkeys back here. They're the beatingest things I ever seen. Just might not like humans. Well, actually, there's one of them back there that looks enough like Cedric to be his own brother.
Like Cedric?
Yeah, come back here. I want to show you fellas.
Better not let Cedric in the cage with him. You might turn the wrong one loose when you go to let him out.
Which one is it that looks like Cedric, Abner?
Let's see. I believe that's... Yeah, that's him sitting right back there in the corner.
Yeah?
Look at him. If Cedric ain't a dead ringer for him.
Granny, there is sort of a family resemblance there.
Why, sure there is. And then that little one there, he looks a little like Grandpapa Spears, only. Don't tell Grandpapa I said so.
Yes, sir, Granny. He does look like Grandpa.
Well, what are you doing with this cow over here, Abner?
Why, nothing. I just had her and brung her down here. I told you, though, there'd been as big a crowd standing around her today as anything else. Just standing there by the eye and looked like her, just like they never had saw one before.
Well, more like they thought she was a freak of some kind, or you wouldn't have had her in here.
Yeah, well, that's what they thought, yeah. The school professor from over at Shady Grove come over and brung 4 bales of hay and a bunch of scholars and 2 sacks of chops this afternoon. I heard him tell the scholars that it was a sacred cow from Indiana.
From India?
Yeah, I believe that is what he said. Sacred cow from India. But she ain't from there, I know, for I swapped her off after she stunk, you know. Oh, my goodness. Cedric, keep them mice away from them elephants, I told you. I just leave them where they're at. Hey, you fellas go ahead and look all you want to. I'll have to go over there and help that.
Yeah, quiet them down there if you can.
Sure, go ahead, Abner. I've got to be going a minute anyway.
Well, sir, Dick, this is right interesting, you know. Stand around here and look at these furrin animals for nothing this way.
Well, Abner's in the height of his glory now, ain't he?
Oh, my. He wouldn't swap places with President Roosevelt. He was saying yesterday how he's always wanted a circus ever since he was just a kid of a boy growing up.
Well, I guess we all did, love.
Oh, yes. Well, to be right honest with you, I'm sort of enjoying owning a half interest in it myself. I'd love to help run it if I didn't have that store over there to look after.
Well, look who's coming in yonder.
Where? Oh, well, howdy, Squire.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Where's Abner?
Why, he's right over there. Abner, come here.
I've been sitting over there on my gallery all afternoon watching the crowd over here. Looks like you done a big business today, man.
Well, yeah, done big business, but we weren't charging no admission. Just letting them in for feed.
Yeah, look at that sack of feed they took in over there, Squire.
Yeah. Well,
Well, sir, I seen everybody coming in with a bale of hay or corn or feed of some sort. Yeah, I see now.
Well, we had to figure out some way to get feed for these animals.
What you doing in here, Squire? The show ain't open yet. Cedric, stand up there by the front door and keep everybody out of here.
Well, now, I ain't in here to see the show, Abner. I just come over to talk a little business with you. Yes, man, it brings back old times and pleasant recollections to smell the sawdust again.
Smell the sawdust again?
Oh, yes. I followed the circus for years.
Oh, I allowed you meant you'd been in the sawmill business.
Oh, man, I was with Barnum and Bailey for 9 straight seasons and was ringmaster for Hagenbeck Wallace for 4 years. Now, that's what I want to see you about. You fellers have got a good thing here if you knew how to run it.
Yeah, we don't know nothing about the circuit business. We'll have to admit to that.
No.
It's all new to us.
Well, that's what I say. Now, right there's where I come in. There's tricks to every trade, and I know the circus business backwards and forwards. I can take a hold of this thing, put in a trapeze performer, tightrope walkers, and bareback riders, all that, build a real show out of it. That's what you got to do.
We ought to have all them things, all right. Clowns and such as that.
Well, you mean if you want to go to work for a Squire?
Well, in a way, yes, Abner, in a way. Now, here's a proposition that I had in mind, man. You and Lum put up the money, and then the 3 of us are going together on this property.
Well, the possibilities of Lum and Abner's circus must look pretty good if Squire Skimp wants in on it. Have you ever wished that you were one of those fortunate folk who seem to be able to get along without much sleep? They're astonishing, aren't they? They never seem to get tired. Now, there's a reason for this. It's largely because when they do go to sleep, they sleep soundly. If you don't believe that, try this plan for the next few nights. Drink a glass full of Horlick's malted milk, hot, just before you go to bed. Here's what it does. It soothes you, relaxes you, helps you to get to sleep quicker. Once asleep, you sleep sounder, more restfully than ever before. You awake completely refreshed and ready to go. That sounds like a good suggestion, doesn't it? You've only to try it to find out just exactly how good it is. But be sure you use Horlicks, the original malted milk. You can get it at your favorite druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Good evening, or afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. Thank you, everyone who joined us today. We're going to be stopping the radio show for a little while, about an hour, and we'll be back. I just want to take the machine down for some maintenance, machine maintenance. that needs to be done. I'd like to thank Felix Clicks for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you and your family are doing well. The link to Felix Clicks Twitch stream is in the chat room, so go ahead and click it. Give him a follow. He's an amazing person. Thank you to Haunted Treebeard and to everybody else that's been lurking out in the background. Thank you to Just Call Trey. Hope you're doing well, buddy. And thank you to Haunted Treebeard and to the Joker Foxtrot and everybody else that's been lurking out there. I hope you all having a great day. Good health and good fortunes to all of you. We'll be back with some more Lum and Abner in about an hour or two. So if you want to swing by, and let's see, it's 11:57 a.m. Eastern Time. We should be back at 12:57 a.m. I'm sorry, 12:57 p.m. Eastern Time, or by around 1:30 p.m. at the latest. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great day. We'll talk with you soon. Bye.